Chen Ye inquired. Where am I? Old Jack responded. Little San is about to awaken his martial soul. After the awakening, Tang Hao suggested that Tang San should explore this world, where he encountered Xiao Wu at Nodding Academy, but did not meet Xiaogang. Instead, he met Yu Tianxuan. Chapter 1. The Tale of Dual Souls. Chen Ye felt his consciousness plunge into an abyss of darkness, with a chaotic buzzing resonating in his ears. He strained to recall, only remembering being struck head-on by a runaway truck while crossing the street. The immense impact rendered him unconscious, leading to a complete loss of sensation. As his awareness gradually returned, Chen Ye discovered himself in a realm shrouded in mist, imbued with an ethereal aura. Towering peaks surrounded him. Ancient trees reached for the heavens, and rare flowers and immortal herbs flourished all around, with exotic birds and mystical beasts occasionally flitting through the forest. Looking down, he found himself clad in an archaic Taoist robe, gripping a long sword that emanated a mysterious radiance. Where's this place? How have I transformed into this? Chen Ye pondered, filled with bewilderment. At that moment, an elderly man with flowing white hair and an air of celestial grace gracefully approached him, smiling as he said, Young man, you have traversed into the realm of cultivation. Here, as long as you diligently cultivate, you can harness the forces of nature and shine alongside the sun and moon. A surge of fervor ignited within Chen Ye. Since he had arrived, he resolved to carve out his own domain in this world of cultivation. Thus, he joined a sect dedicated to the art of cultivation and embarked on a rigorous training journey. He immersed himself day and night in the study of ancient texts, retreating into a valley rich with spiritual energy to refine his skills, enduring countless trials of life and death, vanquishing untold malevolent spirits and monsters. With the passage of time, his cultivation progressed remarkably, evolving from a novice in the realm of cultivation to a formidable powerhouse commanding respect. However, the path of cultivation was fraught with endless perils and uncertainties. In a fierce battle against an ancient demonic cultivator, Chen Ye, despite exerting all his strength to defeat the foe, sustained grievous injuries, his meridians severed and spiritual energy depleted. Aware that his time was drawing near, he gazed upon the cultivation world where he had once poured his blood and sweat, and a twinge of reluctance filled his heart. As his consciousness slipped once more into darkness, when Chen Ye regained awareness, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. The chamber was simply yet elegantly furnished, adorned with ancient calligraphy and paintings upon the walls. He glanced at his form and realized he had transformed into a child. Just then, the door swung open, and a gentle and beautiful woman entered, gazing at Chen Ye with eyes full of affection. Little San, you've awakened. How do you feel? Little San. Chen Ye's heart raced. Piecing together his surroundings and the woman's words, he suddenly comprehended that he had transmigrated into Tang San from the Dolawa continent. Thus commenced a new legendary journey, as Chen Ye embraced his identity as Tang San, feeling a blend of excitement and trepidation. The excitement stemmed from the prospect of embarking on a new legend in the Dolawa continent, while the anxiety arose from an acute awareness of the challenges that lay ahead in the unfolding narrative. Soon, the day of awakening his martial soul arrived. Chen Ye accompanied the village children to the awakening venue, where a soul master donned in resplendent robes stood at the center. His gaze was piercing as he surveyed the crowd, declaring, Children, do not fear. I shall now unlock a new chapter in your lives. When it was Chen Ye's turn, the soul master placed the awakening disc in his hands, reciting incantations. Suddenly, a surge of mysterious power coursed through Chen Ye's body, as if he were being reshaped. In an instant, a spectral image of blue-silver grass materialized behind him, while an even more potent aura erupted from within him, revealing the legendary Haotian hammer. The soul master's eyes widened in astonishment. A dual martial soul. This child is a rare talent, appearing once in a century. Chen Ye was equally astonished, aware that his brilliance in the Dolawa continent was about to unfold. Returning home, he found Tang Hao seated in the courtyard, polishing a weathered hammer. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ye approached, stating, Father, I have awakened my martial soul. Tang Hao ceased his actions, lifting his gaze to meet Chen Ye's, his expression serene. What is it? He inquired. Chen Ye summoned his courage, and the spectral images of blue-silver grass and Haotian hammer gradually materialized behind him. Tang Hao's gaze shifted, revealing a flicker of surprise and complexity. He rose to stand before Chen Ye, scrutinizing him closely. A dual martial soul, Tang Hao murmured. This is both an opportunity and a formidable challenge. He patted Chen Ye's shoulder, saying, The path ahead will be arduous, but if you persevere, you will surely carve out your own destiny. Go forth and explore this world. Remember, we harbor a grudge against the spirit hall, Little San. Chen Ye nodded resolutely, fully aware that with his twin martial souls, he would undoubtedly leave a remarkable mark on the future of Doloa continent. At that moment, within his father's gaze, he perceived boundless possibilities, and thus his new journey officially commenced. Chen Ye recalled Tang Hao's words, acutely aware of the enmity with the spirit hall, and inquired, "Father, should I consider changing my name?" Tang Hao puzzled asked why. "Could you elaborate?" Chen Ye then articulated, "Because, Father, you mentioned that we harbor animosity towards the spirit hall, so the wisest choice would be to alter my name." Tang Hao found this reasoning quite sensible and responded, "Have you thought of a new name?" Chen Ye replied, "Yes, I have decided on Chen Ye." In the days that followed, he diligently practiced with the blue silver grass and the Haotian hammer. He repetitively honed his control and entanglement techniques with the blue silver grass, while every swing of the Haotian hammer embodied his unwavering resolve. Within the village, news of his twin martial souls swiftly spread, inciting both admiration and jealousy among the children. One day, a group of mischievous children deliberately provoked him. However, Chen Ye remained unperturbed, merely waving his blue silver grass to ensnare them, stating, "I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. I have far more important matters to attend to." As time progressed, Chen Ye felt it was time to depart the village and head towards the junior nodding academy. He bid farewell to Tang Hao, who regarded him with eyes brimming with expectation, saying, "Remember your mission, take care of yourself, and observe the situation closely. Perhaps the spirit hall is not at fault, or maybe this world does not meet your approval. If so, strive to change it. It remains uncertain whether revealing your twin martial souls is a blessing or a curse." With his assistance, Xiao Yu matured at a remarkable pace. Chen Ye, with a simple bundle on his back, embarked on an unknown journey. He understood that greater challenges awaited him ahead, yet he remained undaunted, for his twin martial souls served as his most formidable support. As Chen Ye traversed the winding path, he beheld the unique landscapes of Doloa continent. In the distance, the mountains undulated, occasionally reverberating with the roars of soul beasts. As he walked, a pack of wolf soul beasts obstructed his path. These wolves, with their eyes gleaming emerald and sharp fangs, evidently sensed the threat emanating from Chen Ye. Clenching his fists, the ethereal forms of the blue silver grass and the Haotian hammer began to materialize behind him. He first unleashed the blue silver grass, ensnaring several wolf soul beasts, and then, with a resounding shout, summoned the Haotian hammer into his hands, delivering a fierce blow to the most ferocious wolf king. The wolf king let out a chilling cry upon impact, prompting the other wolf soul beasts to flee in terror. Chen Ye wiped the sweat from his brow and continued on his journey. After several more days of arduous travel, he finally glimpsed the outline of Nodding Academy from a distance. The grand entrance of the academy loomed magnificently, with numerous students bustling in and out. Taking a deep breath, filled with anticipation and determination, Chen Ye strode towards the academy gates, poised to embark on a new chapter of his life at Nodding Academy. Chapter 2. Cultivating both immortal arts and martial spirits, Chen Ye observed the gatekeeper's arrogant demeanor, and although irritation simmered within him, he endeavored to maintain his composure. He produced his enrollment notice and presented it, stating, "I am a new student here to register. This is my admission notice." The gatekeeper took the notice, casting a cursory glance before a smirk of derision crept upon his lips. "How could someone like you possibly attend Nodding Academy? Who's to say this notice isn't a forgery? After all, it has been years since anyone with innate full soul power has appeared, and you dare to claim it?" He was about to toss the notice back to Chen Ye when, at that moment, a lavish carriage came to a halt at the school entrance, and from it emerged a youth of remarkable bearing. Upon witnessing the scene, he hurried over, inquiring, "What is the matter?" The gatekeeper, upon recognizing the youth, immediately donned a sycophantic expression. "This student lacks proof of identity." The youth glanced at the notice in Chen Ye's hand, furrowing his brow. "I can vouch for him as a new student. We received our admission notices together." Hearing this, the gatekeeper's countenance soured, yet he dared not impede further, allowing Chen Ye entry. Grateful, Chen Ye cast a glance of appreciation toward the youth, and together they stepped into Nodding Academy. As the gatekeeper nearly resorted to violence against Chen Ye, Yu Tianxuan intervened, compelling the gatekeeper to apologize before the two proceeded into the academy. The youth extended his hand with a smile, introducing himself. "Greetings, I am Yu Tianxuan. I suppose you could consider me somewhat of a teacher here, though not quite. My cultivation surpasses even that of the principal, which is why they have appointed me as an advisor." Chen Ye hastily grasped his hand, exclaiming, "I am immensely grateful for your assistance just now. My name is Chen Ye." Yu Tianxuan patted Chen Ye's shoulder lightly, dismissing the event as a trivial matter. "That gatekeeper simply has a dog's eye for people," he remarked. As they walked and conversed, Yu Tianxuan soon led Chen Ye to the new student registration area. Upon seeing Yu Tianxuan, the teacher in charge of registration immediately greeted him with enthusiasm, lavishing praise upon his family background. However, when it came time for Chen Ye, the teacher's demeanor was notably cold, merely registering him with indifference. Yu Tianxuan noticed the disparity in the teacher's attitude towards Chen Ye, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet he refrained from commenting. After completing the registration, Yu Tianxuan guided Chen Ye to collect his dormitory key. Along the way, he provided Chen Ye with insights about the academy, to which Chen Ye listened attentively. Upon reaching the dormitory area, Yu Tianxuan assisted Chen Ye in locating his room. When they pushed the door open, they discovered another youth already tidying up his belongings. The youth paused his actions upon noticing them, curiously assessing Chen Ye and Yu Tianxuan. Yu Tianxuan smiled and introduced, "This is your new roommate, Chen Ye. I hope you all get along well." The youth approached warmly, extending his hand. "Hello. I am Lin Yu. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chen Ye reciprocated the handshake with a smile. Subsequently, Yu Tianxuan addressed Chen Ye, saying, "I have some matters to attend to. Take your time settling in, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions." With that, he departed. Chen Ye and Lin Yu began organizing their dormitory, engaging in conversation as they worked, quickly becoming acquainted amidst laughter and camaraderie. At that moment, a girl entered, softly announcing, "Hello, I am Xiao Wu." Chen Ye, puzzled, turned to Lin Yu and asked, "Are girls allowed in our dormitory?" Lin Yu explained, "Actually in junior academies. Mixed-gender dormitories are generally permitted. It is only in higher academies that such arrangements are disallowed." Chen Ye nodded, redirecting his attention to Xiao Wu, smiling as he introduced himself. "Greetings, Xiao Wu. I am Chen Ye. We are roommates now, so I look forward to our time together." Xiao Wu playfully winked, "Of course. You can always count on me for assistance." Lin Yu chimed in teasingly, "Chen Ye, looks like we've got a pretty girl to protect us now." Chen Ye chuckled at his jest. Xiao Wu skipped over to her bed, beginning to unpack her belongings. As she busied herself, she remarked, "I've heard our academy is incredibly fun, with many impressive teachers." Chen Ye, intrigued, inquired, "Do you know of any particularly special teachers?" Xiao Wu replied mysteriously, "I've heard there is a teacher who will instruct us on using soul power in combat." "How thrilling." Lin Yu interjected, "Even if such a teacher exists, that would be tomorrow's affair. For today, we should simply familiarize ourselves with one another and prepare for what lies ahead." After hearing this, Chen Ye returned to his bed, organizing his space before settling down to meditate and practice the 9-yang divine art, the cultivation method from his previous world. Just as Chen Ye immersed himself in his training, an unusual wave of energy disrupted his focus. "Curios, Xiao Wu lianid inclusive, asking, Chen Ye, what were you just doing?" "I felt not force." Chen Ye opened his eyes and explained, "I was cultivating a technique called the 9-yang divine art." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. "That sounds impressive. Could you teach me?" Chen Ye scratched his head. "It's not that I don't wish to teach you, but this technique is somewhat unique and can only be received at this time. I can cultivate it for now and perhaps teach you later." At that moment, Lin Yu added, "Xiao Wu, don't be a nuisance. Everyone has their own methods of cultivation." Xiao Wu pouted, "Fine then." Suddenly, the dormitory door burst open, and a brazen voice rang out, "I heard a new student with innate full soul power has arrived. Is it you?" The speaker was a boastful youth, flanked by a group of sycophants. Chen Ye stood up, calmly regarding him. "Yes, that is me. What do you want?" The youth sneered. "I want to see just how formidable this innate full soul power of yours is. Are you brave enough to compete against me?" Chen Ye regarded the arrogant youth before him, feeling a twinge of displeasure, yet predominantly a surge of fighting spirit. He recognized this as an opportunity to prove himself. Taking a deep breath, he replied slowly, "Very well, I accept your challenge." The youth, taken aback by Chen Ye's swift consent, displayed a fleeting look of surprise before swiftly regaining his haughty demeanor. "You've chosen your own demise. Don't come crying for mercy later," he taunted, prompting laughter from his followers. Xiao Wu and Lin Yu cast worried glances at Chen Ye, with Xiao Wu unable to restrain herself, warning, "Chen Ye, he looks formidable. You must be cautious." Chen Ye offered them a reassuring glance before following the youth out of the dormitory. They arrived in an open area within the academy, swiftly surrounded by a throng of onlookers eager for the spectacle. The youth unleashed his martial spirit first, summoning a fierce black panther that radiated a faint, dark glow. Coldly, he challenged Chen Ye, "Hurry and release your martial spirit. Don't make me strike first." The corners of Chen Ye's mouth curled into a slight smile as the 9-yang divine art within him began to circulate, a fervent aura enveloping him. Chapter 3. Dual martial spirits. The battle erupted instantaneously. The youth struck first, unleashing a sharp sword aura aimed at Chen Ye. With agile reflexes, Chen Ye evaded, swiftly forming hand seals while chanting an incantation, launching a fireball that hurtled toward the youth. The youth sidestepped the attack, then propelled himself off the ground like an arrow, his sword gleaming with a cold light as it aimed for Chen Ye's throat. Remaining unfazed, Chen Ye thrust both palms forward, generating a powerful gust that thwarted the youth's assault. Seeing the momentum shift, the youth executed a somersault in mid-air, realigning himself for another onslaught, his swordplay becoming a whirlwind of dazzling maneuvers that left spectators entranced. Chen Ye evaded while seeking an opportunity for counterattack. Suddenly, he spotted a flaw in the youth's technique and lunged forward, delivering a right hook like a hammer. The youth reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block, the immense force causing him to stagger back slightly. Seizing the moment, Chen Ye pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks akin to a torrential downpour. The youth gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to withstand the barrage. Amidst the fierce exchange, their figures blurred, the combat escalating to a fevered pitch. Chen Ye, discerning the opportune moment, abruptly altered his rhythm of attack. Feigning a strike, he maneuvered behind the youth and swiftly executed a throat hold to immobilize him. The youth struggled desperately, attempting to break free, but Chen Ye's grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering him powerless. At this moment, Chen Ye channeled his inner strength, transmitting a formidable force through his arm into the boy's body. The boy felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. Just when he thought defeat was inevitable, he surprisingly bit Chen Ye. The sudden pain made Chen Ye momentarily loosen his grip. However, this brief lapse did not allow the boy to escape. Chen Ye swiftly regained his composure and executed a shoulder throw, slamming the boy onto the ground. Lying there, the boy could muster no strength to rise. Chen Ye stood nearby, his breath slightly erratic but his gaze resolute. He looked down at the boy on the ground and spoke slowly, "The battle is over." The boy gasped for breath, his face a picture of reluctance. Yet he had no choice but to accept defeat. This fierce confrontation ultimately concluded with Chen Ye's triumph. At that moment, a familiar yet authoritative voice echoed from a distance. "You two, the battle is over. It's time to return to class. Don't dawdle here." Upon hearing this, both Chen Ye and the boy were momentarily taken aback before hastily scrambling to their feet. Though the boy's face was still etched with defiance, he dared not defy the teacher's command. He dusted off his clothes and bent to retrieve his fallen sword. Chen Ye stepped forward, extending a hand to help the boy up, and with a smile remarked, "Let us spar again next time." The boy grunted in acknowledgement, but nodded nonetheless. The two, their former fierceness subdued, walked towards the classroom with a hint of disarray, occasionally glancing back at the exhilarating moments of their recent battle, each secretly anticipating an even more intense confrontation in the future. As they entered the classroom, the gazes of their classmates converged upon them, some curious, others in awe. Both boys felt their faces flush as they quickly returned to their seats, preparing to embark on a new lesson. Just as Chen Ye settled into his seat, he noticed a familiar figure walking in with a steady gait. It was Yu Tianxuan, dressed in an elegant robe. His hair danced lightly in the breeze, and his countenance was both stern and commanding. Yu Tianxuan scanned the classroom, his gaze lingering for a brief moment on Chen Ye before ascending to the podium. Placing his book down, he spoke in a deep and powerful voice. "Today, we shall discuss the art of adaptability in battle." With a wave of his hand, a projection of the recent confrontation between Chen Ye and the boy materialized in the air. "Observe," he continued, "in this battle, Chen Ye adeptly adjusted his strategies in response to his opponent's fierce onslaught, seizing opportunities to counterattack. This illustrates the paramount importance of adaptability." As Yu Tianxuan elucidated, he gestured in the air to demonstrate the movements of combat. Once he finished, he added, "Next, let us delve into the various fields of expertise for Soul Masters." He explained that there are offensive, supportive, and defensive categories, suggesting that Chen Ye's martial soul was particularly suited for the supportive role, given that his martial soul was blue silvergrass. "Why is blue silvergrass so prevalent in Dolua continent?" he inquired rhetorically. "It is due to its remarkable vitality. If one reaches the level of a tidal Dolua, it may even possess the ability to resurrect the fallen." Hearing Yu Tianxuan's words, Chen Ye was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. He had never deeply contemplated which domain his martial soul was best suited for, having always relied on instinct in battle. Learning that blue silvergrass was aligned with the supportive role filled him with both joy and confusion. He was elated to discover the unique advantage of his martial soul, envisioning a future where he could shine in supportive capacities. Yet he was also perplexed, having grown accustomed to charging in a battle. He wondered if he could adapt to this new supportive role. He couldn't help but reflect on the recently concluded fight. Would employing supportive strategies have made the battle easier? Simultaneously, he resolved to diligently study the capabilities of blue silvergrass in a supportive context, determined to unearth its potential and advance further along the path of a soul master, thus honoring Yu Tianxuan's insightful teachings. Chen Ye listened intently, his admiration for Yu Tianxuan deepening. His classmates were equally captivated by the vivid explanations, diligently taking notes. At that moment, a student raised a hand to pose a question. Teacher, how should a soul master with dual martial souls choose their field? Yu Tianxuan's expression grew contemplative as he pondered the inquiry. After a moment, he slowly replied, dual martial souls are exceedingly rare. Selecting a field requires a comprehensive consideration of the characteristics of both martial souls. If one is offensively strong and the other defensively robust, a balanced approach of offense and defense may be pursued. Conversely, if one excels in support and the other in control, team combat would be most appropriate. He illustrated his point with an example. There once was a soul master with dual martial souls. One was a flame blade, and the other was vines. The flame blade delivered fierce attacks, while the vines could ensnare foes. He masterfully combined offense and control, dominating the battlefield. He continued, I have investigated ancient family texts that mention dual martial souls. To awaken them, the martial souls of both parents must be of similar quality. For instance, a combination of Haotian hammer and blue lightning tyrant dragon, or Haotian hammer and 7 treasures glazed tile, has the highest probability of resulting in dual martial souls. Although exceptions have occurred in the past, the students listened raptly, and Chen Ye contemplated how he might pair dual martial souls if he were to possess them. Yu Tianxuan surveyed the classroom, offering encouragement. Regardless of your martial soul, with diligent study, you can shine in a field that suits you. After this, he delved deeper into the topic, the atmosphere in the classroom becoming increasingly vibrant. As the bell's clear chime resonated throughout the halls of Notting Academy, the previously tranquil and orderly campus erupted into a lively bustle. Inside the classrooms, students breathed sighs of relief as they set aside their books and pens, beginning to pack their bags. Clusters of friends, often seen together, animatedly discussed the intriguing content shared by the teacher during class or their plans for the break. In the corridors, footsteps and laughter intertwined, creating a cheerful symphony. Some students hurried towards the cafeteria to enjoy a delicious lunch, while others strolled leisurely, exchanging greetings with passing classmates. On the playground, many students were already engaged in various activities. Boys were energetically dribbling basketballs, while girls cheered them on from the sidelines. At this moment, Notting Academy transformed into a vibrant paradise, with everyone exuberantly expressing their youth and enthusiasm during this brief interlude between classes. Amidst the joyous commotion, Teacher Yu Tianxuan moved through the crowd with steady strides. His keen gaze searched the throng, quickly locking on Chen Ye's figure, who was making his way towards the dormitory. Yu Tianxuan quickened his pace and approached Chen Ye, gently patting him on the shoulder. Chen Ye turned to see Teacher Yu Tianxuan, his eyes widening with surprise before he respectfully inquired, Teacher, do you need something from me? Yu Tianxuan nodded with a smile. Speaking kindly, Chen Ye, I understand you are now at the stage where you need to acquire your spirit ring. Hunting for spirit rings is no simple task. It is fraught with danger. I wish to ask if you would like my assistance in hunting for a suitable spirit ring. Chen Ye felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing this. After a moment of hesitation, considering the dangers that awaited outside, he ultimately nodded and expressed his appreciation. I will be grateful for your help, teacher. Yu Tianxuan patted his shoulder reassuringly, replying, no need for thanks. This is what a teacher ought to do. I will arrange for you to take a leave of absence, and we shall depart tomorrow. The next morning, as dawn's light gently illuminated the sky, Notting Academy remained enveloped in tranquility. Chen Ye rose early, meticulously preparing his belongings, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation coursing through him as he arrived at the academy's entrance. Shortly thereafter, Teacher Yu Tianxuan arrived punctually, clad in a lightweight combat outfit and carrying a simple pack, looking invigorated and ready for the day ahead. The two exchanged a glance before making their way out of the academy. Along the way, Yu Tianxuan patiently elucidated various scenarios they might encounter within the forest, alongside strategies for dealing with different soul beasts. Chen Ye listened attentively, occasionally posing questions, and Yu Tianxuan provided thorough answers to each one. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the enigmatic forest, where a delicate mist hung in the air, and towering trees loomed densely. The occasional calls of unknown creatures enhanced the forest's aura of mystery. Yu Tianxuan looked at Chen Ye, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Do not be anxious. With a teacher by your side, we shall undoubtedly find a suitable soul beast for you. And remember, your best fit should be an auxiliary type. I recommend that your first soul skill be chosen from soul beast nearing 1,000 years in age. If I am not mistaken, the calluses on your hands suggest you come from a lineage of blacksmiths. Chen Ye's eyes widened in confusion, and he could not help but ask, Teacher, how do you know this? Yu Tianxuan smiled mysteriously and replied, I have studied the characteristics and talents of various soul masters. Your performance in class, along with the soul power emanating from you, gives me the impression that you either possess twin martial souls or hail from a family of blacksmiths. If your family does indeed work with metal, then one of your parents must possess a martial soul that is a hammer. For instance, besides the blue silvergrass, you most likely have another martial soul, perhaps a hammer? Chen Ye gazed at the faintly visible second martial soul in his palm, his fingertips trembling slightly. In that moment, his thoughts surged. His father had repeatedly warned him before he began school not to reveal his twin martial souls. Yu Tianxuan patted Chen Ye's shoulder and said, You need not worry. I can assure you, my deduction is based on experience. I once had a close friend who also possessed twin martial souls. But due to certain circumstances, we had to part ways. Strictly speaking, it was due to the conflicts between our families. Similarly, I can deduce your twin martial soul. By the way, regarding your soul beast, I have already contemplated it for you. It will be a 999-year-old blue silver deer. I predict that the soul skill you will acquire will be illusionary in nature. While it bears some resemblance to a control-type skill, it will primarily serve to restore soul power for our side. Chen Ye was taken aback by the extent of his teacher's foresight, especially regarding the predicted soul skill. At that moment, as they walked, they encountered a herd of blue-silver deer. Chen Ye inquired of Yu Tianxuan, Are most soul beasts social animals? Yu Tianxuan patiently explained, Not necessarily. While some soul beasts, like wolves, deer, goats, and lions, are indeed social creatures, others, like tigers and eagles, tend to lead solitary lives. Just then, Yu Tianxuan released his soul ring, which illuminated the ground beneath him, displaying a gradient of yellow, purple, and black. Chen Ye was astonished to realize that his teacher was an over 80-level soul de law. In a flash, Yu Tianxuan's 8th soul ring erupted, and his martial soul, the purple lightning Tyrannosaurus, radiated a molten golden light. The domain skill, purple lightning pressure, descended like thunder. The blue-silver deer let out a cry, its hooves striking the ground, causing the blue-silver grass within a 1,000-meter radius to surge wildly, intertwining to form a barrier against the pressure. While the overwhelming force began to erode Yu Tianxuan's soul power, the deer's antlers glowed a vibrant green as it unleashed blue-silver rangebind. The ground's vines morphing into gigantic pythons that constricted, their tips glinting with metallic luster. Simultaneously, it released devouring golden threads, with thousands of golden strands seeping into Tang San's protective soul power, attempting to siphon his mental energy. Following this, Yu Tianxuan activated his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, enlarging the purple lightning Tyrannosaurus to the size of a mountain. Its appearance akin to a blue indigo tyrant with long limbs and 3 sharp claws on each leg. With a single strike, the thunderous assault shattered the vine cage, the shockwave severing ancient trees within 100 meters. Yu Tianxuan knelt, panting, remnants of blue-silver grass and scorch marks clinging to his armor. The blue-silver deer transformed into motes of light and dissipated, leaving a brief silence in the forest. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ye immediately helped Yu Tianxuan to his feet. Yu Tianxuan urged, Do not worry about me. Quickly absorb the soul ring. This one is the most suitable for your first soul ring. Without hesitation, Chen Ye began to absorb the soul ring. Initially, Yu Tianxuan felt a sense of relief as he watched Chen Ye, but when the soul ring appeared, his heart sank in shock. No way. I can't believe I made such a mistake. This is a soul ring for you, not a 100-year one. It merely transferred my soul power to this young man. The rest is up to him. Chapter 5. Hao Qian de Law. Chen Ye took a deep breath and slowly approached the soul ring, exuding a mysterious glow. He could sense the immense and surging energy contained within it, as if it were both alluring and laced with a hint of danger. He gradually sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and cautiously extended his mental energy to touch the soul ring. In an instant, the ring's power surged towards him like a tidal wave, enveloping his entire being in a searing heat, as though he were immersed in a sea of flames. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yet, Chen Ye gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he circulated his internal techniques, striving to assimilate this overwhelming power. The force of the soul ring clashed violently with his own soul power, each impact nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Nevertheless, a resolute belief surged within him, and he continually adjusted his state, guiding the power of the soul ring to gradually merge with his body. Finally, after a grueling struggle, the brilliance of the soul ring began to fade, fully integrating into Chen Ye's being. He slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them, and felt a notable enhancement in his strength. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs and wore a satisfied smile. At that moment, Yu Tianxuan approached with curiosity in his eyes and asked, "Chen Ye, what is your first soul skill?" Chen Ye tilted his head slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting confidently as he replied, "My first soul skill is called All-Encompassing Realm, and it is an auxiliary-type skill." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. An auxiliary-type skill indeed? What unique effects does it possess? Chen Ye smiled mysteriously and explained, "This skill allows me to perceive the state of all entities within a certain radius, and for a brief period, it can amplify the perceptual abilities of my teammates, enabling them to better navigate combat. It can also ensnare opponents in an illusion for 5 seconds." Yu Tianxuan stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully, and marveled. This skill is exceedingly useful. It will undoubtedly play a significant role in team battles. With you possessing this skill, your team's actions will have the advantage of an additional pair of keen eyes and attentive ears. Chen Ye nodded with a smile, filled with anticipation for his newly acquired soul skill. The two engaged in excited conversation before embarking on their journey back to Nodding Academy. Along the way, Yu Tianxuan frequently urged Chen Ye to test his new soul skill. Unable to resist, Chen Ye unleashed All-Encompassing Realm. In an instant, everything around him became remarkably clear within his perception. Even the movements of insects in the distant grass could be detected. Yu Tianxuan also experienced a significant enhancement in his own perception, his eyes filled with awe. However, their moment of tranquility was short-lived, as they were suddenly ambushed by a group of bandits. The robbers, armed with weapons, surrounded the two. Chen Ye remained unfazed, activating All-Encompassing Realm once more, not only gaining a clear understanding of the bandits' movements, but also ensnaring several of them in an illusion. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Tianxuan launched an attack, and the two coordinated seamlessly, quickly overpowering the bandits. After resolving the predicament, they hastened their pace back to the academy. The sunset's afterglow bathed them in warmth, and the two exchanged laughter, eager to showcase Chen Ye's newly acquired formidable soul skill to their teachers and classmates upon their return. However, as they entered the academy, the scene before them left them momentarily stunned. They saw Xiao Wu, Lin Yu, and other work-study students confronting students from other classes, the atmosphere charged with tension. Yu Tianxuan furrowed his brow and swiftly approached, shouting, "Stop this at once! What on earth is going on? What kind of behavior is this?" Both groups of students slightly restrained themselves upon seeing Yu Tianxuan. Xiao Wu, puffed up with indignation, exclaimed, "Teacher, they were the ones who provoked us work-study students first." A student from the opposing group retorted defiantly, "Those work-study students are too arrogant. They must be taught a lesson." Standing aside, Chen Ye activated his perception abilities, quickly discerning the origin of the conflict. It turned out that the rival class was envious of the recent progress made by the work-study students and had deliberately sought trouble. Once Yu Tianxuan grasped the situation, he admonished seriously, "As students of the academy, you should unite and support one another, not engage in fights. I will let this go this time. Should it happen again, I shall impose severe consequences." After hearing this, both groups of students retreated. Yu Tianxuan and Chen Ye exchanged a knowing smile, as the storm had temporarily subsided. After resolving the conflict, Yu Tianxuan instructed Chen Ye to return to the dormitory for some rest while he made his way to the office. Upon pushing the door open, he was taken aback to find a burly man seated within. It was Tang Hao. Rising to his feet, Tang Hao looked earnestly at Yu Tianxuan and stated, "Teacher Yu, I am Tang Hao, the Dolaw of Haoyan. I have come today to ask you to look after my son, Chen Ye." Yu Tianxuan was initially startled, but quickly regained his composure, nodding in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, Senior Tang, this child, Chen Ye, is quite talented. So he truly possesses twin martial souls?" Tang Hao gave a slight nod. "Indeed, and with your assurance, I feel more at ease. He lost his mother at a young age, and I cannot always be by his side. I hope you can bear with him." Yu Tianxuan clapped his chest confidently. "Senior need not worry. I will treat him as my own student. When he reaches level 20, I have a friend who can assist him in entering a school. Albeit it may not be the best, but everything can be taken step by step. May I inquire if his mother was taken by the spirit hall?" A flicker of panic crossed Tang Hao's eyes, there are some matters best left unknown to you. The Spirit Hall may seem formidable, but I cannot be certain. I want him to witness the world with his own eyes, to experience its beauty and its harshness." With that, Tang Hao's figure flickered and vanished from the office. Yu Tianxuan gazed in the direction of Tang Hao's departure, murmuring to himself, what truly transpired back then? What transformed the youngest titled Doluo into the way he is now? Many things began that year, and everything has changed. Finally, the holiday arrived, and Chen Ye joyfully sought out Xiao Wu, inviting her to accompany him back to Shenghan village. Along the way, their laughter echoed as Xiao Wu, filled with curiosity about Shenghan village, incessantly bombarded him with questions. As the outline of the village came into view, Chen Ye's heart surged with excitement. At the village entrance, a familiar elder greeted him warmly. "Ah, Chen Ye, you've returned. And who is this lovely young lady?" Chen Ye smiled and introduced Uncle. "This is my friend Xiao Wu." As they entered the village, the villagers gathered around, warmly inquiring about Chen Ye's well-being. He took Xiao Wu to visit each household. Upon arriving at his own home, though modest, it radiated warmth. Chen Ye recounted amusing tales from his childhood, and the two played joyfully in the small courtyard. That night, they lay on the grass, gazing at the myriad of stars. Chen Ye pointed at the night sky, sharing the legends of Shenghan village with Xiao Wu, who nestled beside him, listening quietly, her heart brimming with warmth. This night, the tranquility and warmth of Shenghan village allowed them to forget the turmoil of the outside world. Chapter 6. The Rose Hotel. Chen Ye held Xiao Wu's hand as they slowly entered Shenghan village. At the entrance, Elder Jack, the village chief, basked in the sun. Upon noticing newcomers, he raised his head slowly. His murky eyes brightened with joy as he stood, exclaiming, "Chen Ye, you're back." Elder Jack approached, his gaze appraising Chen Ye with satisfaction, noting, "You've grown taller and more spirited during your time away." His gaze then shifted to Xiao Wu, and he smiled warmly. "And who might this be?" Chen Ye grinned and introduced, "Grandpa Chief, this is Xiao Wu, my good friend. I brought her to enjoy our Shenghan village." Xiao Wu politely bowed, cheerfully greeting, "Hello, Grandpa Chief." Elder Jack waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, what a well-mannered child. Come, let us go to my home. I'll prepare something delicious for you." As he led them to his home, he eagerly inquired about Chen Ye's experiences outside. After a while, Elder Jack said, "There is something I'd like to tell you as soon as possible. Your father has departed. Before he left a letter for you." Chen Ye took the letter, his hand trembling slightly, filled with complex emotions toward his father. Taking a deep breath, he slowly unfolded the letter, his eyes falling upon the familiar yet strange handwriting. Xiao Wu watched anxiously beside him, her eyes filled with concern. In the letter, Tang Hao explained the reasons for his departure and expressed his expectations and guilt towards Chen Ye. Chen Ye's eyes began to well with tears. For years, he had yearned for news from his father, and now, the letter lay before him, stirring a tumult of emotions within. Elder Jack observed Chen Ye and spoke earnestly, "Child, your father had his reasons. You've grown now. You must face the future courageously." Chen Ye lifted his head, nodding resolutely, carefully tucking the letter away. He understood that from this moment on, he had to shoulder greater responsibilities. Looking at Xiao Wu, he declared, "Xiao Wu, let us strive together to grow stronger." Subsequently, Chen Ye and Xiao Wu bid farewell to Elder Jack and embarked on a new journey, moving toward an unknown yet hopeful future. Years later, both graduated from the Junior Nodding Academy. Following Yu Tianxuan's instructions, they headed to Shrek Academy, while Chen Ye had some matters to attend to, promising to join them later. After leaving Nodding Academy, Chen Ye and Xiao Wu set out for Shrek Academy in the kingdom of Barak. Along the way, they encountered numerous minor troubles. Once, while traversing the forest, they were ambushed by a pack of hungry soul beasts. Chen Ye swiftly summoned a fiery sword using his 9-yang divine skill. And as they strolled along the quaint paths of Shenghan village, they engaged in a fierce battle against the soul beasts, with Xiao Wu nimbly assisting by disrupting the beast attacks with her skills. After a grueling struggle, they successfully repelled the soul beasts. During their journey, they also met a kind-hearted merchant who, upon learning of their intentions to study at Shrek Academy, generously provided them with information about the academy and gifted them some provisions. As time passed, they drew closer to the kingdom of Barak. When they finally caught sight of the gates of Shrek Academy from a distance, both Chen Ye and Xiao Wu felt a surge of excitement. They tidied their clothes and alighted from the carriage, bidding farewell to the merchant. The two, weary from their travels, finally arrived in the kingdom of Barak. However, before they could fully absorb the new environment, Xiao Wu began to voice her grievances. "Chen Ye, Several intermediate academies express their willingness to admit us unconditionally. So why must teacher you insist we come to this seemingly rankless Shrek Academy? Her words revealed a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion as she struggled to comprehend this decision. After all, other intermediate academies might offer better educational resources and a more comfortable learning environment, while Shrek Academy appeared somewhat mysterious and low-key. Chen Ye similed gente. His tone calm and patient as he explained, as I understand it. The reason we're going to Shrek Academy is that the principal there is an old friend of our teacher. They share a deep bond, which is why our teacher agreed to assist. Moreover, only someone as experienced and knowledgeable as our teacher can provide us with the best guidance and education. Thus, by first attending Shrek Academy, we can acclimatize ourselves to the environment and academic atmosphere, and under our teacher's careful mentorship, we can make even greater progress. Once our teacher arrives, the teaching process will proceed more smoothly, don't you think? After a lengthy walk, the two finally reached their destination, the Rose Hotel. The hotel stood like a dreamlike castle beside a bustling street, exuding an enchanting allure. Its exterior design was a masterpiece, adorned with rose-colored walls and golden decorative lines, imparting a sense of warmth and luxury. The fountain at the entrance danced with splashes of water, forming beautiful arcs that seemed to welcome arriving guests. Upon entering the lobby, one was greeted by a breathtaking sight. The spacious and well-lit area was furnished with exquisite sofas and coffee tables, the floor covered with soft carpeting, while a dazzling crystal chandelier sparkled overhead. The staff at the reception desk greeted each visitor with warm smiles and heartfelt hospitality. As Chen Ye observed the attendant before him, a sense of confusion and discontent crept into his heart. He had explicitly requested 2 rooms. How could he suddenly be informed that only one was available? Just as he prepared to engage the attendant in further discussion, a distinctive figure caught his eye. A boy with golden hair and heterochromatic eyes entered his field of vision. The youth appeared to be around 15 years old, his hair shimmering like golden sunlight, while his unusual pupils added an air of mystery. He had a pair of twin sisters, each clinging to one of his arms. With a hint of confidence and arrogance, the boy smirked at Chen Ye and said, "Hey, that last room should rightfully belong to me." His voice was crisp and assertive, exuding an undeniable attitude. In response, Chen Ye's lips curled into a faint smile, half amused. As he retorted, "My dear fellow, judging by your demeanor, do you believe we, having arrived first, should yield to you?" The boy, maintaining a smirk, replied, "Very well. I shall not bully you with my stature. If you can defeat me, the room shall be yours. Understand this, I am Dai Mubai." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye felt a surge of clarity and declared loudly, "It is a deal." Chapter 7. The Malevolent Eye of the White Tiger. With a low growl, Dai Mubai's muscles bulged instantaneously as he transformed, embodying the ferocity of a white tiger, and lunged toward Chen Ye with claws that sliced through the air. Unperturbed, Chen Ye deftly evaded the lethal strike and swiftly countered with a punch aimed at Dai Mubai's flank. Reacting with remarkable speed, Dai Mubai twisted his body, deflecting the blow with his robust shoulder and retaliated with an elbow aimed squarely at Chen Ye's chest. Chen Ye leaped backward, creating distance between them. Dai Mubai, relentless, charged again, this time springing upward with a powerful kick, descending upon Chen Ye like a mountain. Chen Ye pivoted gracefully, dodging the assault, and retaliated with a kick aimed at Dai Mubai's back. The force of the kick sent Dai Mubai staggering forward. Yet he quickly regained his footing and turned to unleash another claw strike. Chen Ye crossed his arms to block, enduring several cuts, but he pressed on, seizing the moment to drive his knee forcefully into Dai Mubai's abdomen. Dai Mubai emitted a muffled grunt, his body bending slightly as their close-quarters battle raged on, each clash igniting sparks. As the melee subsided, Dai Mubai smirked with a hint of mockery, his voice tinged with disdain. "Interesting. But do you truly believe my abilities are limited to this?" Chen Ye's heart tightened at his words. He understood that Dai Mubai's power was far more profound than it appeared. Just as he contemplated his strategy, Dai Mubai suddenly roared, "White Tiger's protective barrier." With his exclamation, a surge of formidable soul power erupted from within, enveloping him in a radiant white light, forming an impenetrable shield. Chen Ye, sensing the urgency, wasted no time and invoked the blazing protection from his pure yang divine skill. Flames ignited around him, encasing his form in an inferno, clashing with Dai Mubai's aura, producing a cacophony of sound as the two powerful forces intertwined, their struggle evenly matched. During the fierce confrontation, Chen Ye cleverly scattered blue silvergrass seeds throughout the hotel, which seemed to possess a life of their own, rapidly sprouting into colossal vines that lunged at Dai Mubai like a blue behemoth. Startled, Dai Mubai maintained his composure, knowing he was a formidable soul master, equipped to handle such unforeseen circumstances. However, he was taken aback by the resilience of the blue-silver grass vines, which clung tenaciously, resisting his attempts to break free. This was due to the inherent ability of the blue-silver grass to manifest a plant-type martial spirit, with its first and second soul skills primarily focused on entanglement and parasitism. Faced with such a tenacious adversary, Dai Mubai mused, "This is quite intriguing. Had I been a soul master of your level, I would undoubtedly be ensnared by your skill, utterly defenseless. Alas, I am a soul sovereign, endowed with formidable abilities such as the White Tiger's transformation." With that, a brilliant white light radiated from Dai Mubai, his physique swelling as his muscles bulged, enhancing his already imposing stature. Simultaneously, a colossal white tiger apparition manifested behind him, emanating a chilling aura. In the climax of this breathtaking battle, the outcome saw Chen Ye's defeat. As the dust settled, Dai Mubai approached with measured, confident strides, as if the world lay within his grasp. Standing before Chen Ye, he smirked and cheerfully proclaimed, "The room is yours. Should you ever visit Shrek again, do not forget to mention the name of Dai Mubai, the Malevolent, a white tiger." This turn of events surprised everyone, particularly Chen Ye, who, having perceived the nature of humanity in the cultivation world, recognized that most would harm others for personal gain. It was rare to find someone like Dai Mubai, who, despite his victory, would bestow the prize upon the vanquished. Panting heavily, Chen Ye gazed at Dai Mubai, a mixture of admiration and reluctance in his eyes. At that moment, Xiao Wu approached, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?" Chen Ye waved her off, then earnestly remarked, "His strength is formidable, at least for now." Xiao Wu nodded, glancing at Dai Mubai's departing figure. Suddenly, Chen Ye spoke again, "And the girl watching from the side may come out now." As his words fell, a young woman in a light blue gown emerged gracefully from behind a pillar, her lively eyes reflecting curiosity and admiration as she regarded Chen Ye. Xiao Wu, ever vigilant, stepped protectively in front of Chen Ye, inquiring, "Who are you? Why were you spying here?" The girl smiled sweetly. "I am Ning Rongrong, merely passing by and drawn in by this spectacular battle. I harbor no ill intentions." Chen Ye regarded Ning Rongrong with some curiosity, but refrained from pressing further. She stepped closer. "Your battle was quite remarkable, especially your use of blue silvergrass techniques." With that, she presented a small vial. "This is a healing potion. I hope it aids you." Chen Ye accepted it with gratitude. At that moment, a girl with black hair and black eyes, her hairstyle resembling two cat ears, clad in a black leather outfit, emerged, coolly stating, "Hello, I am Zhu Zhuqing." Xiao Wu remained on guard, while Chen Ye stepped forward amicably. "Greetings, Zhu Zhuqing. Is that boy earlier related to you?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly. "He is my fiancé. Yet I found your battle quite entertaining." Ning Rongrong smiled and played the peacemaker, suggesting that since they all shared such a fateful connection, why not engage in conversation together? Thus, the group gathered around, with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong recounting their experiences and martial spirits. Chen Ye also shared his insights from the realm of cultivation, while Xiao Wu attentively listened, occasionally interjecting with her thoughts. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly remarked, "Given your capabilities, I believe attending Shrek Academy would greatly benefit your development." Chen Ye and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both feeling a stir of excitement within. Just as their discussion about Shrek Academy unfolded, two individuals resembling commoners nearby began to murmur quietly. "You know, Shrek Academy hasn't welcomed any new students lately. At this rate, it might be on the brink of closure." One plump commoner furrowed his brow as he spoke. The other, a tall and slender man, nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the fierce competition in the Soul Master community, especially considering Shrek's tuition fee of 10 gold soul coins, coupled with the requirement of being under 12 and possessing the cultivation of a great Soul Master, it's quite a challenge. Thus, fewer and fewer people are enrolling. Their conversation caught the attention of the group, prompting Chen Ye to inquire, "Why do you say that, gentlemen? How was Shrek Academy in the past?" The plump commoner glanced at them and replied, "Shrek Academy once held a certain reputation, but it has faltered over the years. It has struggled to attract promising students lately and has gradually declined." The tall commoner added, "Moreover, the Academy's resources are not as abundant as those of other major powers. It's commendable that it has managed to endure this long." Chapter 8, Shrek Academy. Chen Ye cast a determined gaze at the others and declared resolutely, "What are your decisions? Regardless, I am undoubtedly going." He continued, "I made a promise to my teacher." Ning Rongrong responded with a carefree demeanor, "Of course I will go. After all, I have escaped from home, so it matters not where I end up. Her tone suggested a casual indifference toward the decision. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing expressed her intent without hesitation. I shall also attend. Although the resources may be lacking and the facilities inadequate, my fiancé is there, and I would relish the opportunity to give him a good thrashing. Her words revealed a hint of resolve and determination, sparking curiosity about her fiancé. Chen Ye turned his gaze toward Xiao Wu, his eyes revealing concern and apprehension as he gently asked, Xiao Wu, what about your decision? Even if you choose to leave now, no one would fault you. Xiao Wu stood quietly, her gaze meeting Chen Ye's, her eyes shimmering with steadfastness and warmth. She smiled softly and replied, Brother, wherever you go, I shall follow. This decision has long been made, has it not? Though her voice was gentle, it carried an abundance of resolve and courage, as if to convey to Chen Ye that she was willing to face any adversity and challenges alongside him, unwavering in her commitment. Chen Ye smiled, and with a light-hearted tone, addressed the three ladies. Well then, let us make this a joyful decision. Everyone, let us rest well tonight, gather our strength, for tomorrow morning is the registration time. His voice was soothing yet firm, instilling a sense of reassurance. The following morning, the sun cast a gentle glow through the window. Chen Ye rose early, and after freshening up, he stood outside the doors of the three girls' rooms, softly calling, Rong Rong, Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, it's time to set off for Shrek Academy. Shortly thereafter, the three girls emerged in succession. Ning Rongrong donned an exquisite light blue dress, her hair styled high, exuding a playful charm. Zhu Zhuqing wore a sleek black outfit, her posture graceful and her gaze cool, while Xiao Wu, dressed in a pink dress, bounced over to Chen Ye's side. The four of them set forth on their journey to Shrek Academy. Along the way, Ning Rongrong chattered incessantly, her curiosity about Shrek Academy spilling forth, while Zhu Zhuqing quietly followed, occasionally responding. Xiao Wu stayed close to Chen Ye, often linking her arm with his. Their laughter and joy filled the air, brimming with vitality and anticipation for the adventure that awaited them at Shrek Academy, as they walked briskly toward their destination. Chen Ye felt a surge of curiosity, pondering why Xiao would occasionally drape her arm around his shoulder. This action left him somewhat perplexed, as he was uncertain of its implications. At times, Xiao Wu would inadvertently rest her arm upon him, as if it were a natural gesture. Her arm felt soft and warm, evoking an inexplicable sense of closeness in Chen Ye. Yet, when he attempted to decipher the meaning behind this gesture, he found himself at a loss. He began to reminisce about their interactions, searching for clues within their shared moments. He recalled Xiao Wu's smile, her words, and the myriad of exchanges between them. However, these memories offered no clear answers. Rather, they intensified his curiosity. Perhaps Xiao Wu simply regarded him as a good friend, and linking arms was merely a friendly gesture. Alternatively, she might harbor deeper feelings for him, and this action was her way of expressing them. Chen Ye's mind raced with various possibilities, yet he remained unable to ascertain the true reason. This uncertainty stirred a sense of anxiety within him, igniting a desire to understand Xiao Wu's genuine thoughts. Thus, he resolved to find an opportune moment to have a heartfelt conversation with her, aiming to unravel this enigma. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy, where a crowd had gathered, embroiled in a commotion. It turned out that some individuals who did not meet the Academy's requirements were clamoring for a refund, but the Academy staunchly refused. Chen Ye furrowed his brow and maneuvered through the throng with the three girls in tow. At that moment, a burly man, brimming with aggression, shouted at the teacher in charge of registration, "Why won't you refund our money? This is fraud." The teacher, unfazed, responded with piercing clarity. It was clearly stated before registration that no refunds would be issued for those who do not meet the requirements. It is you who fail to listen. The burly man, incensed, raised his fist as if to strike. Chen Ye swiftly stepped forward, blocking the teacher from harm, and coldly stated, "Let us discuss this calmly. Violence will not resolve the issue." The man glared at Chen Ye, ready to unleash his fury, but upon noticing the martial spirit light emanating from Ning Rongrong behind him, his aggression waned. The crowd quieted as Chen Ye clarified that they were there to register. The teacher appraised them, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, and permitted them to proceed with their registration. As Chen Ye stepped into Shrek Academy, he could no longer contain his thoughts, expressing his astonishment. While I cannot fathom why that individual is so adamantly unwilling to refund the fee, 10 gold soul coins is an exorbitant sum for ordinary folk. His voice resonated with incredulity regarding the steep tuition. It must be noted that in this world, currency conversion is rather complex. 10 copper soul coins equate to 1 silver soul coin, and 10 silver soul coins are merely equivalent to 1 gold soul coin. Thus, the seemingly modest sum of 10 gold soul coins actually amounts to a staggering 1,000 copper soul coins. For the average person, this is certainly no trifling amount. Moreover, considering the tuition fee of 10 gold soul coins, it is indeed astronomical. For families of modest means, this represents an undeniable burden. As they conversed, a blond youth approached them. Upon closer examination, the group recognized him as Dai Mu Bai, the very boy they had previously encountered. Dai Mu Bai wurde a fiend smiled, his lips curling slightly as he remarked, "You have finally arrived, and you brought along 2 more ladies. However, this is not the time for idle chatter. Let me take you to complete your final assessment." His voice was deep and resonant, exuding confidence and determination. Dai Mu Bai stated that the forthcoming assessment would involve challenging our vice dean, Xiao Wu, a formidable soul sage at level 72, known by the moniker Immovable King. He cautioned them to exercise utmost vigilance. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye and his companions stiffened, well aware of the immense power wielded by a level 72 soul sage. Yet, not a trace of retreat flickered in their eyes. Dai Mu Bai guided them to an expansive arena where a burly figure stood, Xiao Wu. With arms crossed, he scrutinized them, scoffing, "Just a few little brats wish to challenge me?" Ning Rong, hands on her hips, retorted defiantly, "Don't underestimate us." The battle was imminent. Chen Ye was the first to strike, charging towards Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing, like a specter, maneuvered to the side, preparing for a surprise attack. Xiao Wu employed her agile techniques, seeking the opportune moment to close in. Meanwhile, Ning Rong stood in the rear, unleashing supportive abilities to bolster her teammates' strength. Xiao Wu, with a disdainful grunt, summoned his martial spirit, transforming into a mighty bear of strength, and swatted at Chen Ye. Chen Ye nimbi evaded, simultaneously conjuring his own martial spirit for a counterattack. Zhu Zhuqing seized her chance, her claws aimed at Xiao Wu, but were thwarted by his robust arm. Xiao Wu leaped onto Xiao Wu's back in an attempt to restrain him, yet he violently threw her off. The skirmish became a stalemate, though the group found themselves struggling. They gritted their teeth, driven by a singular resolve, to pass the assessment. Chapter 9. The Immovable King, Xiao Wu. From the outset, the battle escalated rapidly. Chen Ye, Ning Rong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing coordinated seamlessly, each unleashing their respective skills. Chen Ye released fiery attacks, seeking to disrupt Xiao Wu's rhythm, while Ning Rong activated enhancement abilities to elevate her comrades' combat prowess. Zhu Zhuqing, with her agile form, navigated around Xiao Wu, hunting for an opportunity to strike. Xiao Wu danced nimbly, waiting for the perfect moment to entangle Xiao Wu with her graceful techniques. However, Xiao Wu was undeniably powerful. With a sudden pivot, his muscular arms swept like a serpent toward Xiao Wu. Caught off guard, she was struck hard in the abdomen, her body launching several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Gritting her teeth against the searing pain, Xiao Wu attempted to rise again, but Xiao Wu would not afford her that chance. He followed with a brutal kick. As darkness enveloped her vision, her consciousness began to fade, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming force and gently closing her eyes. Seeing Xiao Wu fall, Chen Ye's eyes ignited with fury. He bellowed, unleashing a torrent of pure yang energy from within. As the pure yang divine skill reached its zenith, a scorching aura enveloped him, transforming him into a veritable volcano of flames. He charged towards Xiao Wu, hands coalescing into blazing palm imprints, striking fiercely at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu smirked dismissively, raising his hand to deflect, but when his palm met Chen Ye's fiery imprint, he was seared by the intense pure yang energy, causing him excruciating pain. Seizing the momentum, Chen Ye pressed the attack, his pure yang divine skill unleashing a tempest of assaults upon Xiao Wu. Gradually, Xiao Wu found himself struggling to defend, sustaining several burns from the pure yang energy. At last, Chen Ye discerned his opportunity, delivering a full-force pure yang palm to Xiao Wu's chest. The force propelled Xiao Wu backward, sending him crashing to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. With this, the others exhaled in relief. Xiao Wu, struggling to rise, was filled with astonishment and respect. "Well done, young man. I did not anticipate such strength from you." "Very well. You all have passed the assessment." Ning Rong cautiously assisted Xiao Wu, and together they made their way back to the dormitory. Upon entering, Ning Rong hurriedly laid Xiao Wu on the bed, then turned to fetch a damp cloth, gently wiping the sweat from Xiao Wu's forehead. Concurrently, Dai Mubai sprang into action, anxiously calling out for Oscar while hastily proceeding to the entrance to welcome his arrival. Before long, Oscar rushed into the dormitory, concern etched across his face, and made a beeline for the bed where Xiao Wu lay. Dai Mubai quickly briefed Oscar on the situation. Oscar nodded and swiftly conjured sausage with his martial spirit, which Xiao Wu promptly consumed. At that moment, Oscar inadvertently caught sight of Ning Rongrong standing nearby. Instantly captivated by her beauty, his attention faltered. Chen Ye, observing Dai Mubai, queried with a puzzled expression, "Boss Dai, what exactly is going on with that brother of yours?" His gaze fell upon the individual Dai Mubai had referred to as a brother, noting the pallor of his complexion and the dazed look in his eyes, as if his soul had been severed. Dai Mubai, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation. In a tone tinged with disbelief, he remarked to Chen Ye, "Do you truly know nothing of matters between men and women?" His voice conveyed a hint of surprise and confusion, seemingly unable to fathom Chen Ye's naivete. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback, then slowly shook his head, affirming his ignorance on the subject. A hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. For at his age, one ought to possess a modicum of understanding regarding such matters. Dai Mubai certainly recognized Oscar, the fellow who consistently ventured out to sell sausages for profit. His sausages were quite renowned, especially considering that even on the first day of production, selling them the next day would yield no adverse effects. It was precisely this reputation that often led people to mistakenly perceive him as an older gentleman. After all, how could someone capable of crafting such extraordinary sausages be a mere youth? Nevertheless, this peculiarity endowed him with a unique charm while selling his wares. However, despite Oscar's distinctive allure, Dai Mubai felt he would find it difficult to develop affections for others. His mind seemed wholly consumed with thoughts of profits and sausages, appearing indifferent to matters of the heart. Not to mention the constraints imposed by his family, which Dai Mubai mused might loom over Oscar like insurmountable mountains, complicating his pursuit of romantic endeavors. Yet, it appeared that Oscar had begun to harbor feelings for Ning Rongrong, which, while promising, also posed a dilemma. For the customs of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile clan were well known to all prominent families. Chen Ye's concern for Oscar deepened upon listening to Dai Mubai's words. Just then, Xiao Wu stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open to see everyone present, and she offered a weak smile. Chen Ye approached her bedside, softly encouraging her to recuperate. Afterward, Chen Ye returned to his room, preparing to continue his practice of the pure Yang divine skill. He settled onto his bed, closed his eyes, and began to channel the technique. He guided the pure Yang energy from the heavens into his body through the Baihui point, allowing it to flow slowly through the 8 extraordinary meridians, merging with his inner strength. With each cycle completed, he sensed the pure Yang energy within him growing ever more robust. During this process, he focused his mind, casting aside distractions, and concentrated on the flow of energy, feeling its searing and pristine power surging through his body. Whenever the energy coursed through his limbs and bones, it refined his physique. After a rigorous training session, Chen Ye perceived a slight enhancement in his strength, eagerly anticipating that, in future training and battles, the pure Yang divine skill would manifest even greater potency. Just as Chen Ye reveled in the joy of his training, a sudden knock echoed at the door. He opened it to find Dai Mubai, urgency etched on his face. Without preamble, Dai Mubai declared, "Chen Ye, I wish to consult you regarding the techniques employed by Teacher Zhao. I sense a resemblance between the pure Yang power in that technique and my light attribute martial spirit. If I can study it further, perhaps my martial spirit might undergo a transformation." Chen Ye, taken aback, nonetheless welcomed Dai Mubai into his room with enthusiasm. After a moment of contemplation, he explained, "The pure Yang divine skill primarily absorbs the pure Yang energy of the universe, merging it with one's inner strength. When executed, the energy must be as searing and pristine as flame." Dai Mubai listened intently, occasionally posing questions, to which Chen Ye patiently responded. After an extensive discussion, Dai Mubai felt greatly enriched. Gratefully, he remarked, "Chen Ye, I cannot thank you enough. I shall endeavor to apply what you've taught me. If my martial soul truly undergoes a mutation, it will be entirely thanks to you." Chen Ye smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We are all comrades. It is only to be expected. I hope you achieve a breakthrough." Once Dai Mubai departed, Chen Ye took a deep breath, adjusting his mental state and breathing rhythm before gently closing his eyes, entering a state of cultivation once more. Leaning slightly forward, he sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands resting naturally on his knees, palms facing upward. As his mind gradually calmed, He began to concentrate on the flow of spiritual energy within his body. Chen Ye felt the warm and potent spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, guiding it along a specific pathway. Each time it passed through an acupoint, a slight prickling and tingling sensation ensued. When the energy reached his dantian, he sensed a surge of intense heat gathering there. He understood that this was the crux of the flame explosion technique, the power of fire. He meticulously controlled this fiery energy, allowing it to slowly coalesce within his dantian while continuously absorbing more spiritual energy from the surroundings to nourish it. As time passed, the fire energy grew increasingly formidable, resembling a blazing flame raging within his dantian. Chen Ye dared not let his focus waver. He was wholly devoted to guiding the fire energy, compressing it into a minuscule fireball. This process demanded exceptional control and patience. Any lapse could result in the fire energy spiraling out of control, inflicting severe harm upon his body. At long last, after a protracted effort, Chen Ye succeeded in condensing the fire energy into a fireball no larger than a fingernail. Despite its seemingly insignificant size, the energy it contained was astonishing. Chen Ye opened his eyes, gazing at the fireball in his hand, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He knew that, should he so desire, this tiny fireball could unleash tremendous power, obliterating any adversaries that stood in his path. Chapter 10. The Evil Fire Phoenix. As Chen Ye and Xiao Wu strolled, they were suddenly met with a cacophony of noise ahead. Raising their eyes, they beheld a portly red-haired man gripping a girl's arm tightly, while she, her face contorted in disgust, struggled to break free. The rotund figure, clad in striking red attire, was particularly conspicuous. "My dear, grant me one more chance," he pleaded desperately, his voice tinged with urgency and reluctance. The girl forcefully shook off his grasp, retorting angrily, "Stop bothering me. We are finished." Chen Ye furrowed his brow, about to intervene, when the portly man suddenly lost control of his emotions, reaching out again to seize the girl. She stumbled, nearly falling, prompting Xiao Wu to dash forward and position herself protectively in front of the girl, glaring at the man. "You have gone too far. Let her go." The man glanced at Xiao Wu, then at Chen Ye, snorting dismissively, "Mind your own business." With that, he raised his fist towards them. Chen Ye's gaze turned icy as he sidestepped effortlessly, swiftly subduing the man. After struggling for a moment, the man realized he was powerless to move and begrudgingly ceased his resistance. The girl cast a grateful glance towards Chen Ye and Xiao Wu. Chen Ye stood quietly to the side, observing the girl's industrious figure. His attention was drawn to an object she held, which appeared to be something related to martial souls. Just then, the girl spoke up. "Did you know? This portly fellow possesses an exceptionally formidable martial soul." Chen Ye's curiosity was piqued by her words. The girl continued, "His martial soul is the Evil Fire Phoenix, an extraordinarily rare and potent martial soul." Chen Ye's eyes widened slightly. Although his knowledge of martial souls was limited, he could discern from the girl's tone that the Evil Fire Phoenix was far from ordinary. However, aside from knowing that the man was named Ma Hongjun and that his martial soul was the Evil Fire Phoenix, he was unaware of any further details regarding him, including his strength, background, or origins. At that moment, Dai Mubai's gaze was drawn to Ma Hongjun, Chen Ye, and Xiao Wu, and he quickly formed a conjecture. "Chen Ye, it seems this portly fellow is also a student of Shrek Academy?" Dai Mubai pointed at Ma Hongjun, wearing a teasing smile. "Miss Tsuehua, can it be that even you cannot tolerate him?" To Dai Mubai's surprise, the girl did not respond as he had anticipated. Instead, she turned and fled like a startled rabbit, disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Chen Ye, filled with curiosity, pressed on. "Dai, what exactly is this man's background?" Dai Mubai smiled faintly, explaining, "Well, he is actually a student of our principal. However, his martial soul is rather peculiar. It is a mutated martial soul. I have only heard whispers of such things before. Generally, when one awakens this type of martial soul, it becomes troublesome, for they often rely on females to unleash its power. Of course, there might be other methods, but for most, seeking solace in establishments like brothels is a common choice." Chen Ye mused inwardly. Isn't this akin to the dual cultivation methods of the Hahuan sect? Memories of that mysterious and unique sect surfaced in his mind. Although their dual cultivation technique was not widely known, it had caused quite a stir within certain circles. The Hahuan sect, a female-dominated sect, primarily consisted of female disciples. However, this did not imply that they were limited to dual cultivation with women. In fact, their practice transcended gender, allowing any two individuals whose intentions aligned and whose cultivation methods were compatible to cultivate together, thereby achieving mutual enhancement. Chen Ye pondered it. If that is the case, then the Hahuan sect could certainly acquire some male disciples to partake in this extraordinary dual cultivation method. This would not only augment the sect's strength, but also allow more individuals to experience the wonders of this unique technique. Dai Mubai sighed. In the past, he indeed had quite a few girlfriends. Yet due to his martial soul, those relationships all fell apart. However, this girl seems rather special. It is quite a feat for her to accept him. But I suspect it might be due to his, shall we say, frequent encounters. Xiao Wu interrupted disdainfully. What a weirdo. Dai Mubai quickly defended Ma Hongjun, saying, it is not entirely his fault, although his martial soul is quite rare. There are indeed several like him with the evil fire phoenix. Moreover, their families are often impoverished, with becoming a soul master being their only means of supporting themselves. Fortunately, he is an orphan, so he bears fewer burdens. After a brief pause, Dai Mubai continued, Chen Ye, does that technique you devised truly have the potential to effectively suppress his current condition? After all, his present state is rather concerning. Moreover, if that technique proves effective, it might even benefit his martial soul. Chen Ye, hearing Dai Mubai's words, allowed a hint of a disdainful smile to grace his lips. He candidly replied, to be frank, I hold a certain disdain for individuals like him. I believe that apart from relying on women, he ought to engage in more exercise. Yet, his own laziness is to blame. Who can fault him for that? At that moment, Oscar rushed over like a gust of wind, panting as he exclaimed, so this is where you all are. The principal has summoned us to gather on the playground immediately. His voice resonated through the air, capturing the attention of those around him. Chen Ye, with an expression as inscrutable as stone, fixed his gaze upon Oscar and remarked, if he desires my assistance, he must first earn my respect. Though spoken lightly, the words carried an undeniable conviction. Oscar, evidently perplexed by Chen Ye's statement, stared at him with a blank expression, as if silently questioning, what is happening? Why can't I comprehend your words? Dai Mubai, with a gentle smile, patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and reassured him. Do not fret. Since he has said this, it signifies he possesses a means to subdue your martial spirit. Simply showcase your true capabilities to him, and he will surely see you in a new light. I believe, with your talent, you will undoubtedly gain his recognition. Chapter 11. The Transformation of the Little Demoness. Chen Ye, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar made their way toward Shrek Square. Along the journey, laughter and lively discussions filled the air as they anticipated meeting their companions. The sun cast its warm glow upon them, illuminating their youthful exuberance. The flowers and grasses along the roadside swayed gently in the breeze, as though dancing in celebration of their gathering. At last they arrived at the square, where Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong stood awaiting them. Zhu Zhuqing, poised and striking, exuded a chilling elegance, her long black hair billowing in the wind, radiating an aura of mystery, while Ning Rongrong, adorned in resplendent attire, resembled a noble princess with her exquisite features. Ma Hongjun was immediately entranced, his eyes fixated upon them, nearly drooling at the sight. He found himself gravitating towards Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, muttering under his breath, wow, they're simply breathtaking. Dai Mubai observed Ma Hongjun's dazed expression and sighed, shaking his head as he approached to gently tap the top of Ma Hongjun's head, saying, all right, do not embarrass yourself. Yet, Ma Hongjun seemed oblivious, lost in admiration of the two girls' beauty. Dai Mubai, with evident impatience, admonished Ma Hongjun, I must ask you to temper your fervor. You are behaving quite unbecomingly. To which Ma Hongjun responded with a look of confusion, muttering, what is wrong with me? Am I not allowed to feel a bit excited? Besides, even if you are our leader, you cannot be so domineering. Surely, you should leave some morsels for us brothers to savor. Dai Mubai, shaking his head in resignation, explained, you truly lack insight. I urge you to temper your ardor, not for my sake, but for your own well-being. Just look at yourself. Every time you encounter a beautiful girl, you become utterly entranced. This cannot continue. Moreover, I must inform you that Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancée, so do not entertain any thoughts about her. And as for Ning Rongrong, she is the object of Oscar's affections, so refrain from pursuing her as well. At that moment, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, approached the group. His hair, a shade of gray, was somewhat sparse, seemingly touched by the frost of time. Behind his spectacles, his eyes were sharp and profound, exuding a sense of calmness born from experience. A well-groomed beard adorned his chin, imparting an air of maturity and gravitas. Surveying the gathering to ensure all were present, he began, it appears everyone is here. Let us commence with introductions. I am Flinder, your dean. I wish to impart some crucial battlefield insights. He continued, "You are all aware that support-type soul masters play an indispensable role in combat. Yet they are also the most susceptible to enemy attacks. Therefore, you must remain ever vigilant." His gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Chen Ye as he sternly instructed. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Chen Ye, pay heed. Immediately, run 10 laps around the training ground. This will test your stamina and endurance. And it is imperative for you to understand that speed and persistence are equally vital on the battlefield. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ye sprang forth like a gust of wind, dashing ahead. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, undeterred, followed closely behind. Throughout their run, Oscar displayed unwavering concern for Ning Rongrong, persistently inquiring if she felt fatigued or required a respite. However, Ning Rongrong regarded Oscar's attentiveness with indifference, responding with a degree of coldness. Observing this exchange, Chen Ye felt a flicker of curiosity towards Ning Rongrong. He began to scrutinize her demeanor, noting her graceful movements and refined aura, indicating she was undoubtedly of noble birth. Recalling her previous mention of being from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chen Ye experienced a moment of clarity as one of the continent's foremost sects. Its disciples were naturally imbued with an air of arrogance. With this realization, Chen Ye's understanding of Ning Rongrong deepened. He resolved to redirect his focus away from the interaction between her and Oscar, concentrating instead on his own training regimen. As afternoon waned and the sun dipped lower in the sky, Chen Ye had long since completed his running assignment and stood aside resting. Shortly thereafter, the other two returned, one being Oscar, who appeared thoroughly exhausted, as if all his strength had been sapped, his steps faltering. In stark contrast, Ning Rongrong seemed remarkably at ease, even sporting a faint smile. Flender, stationed nearby, observed them and, as they approached, inquired, "Have you both completed your laps?" Oscar, upon hearing the question, eagerly replied, "I finished." Yet, Flender seemed dissatisfied with this response, retorting brusquely, "I was asking about both of you." A glint of sharpness flickered in Flender's eyes, as if he could peer into the depths of their souls. He fixed his gaze upon Ning Rongrong, and after a brief silence, he spoke, "Without needing your admission, I already know you secretly snuck off to Soto City before fulfilling your running requirement, indulging in a shopping spree and purchasing quite a few items." Ning Rongrong's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, "Why, you were following me?" A subtle smile curled at the corners of Flender's lips as he replied nonchalantly, "As the dean of this academy, it is my duty to ensure the safety of every student. I have encountered many young ladies of your stature." His tone carried a hint of mockery as he continued, "Do you believe yourself to be exceptionally gifted, a true prodigy? Let me enlighten you. You are not the only talent in this academy." Chen Ye discerned the underlying motives behind Flender's words. He recognized this as a common tactic, a means to intimidate and assert control. Such occurrences had been all too familiar in his previous world. However, despite his keen understanding, Chen Ye stepped forward resolutely, confronting the dean without trepidation. "Dean, upon entering this academy, I noticed a concerning issue. Why is there a tuition fee of 10 gold soul coins? You must realize that for ordinary soul masters, this is a significant expense. I fail to comprehend the true rationale behind such a fee. Furthermore, I wish to understand what makes this particular student so special that she warrants such exorbitant charges." Chen Ye's words resonated powerfully, eliciting a wave of astonishment from those present. Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Xiao Wu resolutely stood by his side, asserting with righteous fervor, "Brother is absolutely correct. Our arrival here is not solely to forge friendships. Rather, it is imperative that we support one another as companions, advancing together." Following suit, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward. Although her voice was soft, it resonated with unwavering conviction. The Shrek Academy itself grapples with numerous issues, yet it seems to focus solely on criticizing the faults of its students, which is fundamentally misguided. I believe the Academy should first rectify its own problems before addressing those of the students. It is not an exaggeration to say that, in that very moment, the bond among these four individuals had become inseparable, as if they had merged into a singular entity. Particularly for Ning Rongrong, her heart brimmed with profound emotion. Throughout her life, she had assumed that those who treated her kindly did so merely because she was the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's master. However, at this moment, she truly realized that their goodwill was not solely rooted in her status. Rather, it stemmed from the genuine affection they shared. This revelation filled Ning Rongrong with both gratitude and solace, as she finally comprehended that true friendship and kinship are impervious to external factors. The camaraderie among these four was undoubtedly the purest and most precious of all. Chapter 12. the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. As night fell, the moonlight bathed everyone in its glow. Flander led Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu briskly towards the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. Along the way, Flander repeatedly cautioned everyone. Once we arrive at the arena, we must proceed with utmost caution. The environment here is rife with all manner of individuals. Do not provoke anyone lightly. The group nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at the Grand Soul Arena, which was ablaze with lights and teeming with excitement. A cacophony of cheers and jeers intermingling in the air. Flander guided the group to the registration desk to enroll them in the Team Soul Battle competition. Dai Mu Bai surveyed the eager competitors around him, his eyes alight with determination. While Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together in excitement, Zhu Zhuqing calmly observed her surroundings. And Xiao Wu curiously glanced around. Flander, with a serious expression, turned to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and earnestly declared, "Listen carefully, you two. To graduate smoothly from Shrek Academy, there are two crucial requirements. Firstly, you must attain the strength of a soul master. This is the most fundamental requirement. Only then can you advance further on the path of soul masters." He paused momentarily before continuing. The second requirement is to obtain the Golden Soul Badge. This is no trivial matter. It necessitates continuous battles in the arena, where you must demonstrate exceptional strength and skill to earn this honor. Flander's words reflected his expectations for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. He hoped they would diligently improve themselves during their tenure at Shrek Academy, breaking through in strength and continuously accumulating practical experience, ultimately becoming truly outstanding soul masters. Dai Mu Bai, seizing the moment, added, "According to the dean, every student graduating from Shrek Academy is nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, he mentioned that one of them has even reached the esteemed rank of an elder in the Spirit Hall. However, the dean has remained tight-lipped about the identity of this esteemed individual." Just then, Flander coughed lightly, seemingly attempting to interrupt Dai Mu Bai's discourse. Xiao Wu keenly sensed the unusualness of the moment, though she did not dwell on it, feeling a twinge of curiosity in her heart. Shortly after Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing completed their registration, an announcement echoed through the arena, capturing everyone's attention as they eagerly anticipated the forthcoming match arrangements. When the announcer called out Xiao Wu's name, she felt a surge of nervousness. This was a significant competition, and she did not wish to be eliminated in the first round. The announcement continued. Xiao Wu's opponent is a burly middle-aged man, adorned with a helmet featuring two prominent horns. Upon hearing this description, an imposing image immediately materialized in Xiao Wu's mind, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety. Such an opponent could indeed present considerable pressure. However, Xiao Wu was undaunted. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself to remain calm. After all, she had undergone extensive training and possessed sufficient strength to confront any challenge. As Xiao Wu stepped onto the arena, the middle-aged man manifested his martial spirit, transforming into a colossal water buffalo, its hooves scraping against the ground as it emitted a low, thunderous roar. In a flash, Xiao Wu darted to the side of the water buffalo. The beast abruptly turned, its massive form generating a fierce wind as it charged toward her. Xiao Wu nimbly leaped onto the water buffalo's back. The creature thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge her, yet Xiao Wu clung tightly, utilizing her skill to maintain her grip. Seizing the moment, she concentrated her soul power in her hands and struck fiercely at the buffalo's neck. The beast recoiled in pain, its speed diminishing. Capitalizing on this opportunity, Xiao Wu executed a swift teleportation, positioning herself in front of the buffalo and delivering a powerful kick to its eye. The water buffalo staggered, disoriented, as Xiao Wu unleashed her second soul skill, enchanting the buffalo and forcefully tugging at its hind leg. The buffalo lost its balance and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Xiao Wu swiftly mounted the fallen creature, pressing her knee against its neck and relentlessly attacking its vital points. Ultimately, the water buffalo's martial spirit dissipated, and the middle-aged man fell unconscious, granting Xiao Wu victory in the match. Not long after the conclusion of the battle, the audience's attention shifted to the next contender. Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in a sleek black bodysuit, she moved gracefully onto the stage. Opposite her stood her opponent, a towering man significantly taller than Zhu Zhuqing. His appearance was far from flattering, with a face marred by excess flesh and small, beady eyes that darted with an unsettling glint. Even more astonishing was the fact that his martial spirit was a serpent. The snake coiled behind him, flicking its crimson tongue and exuding an aura of chill. The man waved his hands, and two shadowy serpents lunged toward Zhu Zhuqing with alarming speed. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, she activated her martial spirit. The ghostly cat, her form becoming ethereal as she effortlessly evaded the serpent strikes. Without hesitation, she propelled herself forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Charging at the man. The man, caught off guard, hastily conjured a wall of serpents to shield himself. Zhu Zhuqing, undeterred, leaped onto the serpentine barrier and, utilizing its rebound, delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest. The unexpected agility of Zhu Zhuqing left him reeling, causing him to stagger backward in shock. Fuming with humiliation, the man summoned a massive python, its gaping maw aimed at Zhu Zhuqing. She sidestepped deftly, simultaneously unleashing her first soul skill, the Phantom Strike. Shadows shot forth like blades, piercing the python's flesh, which writhed in agony with a pained roar. Seizing the moment, the man attempted to command the python to ensnare Zhu Zhuqing, but she furrowed her brow, channeling her soul power, enveloped in a layer of dark light, freeing herself from the serpent's grasp. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill, the Phantom Claw, her hands morphing into claws as she lunged at the man with fierce precision. He barely had time to react before her assault struck him, prompting a pitiful cry as he collapsed to the ground, his martial spirit dissipating. Zhu Zhuqing emerged victorious, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the audience. In a hurried rush, they made their way back to Shrek Academy, where Xiao Wu anxiously searched for Chen Ye. Finally, in a secluded corner of the academy, she spotted Chen Ye deep in thought. Xiao Wu approached him quickly, panting as she exclaimed, "Chen Ye, Dai Mubai shared some important information with us. You must come and listen." Chen Ye, noticing her urgency, hurried to meet her, concern etched on his face as he asked, "What is wrong? What has happened?" Xiao Wu steadied her emotions and recounted everything that Dai Mubai had shared with them. Upon finishing her narration, Chen Ye furrowed his brows, plunging into deep contemplation. After a brief moment, Dai Mubai could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Chen Ye, do you sense anything amiss?" Chen Ye lifted his gaze, meeting Dai Mubai's eyes, and slowly articulated, "I was previously intrigued by the affairs of the Spirit Hall, so I made a point to investigate further. I discovered that to become a member of the Spirit Hall, one must first attain the rank of Title De." He paused, then continued, "However, since Shrek Academy's establishment has barely spanned a few decades, possibly not even reaching 50 years, how could there possibly be graduates of Title De Lua caliber in such a brief time frame?" Chapter 13, The Break. When Chen Ye, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong learned that all the promotions surrounding Shrek Academy were fabrications, their reactions varied. Oscar's eyes widened, nearly dropping the sausage in his mouth, as he exclaimed incredulously, "No way, this promotional content is ridiculously exaggerated." Dai Mubai's brow furrowed deeply, a serious expression on his face as he scoffed. To have been deceived by such false advertising is truly unfortunate. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, grinning as he remarked, "Then what are we still doing here? We should hurry and find another academy." Xiao Wu, irate, stomped her foot, hands on her hips, declaring loudly, "This is outrageous. We cannot let this slide." Zhu Zhuqing gazed coldly around, a hint of discontent flickering in her eyes. Yet she remained silent. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms, haughtily huffing, "Humph, this young lady won't waste her time in a place devoid of prospects." Meanwhile, Chen Ye fell into contemplation, pondering whether there was still merit in staying. Although the Academy's true state contradicted its promotional claims, there might still be latent potential to explore. At that moment, Dean Flinder abruptly entered, instantly rendering the previously tranquil room somewhat awkward. "What are you all standing around for?" Dean Flinder questioned the 7 individuals before him, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "Why aren't you in bed?" His voice echoed through the room. However, the 7 did not respond promptly as they typically would, instead silently standing there with resentment etched on their faces. Clearly oblivious to this, Dean Flinder continued, "At such a late hour, if you don't rest, how will you have the energy for class tomorrow?" His tone carried a tinge of reproach, yet was more infused with concern for his students. Nonetheless, the 7 seemed unappreciative of his concern, remaining mute as they fixated on him with eyes full of grievance. Chen Ye's lips curled slightly, a sardonic smile gracing his face as he addressed Flinder. "Dean, I have a question I'd like to pose. Do you know who the youngest title Dolua in history is?" Flinder paused, momentarily taken aback, before flashing a confident smile as he replied, "That would naturally be the Haotian Doa Tang Hao. This is common knowledge. However, your sudden inquiry, does it stem from a particular reason?" Chen Ye similait faintly, avoiding a direct answer to Flinder's question, and instead continued, "Shrek Academy was established only a few years ago. If what you claim is true, that the finest graduates are titled Gaw and furthermore an elder of the Spirit Hall, then the youngest titled Law could hardly be him. After all, as far as I know, Tang Hao only attained title de Law at the age of 44. Flinder's countenance shifted, his mouth opening to provide an explanation just as Dai Mu Bai, fuming, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Flinder, exclaiming, "Dean, this is utterly deceitful. How could you use such false advertising to mislead us?" Xiao Wu hopped forward, hands on her hips, her indignation palpable as she echoed, "Exactly. You claim there are unparalleled Dolua teaching us. It's all a fabrication." Ning Rongrong, arms crossed, haughtily chimed in. "This young lady refuses to squander her time in such a duplicitous academy." Oscar scratched his head, appearing resigned. "Dean, you've led us to rejoice over nothing." Ma Hongjun concurred. "Indeed, had we known this, we would have preferred to attend other academies." Zhu Zhuqing regarded Flinder with cold eyes, although she remained silent. Her discontent was evident. Flinder felt somewhat awkward under their accusations, scratching his head while offering a wry smile. "Please, everyone, let us not be hasty. Allow me to explain. While the promotional content may be exaggerated, the Academy still possesses numerous advantages." Chen Ye's voice turned somber as he slowly stated, "Initially, I came here out of respect for the teachers, but now it seems that regardless of whether the teachers arrive or not, I must depart today. I can no longer coexist with an institution so rife with deceit, nor can I continue any form of collaboration with them." Ning Rongrong's tone was equally resolute as she responded without hesitation, "I feel the same way. After all, I am the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a position of immense prestige. How could I be reduced to relying on a fraudulent academy for my education?" Oscar and Ma Hongjun hesitated, primarily because both were children taken in by the dean. Despite having lived in the academy for a considerable time, they felt they lacked the standing to question the dean. Yet, a simmering frustration brewed within them, feeling their contributions should have sufficed to address the situation. At that moment, Dai Mubai discerned their thoughts. Understanding Oscar and Ma Hongjun's sentiments, he stepped forward without hesitation and declared, "No more. We shall forfeit any fees we've paid. From this day forth, Dean, we sever all ties with you." Dai Mubai's declaration left everyone present astonished. They all recognized the Dean's nurturing role. Yet Dai Mubai's resolute decision to cut ties was undeniably audacious. His gaze swept across the group, finally resting on Chen Ye, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. As he solemnly inquired, "What shall your decision be?" Chen Ye stepped forward without reservation, standing shoulder to shoulder with Dai Mubai, his eyes brimming with trust and determination. Xiao Wu nodded slightly in agreement, her spirited eyes shimmering with resolve. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her impassive demeanor, yet her body leaned slightly forward, clearly siding with Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong flashed a sweet smile, softly affirming, "I too believe this is the best course of action." Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, both wavering. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, mumbling, "Is this really all right?" Oscar furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before slowly affirming, "Although it is somewhat perilous, I trust Dai Mubai's judgment." Ultimately, Ma Hongjun and Oscar nodded in agreement. Observing this, Dai Mubai's lips curled upwards, revealing a satisfied smile. Thus the group, filled with a mix of emotions and reluctance, resolutely stepped through the gates of Shrek Academy, embarking on an uncertain journey. Along the way, silence enveloped them, as each individual seemed lost in the bittersweet feelings of farewell. Eventually, Ning Rongrong broke the silence, gently asking, "So where shall we go next? Does anyone have any suggestions?" Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, everyone lifted their heads, their gazes intertwining. For a moment, silence reigned, only the rustling of leaves in the wind echoing through the air. After a while, Chen Ye spoke, his voice steady and resolute. "Why don't we head to the Spirit Hall Academy? The environment and resources there should be superior to what we have here." Chapter 14. The Death of Old Jack. Xiao Wu stood before the group, her expression resolute. Fists clenched as she proclaimed, "Everyone, I believe we cannot go to the Spirit Hall. While they may appear to be an organization safeguarding spirit masters on the surface, their ambitions extend far beyond that. Their insatiable greed for soul beasts has led to the tragic demise of many innocent creatures at their hands." Chen Ye gazed at Xiao Wu with a furrowed brow, perplexed, and inquired, "Why can't we go to the Spirit Hall? Where else can we possibly go now?" He pondered silently, taken aback by Xiao Wu's refusal. Deep down, Chen Ye understood the reason behind her objection. He was acutely aware of her true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. Humanity's yearning for such ancient creatures is not a recent phenomenon. Throughout history, These venerable beings have been the ultimate aspiration of soul masters, their immense soul power and precious soul rings representing an irresistible allure. At that moment, a commanding voice pierced the air. What are you all debating here? You should be at Shrek Academy at this hour. Turning around, they beheld Chen Ye's mentor, Yu Tianxuan. His penetrating gaze swept over the group, ultimately landing on Xiao Wu, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. Xiao Wu felt a tightening in her chest, but maintained her composure. Chen Ye hastily stepped forward, respectfully stating, "Teacher, we have encountered a dilemma. Xiao Wu believes we cannot go to the Spirit Hall, as she claims they harbor a greedy desire for soul beasts." Yu Tianxuan nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. Xiao Wu is correct. The Spirit Hall indeed harbors ambitious designs. However, recklessly wandering away from Shrek Academy is not safe. Chen Ye, his face flushed with indignation, retorted, "Teacher, you are sorely mistaken. Shrek Academy is nothing but a complete fraud. Their principal audaciously claims that the finest graduates of Shrek are elders of the Spirit Hall. What utter nonsense. To my knowledge, even the most mediocre graduate from Shrek must be a title Diloa-level powerhouse. Yet, Shrek Academy has only been established for a few years. How could such formidable figures possibly exist? It's blatant deception." Yu Tianxuan was inwardly astonished, struggling to comprehend how his once brotherly friend had transformed into this version of himself. In years past, while his friend had displayed a penchant for wealth, he had still been a man of integrity, whose actions were generally above reproach. Yet, time had wrought a dramatic change, leaving Yu Tianxuan with a sense of nostalgia and disappointment as he beheld this stark contrast. With a slight furrow of his brow, Yu Tianxuan spoke, his tone laced with resignation and disappointment. "Very well, I understand." He cast a deep glance at those before him, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, confronting it in reality was still difficult to accept. The individual he had once trusted and relied upon had now become so foreign. Sighing softly, Yu Tianxuan continued, "Though he has become this way, it truly disappoints me." His words bore the weight of profound disillusionment and sorrow for that individual. After a moment of silence, as if to alleviate the heavy atmosphere, he raised his voice slightly, asking, "Given this, where do you wish to go next? Would you prefer to return home, or accompany me to Heavendoe City?" His gaze rested on the others, awaiting their response. Chen Ye, his face etched with concern, looked at his teacher, his lips trembling as if he had something of great importance to convey. At last, summoning his courage, he spoke, "Teacher, I would like to return home first, as I am worried about Grandpa Jack. His health is deteriorating day by day, and I truly fear for him." His voice conveyed a deep sense of longing and worry for Grandpa Jack, evoking sympathy from those who heard him. Upon hearing this, the teacher nodded in understanding, granting Chen Ye permission to visit his grandfather. At that moment, Ning Rongrong interjected gently, "In that case, I shall accompany you. This way, you may feel more at ease, and I can also take the opportunity to visit that village and subsequently ask my father to pay more attention to it." Ning Rongrong's suggestion warmed Chen Ye's heart, alleviating some of his anxiety as he cast her a grateful glance. However, Xiao Wu, though she agreed, felt an inexplicable discontent brewing within her. Thus, Chen Ye, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu set off on their journey home. Along the way, Chen Ye was restless, quickening his pace. Upon finally returning to the village, he rushed directly to Grandpa Jack's house, only to be struck by the devastating scene before him. Grandpa Jack lay in bed, gravely ill, his breath weak. The village doctor shook his head, indicating that there was no remedy. Chen Ye stood vigil by the bedside, grasping his grandfather's hand, overwhelmed with sorrow. Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with tears as she quietly comforted him. Although Xiao Wu was unhappy, the sight before her compelled her to suppress her emotions. Ultimately, Grandpa Jack passed away. The entire village gathered spontaneously to hold a funeral for him, their hearts heavy with grief as they laid him to rest on the hillside behind the village. Chen Ye knelt before his grandfather's grave, reluctant to rise. He vowed silently to become stronger to protect this village. After the funeral concluded, Chen Ye surveyed the familiar yet alien village, his heart a tumult of emotions. Contemplating the path ahead, he fell into deep reflection. In this moment of uncertainty, Chen Ye suddenly recalled his memories of cultivation from the realm of immortals. He began to seek a quiet place within the village, dedicating day and night to his studies, ultimately discovering a suitable method for his current cultivation. As time passed, he gradually grasped the essence of it, significantly enhancing his strength. Upon achieving success in his cultivation, Chen Ye resolved to reunite with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu to seek out their companions. They inquired along their journey and eventually reunited with the others. Upon hearing of Chen Ye's experiences, the group was deeply moved. At that moment, they recalled teacher Yu Tianxuan's mention of Heaven Do City, a place brimming with opportunities and challenges. After deliberation, they decided to journey together to Heaven Do City. They packed their belongings and embarked on a new adventure. Along the way, they supported one another, facing various difficulties together. They understood that what awaited them in Heaven Do City might not only be unknown dangers, but also broader horizons and the hope of becoming stronger. They finally arrived at the gates of Heaven Do City, where numerous advertisements from various academies were posted, with one for the Blue Tyrant Academy standing out prominently. The advertisement boasted about the academy's strong faculty, excellent teaching environment, and generous resources for outstanding students. Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with interest as he remarked, "This Blue Tyrant Academy seems promising. Shall we explore it further?" Xiao Wu wrinkled her nose, uncertain if it was as genuine as Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms, suggesting that it wouldn't hurt to take a look, especially since they currently had no better options. The group engaged in lively discussion, ultimately deciding to venture inside and investigate. Just as they were about to step through the academy's threshold, a young man clad in extravagant attire emerged from the side, casting a disdainful glance at them. "You lot think you can enter Blue Tyrant Academy? Have you even looked at yourselves?" This unexpected provocation ignited their ire, and a conflict seemed imminent. Chapter 15. Blue Tyrant Academy. The group walked toward Blue Tyrant Academy, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Oscar munched on a sausage he had crafted himself. Jesting, "I wonder what Blue Tyrant Academy is like. Will there be any beautiful female classmates?" Daimu Bai shot him a sidelong glance and laughed. "You're only thinking about pretty girls. When we get to the academy, don't get too distracted by the girls and neglect your studies." Xiao Wu bounced over, linking arms with Ning Rongrong, and asked, "Rongrong, do you think we'll encounter anything interesting at the academy?" Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled as she nodded. "Absolutely. We might even make more good friends." Zhu Zhuqing trailed quietly behind, occasionally chiming in with a word or two. As Yu Tianxuan observed the lively atmosphere around him, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Ma Hongjun scratched his head and exclaimed, "I can't wait to showcase our skills at the academy, so that everyone knows just how formidable we are." Chen Ye responded with a chuckle, "Then we must make a splendid impression on Lamba Academy." With that, the group, brimming with anticipation, hastened towards Lamba Academy. Upon their entrance, all eyes were drawn to a tall woman clad in black. Her piercing gaze and elegantly tied, long black hair exuded an aura of icy beauty. She approached Yu Tianxuan directly and embraced him without warning. This unexpected gesture left everyone in a state of shock, particularly Oscar, whose sausage nearly fell from his mouth as he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What is going on here?" Yu Tianxuan appeared somewhat flustered, his cheeks flushing slightly. The woman released him and gazed at Yu Tianxuan with evident delight. "Tianxuan, I've finally found you." The group exchanged puzzled glances, intrigued by the nature of her relationship with Yu Tianxuan. Yu Tianxuan awkwardly clarified, "This is my cousin, Lu Erlong. We studied together for a while." Lu Erlong greeted everyone with a smile. "Hello. You must be Tianxuan's friends. If you need anything in the academy, feel free to reach out to me." The group's earlier curiosity dissipated, and they responded warmly to their senior sister, fostering a more amiable atmosphere as they began to learn about Lamba Academy with Lu Erlong. With a smile, Yu Tianxuan turned to Lu Erlong and quietly inquired, "You established this academy on your own, didn't you? Given how much your family values you, I imagine they would be quite supportive of your vision." Lu Erlong curled her lips slightly, revealing a hint of disdain, and replied, "Yes, it used to be that way. You seem to know everything, as if nothing can be hidden from you." Her tone carried a touch of helplessness and dissatisfaction. Xiao Wu, resembling an adorable little rabbit, edged closer to Ning Rongrong and whispered, "Look at their relationship. They seem really close. Do you think they were once lovers?" Chen Ye, who had been intently observing the two, quickly turned his head and waved his hands dismissively, saying, "How could that be? They are cousins. It's common knowledge that close relatives cannot marry." Xiao Wu blinked, seemingly unconvinced by Chen Ye's response, muttering, "But I still feel like there's something peculiar about their atmosphere." Chen Ye chuckled helplessly to himself, thinking how this little girl was prone to fanciful thoughts. However, as he glanced back at the pair, a sudden realization struck him. Lu Erlong was indeed Yu Xiaogang's cousin. It seemed this world had not deviated too far from the original narrative of Doluo Delu, and their relationship might mirror that of the original story. Or was it possible that his current mentor, Yu Tianxuan, was Yu Xiaogang, albeit with a power level not commensurate with his reputation? Lost in contemplation, Chen Ye noticed Lu Erlong surveying him, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, before announcing, "You all will be staying here today. I see many of you have made breakthroughs. Tomorrow, I will take you to hunt soul beasts for soul rings." The group instantly erupted in excitement. Oscar waved his arms and shouted, "That's fantastic. We finally get to hunt soul beasts." Dai Mubai cracked his knuckles, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xiao Wu bounced around Lu Erlong, asking, "Thank you, Aunt Erlong. Rongrong, what kind of soul beasts do you think we will encounter?" Lu Erlong smiled and patted Xiao Wu on the head, replying, "That will depend on your luck and strength." Yu Tianxuan stepped forward and said to Lu Erlong, "Thank you for your efforts in looking after them." Lu Erlong looked at him with warmth in her eyes and assured, "Don't worry, I will." Observing this exchange, Chen Ye's curiosity deepened, but he understood that perhaps the answers would come once they obtained their soul rings. The group, filled with excitement, eagerly anticipated the soul beast hunting expedition the following day. As night descended and silence enveloped the surroundings, Chen Ye practiced alone in his room. He closed his eyes tightly, regulating his breath and channeling all his energy into the flow of his inner vital essence. After prolonged training, Chen Ye finally sensed a qualitative leap in his strength. His vital essence surged through his meridians like a roaring tide, each impact bringing forth greater power. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Chen Ye's forehead. However, his mind grew increasingly tranquil. He understood that maintaining a calm demeanor was essential for effectively guiding the flow of his vital essence. At last, at a certain moment, Chen Ye's body trembled violently, and a powerful aura erupted from within him. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his face. He had finally achieved the pinnacle of the late stage of chi refinement. This signified that his strength had reached a new zenith, granting him the capability to contend even against formidable foes like soul emperors. Inwardly, Chen Ye mused, "I never expected that this world would also harbor celestial spiritual energy. However, even if it exists, its quantity is likely quite limited. So, why is there an opportunity for divinity here? I surmise that to attain a divine rank through personal effort, one must rely on this celestial spiritual energy. Yet, such energy is not omnipotent, and for now, it remains merely a conjecture. If I could cultivate to the nascent soul stage and then guide others to follow the same path, they would likely only reach the golden core stage at best." At that moment, Chen Ye began to cultivate his spiritual power. As he meditated and focused, his consciousness gradually sank into his mental ocean. Within that vast expanse of the mental sea, he beheld a sword emanating a faint luminosity. This sword was none other than his once-utilized treasure, the Tianai sword. Crafted by his own hands, the sword held a special significance and connection for Chen Ye. It was not merely a weapon, but a manifestation of his dedication and effort. He had named it using the characters for sky and night from his name, symbolizing its enigmatic and powerful essence akin to the night sky. The blade of the Tianai sword shimmered with a cold light, its hilt adorned with gemstones that radiated a soft glow. Its unique design and fluid lines resembled a work of art. As Chen Ye gazed at the Tianai sword, memories of their battles together flooded his mind. This sword had borne witness to his growth and adventures, accompanying him through many arduous moments. Although Chen Ye no longer wielded the Tianai sword as frequently, its place in his heart remained irreplaceable. With a deep sigh, Chen Ye seemed to carry the weight of endless nostalgia and regret. He fixated on the sight before him, murmuring, "Tianai, time has passed for far too long, long enough to nearly forget everything that once was." His gaze fell upon a deep scar on the sword, a testament to the passage of time and countless stories. Chen Ye's voice brimmed with helplessness and sorrow, yet despite the passage of time, he had never forgotten it. He understood that this scar could not be easily erased, but should the opportunity arise to find suitable materials, he would do everything in his power to restore it. His words revealed a resolute determination, as if no matter the obstacles or challenges he faced, he would not waver from this promise. A surge of potent emotions welled up within Chen Ye. He believed that one day he would restore the Tianai sword to its former glory, allowing it to once again radiate its past brilliance. Chapter 16. The Journey to the Stardoe Forest. Lu Erlong crossed her arms and surveyed the crowd, declaring loudly, "From today onward, these four will be joining you. We are all Shrek Academy students, and we must cooperate with one another moving forward." The eyes of the crowd were drawn to the newly joined quartet. Huang Yuan, with his imposing stature, exuded a resolute aura. Jing Ling, agile in form, possessed lively eyes that sparkled with brilliance. Jiang Zhu, possessing a sweet appearance, emanated a gentle warmth. and the formidable assault-type Battle Soul Master from the Leaf family displayed a robust physique, radiating an overwhelming sense of power. Dai Mubai stepped forward, clapping Huang Yuan on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. From now on, we shall be brothers, fighting side by side. Huang Yuan grinned widely and nodded vigorously. Xiao Wu skipped over to Jingling, her curiosity piqued. As a speed-type Soul Master, you must be incredibly fast, right? Jingling replied with a confident smile. Naturally. Rong Rong grasped Jiangzhu's hand, softly stating, we auxiliary-type Soul Masters should communicate more in the future. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun observed the Leaf family's Battle Soul Master, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation. Let us spar some time. Seeing the harmonious interaction among the group, Lu Erlong nodded in satisfaction before raising his voice. Next, I have an important arrangement. We are to venture into the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts. This presents a splendid opportunity to enhance our strengths. So everyone must be well prepared. At his words, excitement and anticipation illuminated the faces of the crowd. Chen Ye clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. He understood this was a pivotal moment to elevate the quality of his soul rings, and perhaps even encounter the 10 fearsome beasts that were yet to make their debut. Oscar retrieved a recovery sausage from his pocket, took a hearty bite, and declared with zeal, no problem, I'm ready. Zhu Zhuqing cast a cool gaze ahead, silently adjusting her state. Lu Erlong continued, in the forest, everyone must follow commands and prioritize safety. Different soul beasts possess distinct characteristics and dangers. Do not let your guard down. The group nodded in understanding, acutely aware of the mission's significance and the inherent risks. Subsequently, they began to prepare their gear, making final arrangements for the impending expedition into the Stardow Forest. Once they were ready to set off, they embarked on their journey together. During their march, Tai Long suddenly turned to Chen Ye, his expression puzzled. Brother, are you really not surnamed Tang? Chen Ye felt a wave of curiosity wash over him upon hearing the question. He recalled that in the original narrative, the relationship between Tai Long and Tang San was not particularly close. Yet how could he discern so quickly that he did not share the Tang surname? He scrutinized Tai Long, attempting to glean insights from his expression, but found only curiosity reflected back at him. With a slight smirk, Chen Ye replied, who knows? Perhaps my ancestors were Tang as well. His words carried a hint of jest and uncertainty. At that moment, a subtle hissing sound caught their attention. Chen Ye scanned the surroundings warily, his gaze ultimately settling on a nearby thicket. There, coiled a vividly colored snake, its head adorned with a distinctive phoenix tail shape. Topped with a vibrant crest, clearly a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Lu Erlong and Yu Tianxuan exchanged glances before simultaneously releasing their soul rings. Lu Erlong's form shimmered with 7 soul rings, their colors a sequence of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black, indicating her soul power had reached level 75, marking her as a formidable assault-type Battle Soul Saint. Yu Tianxuan's rings were even more dazzling, also showcasing 7 rings, but with a color sequence of yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 and black, denoting his soul power at level 89, elevating him to the rank of Battle Soul Daw, a tier above Lu Erlong. The synergy between the two appeared to have been honed over a long period, yet astonishingly, their coordination remained seamless. The thunderous power unleashed by Yu Tianxuan crackled through the air like bolts of lightning, striking the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with pinpoint precision, rendering it immobile. In that instant, Lu Erlong wasted no time, unleashing her fiery skill, enveloping the snake in a blazing inferno. The flames seared the serpent's body, crackling ominously while releasing the acrid scent of charred flesh. At the final moment, both practitioners unleashed their ultimate techniques. Yu Tianxuan's thunderous wrath surged forth like a purple lightning bolt, streaking through the sky with immense pressure and destructive force, crashing down upon the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Simultaneously, Lu Erlong's inferno engulfed the surrounding air, distorting it into a massive wall of flames, tightly encasing the serpent within. The two formidable powers clashed and intertwined with a deafening roar. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake let out a pained shriek as it endured the relentless assault of thunder and fire, its scales peeling away, blood splattering. After this barrage, the snake was left gasping for breath, its body teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Oscar hurried forward, eager to absorb this hard-earned soul ring. With an age of approximately 4,000 years, this soul ring was exceptionally powerful for an ordinary individual, promising a significant enhancement in their strength. For prodigies, it was a commendable choice, further augmenting their abilities. However, for those whose talents transcended the ordinary, like Chen Ye, This soul ring might seem rather insufficient, as their boundless potential demanded higher-tier soul rings to truly unleash their might. Throughout their extensive journey, they encountered several fitting soul beasts. Among them, the Netherworld Phantom Tiger, a tiger-shaped soul beast capable of creating clones, boasted remarkable abilities. The illusory Divine Deer, a mystical and elegant soul beast, possessed impressive speed and agility, and the Heavenly Leaf-Bright Deer, known for its ability to enhance soul power, was undoubtedly a prized attribute for soul masters. These three soul beasts became the soul rings for Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Chen Ye, respectively. Ning Rongrong's ring came from the Heavenly Leaf-Bright Deer, bestowing upon her the ability to augment her soul power, allowing her to advance her strength swiftly. Zhu Zhuqing's ring, derived from the Netherworld Phantom Tiger, granted her the flexibility to adapt to various battle scenarios with its cloning ability, enhancing her offensive tactics. Lastly, Chen Ye's ring was from the illusory Divine Deer, uniquely enabling his teammates to clone themselves, thereby disrupting enemy judgments and attacks while significantly boosting their speed. This capability for teamwork would undoubtedly yield unexpected advantages in battle. Just as they focused on absorbing their soul rings, Xiao Wu cleverly seized an opportunity amidst the heightened alertness of the group, stealthily generating her own soul ring. Though this action was somewhat daring, it showcased Xiao Wu's intelligence and boldness. After a long and arduous journey, the group finally returned to the Shrek Academy, weary and worn. Their steps appeared heavy, and their garments bore the tattered marks of their extensive travels. Yet, despite their physical exhaustion, each face radiated an indescribable sense of satisfaction and contentment. Chapter 17. The Soul Power Instructor. As the morning sun bathed the path of Shrek Academy, Chen Ye, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun set off together toward their classroom. Along the way, Ma Hongjun remained as boisterous as ever, recounting the vivid dreams he had experienced the previous night. Oscar jested beside him, remarking that he must be dreaming of a plethora of beautiful women. Xiao Wu s'occupait joyfully alongside Chen Ye, occasionally tugging at the hem of his garment, curiously inquiring whether today's lessons would be engaging. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing brought up the rear. Although their exchanges were sparse, the occasional shared glance revealed a deep-seated understanding between them. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, murmuring that a superior mode of transportation would be preferable, alleviating the burden of walking. Upon entering the classroom, they discovered that the teacher was already waiting at the podium, prompting everyone to hastily find their seats. Chen Tianyao scanned the room, cleared his throat, and announced, "Today, I shall instruct you on how to better harness your soul power." With that, he summoned his martial spirit, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy. First, close your eyes and attune yourself to the flow of soul power within your body, he patiently guided. The students complied, shutting their eyes and focusing intently. After a while, Chen Tianyao continued, "Now, attempt to concentrate the soul power in the palms of your hands." Ma Hongjun was the first to respond. A faint red glow flickered in his palm, but soon dimmed. Chen Tianyao approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "Do not rush. Maintain a steady rhythm. The condensation of soul power requires a calm mind." Next, he moved to Xiao Wu, who exhibited better control than Ma Hongjun, her soul power coalescing more stably. "Well done, Xiao Wu. Keep it up," Chen Tianyao encouraged. He then proceeded to assist the others, correcting their approach to condensing soul power. Under his meticulous guidance, each student made varying degrees of progress in mastering their soul power, filling the classroom with an atmosphere of focused and positive learning. After a brief pause, Chen Tianyao resumed, "I understand that some of you may regard soul power as merely a rudimentary ability. However, it is precisely this seemingly trivial foundation that serves as the cornerstone for becoming a true powerhouse. If one cannot grasp even the most basic soul power, how can one aspire to achieve greater accomplishments along the path of cultivation?" His tone grew solemn, as though issuing a warning to those who underestimated the significance of soul power. He continued, "Soul power is akin to the foundation of a building. Without a solid base, no matter how splendid the structure may be, it will inevitably falter. Similarly, without a robust foundation of soul power, even the most profound techniques and skills will struggle to unleash their true potential." Chen Tianyao scrutinized the faces of his students, seemingly attempting to peer into their innermost thoughts through their eyes. He took a deep breath and asserted more resolutely, "Therefore, do not underestimate soul power, nor neglect its cultivation. Only by solidifying your foundation can you progress steadily on the path of strength." The students nodded thoughtfully in response to his words. Noticing their contemplative expressions, Chen Tianyao added, "Next, I want you to attempt to condense your soul power while in motion. This will better simulate real combat and enhance your adaptability with soul power." Once more, the students closed their eyes and began to practice according to his instructions. Dai Mubai was the first to rise, as he moved slowly, striving to condense his soul power. It soon became disordered. Chen Tianyao promptly approached him, advising, "Mubai, maintain a steady breath as you move, allowing your soul power to flow naturally with your actions." Zhu Zhuxing cautiously moved with a low posture. Her agile form displayed relative stability in condensing her soul power, earning her a look of approval from Chen Tianyao. Xiao Wu bounced about, her light frame allowing her soul power to cleverly synchronize with her movements. Chen Tianyao smiled, exclaiming, "Xiao Wu possesses great talent. Keep it up." After a session of practice, the students showed improvement in condensing their soul power while in motion. Chen Tianyao nodded with satisfaction, declaring, "That concludes today's training. Return home and consolidate your skills. The cultivation of soul power requires perseverance." The students rose, gathering their belongings in preparation to leave. Ma Hongjun stretched and grinned. Finally, "It's over. I'm utterly exhausted." Oscar clapped him on the shoulder, teasing, "You're the only one complaining. Look at Xiao Wu, still bursting with energy." Xiao Wu proudly lifted her chin and bounced to Chen Ye's side, asking, "Chen Ye, what delicious food shall we indulge in later?" Ning Rongrong joined in, eyes sparkling. "I know a dessert shop with incredibly tasty pastries." Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing exited the classroom side by side, with Dai Mubai quietly asking, "Zhuqing, what would you like to do next?" Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him and softly replied, "I wish to practice condensing soul power while in motion again." Chen Tianyao observed as the students filed out of the classroom, a look of contentment gracing his features. He knew these children had taken another step forward on their journey of soul power cultivation. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Ye chose not to relax like the others. Instead, he reflected on Chen Tianyao's words and resolved to dedicate himself to his training. He sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and began to sense the flow of soul power within him. With each breath, he endeavored to stabilize the energy. As time passed, Chen Ye felt as if he were immersed in a realm of ethereal energy, everything around him growing indistinct, save for the energy that continued to circulate. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle shift within his soul power, as if a new force were surging forth. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated, guiding this force to condense further. With a resounding boom, he broke through the confines of his current realm, successfully advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise and determination flickering within. He understood that this was merely the beginning. A longer path lay ahead in his cultivation journey. The surge of power from his advancement filled him with confidence for the future. Just as Chen Ye reveled in the joy of his promotion, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong standing there. Xiao Wu's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Chen Ye, we've come to invite you to go shopping with us." Ning Rongrong chimed in enthusiastically, "Yes, yes. It's not every day we finish class. Let us all unwind together." Chen Ye hesitated slightly, contemplating his desire to continue solidifying his realm. Yet, seeing the eager expressions on their faces, he eventually nodded in agreement. The group excitedly departed the academy. Along the way, Ma Hongjun became captivated by the street food stalls, while Oscar playfully teased him about being a glutton. Xiao Wu clasped Chen Ye's hand, chattering animatedly. They wandered into a weapon shop, where Dai Mubai took an interest in selecting a dagger, while Zhu Zhuqing offered her counsel. Ning Rongrong was drawn to the jewelry displayed in the store, her eyes wide with fascination. Observing the joy on his friends' faces, Chen Ye gradually relaxed, allowing himself to immerse in their collective happiness. Before they knew it, dusk settled, and the group, filled with satisfaction, began their journey back to the academy. Chapter 18, The Clan of Strength. Talon hurriedly arrived at the small tavern that Chen Ye often frequented. The air was infused with a subtle aroma of alcohol, and a few patrons were gathered around a table, engaged in lively conversation. Spotting Chen Ye in the corner, Talon promptly made his way over and plopped down across from him. "Chen Ye, come with me to the Clan of Strength," Talon stated bluntly. Chen Ye slowly raised his head, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "To the Clan of Strength? For what purpose?" Talon replied eagerly. "The Clan of Strength has recently encountered some troubles. Several elders have heard of your abilities and wish to enlist your help in resolving the issues. Moreover, you will undoubtedly reap benefits from your visit." Chen Ye paused for a moment, setting down his drink, and stood up. "All right, then let us make the journey." Talon's face broke into a delighted smile as he clapped Chen Ye on the shoulder. Excellent. With your involvement, the matters of the Clan of Strength will surely be resolved. Let us depart immediately. The two settled their tab and quickly exited the tavern, heading toward the Clan of Strength. On the road, Chen Ye gazed solemnly at Tai Long and could no longer restrain his curiosity. Tai Long, I have long wished to inquire about the events that transpired within your family. Tai Long fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to respond. After a brief pause, he slowly replied, in truth, it primarily revolves around the Spirit Hall. Chen Ye furrowed his brow even more tightly and pressed on. The Spirit Hall? What connection do they have with your family? Taking a deep breath, Tai Long elucidated, our clan, the Li family, has always revered the essence of pure strength. We believe that only through relentless training and refinement can one truly harness the power of the martial spirit. Therefore, the members of our family typically focus on the cultivation of strength. Chen Ye nodded in understanding. Tai Long continued, however, it is precisely our unwavering pursuit of strength that has piqued the interest of the Spirit Hall. They believe that if members of our family were to join their ranks, they would become formidable forces in battle. A pall settled over Chen Ye's expression as he realized the situation was more intricate than he had initially perceived. Tai Long added, this is not the first time the Spirit Hall has sought to recruit us. Each time, they dispatch powerful figures to persuade us to join. Yet, our family has resolutely declined, as we do not wish to be shackled by the Spirit Hall. Chen Ye inquired, and what about this time? Who have they sent? Tai Long's demeanor turned serious as he responded, this time, they have even sent the leader of the Sacred Dragon sect. This is no ordinary individual, and it seems the matter will not be simple. Chen Ye's expression shifted to one of realization. I see. However, I recall you mentioning that you belong to a clan with 4 attributes, and you also mentioned having once joined a certain sect. Which sect was that? After a moment of contemplation, Tai Long replied, oh, that sect is the Haotian sect. As for why we joined the Haotian sect, I am not entirely certain. However, it is said that it was due to an incident that occurred several years ago that led our 4-attribute clan to ultimately depart from there. Intrigued, Chen Ye pressed further. Oh, what incident was that? Tai Long continued to explain, it seems that at that time, the Haotian Dao killed the then Pope of the Spirit Hall, King Sunji, which triggered a series of upheavals, ultimately forcing us to leave the Haotian sect. After a considerable journey, the two finally arrived at the Li family's ancestral gates. Tai Long stood before the entrance and spotted a burly, muscular man standing in the distance. As they approached, Tai Long's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Father, you're here. The imposing figure was none other than Tai Long's biological father, Tai Noa. Upon hearing his son's call, Tai Noa's face broke into a smile. He strode toward Tai Long, his gaze landing on the person beside him, and inquired, is this your classmate? He seems rather frail. Just then, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, as if the very world was shaking. Following this, a figure resembling a mountain slowly approached, each step causing the ground to quiver and resonate. When the figure finally emerged fully before the onlookers, they could not help but gasp in awe. This was an extraordinarily tall and robust man, his hair and beard as white as snow, with deep lines etched into his face by the passage of time. Yet, his eyes blazed like burning flames, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority and power. This man was Tai Long's grandfather, Titan, a formidable force of immeasurable strength. Once Titan stood firm, his piercing gaze fell upon Chen Ye, and he spoke, young man, allow me to see your martial spirit. Chen Ye did not dare to delay and promptly summoned his martial spirit, the blue silver grass. The blue silver grass swayed gently in his hand, emanating a soft blue glow, appearing quite vibrant. However, Titan merely glanced at the blue silver grass before suddenly furrowing his brow, as if sensing something amiss. He scrutinized Chen Ye and, after a moment of silence, slowly remarked, young man, I sense that there is another martial spirit within you. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's heart trembled, and he stared wide-eyed at Titan in astonishment. He had not disclosed to anyone that he possessed another martial spirit. How had Titan discerned it? In response to Chen Ye's bewilderment, Titan smiled slightly and explained, those who reach the soul below a level can sense whether others possess twin martial spirits. Although I do not know the reason, this ability manifests once one attains the soul below realm. Chen Ye activated his second martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, and Titan gazed intently at the Haotian hammer, pondering deeply. I have 2 questions to ask you, and you must answer truthfully, otherwise, you will find it difficult to survive until tomorrow. Firstly, is your surname truly Chen? Chen Ye's expression turned serious as he replied, no, my original surname is Tang. My father once mentioned that our family has a slight enmity with the Spirit Hall, which is why I changed my name. Titan responded, secondly, is your father named Tang Hao? Chen Ye's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Senior, how do you know? Upon hearing this, Titan immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully declared, Old servant Titan, pays respects to the young master. Both Tainua and Tai Long were rendered speechless. Just as everyone was still reeling from this shock, a raucous laughter echoed from a distance. Ha ha, Titan, you really know how to find support, don't you? A mere child can help the Leaf family escape the clutches of the Spirit Hall. 3 individuals clad in Sacred Dragon sect attire slowly approached, the leader wearing a scornful expression. Titan rose slowly, his gaze icy. Sacred Dragon sect. Do you truly believe you can compel the Leaf family to submit merely by your presence? The leader sneered, Titan, do not drink the wine of courtesy and then ask for punishment. You should be well aware of the Spirit Hall's intentions. Comply and lead the Leaf family to join us, or else. Before he could finish, Chen Ye stepped forward, determination in his eyes. If you wish the Leaf family to join the Spirit Hall, you must first consult my Haotian hammer to see if it agrees. The 3 members of the Sacred Dragon sect's expressions shifted as they realized that a mere boy dared to be so brazen. The leader, now enraged, chuckled darkly, very well. Then I shall teach you a lesson for your insolence. With that, he unleashed his martial spirit, and a fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 19, Defending the Leaf Family. The members of the Sacred Dragon sect looked down their noses at the Leaf family, their expressions dripping with disdain as they mocked. You Leaf family may possess brute strength, but you lack strategy. It is only a matter of time before you are swallowed by other powers. You might as well join the Spirit Hall early and secure your livelihoods. The Leaf family members seethed with anger at these words, but dared not voice their rage. At that moment, Chen Ye could no longer bear it. He strode forward with purpose, his expression resolute, and declared loudly, Sacred Dragon sect. Do not presume you are so formidable. The Leaf family, though perhaps lacking in strategy, possesses undeniable strength, serving as a solid bastion of protection. You, however, pursue profit by any means, aligning yourselves with evil by joining the Spirit Hall. Why do you have to mock others here? Infuriated, one of the Sacred Dragon sect members glared at Chen Ye and shouted, Who is this brat who dares to meddle? Are you trying to stand up for the Leaf family? Chen Ye, undeterred, clenched his fists and asserted, Indeed, I cannot stand your vile faces any longer. Today, I will seek justice for the Leaf family. Enraged, a disciple of the Sacred Dragon sect roared and lunged at Chen Ye like a specter, his hands clawing towards Chen Ye's throat. Chen Ye remained calm, sidestepping the attack, while simultaneously striking with his fist toward the opponent's chest. The Sacred Dragon sect disciple reacted swiftly, retracting his claws to block, and Chen Ye's punch struck his arm, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Seizing the opportunity, the Sacred Dragon sect disciple retaliated with a kick aimed at Chen Ye's abdomen. Chen Ye executed a backward somersault to evade the attack, and, upon landing, he swiftly formed hand seals, muttering incantations under his breath. Instantly, walls of stone surged from the ground, ensnaring the disciples of the Sacred Dragon sect. With a cold smirk, one of the disciples ignited flames in his hands, melting the stone walls one by one. He charged toward Chen Ye once more, his speed surpassing that of before. Chen Ye's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly drew a gleaming long sword from behind him, its blade radiating a chilling light. With a powerful shout, he swung his sword to meet the disciple, and a fierce clash ensued. Shadows of the sword danced and fists howled, as the two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. The onlookers from the Clan of Strength watched anxiously, silently cheering for Chen Ye. As the battle between Chen Ye and the Sacred Dragon disciple intensified, Talon could no longer stand by. He strode forward, joining the fray with purpose. Talon, a towering figure of immense strength, roared like a descending tiger as he charged toward another disciple of the Sacred Dragon sect. Startled by Talon's ferocity, the disciple quickly assumed a defensive stance. Talon unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which created a howling wind. The disciple narrowly dodged but was still grazed, stumbling slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Talon followed up with a kick that struck the disciple squarely in the chest. The force sent the disciple flying several meters, crashing against a nearby rock and spitting blood. At this moment, the Sacred Dragon disciple engaged with Chen Ye glanced at his wounded companion, allowing Chen Ye to exploit the opening. With a swift thrust, his sword pierced the disciple's arm. The disciple winced in pain, abandoning any thoughts of distraction, and refocused on the battle with Chen Ye. Meanwhile, Talon relentlessly pursued the injured Sacred Dragon disciple, leaving him with no means of retaliation. Witnessing the valor displayed by Talon and Chen Ye, The clan of strength erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring. Titan, observing the unfolding situation, reached a conclusion. His expression was as grim as water, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the crowd before declaring, "Given the circumstances today, further discussion seems unnecessary. Relay this message to your master. We shall never align ourselves with the Spear Hall. Should he dare to invade, we will not remain idle, but will rise in resistance and fight to the bitter end." The disciple leading the Sacred Dragon sect seethed with indignation upon hearing Titan's words, retorting fiercely, "In that case, let's engage in a grand melee. If the Sacred Dragon sect emerges victorious, the Clan of Strength must join the Spear Hall." At this proclamation, the members of the Clan of Strength glared in unison, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chen Ye and Talon exchanged resolute glances, each recognizing the determination in the other's eyes. Titan nodded slightly, his voice resolute. "Very well, let the battle commence." The warriors of the Clan of Strength surged forward, clashing with those of the Sacred Dragon sect. The cacophony of battle cries filled the air, fists howled, and the brilliance of magic illuminated the chaos. Chen Ye and Talon charged through the fray like tigers among sheep, driving the disciples of the Sacred Dragon sect into retreat. The disciple at the forefront of the Sacred Dragon sect, witnessing the tide turn, summoned his martial spirit, a massive fire dragon, charging towards the Clan of Strength. Titan responded with a roar, summoning his own martial spirit, a towering mountain, to confront the fire dragon. The collision of their martial spirits unleashed a powerful wave of energy, igniting the very air around them. The clash between the fire dragon and the mountain caused the surrounding atmosphere to feel ablaze. Members of the Clan of Strength were momentarily staggered by the overwhelming force, yet they quickly regained their footing to continue their assault against the Sacred Dragon disciples. When the Sacred Dragon disciples realized their summoned martial spirits had not subdued the Clan of Strength, they unleashed a barrage of spells. Flames, ice shards, and lightning intertwined, plunging the battlefield into further chaos. Chen Ye adeptly navigated through the melee, evading magical attacks while searching for vulnerabilities among the Sacred Dragon disciples. He seized a moment, launching a sword thrust aimed at a disciple's throat. The disciple, quick on his feet, sidestepped the attack and retaliated with an ice blade that shot toward Chen Ye. With a roll, Chen Ye narrowly avoided the icy projectile as it sliced past his clothing. Meanwhile, Talon, utilizing his immense strength, repelled the approaching Sacred Dragon disciples one after another. Yet, the number of disciples grew overwhelming, encircling him completely. They attacked simultaneously, despite Talon's tremendous power. He struggled to fend them off, and injuries began to mar his body. The Clan of Strength suffered their own casualties, but they showed no signs of retreating. Titan maneuvered the mountain, continuously clashing with the fire dragon, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The melee became increasingly arduous, both sides locked in a stalemate, neither able to easily claim victory. Just as the Clan of Strength began to feel the strain, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed from a distance. Ningrongrong, accompanied by her father Ning Fengji and the ancient Delaw, arrived at a breakneck pace. Ning Rongrong called out, "Everyone, cease this at once." The members of the Sacred Dragon sect felt a pang of anxiety upon recognizing the presence of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Ning Fengji, arms crossed, bore a dignified expression as he addressed the Sacred Dragon sect. "Your arrogance is excessive. What skill is there in overwhelming the few?" The ancient Delaw unleashed his formidable martial spirit, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. The members of the Clan of Strength, upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, felt their spirits rejuvenate. Ning Rongrong swiftly activated her support skills, enhancing Chen Ye, Talon, and the others. Bathed in the light of the Seven Treasures glazed tower, the power of the Clan of Strength surged dramatically. The disciple, leading the Sacred Dragon sect, gritted his teeth. Yet faced with the three formidable figures from the Seven Treasures glazed sect, he dared not act recklessly. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously, and the Sacred Dragon sect began to falter. The Clan of Strength pursued their advantage, forcing the disciples of the Sacred Dragon sect into a hasty retreat. Thus, the crisis was averted, and with the assistance of Ning Rongrong and her companions, the Clan of Strength successfully upheld their dignity. Chapter 20. The Nine Treasures Glazed Tower. Ning Rongrong, like a joyous little bird, bounded to Chen Ye's side, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, brimming with uncontainable joy. Ning Fengji stepped forward, concern etched across his features as he inquired, "Chen Ye, how has Rongrong fared at the academy? Has she caused you any trouble?" Chen Ye smiled and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Rest assured, Sect Master Ning, Rong has performed exceptionally well at the academy. She is diligent and never shirks her training, showcasing remarkable teamwork abilities, always playing a crucial role in pivotal moments, and certainly not a source of trouble. Upon hearing Chen Ye's praise, Ning Rong beamed with pride, playfully puffing out her chest. Ning Fengji smiled with satisfaction, ruffling Ning Rong's hair. That's wonderful. It seems the academy's experience has greatly contributed to your growth. Ning Rong linked arms with her father, her voice sweet as she declared, "Father, you need not worry. I'm quite formidable at the academy." The three exchanged smiles, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Then, with a gentle smile, Ning Fengji turned his attention to Chen Ye, his tone calm as he asked, "By the way, I heard from Rong that you possess a unique training method that does not rely on martial spirits for attacks. This piques my curiosity. Would you be willing to share it with me?" The ancient Delaw, upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, felt a quiet relief wash over him, knowing they were finally approaching the crux of the matter. Chen Ye smiled slightly, a glint of mischief in his eyes, and leisurely responded, "Ah, Sec Master Ning, you are quite well informed. However, this unique training method is indeed rather special, and while I am not averse to sharing it." After a moment of contemplation, he continued with a measured tone, "I wonder if you have ever considered allowing the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to evolve into the more formidable 9 Treasures Glazed Tower?" Ning Fengji's heart surged with elation upon hearing this. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Ye, eagerly pressing, "Are you serious? Can the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower truly evolve into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower?" Seeing Ning Fengji's astonishment, Chen Ye's lips curved into a confident smile as he affirmed, "Indeed. It is true. I would never speak lightly. However, achieving this evolution is no simple feat. It requires a unique herb as a catalyst. This herb typically flourishes in a realm where ice and fire intertwine, making it a rare find." Ning Rong gazed at Chen Ye with curiosity, her big eyes blinking as she asked, "Brother Chen, is this herb truly so rare?" Chen Ye's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leisurely replied, "Not merely rare, but for such a herb, even in the most prestigious medicinal markets, one would likely have to part with a fortune to acquire it." Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Bon Delaw's interest in the herb was piqued, and after a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "How about we escort you back to the academy? After all, this herb is exceedingly precious." Grateful for the offer, Chen Ye promptly clasped his hands in thanks, exclaiming, "Thank you, Senior Bon. With your company, we cannot ask for more." Just as they prepared to board the carriage, an elderly man with white hair suddenly materialized before them. He appeared to be of a similar age to Bon Daw, his face etched with the marks of time. The white-haired man gazed at them intently and spoke slowly. "Young man, the herb you mentioned and its growing environment remind me of a certain place." His voice was slightly husky, tinged with nostalgia. The group halted, curiosity sparking as they turned their attention to the enigmatic elder. He continued, "Dugu Bo, the solitary Delaw, resides in a place where ice and fire intertwine. The environment there closely resembles what you have described. Perhaps he possesses this herb." At the mention of Dugu Bo, the expressions of the crowd shifted slightly. Dugu Bo was a renowned figure on the Dolawa continent, his strength unfathomable, and his reclusive nature and unpredictable methods further complicated his reputation. Ning Rong looked at Sword Delawa with skepticism, seemingly dubious about his claims, and inquired, "Grandpa Jian, is what you say truly accurate?" Her voice conveyed a hint of uncertainty. Sword Delawa smiled reassuringly, his gaze steady and gentle as he responded, "Of course, Rong. Well, have I ever misled you?" His tone was imbued with confidence and sincerity, instilling a greater sense of trust in his words. Observing this exchange, Chen Ye interjected, "Regardless, let us return to Shrek Academy first. There, we can deliberate on our next steps." His proposal was undoubtedly prudent. After all, returning to a familiar place would offer comfort in this unfamiliar territory. As they traveled, Ning Rong regarded Chen Ye with suspicion, her curiosity compelling her to ask, "Brother Chen, do you truly believe this herb can enable my 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to evolve into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower? It sounds rather unbelievable." Chen Ye smiled gently and explained, "I understand how implausible it may seem, but I have heard a legend. It is said that in ancient times, there was a deity known as the 9-Color Goddess, whose martial soul was originally the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. However, through a fortuitous encounter, she obtained a wondrous herb possessing unique powers capable of unlocking the potential of martial souls." He paused briefly before continuing, "Upon consuming this herb, the 9-Color Goddess's martial soul underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving from the 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower. This herb seems to harbor a mysterious energy that can transcend the limitations of martial souls, facilitating their evolution. Ning Grongrong listened intently, her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she asked, "What does this herb look like? Where can we find it?" Chen Ye pondered for a moment before responding. This herb is known as the Chihuahua tulip, radiating a spectrum of colors. As for locating it, since Dugu Bo may possess it, we could devise a plan for visiting him once we return to the academy. Seated in the carriage, the group listened as Chen Ye recounted the miraculous properties of the Chihuahua tulip, envisioning the immense power that would accompany Ning Rongrong's martial soul's evolution. Along the journey, they fervently discussed strategy for approaching Dugu Bo, Sword Doa, and Bone Doa contributed numerous suggestions based on their vast experience, with Ning Fengji also chiming in. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong clenched her fists, vowing to procure the Chihuahua tulip and achieve her martial soul's evolution. Finally, amidst their eager anticipation, the carriage came to a gentle halt at the entrance of Shrek Academy. The group disembarked, gazing at the familiar academy. As if glimpsing the hope of future martial soul evolution and enhanced strength, they strode purposefully into the academy, ready to embark on a new journey. Chapter 21, Untitled Draft. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the world, and Chen Ye was lost in the embrace of slumber. Suddenly, the window was silently pushed open, and a shadow, like a wraith, slipped into the room. This shadow was none other than Dugu Bo, agile and stealthy, moving with such grace that he made almost no sound. Approaching Chen Ye's bedside, he gazed at the sleeping figure, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He extended a hand, emanating a soft green glow, and an unseen force gently lifted Chen Ye. Unaware of the shift, Chen Ye remained in deep sleep. Dugu Bo cradled him and leapt back out through the window, vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. In the forest, the trees loomed ominously, and moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a mosaic of shadows. Dugu Bo navigated through the woods, cradling Chen Ye, until he arrived at a clearing deep within the forest. He gently laid Chen Ye down and patiently awaited his awakening. After a while, Chen Ye stirred, and upon recognizing his surroundings and the figure of Dugu Bo beside him, astonishment and confusion washed over his face. Dugu Bo's voice carried a note of surprise and discontent as he scrutinized the young man before him, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. "I initially believed you would remain unconscious for several days after succumbing to my poison, yet you regained your senses rather swiftly," he remarked, a trace of derision evident in his tone, as if taken aback by the young man's constitution. Then his expression turned serious, and he demanded, "Now, speak. How'd you come to know of this place? And why did you divulge my domain to Sword Doloa and the others?" Dugu Bo's interrogation was akin to a sharp blade, piercing directly into the young man's core. Chen Ye, feigning innocence, replied, "Senior, I truly had no idea your territory was such a remarkable place where ice and fire converge. It was entirely because of a friend of mine. His martial soul is the 7 treasures glazed tower, and the herb he seeks can only grow in this unique environment. As for Sword Doloa, he seems to have heard of your location, likely through other channels." Dugu Bo scoffed, "Humph. Do not think your words will grant you leniency. I brought you here to indicate my intention to kill you." His voice was cold and devoid of mercy, exuding a palpable aura of menace. In the face of Dugu Bo's threat, Chen Ye exhibited no signs of fear. He met Dugu Bo's gaze with calm composure and said slowly, "Senior, I understand your suspicions towards me, but I harbor no ill intent. If I could assist you in alleviating your affliction from the poison, would you be willing to grant me a few herbs?" His words conveyed confidence and sincerity, suggesting he might possess a solution to Dugu Bo's predicament. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo's heart surged with an indescribable joy. He had long been tormented by the poison, and this revelation offered him a glimmer of hope. It was this very toxin that had led to the tragic loss of his son, causing Dugu Bo to dote on his granddaughter even more. Even with lingering poison within himself, he would never wish for his granddaughter to endure similar suffering. "What method do you propose to help me rid myself of this accursed toxin?" Dugu Bo inquired eagerly. Chen Ye contemplated for a moment before responding. "The first method is, of course, the use of soul bones. However, it is imperative to note that one must never utilize a head soul bone." Dugu Bo inquired with a hint of perplexity. "Why is the use of the head spirit bone prohibited?" Chen Ye elucidated, "Though spirit bones possess immense power, they are not without their limitations. Should you employ a head spirit bone, the moment it shatters, the toxins will permeate your entire being, yielding dire consequences." Dugu Bo furrowed his brow, pressing further. "And what a second method?" Chen Ye offered a subtle smile, explaining at a measured pace. The second approach is relatively more intricate. It necessitates your collaboration with me, engaging in a series of cultivation and adjustments. Specifically, we must employ unique techniques to guide the toxins within you, merging them with your true energy and gradually refining them. This process may be protracted and will demand considerable effort and patience on your part. Dugu Bo regarded the young man before him with a mocking expression, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as his voice dripped with unabashed skepticism and disdain. You, with such meager cultivation, dare to claim that I should place my trust in you? Truly laughable. His words struck like a sharp blade, aiming to obliterate any semblance of confidence in his opponent. Chen Ye's lips curled into a knowing smile as he softly replied, I anticipated such a reaction. Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, as if the very world were reverberating in response. The source of this formidable presence was the boundless flames that surged forth from within him. The flames erupted like a volcanic eruption, engulfing him in a searing blaze. This fire was extraordinarily fierce, consuming everything in its path, distorting the very air with its oppressive heat. This was no ordinary flame, but rather the manifestation of Chen Ye's rare constitution, the sun flame dominance, awakened in the realm of cultivation. Such a physique is exceedingly rare, granting its possessor dominion over potent flames, capable of annihilating all in existence. Consequently, Chen Ye became the target of relentless pursuit in the cultivation world, with various factions eyeing him covetously, eager to claim him as their own. Dugu Bo stared in astonishment at Chen Ye, utterly unprepared for the explosive force radiating from the young man. His eyes widened in disbelief as he queried, What manner of aura is this, young man? Chen Ye smiled gently, aware that he had captured Dugu Bo's attention. He spoke slowly, esteemed elder. I can reveal that this is due to my possessing a unique constitution. This physique is remarkably dominant, endowing me with strength and capabilities beyond that of ordinary beings. Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Dugu Bo felt a stir of intrigue within. He pressed on, a unique constitution? What precisely does that entail? Chen Ye inhaled deeply. Continue. This constitution allows me to unleash astonishing power in a brief span, while simultaneously enhancing all my bodily functions. More importantly, it provides me with formidable resistance to toxins and an exceptional capacity for their eradication. At this juncture, Chen Ye paused, gazing earnestly into Dugu Bo's eyes, stating earnestly, As I mentioned earlier, I firmly believe that this constitution can cleanse the toxins from your body. Should you be willing to give a try, perhaps you could be freed from this affliction. Chapter Yirmi Iki Wule. After a moment of contemplation, Dugu Bo spoke slowly. There is some merit to your words. However, merely your words alone will not suffice to convince me entirely. Here's the deal. In the city of Tiando, there exists a ruffian named Bulu, known for his nefarious deeds, often preying upon women. If you can ensure he will no longer offend, I may extend you a modicum of trust. Chen Ye, contemplating, respite. Given your disposition, esteemed elder, I doubt you would be so incensed over a mere petty thug. Did he perhaps commit some particularly egregious act against your granddaughter? Dugu Bo's countenance darkened, his teeth gritted as he retorted, Humph. I detest negotiating with someone like you, as it often leads to disadvantage. However, since you asked, I shall disclose that the scoundrel nearly sullied my granddaughter. Chen Ye was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. He quickly responded, That is truly outrageous. Fear not, esteemed elder. I will find a way to resolve this issue for you. Dugu Bo shot him a withering glare and continued, It would be best if you could eliminate him. If that is not feasible, then ensure he is rendered incapable of further wrongdoing for life. Chen Ye, brimming with confidence, declared, Esteemed elder, grant me 3 days, and my companions and I will surely resolve this matter. His voice conveyed unwavering determination, igniting curiosity about his plan. Dugu Bo, furrowing his brow, expressed skepticism. How do you intend to achieve this? This task is no simple feat. That fellow is solely interested in women. What could possibly persuade him to change his ways? His tone held a hint of doubt, seemingly unconvinced of Chen Ye's potential success. Chen Ye smiled reassuringly, saying, Rest assured, esteemed elder, I have my methods. With that, he hurried back to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Upon arrival, he gathered Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, recounting Dugu Bo's demands and the unfolding events in detail. Upon hearing this, the group was incensed. Dai Mubai slammed the table, exclaiming, Such vile individuals must be met with severe punishment. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together, eager to take action. Chen Ye presented his strategy. We can have Rong, Xiao Wu, and Zhuqing masquerade as delicate maidens to lure Bulu into a trap, while we lie in wait in the shadows. Once he appears, we will apprehend him swiftly. The group nodded in agreement. Oscar produced his homemade sausages, stating, I will prepare recovery sausages and flying sausages for contingencies. With clear division of labor, the plan to confront Bulu was set in motion, and the group was resolute in their intent to teach the villain a lesson in 3 days' time. As night fell on the following day, just as anticipated, the figure of Bulu emerged once more. However, to their astonishment, his complexion was an alarming shade of pallor, as though an unseen force had drained him of vitality. A closer inspection revealed that this pallor was not merely due to fatigue or lack of sleep, but rather a distinct sign of excessive indulgence. At that moment, Bulu's gaze unexpectedly locked onto Zhu Zhuqing. Intriguingly, amidst the bustling crowd, why did he single her out? After careful consideration, the answer began to crystallize. The trio had opted to act independently, thereby rendering each a distinct entity, making it easier for Bulu to notice them. Naturally, Zhu Zhuqing was no exception. Just as Bulu was poised to strike, Chen Ye unleashed his fiery ability. A roaring inferno surged upward like a dragon. Hortink towards Bule. Taken by surprise, Bulu was struck by the sudden flames, emitting a piercing scream as his garments ignited and his skin suffered severe burns. Writhing in agony, observing Bulu's struggle amidst the flames, Chen Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. He coldly remarked, Humph, indeed? Soon I shall make you wish for death. Suddenly, Bulu let out a furious roar, as if his voice reverberated throughout the world. Without hesitation, he unleashed his formidable martial spirit. In an instant, a surge of dark energy swept forth like a tumultuous tide, engulfing everything in its vicinity in an impenetrable shroud of blackness, as if the night had descended, rendering the world beyond his reach. Yet, in the face of such terrifying darkness, Chen Ye exhibited no fear. He was, after all, a master of flame manipulation. A confident smile graced his lips as he swiftly summoned the fiery essence within him, concentrating it into his palm. The next moment, Chen Ye surged forward, his flames erupting like a dazzling bolt of lightning, slicing through the obsidian sky and hurtling toward below. The inferno raced forth with astonishing speed, akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, it struck Bulu with tremendous force. Under the weight of this ferocious attack, Bulu collapsed to the ground, utterly bereft of strength, his body limp and unable to rise again. Standing over Bulu, Chen Ye looked down upon him with a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, grasping a sharp blade that gleamed ominously. It seemed to warn Bulu of the grim choices that awaited him. Make your decision. Chen Ye's voice was frigid and merciless. Will you sever your own head, or choose to castrate yourself? His words dripped with malice, evoking an icy shiver. At that moment, Dai Mubai and his companions rushed over, concern etched on their faces. Chen Ye, are you all right? Chen Ye shook his head, indicating that he was unharmed. Dai Mubai's gaze shifted to Bulu, his brow furrowing as he spoke gravely. Is this the infamous Bulu? We should eliminate him swiftly to prevent further harm to the innocent. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. I concur. However, individuals like him are seldom alone. His accomplices will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Therefore, I believe we should behead him, allowing his comrades to come for retaliation. This way, we can follow the trail and capture them all. Chen Ye nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Zhu Zhuqing's words. He approached Bule, who was now trembling in terror, shrinking away in fear. With an icy glare, Chen Ye raised his blade high. Seeing this, Bulu screamed frantically, Don't kill me. I'll castrate myself. Please spare my life. Chen Ye scoffed. Isn't it a tad too late to beg for mercy? With that, he brought the blade down with force. The glint of the blade flashed, and a fountain of blood erupted from Bulu's neck as his head rolled away, eyes wide open in eternal shock. Blood splattered onto Chen Ye, yet his expression remained unchanged, calmly observing the scene. Dai Mubai stepped forward, patting Chen Ye on the shoulder. Well done. Now we await his comrades to take the bait. Chapter 23. The Lewd Three Swordsmen. One could see Tianya, tall and lean, with a sinister glint in his eyes, toying with a slender dagger, while Yigao, stocky and brutish, radiated an aura of menace. They swaggered toward the group, with Tianya smirking disdainfully. You little brats dare to challenge Bulu? Dai Mubai snorted, his soul rings shimmering. Enough chatter. None of you are leaving here today. As soon as he spoke, the group released their martial spirits, their momentum surging dramatically. Yigao let out a maniacal laugh and charged forward, his martial spirit resembling a massive goose. its wings flapping and stirring a whirlwind. Ma Hongjun, undaunted, activated his evil fire phoenix spirit, unleashing searing flames toward Yi Gao. Simultaneously, Tianya darted toward Zhu Zhuqing with blinding speed, like a wraith. Zhu Zhuqing adeptly evaded, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. At this critical juncture, Ning Rongrong unhesitatingly activated her support skill, Soul Skill 1, Power 2, Speed 3, Spirit. A faint golden radiance enveloped her, akin to the dawn's glow illuminating her form. This luminescence rapidly spread, enveloping her teammates. Empowered by this golden aura, their bodies felt lighter, as if lifted by an unseen force. Their movements becoming more agile and their speed significantly enhanced. Moreover, this soul skill greatly amplified their soul power, which had previously waned, now igniting into a fierce blaze. With Ning Rongrong's assistance, Chen Ye felt his strength and speed surge, and with a mighty roar, he charged at Tianya. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu utilized her agility to flank from the side. The trio formed a pincer movement, trapping Tianya in the center. Sans signe danger, Tianya is gaz d'arkend, and he wielded his dagger with lethal precision, attempting to break free from the encirclement. Zhu Zhuqing seized her chance, lunging forward with her umbral stab. Like a bolt of black lightning aimed directly at Tianya. Though he attempted to evade, Zhu Zhuqing's claws still tore through his clothing. At that moment, Chen Ye capitalized on the opening, delivering a powerful punch to Tianya. Tianya raised his arm to block, but the sheer force sent him staggering backward. Xiao Wu followed up with a swift strike, crashing into Tianya like a cannonball, knocking him to the ground. The three pressed their advantage, coordinating flawlessly in their relentless assault on Tianya. Gradually, Tianya's stamina waned, and he was ultimately overwhelmed by the trio and lay incapacitated on the ground. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix flames clashed violently with Yi Gao's tempestuous winds, unleashing a maelstrom of heat and force. Observing this, Dai Mubai activated his 3 soul rings, transforming into a colossal white tiger and lunging fiercely at Yi Gao. Oscar quickly prepared recovery sausages, distributing them to his teammates, further enhancing their combat capabilities. Yi Gao, sensing Dai Mubai's ferocity, flapped his wings and retreated rapidly, while his goose spirit unleashed a powerful gust, momentarily halting Dai Mubai's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Hongjun unleashed his Phoenix Meteor Shower, showering Yi Gao with a barrage of fiery meteors. Yi Gao, engulfed in flames, let out a pained howl. Dai Mubai charged at him, raking his claws across Yi Gao's flesh, blood spraying forth. Oscar produced another recovery sausage, boosting the team's stamina once more. As Yi Gao staggered from the assault, the trio executed a synchronized offensive, with Dai Mubai attacking from the front, Ma Hongjun pressing down from the air with flames, and Oscar providing support from the sidelines. Ultimately, Yi Gao succumbed to the relentless barrage and collapsed to the ground, with Tianya and Yi Gao lying defeated. Chen Ye brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and approached them with a cold demeanor. "I'm not one to harbor a benevolent heart," he stated, his eyes narrowing as he conjured a mysterious power with both hands. Swiftly, he formed intricate hand seals, and the energy coiled around Tianya and Yi Gao's heads like 2 black serpents. Despite their attempts to struggle, they were utterly powerless, helplessly watching as the force drew near. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, tension palpable among the onlookers. With a powerful tug, Chen Ye severed their heads cleanly, blood gushing forth. Dai Mubai and the others regarded the scene with newfound respect for Chen Ye. Turning to his companions, Chen Ye declared, "It's done." He surveyed the bodies of Bula, Tianya, and Yi Gao, retrieving a specially crafted storage bag from his soul guide to stow their remains. Subsequently, he set forth toward the territory of Dugu Bo. Upon entering the rugged mountain path leading to Dugu Bo's domain, the treacherous terrain and the burden he carried demanded every ounce of his effort with each step. Suddenly, a soul beast lunged from the thicket, fixating its icy gaze upon him. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his soul power, raising his hand to unleash a fierce attack. The soul beast struck and let out a wretched cry, fled in disarray, continuing its journey toward the territory of Dugu Bo, acutely aware that many unknowns awaited it ahead. Chen Ye, with a grave expression, gazed intently at Dugu Bo and cautiously spoke. "Senior, this is the corpse of the individual you sought." With that, he gently placed 3 blood-soaked, grotesquely contorted bodies before Dugu Bo. The corpses lay sprawled in chaotic disarray, blood seeping continuously from their wounds, staining the ground around them crimson. Their bodies were riddled with numerous injuries, some deep enough to expose bone, others torn asunder by sharp weapons, rendering the scene exceedingly gruesome. Dugu Bo scrutinized the three bodies, his countenance darkening further. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Ye, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, yet he ultimately nodded and proclaimed, "Very well. I can now place my trust in you. Tell me, how do you intend to assist me in detoxifying?" His voice was deep and resonant, revealing a yearning for liberation from the poison and an expectation of Chen Ye's abilities. Chen Ye smiled confidently, swiftly forming intricate hand seals. Suddenly, intense flames erupted from his palms, manifesting in an extraordinary shade of purple, flickering with hints of lightning, emanating an astonishing heat. He deftly maneuvered this enigmatic fire, gradually approaching Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo frowned, feeling the toxic energy within him stir restlessly, seemingly resisting the flames. Chen Ye remained wholly focused, carefully guiding the flames closer to Dugu Bo's body. Where the flames roamed, the toxins concealed within Dugu Bo began to dissolve like ice meeting warmth, transforming into tendrils of black smoke devoured by the fire. However, as the detoxification progressed, the rampant toxicity within Dugu Bo mounted a fierce counterattack, causing the flames to flicker unsteadily, as if struggling against overwhelming odds. Chen Ye gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and with a sudden surge of soul power, he intensified the flames, enveloping Dugu Bo entirely. Within that searing inferno, Dugu Bo stifled a groan of agony. Yet he could distinctly sense the toxins within him diminishing at an accelerated pace. At last, the final remnant of poison was purified by the flames. Dugu Bo exhaled deeply, his gaze towards Chen Ye filled with gratitude and astonishment. Chen Ye, with a serious demeanor, stated, "The reason you have yet to eliminate all the toxins is simply due to their overwhelming quantity. Were it not for such a vast accumulation, a single attempt would suffice to eradicate them entirely." Chapter 23. Treasures and Intercourse. Dugu Bo spoke slowly. "I comprehend now. You need not continue detoxifying me. Upon reflection, if my poison truly were to be completely unraveled by you, it would likely yield little benefit for me." Chen Ye pondered for a moment before responding, "In truth, there exists another method worth exploring, though it necessitates a considerable amount of time, during which you may still wield your poison." Dugu Bo, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "What method?" Chen Ye smiled gently and elucidated, "It is quite simple. You must seek out a suitable weapon and refine it into a treasure. However, I suspect the reason no one has undertaken this path is that the process is exceedingly lengthy, requiring vast amounts of time and effort. Moreover, once the treasure is forged, the individual may become so preoccupied with its creation that they neglect their own cultivation. Yet, should one live long enough, such concerns may become irrelevant." Dugu Bo regarded Chen Ye with skepticism, pressing further, "If no one has ever forged such a treasure, implying its non-existence, how can you be aware of its potential?" In response to Dugu Bo's skepticism, Chen Ye smiled slightly, unfurling from his robes an ancient-looking longsword. The blade, entirely black, glimmered with a faint cold light, and its hilt was adorned with a blue gemstone, exuding an air of mystery. Gently caressing the sword's surface, Chen Ye spoke slowly, "This sword is named the Sword of Heavenly Night, a relic from my previous life." His voice was calm, yet resolute, as if the sword bore the weight of his past memories and tales. Dugu Bo's gaze was captivated by the Sword of Heavenly Night, feeling a formidable power pulsating within. Nevertheless, doubt lingered in his heart, prompting him to ask, "Even so, what connection does this have to the treasure you claim has never existed?" Chen Ye met Dugu Bo's gaze and clarified, "While I cannot ascertain whether that treasure truly exists, my experience and understanding of treasures suggest another possibility. Should someone successfully refine that treasure, it may very well become their lifelong companion, accompanying them through the ages. Furthermore, this likelihood is not negligible, as certain treasures possess unique spiritual qualities, capable of forging profound bonds with their masters." Pausing momentarily, Chen Ye continued thus, "Even if that treasure went undiscovered in my past life, it does not imply its non-existence. Perhaps it has been concealed in some forgotten corner, awaiting a destined individual to unearth it. If the one who successfully forges it were to reincarnate in the next life, there remains a reasonable chance that the treasure would continue to accompany him." Dugu Bo's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "So, you mean to say that by enveloping all the toxins in the forging of this treasure, I could still wield my poison without any adverse effects?" His voice tinged with excitement and expectation. Chen Ye nodded affirmatively, responding, "Moreover, This may very well open a gateway to a higher realm for you. His tone was imbued with encouragement and confidence, as if he envisioned Dugu Bo achieving greater feats along this path. At that moment, a figure hastily approached from a distance. Chen Ye's mentor, Yu Tianxuan. Spotting Chen Ye, he hurried over, mildly reproaching. Chen Ye, where have you been? I was searching high and low for you. Chen Ye smiled and explained, Master, I encountered Senior Dugu and was discussing certain matters with him. Yu Tianxuan then noticed Dugu Bo standing nearby, pausing momentarily before respectfully bowing. Senior Dugu, it is an honor to meet you. Dugu Bo appraised Yu Tianxuan from head to toe, inquiring, are you this lad's mentor? Yu Tianxuan nodded affirmatively. Chen Ye proceeded to relay the discussion about refining treasures to Yu Tianxuan. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Yu Tianxuan's eyes as he addressed Dugu Bo. If you were to attempt this method, it may indeed pave the way for new possibilities. Dugu Bo stroked his chin thoughtfully and, with a hearty laugh, declared, very well. Since both of you advocate for this, I shall give it a try. Yu Tianxuan cautioned, however, to speak candidly. I once had a friend who was a 98th level super Doloa. She once warned me that if one truly wishes to forge a treasure, utmost caution is essential. 4. According to her, the spiritual energy of this realm is rather scarce, which is not favorable for treasure forging. Recently, she even sent me a letter stating that the spiritual energy in this world seems to have diminished further. Dugu Bo, intrigued, asked, is it necessary for the spiritual energy of the world to be abundant in order to forge a treasure? His brow furrowed, indicating his skepticism toward this assertion. Yu Tianxuan affirmed, indeed, that is the case. Although we may not currently be able to forge treasures, I do possess a method to offer you, Senior. You see, when soul beasts reach an age of 100,000 years, they cultivate an inner core within them. Moreover, all toxic soul beasts, despite their inherent toxins, also experience a backlash from these toxins. However, once a soul beast attains the 100,000 year mark, such side effects dissipate. The reason lies in the fact that when a soul beast reaches the age of 100,000 years, an inner core begins to form within it. Although I'm not entirely certain why soul beasts possess such inner cores, considering that both soul beasts and soul masters utilize soul power, it stands to reason that we might also attain an inner core through diligent cultivation. Dugu Bo regarded Yu Tianxuan with a skeptical expression, seemingly unconvinced by his words. He furrowed his brow and pressed, can you truly assure me that this method will succeed? Yu Tianxuan responded with unwavering confidence, absolutely. I have experienced this firsthand, and this approach is undeniably effective. He paused momentarily before continuing. When I reached level 70, I was able to cultivate my thunder power. This force is sealed within my soul, only to be unleashed in critical moments as a final trump card. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo's gaze flickered with uncertainty, yet his resolve was stronger. Even if there are risks, I am willing to give it a try. With that, he commenced his seclusion for cultivation. In the cramped meditation chamber, Dugu Bo sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes closed, enveloped by a swirling miasma. He immersed his entire spirit within, guiding the soul power to surge wildly through his meridians. Initially, all proceeded smoothly, but as time progressed, he felt the toxins within him begin to rampage uncontrollably, clashing with the soul power and inundating him with waves of excruciating pain. Nevertheless, Dugu Bo gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he continuously adjusted his breathing and the flow of soul power. Each moment of perseverance brought him closer to success. At last, in a fleeting instant, he sensed a peculiar force coalescing within him. This new power emerged from the ultimate fusion of toxins and soul power, gradually forming a core. As the core grew in strength, an inner core radiating a ghostly green luminescence began to take shape. Dugu Bo slowly opened his eyes, filled with astonishment and satisfaction. He had succeeded. Chapter 24. Celestial Herbal Essence. After an extended period of focused cultivation, Dugu Bo had successfully refined his inner core. This remarkable achievement signified a qualitative enhancement of his strength. Meanwhile, Chen Ye was not idle. In this enigmatic locale, he meticulously selected several rare celestial herbs. These herbs were exceedingly rare, possessing potent medicinal properties and miraculous effects. Chen Ye carefully gathered these herbs, placing them into his satchel. He understood that these herbs were not merely invaluable resources, but rather the key to enhancing his own power. Having completed this task, Chen Ye promptly set off on his return journey, heading toward the Blue Tyrant Academy. With a heart full of eagerness, he hurried along. Yu Tianxuan followed closely beside him, observing Chen Ye's urgency with a smile. Do not rush. We shall arrive at Blue Tyrant Academy shortly. Chen Ye scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Master, I am simply eager to return and show my fellow Academy members the celestial herbs I have brought back. As they conversed, they continued on their way. En route, they encountered a group of petty thugs attempting to seize the herbs within Chen Ye's satchel. Yu Tianxuan furrowed his brow, casually waving his hand to send the thugs fleeing in disarray. After several days of travel, the outline of Blue Tyrant Academy finally emerged within their sight. Chen Ye quickened his pace with excitement, and Yu Tianxuan matched his stride. Upon entering the academy, familiar sights greeted them and their classmates. Upon seeing Chen Ye and Yu Tianxuan return, gathered around them, eagerly inquiring about their recent expedition. Chen Ye beamed as he recounted his adventures along the way, pride evident on his face. At that moment, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu pushed to the forefront. Chen Ye's eyes brightened as he cautiously retrieved the celestial herbs from his satchel. He looked at everyone earnestly and declared, "These celestial herbs will greatly aid in enhancing our strength, and I wish to share them with you all." Initially taken aback, the group soon exhibited expressions of surprise and gratitude. Chen Ye began distributing the herbs based on each individual's martial soul characteristics and physique. Dai Mubai received a wondrous mushroom, the celestial chrysanthemum, which enhances both physical strength and offense. Oscar received the 8-petal immortal orchid, known to amplify auxiliary abilities. Ma Hongjun was given the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, which purifies malevolent flames. Ning Rongrong chose the previously mentioned Chiluot tulip. Zhu Zhuqing received the water fairy bone, which boosts speed. And Xiao Wu was bestowed with the heartbreak red. The group held their herbs, showering Chen Ye with endless thanks. Chen Ye smiled and said, "We are partners. By enhancing our strength together, we can fight side by side in the future." The group decided to immediately begin absorbing the herbs. Dai Mubai sat down, placing the celestial chrysanthemum before him. As the herb's radiance enveloped him, he felt a surge of powerful energy flooding into his body. His bones cracking as he grew more robust, the sense of strength swelling within him. Oscar consumed the 8-petal immortal orchid, and in an instant, inspiration flooded his mind. His auxiliary skills seemed to undergo a transformation, and he could distinctly sense his mental strength merging with the herb's power, greatly enhancing his support abilities. Ma Hongjun swallowed the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, and the malevolent flames within him flared up instantly. However, the herb's power continually suppressed them. Enveloped in flames, he howled in agony, but as time passed, the malevolent fire was gradually purified, becoming increasingly pure. Ning Rongrong held the Chiluot tulip, its brilliance merging with her body. Her mental strength was nourished, and the radiance of her 7-treasure glazed tower grew more resplendent, amplifying its effects. Zhu Zhuqing consumed the water fairy bone, feeling as light as a swallow, her speed continuously increasing, as if the wind itself aided her. Xiao Wu cradled the heartbreak red, her heart filled with emotion. Yet she refrained from absorbing it. After everyone had absorbed their herbs, each experienced a significant enhancement in strength. Observing his companions grow stronger, Chen Ye felt greatly inspired. Seeking a secluded spot, he commenced his own seclusion to break through. He took out the remaining herbs and set up a spirit-gathering array, sitting within to cultivate. The medicinal power of the herbs gradually infused into his meridians, his spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave. The golden core flickered uncertainly under the pressure of the spiritual energy, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Chen Ye gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength to guide the spiritual energy against the bottleneck. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him as cracks appeared on the surface of the golden core. Spiritual energy spilling forth. Chen Ye endured the torment, employing his mental techniques to stabilize the golden core. As time passed, the cracks expanded until, with a resounding explosion, the golden core shattered into countless tiny fragments. Remaining calm, Chen Ye continued to guide the spiritual energy to reshape the golden core. Through his efforts, a new golden core gradually took form, radiating an even more brilliant light than before. His aura surged as he successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the golden core. Chen Ye slowly opened his eyes, his presence receding, a smile gracing his lips. He knew he was one step closer to greater strength. After breaking through to the mid-stage of the golden core, Chen Ye felt an unusual power surging within him. Suddenly, his sunfire body was fully activated, and a searing light burst forth from him. Within this radiance, Chen Ye's consciousness seemed to transcend time and space, glimpsing a distant future. It was an era of chaos, where myriad realms were embroiled in strife. A young man wielded a long staff, standing tall. With every swing of his staff, he summoned boundless storms, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Those formidable beings faltered before his staff, their eyes filled with fear. Chen Ye was astonished to discover that this youth bore a striking resemblance to him. Before he could comprehend this revelation, the light gradually faded, and he returned to reality. Filled with confusion and awe, Chen Ye understood that this might be a form of enlightenment bestowed upon him by the Sunfire body. While still pondering the visions presented by the Sunfire body, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. Moments later, 3 young boys materialized before him out of thin air. The youth wielding a long spear possessed a gaze as frigid as ice, and the chilling aura emanating from him caused the surrounding temperature to plummet instantaneously. In stark contrast, the boy brandishing a massive ruler radiated an intense heat, as if he could incinerate everything in his vicinity. Meanwhile, the young man with the sword remained silent, his murderous intent sending shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to approach. This was indeed an illusion conjured by the solar tyrant body. Or perhaps, it was a glimpse into the future that awaited him. This thought struck him like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the night sky, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. He widened his eyes, fixated on the scene before him, as if attempting to pierce through its very essence. What lay before him was a desolate landscape, with the earth cracked and barren, devoid of any life. The sky was shrouded in a thick cloud of dust, obscuring the sunlight and rendering the world a dreary gray. In the midst of this ruin stood the solitary figure of the boy with the long staff. Chapter 25. The Rift Between Father and Son. Chen Ye pondered incidente, questioning the true intent of the solar tyrant body in presenting this vision. Was it to forewarn him of impending events, or to allow him a glimpse of the years yet to come? This dilemma loomed in his mind like a dense fog, enveloping him in confusion and uncertainty. He contemplated. At this juncture, he could only proceed step by step. Fortunately, after this period of cultivation, he had attained the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. The dragon-s blood he absorbed earlier from the Eye of Ice and Fire had played an indispensable role in this advancement. Its contribution to his growth was nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing all expectations. Recalling the moment, Chen Ye still felt a shiver of trepidation. The energy of the dragon-s blood was overwhelmingly potent. The instant he absorbed it, it felt as if his entire body might be torn asunder. Yet, it was precisely this formidable force that propelled his cultivation forward, catapulting him from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. A remarkable leap indeed. Standing still, he surveyed his surroundings, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within him. Each blade of grass and every tree seemed to awaken memories buried deep within his soul. Here, he could not help but reminisce about those bygone days, those lifetimes that could never be easily forgotten. He murmured softly, his voice echoing in the air, reflecting on his previous lives. The quarrels with his father were vividly etched in his mind. In those days, he was impetuous and weary of the myriad rules and constraints of the palace. He yearned for freedom, to explore the world beyond, rather than languish within the opulent yet suffocating confines of the palace. However, he also understood that he was ultimately ill-suited for the courtly life. The intrigues and machinations of the palace left him utterly fatigued. He had no talent for political maneuvering and was disinclined to engage in the relentless struggles for power. In stark contrast, the life of the Jianghu was what he truly longed for. There, he could wield his sword across the horizon, uphold righteousness, and pursue his ideals without restraint. I am who I am, a free spirit of the Jianghu. A faint smile of relief graced Chen Ye's lips. He knew that no matter how many cycles of reincarnation he endured, the deep-seated desire for freedom within him would remain unchanged. With unwavering resolve, Chen Ye gazed at his father, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. Father, I have harbored a dream in my heart. To leave the court and venture into the Jianghu, seeking a realm that belongs solely to me. His voice, though soft, resonated with determination and confidence. He recognized that this decision might disappoint his father, yet he firmly believed that only in the Jianghu could he truly harness his talents and fulfill his aspirations. He continued, Father, while the court may be splendid, its myriad regulations bind my hands and feet. I yearn for freedom, to gallop unrestrained through the vast Jianghu, forging bonds with heroes and experiencing myriad trials and tribulations. A spark of excitement shone in his eyes, as if he could already envision the adventures and encounters that awaited him in the Jianghu. Perched upon the dragon throne, the elderly monarch appeared aged, his hair now streaked with gray, a testament to the passage of time. At that moment, his face was contorted with rage, his eyes bulging as he fixed an unyielding gaze upon Chen Ye, his voice brimming with fury and authority. Chen Ye, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? As a prince, and the crowned prince of the entire dynasty, how dare you utter such things? His voice reverberated through the palace, imbued with an undeniable authority that instilled a sense of reverence. Chen Ye regarded his father with a serious expression, inhaled deeply, and replied softly, "Father, I understand your hopes and concerns, yet I am acutely aware that my temperament and abilities are ill-suited for life in the court. I harbor no interest in power and conflict. I would far rather live a life of freedom." His voice, though calm, was laced with an unshakable resolve. He recognized that this decision might disappoint his father, but he was convinced that only by doing so could he truly find his own path. The eunuch beside him stared at Chen Ye in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such words to escape his lips. His eyes widened in disbelief. Wu scoffed derisively and remarked, "Were it not for your status as the legitimate heir, and the fact that you are the only legitimate son, would I have named you crown prince? Do not presume that because you're the fourth son, I have no other options. The reason I did not appoint the eldest, the second, or the third is solely because they are not legitimate heirs." Hao's complexion paled, his body trembling slightly. He had always believed that his exceptional talent and capabilities had earned him the title of crown prince, only to discover that it was merely due to his lineage. Hao continued, "Very well, if you have longed to venture into the Jianghu, then go. From this day forth, I shall not only strip you of your title as crown prince, but also demote you to commoner status." Time slipped away, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. On a day blessed with brilliant sunshine and gentle breezes, Emperor Hao sat upon the dragon throne. Having concluded his state affairs when a thought of a certain individual crossed his mind, prompting him to casually inquire of the eunuch Xiaogang beside him. "Xiaogang, I ask you, how fares that young man now?" Xiaogang, well aware of whom the emperor referred to, hastily bowed and responded, "Your Majesty. As far as the servant knows, he is currently navigating the Jianghu and has already carved out a name for himself." Hao sighed. He is truly his mother's son, showing no interest in the court. Yet, it was his mother who sacrificed her life to protect me, which is one of the reasons I made him crown prince. After all, he is the only legitimate son born of the empress. Xiaogang, contemplative, remarked, "Your Majesty. Each person in the world harbors their own thoughts, and he is no exception. Especially given his inherent nature, he resembles his mother strikingly, or rather, he is quite akin to the empress. Perhaps both mother and son share a unique yearning for the Jianghu." Hao's countenance turned slightly pale as he spoke slowly. "Xiaogang, I have a request. I am well aware that my health has significantly deteriorated and my days are numbered. However, as I approach the end of my life, I hope you can assist me in inviting him to pay his respects." Chapter 26, Reincarnation. Chen Ye stood quietly upon the barren land, his thoughts surging like a tide. He recalled the fierce argument with his father from his previous life, the scenes replaying in his mind with startling clarity as if it had transpired yesterday. The quarrels he had with his father remained vividly etched in his memory. The heated exchanges, the unyielding stances, were deeply imprinted within him. And now, was he not on the verge of making his appearance once more? Chen Ye murmured to himself, a whirlpool of complex emotions churning within his heart. At that moment, a deep and authoritative voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Since you're already aware, there is no need for me to conceal the truth any longer. I am Tang Hao, your father." Chen Ye abruptly turned his head, his gaze locking with Tang Hao's. He stared at the imposing figure before him with a wave of reverence washing over his heart. Tang Hao continued, "I wish to inquire how you came to this world. Are you truly my son, or have you usurped his soul through some means?" A hint of doubt and concern permeated his voice. Chen Ye, with utmost seriousness, looked at Tang Hao and replied, "You need not worry. I am merely reincarnated, reborn as your son. Initially, I thought this world was merely a narrative, a figment of imagination, yet I never anticipated that I would inexplicably arrive here." Tang Hao's face registered surprise as he pressed further. "Are you suggesting that in your world, this is merely a novel?" Chen Ye nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, that is the case. In my realm, this world is but a fictional narrative, with characters and stories conjured by the author's imagination. Yet now, I find myself a part of this reality, which is truly hard to fathom." Tang Hao, with a skeptical expression, asked, "Does this not imply that everything could be a fabrication? What significance does our present existence and experiences hold?" A smirk played at the corners of Chen Ye's mouth as he responded resolutely, "I cannot speak for your perspective, but I assure you, I am not one to believe in predestined fate. If the heavens are unjust, I shall defy them. A surge of ambition blossomed within Tang Hao. His eyes widened as he clenched his fists, as if aiming to grasp the entirety of the world. Defy the heavens? He murmured to himself, how audacious. Even a junior comprehends the need to challenge fate. How could I consider otherwise? He recalled the young man before him, whose unwavering conviction and courage dared to confront destiny's design, inspiring a flicker of respect within Tang Hao. Now that I am aware of how fate shall unfold, I shall rebel against it. Tang Hao's voice thundered, resonating through the air. He resolved to no longer be swayed by destiny, nor constrained by those so-called rules and limitations. He would, like the junior, boldly pursue his dreams, even if the path was fraught with thorns and hardships. And what of joining you in rebellion? Tang Hao's lips curled into a smile, his gaze sharpening as if envisioning a future of defiance against the heavens. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to exhale the pain and regret that burdened him. His voice, though subdued, brimmed with strength and determination. I have obtained the answers I sought. Although they bring me immense anguish, I know that one day you will seek out your true father. He paused, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if peering through time to the past. Then his tone grew more resolute. However, in this world of Doluo, I shall always be your father. You must remember this. A profound tenderness glimmered in Tang Hao's eyes as he continued. For in this realm, your mother, my wife, is someone I have wronged. In her time of vulnerability, just as she was about to give birth, I had thought we could hide away in the mountains. Yet, I never anticipated that even the Pope would intervene personally. As he spoke, Tang Hao's fists clenched involuntarily, his body trembling slightly as he recalled that painful chapter of his past. Suddenly, Chen Ye remembered something and quickly inquired. By the way, how much time remains until the Soul Master competition? Tang Hao pondered for a moment before responding. If my memory serves me right, there should be approximately 3 months left until the competition. Chen Ye, with a serious expression, replied, at the conclusion of the Soul Master competition, you may indeed seek a small measure of revenge, but I do not wish for you to come in person. If you truly wish to defy the heavens, begin with smaller endeavors. Additionally, here is the location of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Placing your mother there would be more conducive to her growth. Tang Hao looked at Chen Ye with gratitude, sincerely stating, thank you, Chen Ye. Without your assistance, I would have been at a loss for how to atone for my sins. Chen Ye smiled softly, reassuring him, there is no need for such formality, father. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is recognizing them and striving to make amends. Moreover, you have already paid a price for it. Tang Hao know that? A flicker of relief crossing his features, though it was soon replaced by a hint of worry as he confessed. However, the guilt within me remains ever present. Chen Ye placed a comforting hand on Tang Hao's shoulder, encouraging him, time will gradually ease all burdens. When my strength is sufficient, we shall venture together into other realms. Perhaps there, you will witness different vistas, experience diverse worlds, and your heart will expand accordingly. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Really? That would be wonderful. I, too, am eager to see what other worlds hold. Chen Ye laughed lightly. Indeed, it is true. Yet to realize this goal, we must diligently enhance our strength. Tang Hao clenched his fists, resolutely declaring, I shall. In order to atone and to explore other worlds, I will double my efforts in training. As their conversation concluded, the two exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other without words. Then, they silently turned and departed in opposite directions. Chen Ye strode briskly along the campus path, returning to the academy. Upon entering his room, he immediately seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing, entering a state of cultivation. His mind gradually calmed, as if the entire world consisted solely of himself and his soul power. He felt the flow of soul power within him, guiding it throughout his body, nurturing every cell. As time passed, Chen Ye's soul power grew increasingly potent, his body radiating a faint glow, a manifestation of the accumulating energy within, a testament to his cultivation progress. Throughout his training, scenes from the Soul Master competition flashed through Chen Ye's mind. He envisioned himself fiercely clashing with opponents in the arena, showcasing his strength and skills. To better prepare for the competition, he not only focused on cultivating his soul power, but also researched various soul techniques and strategies. He pored over the Academy's collection, learning from the experiences and techniques of predecessors, continuously refining his combat style. Thus, day after day, Chen Ye spent his time in training and preparation, his strength continually augmenting. He eagerly anticipated the Soul Master competition, yearning to demonstrate his prowess on the battlefield and prove his capabilities. Chapter 27, School Uniform. On this bright sunny day, Yu Tianxuan summoned Chen Ye, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun to the square. Chen Ye looked at Yu Tianxuan with confusion, asking, "Teacher, why have you called us all to the square so early in the morning?" Yu Tianxuan smiled and explained, "Students, I primarily wish to inform you that the Soul Master competition is approaching in just a few days. Therefore, today, I and teacher Lu Erlong will lead you to hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings. The students seeking soul rings this time include Chen Ye, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun." At that moment, a tall woman with flowing long hair approached them. Her name was Lin Yuer, a former friend of Yu Tianxuan, and the two of them still maintain contact to this day. With a smile on her face, Lin Yuer said, "Old Yu, it has been a long time. The clothes you requested have been completed by my brother and me." Yu Tianxuan quickly replied, "I am immensely grateful to you, Miss Yuer." His voice revealed a hint of joy and appreciation. Lu Erlong looked at Lin Yuer with a skeptical expression and pointed to the clothes, asking, "Sister Yuer, these clothes are?" Lin Yuer cheerfully interrupted, saying, "Oh, these are what your man requested. He said he wanted them to be used as school uniforms and insisted on high quality, none of that cheap stuff. Your man truly is willing to spend money." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong displayed a look of surprise and quickly waved her hands in explanation. "What? You misunderstood. He and I are not in that kind of relationship. We are cousins." Just then, a young boy was laboriously carrying a pile of clothes. He sported a neat short haircut and had a slightly muscular build, exuding a sunny and healthy aura. This boy was named Lin Xianfeng, and he was Lin Yuer's brother. While struggling to move, he inquired, "Sister, where should I put these clothes?" His voice was somewhat deep, yet it carried a warmth. Lin Yuer quickly replied, "Just place them on ground for now. There's a box to pack them in." Her tone was relaxed, as if she were accustomed to such situations. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Xianfeng unhesitatingly set the clothes down as if they were not a burden at all. Yu Tianxuan, smiling at everyone, slowly said, "Today, I would like to introduce two significant individuals. From this moment on, they will become your teachers." He first pointed to the man beside him, introducing, "This is Lin Xianfeng, and you might not be very familiar with him. However, I can tell you without exaggeration that he is the title Dua who once challenged the Titan giant ape." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. The Titan giant ape was an immensely powerful being, and anyone capable of contending with it must possess extraordinary strength. The seemingly ordinary man before them was indeed that title Dua, which was truly hard to believe. Yu Tianxuan appeared to notice their surprise and continued, "Lin Xianfeng is not only powerful, he is also a 97th level title Dolua." The crowd expressed their awe, filled with reverence for this new teacher. Next, Yu Tianxuan turned his gaze to another person, saying, "This is Lin Yuer. You must have heard her name to some extent, right?" Everyone nodded. For Lin Yuer was quite renowned on the Dolua continent. Yu Tianxuan smiled and said, "Indeed, Lin Yuer is the owner of the finest clothing store on the Dolua continent, and she is also a 98th level super Dolua." This revelation stirred yet another wave of excitement, and admiration for Lin Yuer welled up among the crowd. Lin Yuer, with a hint of helplessness, said, "I was all set to watch my brother challenge the Titan giant ape, but who would have thought that my brother would be frightened into retreating by a mere roar?" Her tone was filled with disappointment and exasperation towards her brother. Lin Xianfeng, hearing his sister's words, retorted with some annoyance, "Sister, how can you say that? I wasn't scared off. It's just that the soul beast was too powerful, and I was simply no match for it. Besides, I've mentioned it several times. That soul beast is not just any ordinary cow. It's the sky blue bull python, which possesses the bloodline of a dragon. Just think about it. How many soul beasts on the entire continent can claim such a powerful bloodline? I could sense the dragon might emanating from it. That is not something an ordinary soul beast can compare to." He paused before adding, "So don't always put me down like that. To suppress a soul beast with bloodline alone is a rarity on the entire continent. Only the legendary golden dragon Martial Soul might have the capability to achieve that." Yu Tianxuan interjected, "You can tell them those stories later. For now, each of you should pick a school uniform you like and put it on." Chen Ye's uniform was a set of sea blue hanfu, its deep blue reminiscent of the ocean, evoking a sense of tranquility and profundity. The attire was adorned with black stripes, resembling shooting stars streaking across the night sky, adding an air of mystery to the ensemble. The blue sword-shaped patterns were cleverly distributed, symbolizing the courage and determination deep within his heart. Dai Mubai's uniform was a pure white hanfu, as pristine as snow, imparting a refreshing and ethereal quality. The golden stripes on the garment glimmered like sunlight cascading upon the snowy landscape, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Particularly, the tiger claw pattern on the back was vivid and lifelike, as if it could leap out at any moment, showcasing his might and dominance. Oscar's brown hanfu was distinctive, its rich hue reminiscent of the earth, exuding a sense of stability and reliability. The yellow sausage patterns on the garment appeared whimsical and charming, adding a touch of playfulness to his appearance. Ning Rongrong's blue hanfu resembled the clear sky, with light blue butterfly patterns dancing like graceful sprites, bestowing upon her a sense of vivacity and liveliness. Zhu Zhuqing's black hanfu radiated a mysterious and noble aura, with purple cat patterns resembling the purple star in the night sky, accentuating its unique charm against the dark backdrop. Ma Hongjun donned a vibrant red hanfu, as eye-catching as a blazing flame. The red fabric was intricately embroidered with white swallows and golden phoenixes, which appeared so lifelike that they seemed ready to take flight at any moment. The swallow's wings were light and agile, while the phoenix's feathers were resplendent and flamboyant, adding an element of grace and opulence to the entire garment. Lastly, Xiao Wu's pink hanfu resembled flowers blooming in spring. Radiant and enchanting, numerous white rabbit patterns danced across the fabric, akin to a group of lively little sprites, perfectly complementing Xiao Wu's personality. Chapter 28. The journey of the setting sun. Lin Yue smiled knowingly at everyone, her expression both teasing and sincere, and slowly said, "Don't think I'm trying to discourage you. The reality is that there are only 5 days left until the Soul Master competition. In these 5 days, even if you travel day and night without rest, it might be too late to reach the Stardow Forest." Yu Tianxuan pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, there's another place we can visit, which is the nearby Sunset Forest. It is relatively close to us, and there are quite a few soul beasts within." Chen Ye hesitated and replied, "But teacher, isn't that the territory of Senior Dugu? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to go there uninvited?" Yu Tianxuan chuckled and explained, "Although that is Senior Dugu's domain, it does not mean that the entire forest belongs to him. In less than a day, Chen Ye, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Yu Tianxuan, Lu Erlong, Lin Yue, and Lin Xianfeng arrived at the Sunset Forest." Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, this place is absolutely beautiful. It's even more stunning than the Stardow Forest." Her eyes sparkled, as if captivated by the breathtaking scenery, completely enchanted. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow upon the forest floor. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong held hands, flitting through this green paradise like two joyful little birds. They occasionally paused to observe the vibrant wildflowers adorning the roadside, and at times they were captivated by a butterfly that suddenly took flight, chasing it as it frolicked amidst the blooms. "Look over there, a little rabbit," Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the nearby thicket. Ning Rongrong followed her gaze and indeed spotted a pure white rabbit, its ears perked up in vigilance as it surveyed its surroundings. "How adorable!" Ning Rongrong hispered, fearful of startling the little creature. Xiao Wu cautiously approached the rabbit, hoping to establish a connection. The rabbit seemed to sense her benevolence and did not flee. Instead, it curiously regarded her. Xiao Wu gently extended her hand, and to her delight, the rabbit slowly approached, sniffing her palm before bouncing away playfully. "Haha, it's so amusing." Xiao Wu laughed joyfully. Ning Rongrong, too, was swept up in Xiao Wu's glee, and the two continued their leisurely stroll through the forest, marveling at the wonders and tranquility that nature bestowed upon them. After a day of searching without encountering a suitable soul beast, the group decided to set up camp for the night, leaving one person to keep watch. Lin Xianfeng, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Why must it always be me? Can't you choose someone else for a change?" Lin Yue teased, "Oh, but you're the strongest among the boys, aren't you? Would you have a delicate girl keep watch instead?" Lin Xianfeng fell silent, conceding that the primary reason he had to take the watch was due to an earlier incident where his sister had punished him for declining the task, leaving him sore and electrified. As the night wore on, Lin Xianfeng began to feel drowsy, his eyelids growing heavy. Just as he struggled to maintain his alertness, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. Instantly awakened, he scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. He witnessed a massive fissure open in the earth nearby, from which an imposing figure emerged, the king of the earth. It radiated a rich, earthy glow, each rock-like segment of its skin exuding a powerful aura. Gripping his weapon tightly, Lin Xianfeng dared not relax for a moment, fully aware of the formidable strength of the Earth King. should it rouse the others while they lay defenseless in slumber? The consequences would be dire. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to divert the Earth King's attention alone, carefully retreating while seeking the opportune moment to strike. The Earth King seemed to sense Lin Xianfeng's intentions, letting out a thunderous roar as its colossal foot crashed down, sending a cloud of dust into the air and charging towards him. Lin Xianfeng was caught off guard by its direct approach, despite being merely an 8,000-year-old soul beast. It was widely known that the Earth King's primary ability was to induce dizziness before attacking. Yet, it had chosen to forego that strategy this time, an action that could potentially awaken the others. Meanwhile, moments earlier, Yu Tianxuan had not anticipated that the two women would leave him a space right next to Lu Erlong. Lying down, he lamented, "Why must fate play such tricks on me? I have forsaken everything, yet I still encounter him. My brother has become such a shadow of his former self, unable to return to the past. I can only move forward." At that moment, Lu Erlong approached, wrapping her arms around Tianxuan's waist. "I've waited so long for you, Tianxian. I truly miss you. Why won't you even glance my way? Just one look would suffice." Just then, the tremors from the Earth King awakened everyone. Lin Yuer, puzzled, inquired, "What is happening? Why are you two embracing?" Before she could finish, Lu Erlong stormed outside, fuming. "How dare you ruin my good fortune?" Lin Yuer reflected. She hasn't changed at all. Why can't she break free from this prejudice? Yu Tianxian, with a serious expression, urged, "We must investigate swiftly. We cannot allow Erlong to harm the innocent." Upon exiting, they were greeted by the sight of Lu Erlong unleashing her martial soul's true form upon the Earth King. At that moment, Dai Mubai quietly remarked to Chen Ye, "I used to think the fiercest creature was a mother tiger, but I never expected it to be a mother dragon." Chen Ye pondered the Stardow forest, recalling the existence of a powerful mother dragon, though it seemed that even the two mightiest soul beasts in the forest were unaware of its presence, likely having existed before the great battles of the past. Before Chen Ye could speak, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing asking Dai Mubai, "Who is this mother tiger you mentioned?" Dai Mubai, not yet realizing who was speaking, replied, "Of course, it's my Zhuqing. Who else could it be?" It was only then that he recognized her voice, and he quickly added, "Zhuqing, I wasn't referring to you." But before he could finish, Zhu Zhuqing stepped on his foot in a manner reminiscent of fire drilling, causing Dai Mubai great discomfort as he exclaimed, "I can explain." Meanwhile, Lu Erlong had successfully vanquished the Earth King. "Here, little chubby, this soul beast is yours," she declared, addressing Ma Hongjun, who approached shakily. A single glance from Lu Erlong sent Ma Hongjun quaking in fear, prompting him to refrain from asking further questions. The process of absorbing the soul ring was relatively smooth for Ma Hongjun. Once completed, he noticed that, aside from Lin Xianfeng, everyone else had retreated to their tents for rest, while Lin Xianfeng remained, diligently training to solidify his cultivation. Chapter 29, The Pink Maiden. As dawn broke, the sun gently ascended, casting its golden rays through the wispy clouds onto the earth. In a tranquil meadow, the members of the camp began to awaken gradually. They rubbed their sleepy eyes, stretched lazily, and slowly emerged from their warm blankets. As the tent flap was delicately lifted, Dai Mubai noticed Ma Hongjun still engaged in absorbing his soul ring. He cast a skeptical glance at Lin Xianfeng and asked, "Has the fatso not finished absorbing the soul ring yet? How long has it been?" Lin Xianfeng smiled slightly, explaining, "Oh, I asked him to meditate for a while to stabilize his cultivation. Absorbing a soul ring is a significant event. A moment's carelessness could undo all his efforts." Just then, Ma Hongjun concluded his meditation, and as he did, Lu Erlong emerged from the tent. However, unlike Ma Hongjun's relaxed demeanor, Lu Erlong's face was clearly etched with displeasure. Her presence seemed to chill the air around her, instilling a sense of trepidation in those nearby, especially when her icy gaze swept over the group. It sent shivers down their spines. Chen Ye, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun, normally fearless youths, now found themselves collectively shivering under Lu Erlong's scrutiny. At that moment, Yu Tianxuan approached with a smile, saying, "All right, enough dawdling. Hurry and freshen up. We still need to continue our search for soul beasts. We still need 5 more. It would be splendid if we could find a way to acquire them without hunting." Oscar, filled with curiosity, turned to Ma Hongjun and asked, "Hey, fatty, how was the process of absorbing your 4th soul ring?" Ma Hongjun, rubbing his round belly, replied nonchalantly, "It was fine. I finished absorbing it in less than an hour." Oscar, surprised, pressed on so fast. "Did you feel anything particularly special?" Ma Hongjun thought for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Haha, now that you mention it, I do recall that during the absorption, The image of teacher Erlong kept flashing in my mind. Her fierce expression was truly terrifying. I couldn't help but think that if she caught me, I would surely be in for a beating, or worse, she might even eat me. So, I believe the Earth King was probably thinking that living was not worth it compared to death. Beside them, Chen Ye pondered Ma Hongjuan's words and remarked thoughtfully indeed. That is a plausible possibility. Does the book not state that under extraordinary circumstances, such as harboring immense resentment towards someone whom you subsequently kill, the fusion rate of the soul ring could reach a staggering 100%? Moreover, if a soul ring willingly offers itself to you, there will be no rejection whatsoever. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with palpable excitement. So, even though we are merely at level 40, if a 10,000-year soul beast is willing to allow us to absorb its soul ring, then our first soul ring will undoubtedly be of a 10,000-year grade. Oscar and Ma Hongjun gasped in unison. Wow, that's incredible. However, Dai Mubai doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality, calmly analyzing, what is so great about that? How could a soul beast possibly relinquish its soul ring without reason? This is merely theoretically feasible. In practice, it is likely unattainable. After all, the animosity between soul beasts and humans is not a matter of mere days. They are filled with hostility towards us. So how could they willingly offer us their soul rings? At that moment, a swarm of pink scorpions surged forth, charging towards them. Yu Tianxuan, his expression grave, called out, "Everyone, be cautious and protect the students." No sooner had he spoken than 5 brilliant bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the pink scorpions like dancing silver serpents. In an instant, the collision of lightning and scorpions produced a dazzling array of sparks, accompanied by crackling sounds, leaving many of the pink scorpions paralyzed and unable to move. Lin Yuer stood nearby, her gaze fixed intently on the scorpions, her brow slightly furrowed as if contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, her eyes landed on a willow tree, and with a spark of inspiration, she hurried over and gently touched the tree trunk. This time the soul beast is the pink lady. We must approach this with utmost caution, Lin Yuer murmured to herself. It intends to attack us with sheer numbers, which poses quite a dilemma. Just then, Lu Erlong issued a commanding shout, "Leave it to me." Before her words faded, a brilliant blue light radiated from her body, and a powerful wave of soul power erupted from within her. Driven by this soul power, Lu Erlong's 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, was instantly activated. Her form rapidly expanded, transforming her once petite figure into an enormous presence, as her skin gradually became encrusted with a layer of blue scales, resembling a magnificent blue fire dragon. With the full manifestation of her martial soul true body, Lu Erlong's aura became exceptionally formidable, and the air around her seemed to be pressed down by her might, forming a visible aura. With a furious roar, Lu Erlong unleashed a surge of soul power, enveloping her in a dense blue flame, her hands morphing into sharp dragon claws that radiated intense heat. With another roar, Lu Erlong charged like a fiery tempest towards the pink scorpions. Though numerous, the scorpions stood no chance against such terrifying flames and were instantly reduced to ash. Observing this, Chen Ye promptly summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul. Countless blue vines erupted from his hands, ensnaring the pink lady in a massive net. The pink lady struggled futilely, realizing she could not escape the blue vines binding. At that moment, Ma Hongjun did not hesitate to unleash his 4th soul skill, Phoenix Magma Surge. His body was enveloped in a thick layer of orange flames, and the phoenix wings on his back burned as if they were molten lava. With a fierce roar, a torrent of scorching magma erupted from his mouth, crashing down upon the ensnared pink lady like a volcanic eruption. Under the weight of this dual onslaught, the pink lady could no longer withstand the assault, letting out a piercing scream before being reduced to charred remains. Finally, Oscar swiftly moved in to absorb the pink lady's soul ring into his body, completing the hunt. Dai Mubai, with a hint of boredom, inquired, "How many more soul beasts do we need?" Chen Ye replied, "Including this one, we still need to take down 4 more soul beasts. I have an idea to lure out powerful soul beasts using blood, but that could very well make us prey as well." Dai Mubai concurred. "Then let us proceed with that. I'm also eager to test the limits of my abilities." Chapter 30, Struggle. Chen Ye took a deep breath and gently sliced his fingertip, a drop of crimson blood falling onto the pink lady's lifeless form. The blood swiftly seeped into the corpse's skin, as if being absorbed. Then, astonishingly, the pink lady's body began to tremble slightly. As time passed, the tremors intensified, and the air around the corpse began to warp. Chen Ye watched anxiously as, after a moment of wide-eyed anticipation, A colossal space ghost tiger was drawn forth by the blood. Its body was cloaked in black fur, its eyes gleaming with an eerie red light, exuding an overwhelming aura. Dai Mubai remarked helplessly, "The space ghost tiger. Huh? Chen Ye, while your method is quite ingenious, it is also excessively perilous. We may end up losing our lives." Although the space ghost tiger was indeed a formidable soul beast, it was also extraordinarily powerful, far beyond reason. Historically, it had appeared only once, and the sheer force of that encounter had left everyone daunted, none daring to hunt it. Chen Ye looked at Dai Mubai, exhilaration brimming in his eyes. "Leader Dai, you were the one who agreed to this plan. I believe this creature is perfectly tailored for Zhu Qing. According to our teacher, only the most suitable soul beasts are the best, and soul beast spaces are not immutable. Look at this soul beast. Its speed aligns perfectly with Zhu Qing's." Dai Mubai pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "All right then." Yu Tianxuan immediately turned to Lin Yuer and Chen Ye, a glint of determination in his eyes, and stated firmly, "Lin Yuer, you, Chen Ye, and I will work together to control this space ghost tiger. It must not escape. The rest of you, attack with full force, but be careful to leave it with a breath. The final blow will be entrusted to Zhu Qing, allowing her to slay this ghost tiger herself." Lin Yuer's thunderous willow vines shot forth like a bolt of lightning, wrapping tightly around the space ghost tiger. These vines seemed to possess a life of their own, skillfully entwining the tiger's limbs and body, rendering it immobile. Even more astonishing was the powerful thunderous energy contained within the vines. Upon contact with the space ghost tiger, this energy surged through its body like a current, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. The space ghost tiger attempted to struggle, but the binding strength of the thunderous vines was exceptionally potent. The more it fought, the tighter the vines became. Moreover, the thunderous energy continued to erode the tiger's body, gradually sapping its capacity for resistance. Yu Tianxuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his lips. "Well, it seems you've indeed grown significantly stronger." Zhu Qing, hearing this, offered no further response, her gaze fixed intently on the space ghost tiger as she gripped her sharp blade tightly. In a flash, she darted forward with ghostly swiftness towards the space ghost tiger. Sensing Zhu Qing's murderous intent, the space ghost tiger opened its gaping maw, letting out a furious roar in an attempt to intimidate her. However, Zhu Qing was undeterred by its roar. Her movements became increasingly fierce as she rapidly closed the distance to the space ghost tiger. With a swift motion, Zhu Qing's blade sliced through the air, glinting coldly as it struck the neck of the spatial ghost tiger with precision. The beast's body shuddered violently, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Maintaining her composure, Zhu Qing swiftly withdrew her blade and delivered a powerful kick to the corpse of the spatial ghost tiger, sending it crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, she commenced the absorption of the beast's soul ring. During this period, the surrounding forest seemed to awaken with unusual vigor. Suddenly, several formidable soul beasts emerged from various directions. Among them, the most striking was the myriad-scale armored dragon, adorned with hard scales that resembled a moving fortress. Each scale shimmered with a chilling luminescence, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Accompanying the myriad-scale armored dragon was the heavenly white tiger, its pristine white fur intricately patterned with mysterious black markings, as if it were a favored child of the cosmos. The tiger's eyes glowed like two burning pearls, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance. Not far off, a sacred spirit sky butterfly fluttered gracefully, its wings radiating a kaleidoscope of colors akin to a rainbow, casting a captivating glow. The appearance of the sacred spirit sky butterfly brought an air of elegance and vitality to the forest. In addition to these three powerful soul beasts, many others of various kinds also revealed themselves. Some were colossal in stature, others astonishingly swift, and some possessed unique abilities. The emergence of these soul beasts enveloped the entire forest in an atmosphere of tension and peril. Chen Ye meticulously observed the assembly of soul beasts before him, silently assessing the characteristics and suitability of each one. His gaze fell upon the imposing heavenly white tiger, and he mused, this heavenly white tiger possesses formidable strength, and its unique abilities would harmonize perfectly with Boss Dai's combat style, making it the ideal soul beast for him. Next, his attention shifted to the myriad-scale armored dragon, prompting him to exclaim, "The defensive prowess of this myriad-scale armored dragon is astonishing. It would undoubtedly be an exceptional choice for Rongrong." Finally, his eyes lingered on the enigmatic sacred spirit sky butterfly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This sacred spirit sky butterfly resonates with my attributes. Should I manage to tame it, it would undoubtedly elevate my power significantly. Beside him, Yu Tianxuan observed Chen Ye's analysis with deep agreement. He understood that with so many soul beasts present, it was unwise to allow the children to take unnecessary risks in battle. Thus, he decisively declared, given the abundance of soul beasts, we cannot allow the children to engage. Along, Lin Yuar, Lin Xuanfeng. Let us join forces to defeat those 3 soul beasts and bring them back to the academy, ensuring the children can absorb their essence safely. A thrilling duel ensued between Lu Erlong and the myriad-scale armored dragon, a battle that lasted a staggering 9,000 years. Despite Lu Erlong having reached the soul sage level, breaching the impenetrable defenses of the myriad-scale armored dragon was no easy feat, compounding the challenge. The myriad-scale armored dragon was not alone. Other soul beasts rallied to its aid, exacerbating Lu Erlong's predicament. Nevertheless, Lu Erlong was undeterred by the daunting circumstances. He resolutely unleashed his martial soul's true form and fought valiantly against the myriad-scale armored dragon. After an arduous struggle, Lu Erlong ultimately triumphed, overcoming the myriad-scale armored dragon through sheer determination and exceptional strength. Meanwhile, Yu Tianxuan and Lin Xianfeng faced the most tenacious opponent, the Heavenly Eye White Tiger. This 10,000-year soul beast was immensely powerful, and for someone with Dai Mubai's physique, absorbing its soul ring, while not impossible, was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Yu Tianxuan and Lin Xianfeng had been diligently honing their mental fortitude in recent days, granting them a slight advantage in confronting the Heavenly Eye White Tiger. However, even with this advantage, vanquishing such a formidable soul beast would require considerable effort. After a fierce and intense battle, Yu Tianxuan and Lin Xianfeng successfully subdued the Heavenly Eye White Tiger. The last of the trio, the Sacred Spirit Sky Butterfly, was left to Lin Yuer. This soul beast was also a 10,000-year entity, and, soaring effortlessly through the air, posed a considerable challenge for Lin Yuer. However, she refused to yield easily. Adeptly employing her skills and strategies, she ultimately managed to injure the Sacred Spirit Sky Butterfly. Upon their return to the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, and Chen Ye prepared to commence the absorption of their soul rings. However, at a critical moment, Chen Ye abruptly interrupted Dai Mubai. With a serious expression, he addressed him, Boss Dai, the Heavenly Eye White Tiger is a 10,000-year soul beast. I possess a purebred white tiger's essence. Absorb that first before attempting to take on the soul ring. It will be more beneficial for you. Dai Mubai was moved by Chen Ye's words. Recognizing that his friend always looked out for him, especially when he prepared for challenges that seemed insurmountable. Given Chen Ye's recommendation, he understood there was merit in it. The allure of the purebred white tiger's essence was undeniable. Ning Rongrong chimed in supportively, Dai Mubai, Chen Ye is right. This is a rare opportunity. You must seize it. After a moment of contemplation, Dai Mubai ultimately decided to heed Chen Ye's advice. He accepted the essence offered by Chen Ye and ingested it without hesitation. Upon absorbing the essence of the white tiger, Dai Mubai's inner evil eye white tiger underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously upright stature morphed, and its form grew larger and more imposing, standing firmly with all 4 limbs on the ground, exuding an even greater aura of power and dominance. This transformation not only augmented the tiger's size, but also enhanced its overall magnificence. Simultaneously, the texture of the tiger's fur underwent a significant transformation. Once resilient, it now became denser and tougher, resembling an impenetrable layer of armor. This change not only provided superior protection, but also rendered the white tiger more majestic. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, Dai Mubai's soul ring colors underwent a striking transformation. Originally yellow, purple, and black, the sequence became even more dazzling after the infusion of the new soul ring. Undoubtedly, Dai Mubai's power had experienced a qualitative leap. This enhancement was evident not only in the strength of his soul power, but also in his mastery and application of soul skills. Meanwhile, Chen Ye and Ning Rongrong completed their respective soul ring absorption processes. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Ye's soul ring colors were yellow, purple, and black, indicating that his strength was now on par with Dai Mubai's, and perhaps even surpassed it in certain aspects. However, Ning Rongrong's soul ring colors manifested as yellow, purple, and purple. Yu Tianxuan surveyed the 6 individuals who had successfully absorbed their soul rings with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before announcing, now that everyone has successfully absorbed their soul rings, we shall commence our practical training. I will divide you into groups of 3 for sparring. After a brief pause, he continued, Chen Ye Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. You will form one group. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. You will form another. As the horn for sparring sounded, Dai Mubai wasted no time unleashing his fourth soul skill, the heavenly white tiger meteor shower. In an instant, he dashed forward like a shooting star, arriving before his opponent with remarkable speed. His fists were clenched tightly, muscles taut, as the entirety of his strength coalesced into that singular blow. With a fierce roar, that punch surged forth like a blazing meteor, imbued with boundless might, crashing down upon his opponent with tremendous force. The power of this strike was nothing short of terrifying, akin to thousands of meteors plummeting simultaneously, each one infused with Dai Mubai's formidable soul power and each shaped like the head of a ferocious tiger, jaws agape, revealing razor-sharp fangs, emitting a chilling roar. This fierce assault descended like a tempest, leaving no room for evasion, compelling one to brace oneself against such overwhelming force. At that moment, Chen Ye pondered internally, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming strength that Dai Mubai now possessed. The difference between him and the unaltered Dai Mubai was as vast as heaven and earth. Nevertheless, Chen Ye remained undaunted, for he understood that even without the enhancement of soul skills, his prowess as a cultivator was not to be underestimated. Without hesitation, Chen Ye unleashed the technique known as Holy Fire Meteor. With a swift motion of his hands, a blazing inferno surged forth, racing toward his opponent like a meteor. This flame was searing hot, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. Although Holy Fire Meteor was merely a fundamental technique that any cultivator could master during the Qi refinement stage, in the soul power-laden realm of Dolua continent, it boasted unparalleled might. Unless the opponent wielded the ultimate water soul power, they could hardly withstand the ferocity of this attack. Yu Tianxuan marveled quietly, utterly astonished that these two youths, barely past the age of 20, could unleash such astonishing power. Their strength had ascended to an astonishing level, capable of competing even against top-tier soul masters like Tidal Dolua. It would not be an exaggeration to declare them invincible in the current soul master competition. In contrast, the other contestants appeared dimmed in their presence, reduced to inconsequential side characters, merely spectators to their grand displays of power. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the sparring session concluded. Upon returning to his room, Chen Ye's gaze fell upon the piece of metal he had brought. He stared at it, a surge of inspiration igniting within him, driving him to contemplate how this metal could positively impact the lives of ordinary people. After all, for the majority, cultivation was not the entirety of existence. They were far more concerned with improving their daily lives. After a period of profound reflection, an idea struck him like a flash of lightning. He resolved to utilize the metal to create something unprecedented, a camera. The following day, when others sought out Chen Ye, they were astonished to discover that he had fashioned a peculiar contraption. It resembled a box, complete with a lens and buttons. "What is this?" someone inquired with curiosity. Chen Ye smiled and explained, "This is a camera I invented. It can capture fleeting images, allowing people to document the beautiful moments in life." However, others struggled to grasp the significance of this new invention. They could not comprehend its practical utility, as photography was not a pressing need in this world. Despite this, Chen Ye remained undeterred. He believed that, in time, people would gradually appreciate the value and significance of the camera. Chapter 32. Snow Qinghe. Chen Ye spoke little, simply lifting his phone and clicking the shutter at Ning Rongrong. With a soft click, her image was immortalized in the photograph. In this image, Ning Rongrong stood against a backdrop of blossoming flowers, sunlight cascading upon her, radiating a gentle and warm glow. Her smile was as brilliant as the most radiant spring sunshine, uplifting the spirits of all who beheld it. When Chen Ye displayed the photograph to the group, their attention was immediately captured. Just as anticipation for Chen Ye's invention began to build, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The camera rendered individuals almost like a portrait, yet more lifelike than a mere painting. Dai Mubai gazed at Chen Ye with a look of skepticism, utterly perplexed. He pointed at the contraption before him and queried, "Chen Ye, what exactly is this? It looks like a painting, yet resembles a real person even more. How is this achieved?" Chen Ye smiled faintly and replied, "Oh, this is a camera. It captures the moment as it is." His tone was casual, as if discussing the most ordinary of matters. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in wonder. Her expression filled with disbelief as she pressed, "But what is the purpose of creating this?" Chen Ye smiled knowingly, as if anticipating her question, and said slowly, "Well, the primary reason is that many soul masters do not continue their cultivation solely to become more powerful. Most of them merely seek survival, striving for a better life for their families. Thus, I pondered whether I could devise a method that allows people, even without becoming soul masters, to fulfill such aspirations. While I cannot guarantee that everyone will cease the hunt for soul beasts, I believe it could make a difference. Dai Mubai took a deep breath and slowly said, well, regardless, the Soul Master competition is tomorrow. We should prepare today. Those accompanying us will include Huang Yuan, Talon, Jing Ling, and Jiang Zhu, all of whom have also reached the 30s in levels. Chen Ye smiled and replied, understood. However, before that, I have some items to give you. I had originally intended to present them to you before the competition. He paused and added, Dai Mubai. The items I have for you are the several drops of white tiger blood I previously mentioned. Turning to the stout figure, he continued, Fatty, I have these few drops of vermilion bird blood for you. They're exceedingly precious. Then, he smiled at Zhu Qing and said, Zhu Qing, I have this cat demon blood for you. It is said to possess 9 lives, quite extraordinary. Lastly, Chen Ye's gaze fell upon Rong Rong, and he gently said, Rong Rong, I have this fragment of the Hao Ian Tower for you. Once absorbed, it may yield unexpected effects. Finally, Chen Ye expressed a hint of regret to Oscar and Xiao Wu, saying, as for you two, I apologize, but I currently have nothing particularly suitable to offer you. Xiao Wu smiled and replied, brother, the herbs you've given us are already immensely nourishing. If you were to provide us with anything more, we would truly be at a loss as to how to repay you. Her voice was soft and sincere, exuding deep gratitude towards her brother. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, Xiao Wu is right. The white tiger blood has elevated my strength exponentially, not merely by a factor of 2 or 3, but by 10-fold or even 100-fold. To be honest, I find myself at a loss as to how I can repay you. His tone was filled with awe and respect, clearly astonished by the miraculous effects of the herbs. Zhu Qing interjected, we will not pry into how you acquire these items. Everyone has their own secrets. If you're willing to share, we would be delighted to listen, but if you prefer not to, we would never pressure you. Her words were gentle yet resolute, reflecting her understanding and respect for Chen Ye. Oscar then spoke, I have complete faith in your abilities. You will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success in the future. Regardless, as long as you are by our side, we shall certainly become titled de law. His eyes sparkled with hope and confidence for the future, as if he could already envision the day when they would all reach the pinnacle together. Finally, Ma Hongjun excitedly added, indeed, brother, no matter what challenges we face in the future, we will do our utmost to support you. His voice resonated with enthusiasm, expressing unwavering loyalty and camaraderie. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a refreshing and vibrant glow upon the city. People began to rise, preparing to embrace the new day. For those participating in the Soul Master competition, today held special significance. Filled with anticipation and nervousness, they awoke early, organizing their gear and belongings before heading towards the competition venue. On the streets, a bustling crowd emerged, comprised of contestants and spectators alike, all moving in the same direction, creating a lively flow of people. As they drew closer to the venue, excitement surged among the crowd. Contestants exchanged strategies and techniques, while the audience deliberated on their favorite champions. At last, upon arriving at the competition grounds, the sight before them was nothing short of breathtaking. The expansive arena was adorned magnificently, with colorful banners fluttering and blossoms blooming, enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Inside the arena, staff members were diligently making final preparations to ensure the smooth progression of the event. The stands were filled with eager spectators, animatedly discussing their expectations for the impending competition. In this arena brimming with passion and challenge, each individual was poised to showcase their strength and charisma, striving for honor in their dreams. As Chen Ye and his companions strolled leisurely, a voice suddenly called out from behind, halting Chen Ye in his tracks. He turned to discover that it was Ning Fengji who had summoned him. With a puzzled expression, Chen Ye inquired, Uncle Ning, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Ning Fengji smiled gently and explained, oh, there is no particular reason. My student, Xue Qinghe, wishes to have a word with you. So I thought I would escort you to him. Chen Ye pondered silently. Zhu Qingche, he is the prince of the Star Do Empire. However, this prince is not the true heir, but rather a guise of Bibi Dong's daughter, Qian Renxue. With this thought, Chen Ye felt a heightened sense of vigilance regarding this encounter. Upon reaching Xue Qinghe's room, they found a figure whose hair was slightly white yet bore a hint of yellow, possessing a somewhat feminine silhouette. Xue Qinghe beamed with gratitude, smiling at his teacher. Thank you, teacher. Without your diligent guidance, I would hardly have made such progress. He then turned to Chen Ye and warmly invited, Brother Chen, why not accompany me for a stroll? We can chat leisurely while I familiarize myself with the environment and culture here. Chen Ye readily agreed, a friendly smile gracing his lips. Certainly, I was just thinking the same. Chapter 33. The Soul Master Competition commences. Xue Qinghe, with a smile, gently inquired, Brother Chen, I would like to ask, have you considered aligning yourself with any particular faction after graduating from the academy? Perhaps an organization like the Spear Hall? Chen Ye similait faintly, candidly responding, to be frank, Your Highness, I have not pondered this matter extensively. I yearn to experience this world firsthand, to explore whether the Spirit Hall is truly as malevolent as some claim, or if the Empire itself bears darkness. He paused before continuing. Should I ultimately discover that the Empire harbors flaws, I may choose to employ my abilities to attempt to rectify those issues. Xue Qinghe's expression turned contemplative as he murmured, I see. So this is the kind of person you are. Regardless of where you find yourself, you exude an enchanting charisma. Were I a woman, I might find myself irresistibly drawn to you. Chen Ye mused internally. Does he intend to confess that he is actually Qianrenxue? Or is there a deeper intent behind his words? Suddenly, Xue Qinghe shifted the conversation, asking, I have a question. Besides myself, I have a younger brother. Who do you believe has a greater chance of ascending the throne? Chen Ye regarded Xue Qinghe thoughtfully before responding. Why do you assume your brother would not be deceiving? Some individuals may appear frivolous on the surface, yet they are merely concealing their true selves to protect their interests. What I can offer is merely this. Whether you deem it necessary to consider is entirely up to you. Chen Ye continued, pondering aloud. Furthermore, I have always been curious about the circumstances surrounding the birth of the current pope's daughter. I have heard tales of a unique relationship between the previous and current popes. Although they were not married, they together bore a child. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's heart jolted. He began to contemplate his own origins. How did he come to be in this world? He was utterly unaware of why his mother despised him, only knowing that she could never have given birth to someone like him. After all, he bore the name Qianrenxue with the surname Qian, while his mother seemed to harbor a deep aversion toward those of the six-winged angel spirit. Could there truly be some undisclosed secret behind it all? Or perhaps other reasons that led to his existence? Various possibilities raced through Xue Qinghe's mind, yet he could not grasp a definitive answer. Chen Ye observed Xue Qinghe's perplexed expression, pondering what business the prince might have with him. After a moment of hesitation, he ventured to ask, Your Highness, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Xue Qinghe smiled gently, his demeanor warm as he replied, No, I merely wish to encourage you. Give it your all in the competition. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye felt a wave of relief. It turned out the prince had come solely to offer his support. He promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I will certainly give it my all. As Chen Ye walked away, a figure clad in golden armor appeared silently like a specter. After coming to a halt, he fixed his gaze on Chen Ye's retreating form, pondering aloud, Miss, do you believe this individual should be eliminated? The speaker's voice was low, imbued with an air of menace. However, the one referred to as Miss appeared unperturbed. She smiled faintly, her expression serene as she replied, There is no need. I find him rather intriguing, and I even contemplate collaborating with him. A person of his caliber, if properly guided, could be of great use to me. We must not hastily make an enemy of him. Her voice was melodious, like a lark emerging from the valley, contrasting sharply with her masculine attire. What was even more astonishing was that this voice emanated from Xue Qinghe, the prince who should have been male. Evidently, at this moment, Xue Qinghe's voice had completely transformed into that of a female. He seemed to recognize this fact, his smile broadening with confidence in his disguise. I suspect he must have surmised that I am not the true Xue Qinghe. After all, with the second and third princes having perished, only I, the eldest prince, remain unscathed. How could he not harbor suspicions? At this juncture, a glint of cunning flickered in Xue Qinghe's eyes, yet it mattered little. So what if he had guessed? I am Qianrenxue. Allow me to engage in a game of chess with him, where the entire continent serves as the chessboard and we as the pieces. Upon Chen Ye's return to Dai Mubai and the others, they gathered closely and commenced discussions on how to confront the formidable adversary. The royal second team of the Heaven Do Empire. Teacher Yu Tianxuan was the first to speak. I have a suggestion. Given your current strength, not all of you should take to the field. Chen Ye, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, you three should refrain from participating for now. After hearing this, Chen Ye nodded thoughtfully, indicating his agreement with the teacher's perspective. He then articulated, I believe the teacher's words hold merit. Thus, the chosen participants should be Xiao Wu, Oscar, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, Zhu Qing, Jing Ling, and Jiang Zhu. Dai Mubai concurred, stating, Xiao Wu possesses remarkable speed, and her offensive power rivals that of a formidable attack type, Soul Master. Tai Long not only excels in defense, but also offers comprehensive offensive capabilities. And with 2 Soul Sect members providing a safety net, this lineup indeed represents an excellent choice. The host, with a beaming smile and a resonant voice, proclaimed, Greetings, everyone. I am a host for today's grand tournament. Now, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome the Royal Second Team of the Heavendo Empire. As the host's words faded, the members of the Royal Second Team entered the arena like a constellation of dazzling stars. Their strides were imbued with confidence and steadiness, as if the entire venue had been crafted for their presence, exuding an unparalleled aura. The host could not help but exclaim, Oh, how magnificent! The Royal Second Team of the Heavendo Empire boasts a Soul Master of Soul Sect level. This undoubtedly bestows upon them a tremendous advantage, and one cannot help but be filled with anticipation for their forthcoming performance. Next, we shall welcome the members of Lamba Academy. The Lamba Academy team ascended the stage with a leisurely pace, their uniquely designed uniforms in vibrant hues capturing the attention of the audience. However, aside from their attire, there appeared to be little else of note, as this was the Academy's inaugural participation in the competition, and many were skeptical of their capabilities. The host gazed at the members of Lamba Academy, smiling as he remarked, Who would have thought that Lamba Academy not only boasts attractive uniforms, but also features 2 Soul Masters at the Soul Sect level. One is an auxiliary type, and the other specializes in agility. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 34. The Royal Second Team of Heavendo. The representative of the Royal Second Team surveyed the members of Lamba Academy with an air of disdain, a sneer curling at the corners of his lips as he taunted. Hey, is this truly our opponent? With such meager strength, you dare to participate in the competition? It's utterly laughable. His voice dripped with unabashed contempt, as if regarding the entire assembly of Lamba Academy as insignificant characters. He then erupted into a boisterous laugh that echoed harshly across the spacious arena. Ha ha ha. You should return home and practice. With your current level, wait 50 years before you dare come back. Perhaps by then, you might manage to put up a fight against us. After speaking, he deliberately shook his head, feigning disappointment in the prowess of Lamba Academy. Zhu Qing's lips curled into a slight smile, half mocking, as she replied, Oh, is that so? In that case, allow us to broaden your horizons and showcase our martial souls. As her words lingered, the crowd began to channel their soul power, their bodies radiating brilliance as their martial souls manifested instantaneously. In an instant, a dazzling array of martial souls filled the arena. Yet the most captivating belonged to Zhu Qing and Oscar. Zhu Qing's martial soul took the form of sleek black spirit cat, its fur as dark as ink, smooth and lustrous, with emerald eyes glimmering like precious gems. Her soul ring configuration was astonishing. 2 yellow and 2 purple rings encircled her, pulsating with immense soul power. In contrast, Oscar's martial soul appeared rather unassuming, a sausage. Though it seemed ordinary, under the influence of his soul power, it emanated an enticing aroma. His soul ring configuration mirrored Zhu Qing's, with 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, placing them on an equal footing. The display of their martial souls and soul ring configurations left the onlookers wide-eyed with astonishment, not due to the rarity of their configurations, but rather the remarkable achievement of possessing 4 rings at such a young age. It is worth noting that even among academies established by nobility, few students reach 4 rings by this age. Yet, here stood 2 4-ring students from an obscure academy, a revelation that could not fail to astonish. The representative of the Royal Second Team felt a twinge of fear within. Yet he maintained an air of disdainful bravado as he scoffed, Is this all you have? I will demonstrate to you that there exists a vast chasm between 4 rings and 4 rings. Zhu Qing's gaze bore into the captain of the Royal Second Team. Although he too was a 4-ring soul master, it was evident that, in terms of innate talent, he was somewhat mediocre. To be more precise, his physical attributes appeared rather average. After all, achieving a configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple rings necessitates not only a degree of talent, but also a robust physical constitution to support it. However, to Zhu Qing's surprise, the captain of the Royal Second Team possessed a soul ring configuration of 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple. This was perhaps the only soul master in the entire competition to sport a white soul ring. Such a distinctive configuration was truly one of a kind. Zhu Qing's expression hardened as she declared, I do not have the luxury of time to listen to your explanations. 4 soul skill, space phantom shadow clone. First soul skill. Phantom Piercer. With her proclamation, Zhu Qing's form became indistinct, and in an instant, 5 identical figures burst forth from her, akin to phantoms separating from her being. These 5 apparitions were indistinguishable from Zhu Qing herself, both in appearance and aura, making it nearly impossible to discern the real from the illusion. In the next moment, the 5 figures darted like lightning into the vastness, vanishing without a trace. However, before the members of the Royal Second Team could react, the 5 figures materialized nearby, simultaneously launching their Phantom Piercer. The ethereal stabs shot forth like venomous serpents, targeting the members of the Royal Second Team with astonishing speed. The members of the Royal Second Team had no time to evade, forced to watch helplessly as the Phantom Piercers rained down upon them. In an instant, cries of anguish erupted as the members fell, each pierced by numerous wounds. After executing their attack, the 5 Zhu Qings exhibited no inclination to linger. They swiftly retreated into the void, disappearing as abruptly as they had appeared, leaving the fallen members of the Royal Second Team strewn across the arena. The teacher of the Royal Second Team gazed at the unfolding situation with a grave expression, his heart racing as his students fell one after another. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained within him. He understood that the Royal Second Team still possessed a chance. As long as their healing soul master had not treated the wounded members, they still had a slender thread of survival. After all, Zhu Qing's offensive prowess was akin to that of a relentless predator, exerting tremendous pressure on the opponent, and the tournament rules strictly prohibited the killing of adversaries. Should one fall, that academy would be disqualified from continuing in the competition. However, what he never anticipated was that, as the match concluded, the healing soul master would openly proclaim her ability, healing. Moreover, what astonished him even further was the fact that this support-type soul master could simultaneously engage in healing during combat. This implied that even if Zhu Zhuqing's offensive capabilities were formidable, they could potentially be nullified by the opponent's healing abilities. Contemplating this, the instructor of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team could not help but draw a sharp breath, prompting him to reassess the dynamics of the match. Just how immense must Zhu Zhuqing's attacking power be to exert such pressure on the Tiando Royal Academy despite the presence of a healing soul master on the opposing side? Upon their return, waves of joyous laughter rippled through the air like gentle ripples on a pond. Oscar, his face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "That was absolutely incredible. You cannot possibly fathom Zhu Qing's performance on the battlefield. She effortlessly dispatched all the adversaries with merely 2 soul skills. Moreover, we hardly had to lift a finger. Just the strength of the 2 of them concluded the battle in an instant, and it was simply exhilarating." Talon chimed in, a hint of regret lacing his tone. "Indeed. They fell too quickly. I barely had the chance to strike a blow myself. I wish I could have landed a few punches for the thrill of it." However, Chen Ye unexpectedly interrupted their merriment, his expression grave as he stated, "Are you all out of your minds?" Dai Mu Bai, taken aback, inquired, "Chen Ye, what troubles you? We won the match. Is that not a splendid outcome?" Chen Ye furrowed his brow, his concern palpable as he elaborated, "Your exuberance is far too conspicuous. You must understand, our forthcoming opponents will undoubtedly be exceedingly formidable, possibly even hailing from one of the 5 elemental academies. Thus, the upcoming matches will certainly not be as effortless as today. We must prepare ourselves thoroughly." Chapter 35, The Elephant Armor Academy. The following day, sunlight bathed the arena as a man of considerable age stood at its center, Salaris of the Spirit Hall. Tall and imposing, his serious demeanor was accentuated by his black robe, which lent him an air of authority. On the opposite side of the arena, the members of the Blue Tyrant Academy were also busily preparing for the competition. Yu Tianxuan gazed at Salaris, silently hoping for victory in this contest. At that moment, the members of the Elephant Armor Academy entered the arena, each of them robust and muscular, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. Yu Tianxuan could not help but remark, "The individuals from the Elephant Armor Academy truly possess formidable defensive capabilities and immense strength." Just then, the competitors from the Blue Tyrant Academy ascended to the arena. Compared to the previous match, their lineup had undergone some alterations. Dai Mu Bai now occupied the position previously held by Talon, while Chen Ye took the place originally assigned to Huang Yuan. Observing this change, Yu Tianxuan pondered aloud. Their choice here both conceals their true strength and avoids excessive exposure of their capabilities. It is indeed a commendable strategy. Lu Erlong nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. Yet the Elephant Armor Academy is one of the 5 elemental academies, primarily characterized by their defensive prowess. The other 4 elemental academies each possess their unique specialties. For instance, The Fire Element Academy wields absolute offensive power and mastery over flames, while the Wind Element Academy unleashes the swiftest and most potent attacks. The Wood Element Academy excels in unparalleled control, and the Water Element Academy holds absolute command over water. Each academy specializes in a single element, yet they have all ventured far in their respective domains. Time swiftly elapsed, and the bell heralding the commencement of the match rang out like thunder, urging the competitors to display their true prowess. Dai Mubai called out, "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the arena. In response to Dai Mubai's command, his teammates erupted with powerful fluctuations of soul energy. A dazzling light enveloped each of their bodies as their martial souls activated. Simultaneously, the members of the Elephant Armor Academy swiftly summoned their martial souls. Their movements were synchronized, resembling a well-drilled army. They brandished massive blue rectangular shields, which were as impenetrable as a fortress. The members of the Elephant Armor Academy formed a straight line with their shields, advancing steadily. Their steps were firm and powerful, each stride seemingly imbued with immense pressure. Observing this, Chen Ye immediately grasped the tactical intent of the opponents. He shouted, "They aim to compress the space and force us off the arena. Everyone, retreat 10 meters immediately." His voice was clear and resolute, cutting through the cacophony of the arena to reach his teammates. Standing at the center of the group, Chen Ye commanded, "Everyone, quickly form a circle. Oscar, hand me your mushroom sausage." Upon hearing Chen Ye's call, the others swiftly complied, forming a tight circle. Oscar stood behind Chen Ye, clutching a fragrant mushroom sausage. Chen Ye seized the sausage without hesitation and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, lifting his legs slightly off the ground, as if he could take flight at any moment. At that moment, Chen Ye activated his martial soul, the blue silvergrass. Countless blue vines sprouted from his hands, swiftly wrapping around every individual nearby like nimble serpents. The group felt an overwhelming force binding them tightly, and before they could react, their bodies were lifted high, suspended in midair. Wow! A chorus of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Chen Ye could actually fly. Yet, they were unaware that this was merely an illusion created by the effects of the mushroom sausage combined with the clever application of the blue silvergrass. Chen Ye had ingeniously utilized the brief levitation ability of the mushroom sausage, alongside the entanglement of the blue silvergrass, to create the illusion of flight. Dai Mubai observed Chen Ye with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, remarking, "Well done, Chen Ye. Now the air is our territory. Next, we need only to take them down one by one." Chen Ye furrowed his brow slightly, cautioning, "We must remain vigilant. After all, they are not fools. If they maintain this strategy, we will indeed hold the advantage. However, if we encounter flying soul masters, the situation may change. Therefore, I suspect they must have a counter-strategy." At that moment, a member of the Elephant Armor Academy leaned in to whisper to their captain, Hu Yanli, "Boss, should we not employ that tactic?" Hu Yanli hesitated for a moment, seemingly contemplating the appropriateness of such a move. However, another teammate beside him quickly shook his head, looking troubled as he said, "No, boss. That tactic is specifically reserved for the Wind God Academy. If we use it now, won't we expose all our trump cards?" As the two debated, Oscar's voice rang out from a distance, "Boss, come join the fun." His tone carried an undertone of provocation. Hearing Oscar's taunt, Hu Yanli's expression darkened, and with a scoff, he retorted, "Humph, is the Blue Tyrant Academy merely going to scuttle around like turtles? You might as well rename yourselves the Turtle Academy. Ha ha ha." His derisive laughter echoed across the arena, provoking a wave of laughter from the surrounding spectators. However, Hu Yanli's amusement was short-lived. Suddenly, an unidentified object shot towards him like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at his face. The unexpectedness of the situation left Hu Yanli no time to dodge, and with a resounding thud, the object struck him squarely on the cheek. Fuming, Hu Yanli bellowed, "To hell with the Wind God Academy." He then commanded, "Prepare the cannon." As his words echoed, the students of the Elephant Armor Academy sprang into action with remarkable swiftness. They coordinated seamlessly, intertwining their bodies to form a contraption reminiscent of a cannon. "The projectile is ready," one of the students proclaimed aloud. "Power at 100%. Prepare for launch." With a deep breath, Hu Yanli swung his fist with great force, striking the student who served as the cannonball. A thunderous bang resonated as the student was catapulted like a projectile towards the Blue Tyrant Academy. This spectacle left everyone astonished, while the students of Blue Tyrant Academy were thrown into a state of panic. Yet, at that moment, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing suddenly unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. The nether white tiger. The original nether white tiger bore a blue and white hue, quite distant from the true white tiger. However, the manifestation before them was entirely different. This nether white tiger was pure white, devoid of any blemish, its black stripes resembling ink stains, exuding a ferocious aura. Its claws had become sharper, glinting with a chilling light, seemingly capable of effortlessly tearing through steel. The current nether white tiger truly embodied the essence of its title. Chapter 36. The Defeat of Elephant Armor Academy. The nether white tiger let out a roar that reverberated like thunder, its sharp claws striking down upon the assembled students of Elephant Armor Academy with ferocious might. A resounding crash ensued, as their defenses were instantly shattered, and the members of the formation were sent sprawling by the overwhelming force, tumbling to the ground in disarray. Hu Yanli's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the nether white tiger, marveling within. The power of this white tiger is truly terrifying. Yet, he was not daunted. Rather, it ignited his fighting spirit, huffing, "Don't think for a moment that I can be easily defeated." Before his words could fade, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated above Hu Yanli's head. Within the radiance, an object resembling a helmet gradually materialized. This helmet bore an uncanny resemblance to the head of a mammoth, vividly lifelike, as if a colossal beast from ancient times had traversed through the ages. This was none other than Hu Yanli's diamond mammoth head spirit bone, emanating powerful energy waves that perfectly merged with his being. With the emergence of the spirit bone, Hu Yanli's aura surged dramatically, his eyes sparkling with newfound confidence, as though he had rediscovered his resolve to conquer the nether white tiger. Chen Ye let out a sigh of relief, silently grateful. Fortunately, I managed to ensnare his other teammates in time. Otherwise, this battle would have been exceptionally arduous. Moreover, I never anticipated that my blue silver grass would prove so resilient. It has indeed been a tremendous aid. His gaze swept across his companions, and he decisively called out, "Everyone, listen carefully. Our current objective is to take down Hu Yanli." The others, clearly cognizant of the situation, responded in unison, "Yes." Their voices rang out in harmonious strength, revealing their trust in Chen Ye and their determination to vanquish the adversary. Hu Yanli regarded Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing with an air of confidence, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he provocatively remarked, "Are you all ready? Then let us see what you've got." The nether white tiger howled skyward, its voice shaking the very earth, emanating an aura that commanded reverence. Almost immediately, the nether white tiger unleashed its ultimate technique, the nether shadow clone. In an instant, its body trembled violently, splitting into several identical nether white tigers, each radiating the same terrifying presence. These clones darted across the battlefield like phantoms, their movements bewildering, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the genuine from the false. From their maws, they unleashed a torrential downpour of meteor-like projectiles, which fell upon Hu Yanli like a relentless rainstorm, each meteor entwined with strands of lightning, amplifying their destructive power. The interplay of lightning and meteorites painted a breathtaking yet harrowing tableau. Just as Hu Yanli was about to evade, Chen Ye struck with ghostly swiftness, sweeping his arm as the blue-silver grass shot forth like a serpent, ensnaring Hu Yanli's legs in an instant. Hu Yanli felt an overwhelming force constricting his feet, rendering him immobile despite his desperate struggles against the accursed blue-silver grass. He roared in fury, "Damn it! I can't move. What sorcery have you all employed?" The nether white tiger's heavenly eye meteor rain surged forth like a frenzied storm, leaving a wake of dust and debris in its path. Following this terrifying assault, the previously tense atmosphere descended into chaos. The crowd surged forward like unleashed hounds, driven by a singular thought, to eliminate Hu Yanli at all costs. Their steps were frantic and disordered, some even colliding with one another, yet nothing could impede their advance. Each face bore the urgency of a relentless vendetta, as if Hu Yanli were a sworn enemy that must be eradicated immediately. Shouts and curses erupted from the throng, creating a scene reminiscent of a frenzied revelry, compelling onlookers to take notice. Little Dance grimaced in agony, exclaiming, "This is impossible. His head is far too hard. My attacks have no effect whatsoever, and my hands are left aching from the impact. It's excruciating." Standing nearby, Chen Ye quickly offered reassurance, "Don't worry, Little Dance. Allow me to give the Crimson Flame Tornado a try." He inhaled deeply, focusing his energy as flames began to coalesce between his hands. A massive inferno took shape, burning fiercely and radiating overwhelming heat. With a fierce shout, the colossal flame surged forth like a ferocious dragon, hurtling directly towards Hu Yanli. When the fire struck Hu Yanli's head, a miracle occurred. The once impenetrable head spirit bone shattered under the onslaught of the crimson flame tornado. Crumbling as easily as paper, Hu Yanli screamed in agony, his body propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, he did not yield, through sheer will. He struggled to rise and continue the fight. However, he was gravely injured and significantly weakened. Chen Ye and Little Dance exchanged knowing glances, and in perfect harmony, they unleashed their final move. In an instant, the arena was illuminated, two immense forces converging to create an unstoppable shockwave directed at Hu Yanli. With no means of escape, Hu Yanli was struck head-on by this formidable force, soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, and was violently ejected from the arena. In this exhilarating moment, the audience collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the central stage where the host stood. With a radiant smile, the host boomed. After an intense competition, the clash between Elephant Armor Academy and Blue Tyrant Academy has finally concluded. I am honored to declare that the victor of this match is none other than Blue Tyrant Academy. As the final syllable left his lips, a thunderous applause and jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd. The students of Blue Tyrant Academy were overwhelmed with emotion, embracing and leaping in celebration, expressing their elation and excitement. Although the students of Elephant Armor Academy felt a pang of disappointment, they too applauded Blue Tyrant Academy's victory, offering their congratulations. As the contest concluded and the audience began to disperse, the once boisterous arena gradually regained its tranquility. Chen Ye and his teammates were preparing to gather their belongings and depart when suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Chen, would you be interested in having a chat?" Chen Ye turned around and spotted Prince Shui Qinghe standing a short distance away, a gentle smile gracing his face. Dressed in a flowing white robe, he exuded an air of elegance and charm that was hard to ignore. Chapter 37. Will it be discovered? With admiration glimmering in his eyes, Shui Qinghe approached Chen Ye and clapped a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Brother Chen, I witnessed your match in its entirety today. I never anticipated that you would triumph over your opponent under such challenging circumstances. Truly remarkable." His voice brimmed with appreciation as he continued, "Moreover, your exceptional performance at such a young age is nothing short of astonishing. I am confident that with your talent and strength, you will achieve great things in the future." Chen Ye beamed with gratitude, responding respectfully, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise. However, I must say, I am utterly astonished that a mere individual like myself has garnered your esteemed attention. It feels like a stroke of extraordinary fortune." Shui Qinghe, with a subtle smirk, regarded Chen Ye with a hint of jest in his tone. "You are not underestimating yourself, are you? Come, shall we engage in a game of chess?" His voice was gentle, yet laced with playful skepticism regarding Chen Ye's abilities. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye nodded slightly in agreement, his movements decisive and without hesitation. Shui Qinghe remarked with a sense of wonder, "It is astonishing how the entire continent has been divided into 3 factions. Who would have thought that the formidable empires of Tiandou and Xingluo would ultimately belong to the Spirit Hall?" His words carried a note of resignation and surprise at the shifting dynamics. Chen Ye calmly analyzed, "To be frank, this situation may not be entirely unfavorable. With the 3 powers balancing each other, a relatively stable scenario emerges. Consequently, none dare to instigate conflict lightly, and perhaps the continent could enter a period of relative peace." However, he shifted his tone, adding, "Yet in the long run, this is not entirely beneficial either. The ebb and flow of power is an unchanging truth. That which is divided must eventually unite, and that which is united must inevitably divide. No matter how strong an individual or force may be, they cannot alter this fundamental law." His voice hinted at a degree of concern, suggesting he was not optimistic about the future. Shui Qinghe expressed his astonishment. "I had not realized this before. It truly never crossed my mind. Your capabilities are indeed impressive. It appears my foresight was lacking." After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, do you have some time in the next few days? I have a younger sister named Shui Qian, who has heard about you from me and is particularly interested in meeting you." As he spoke, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks, leaving him puzzled about the reason. Chen Ye mused inwardly, "What Shui Qian? I hardly believe that. This must be about you." Nevertheless, given his statement, he decided to play along and see what trickery he was up to. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ye replied, "Your Highness, please allow me some time to consider. If I find it feasible, I shall arrange to meet." With that, he turned to leave, his steps hurried as if some pressing matter awaited him. In that fleeting moment, as he turned, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Xian Renshue, who was disguised as Shui Qinghe. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Chen Ye noticed the detail. A faint blush adorned Xianxuan's cheeks. This discovery surprised Chen Ye, for he had not uttered anything particularly special to her, nor had he made any extraordinary gestures. What, then, could have caused her cheeks to flush? Lost in contemplation, Chen Ye recalled their brief exchange, yet no reasonable explanation surfaced. Just then, a thought struck him. Could it be the Eye of Heaven's path? He remembered that as he turned to depart, his eyes seemed to detect an unusual aura. Although faint and somewhat indistinct, he could ascertain that the essence originated from Xianxuan. But why would the Eye of Heaven's path cause her cheeks to redden? This perplexity left Chen Ye baffled. He resolved to investigate this peculiar phenomenon when time allowed. Shueqing smiled, saying, "And by the way, please refrain from calling me Your Highness in the future. If you don't mind, I would prefer to be called Brother Shui." His tone was warm and sincere, exuding genuine friendliness. Chen Ye quickly nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, Brother Shui, I shall remember." His voice conveyed respect, seemingly taken aback by Shueqing's suggestion. As Chen Ye made his way back to the Blue Tyrant Academy, the sunlight bathed him in warmth, highlighting his tall and graceful figure. At that moment, a lively figure bounded toward him from a distance. It was Xiao Wu. Like a spirited little rabbit, Xiao Wu joyfully hopped to Chen Ye's side, her face radiant with a bright smile as she exclaimed, "Brother, why did you take so long to find me? I missed you so much." Her voice rang out melodiously, reminiscent of birdsong in spring. Gazing at Xiao Wu's adorable demeanor, Chen Ye felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He smiled gently, ruffling her hair and replying softly. "It was nothing significant, just tending to some matters. By the way, I recall that our opponents tomorrow are from the Blaze Academy, correct?" Xiao Wu nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Yes, brother, what about it?" Chen Ye regarded her with a hint of skepticism, intrigued by the aura surrounding her. He couldn't help but inquire. "It's nothing, really. They, like the Elephant Armor Academy, are part of the 5 elemental academies. However, I find myself curious. Why do I sense that you are not entirely human? The aura you exude seems less human as your cultivation deepens. What could be the reason for this?" Xiao Wu's heart raced with trepidation. She had not anticipated Chen Ye's keen perception of her anomaly. Her expression shifted slightly, betraying a hint of panic. Yet she endeavored to remain composed as she attempted to explain. "Well, I'm not entirely sure why it is this way. Perhaps it is due to my unique cultivation method." Yet, internally, Xiao Wu lamented. She understood that this was not a mere issue of cultivation method, but rather that she was fundamentally a spirit beast. The greatest distinction between spirit beasts and humans lay in the fragrant essence emanating from the former, a quality absent in humans. As Xiao Wu's cultivation advanced, her spirit beast aura became increasingly pronounced, a closely guarded secret she had strived to conceal, now inadvertently exposed by Chen Ye. Chapter 38. Xiao Wu's Past. Chen Ye regarded Xiao Wu with an impassive expression, stating, "You need not fear that I wish to harm you, nor do I covet your spirit rings. Surely, whenever you see us, you must feel uneasy. I have observed this. However, have you considered that the natural order of spirit beasts is one of survival of the fittest, where the strong prevail and the weak become prey? Is this not the very law of existence for your kind? If so, why should humans be barred from hunting spirit beasts? Must it be that only other spirit beasts are permitted to engage in conflict? I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation." Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly as she lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Ye's gaze, as if she feared to witness disappointment or anger reflected in his eyes. "Brother, I am truly sorry. I cannot provide you with a definitive answer." Her tone grew increasingly subdued, imbued with a hint of helplessness and guilt. "But I assure you, I'm not as you perceive. My feelings for you are genuine, devoid of any pretense." Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her emotions before continuing. "However, every time I contemplate our shared lineage, or the fact that we both belong to the spirit beast realm, an indescribable pain surges within me. It feels as though something has gripped my heart tightly, rendering me breathless." Xiao Wu lifted her head, her eyes meeting Chen Ye's, filled with anguish and confusion. "Perhaps it is this bond of kinship that evokes such feelings within me. Yet, I can assure you, my feelings for you have never wavered." Upon finishing her words, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. She bit her lip, seemingly striving to suppress her sobs, but ultimately, she could not succeed. Chen Ye inhaled deeply and spoke softly. "Thank you, Xiao Wu. To be honest, when I first encountered you as a friend, the sensation was both familiar and foreign. The familiarity felt as if I had experienced it before, while the strangeness made everything seem entirely new." He paused briefly, as though gathering his thoughts, then continued. I cannot recall the myriad experiences of my past life, yet that sensation undeniably exists. I sense that I have lost certain things before. Though I can no longer remember what they are, the pain of that loss lingers in my heart. His voice carried a somber note, tinged with faint sorrow. But he quickly regained his composure, resolutely stating, "Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall embark on a gradual quest to rediscover those forgotten memories. I believe that if I remain steadfast, one day I shall reclaim them all." Finally, he gazed gently at Xiao Wu, smiling as he said, "And regardless of the circumstances, I shall never abandon you, Xiao Wu. You are my most important friend at present, and I will always stand by your side." Chen Ye looked at Xiao Wu and tenderly inquired, "Now, Xiao Wu, could you share with me why you have come to the human world? I am genuinely eager to learn the reasons behind your arrival here." His gaze brimmed with curiosity and concern, as if he anticipated her story with great interest. Xiao Wu reminisced about her past. "All right, brother. However, recounting my origins is quite a lengthy tale, one that may require me to share my life's journey in its entirety." She continued, "Compared to other spirit beasts, my situation is indeed rather unique. Generally, other spirit beasts are born without consciousness, akin to ordinary animals, instinctively surviving and procreating. Yet, my circumstances were entirely different. This was due to my parents having reached the 10,000-year mark, which granted me consciousness upon my birth. This occurrence is exceedingly rare within the spirit beast realm." A pained expression crossed Xiao Wu's face. "However, my life has not been without its trials. Just as my father finally cultivated to the 10,000-year level, he encountered a tremendous calamity. At that time, a member from the Spirit Hall, whose identity I can no longer recall, possessed an evil soul of a six-winged angel. As far as I know, this individual existed over 7,000 years ago." Xiao Wu spoke increasingly rapidly. "When I reached the 10,000-year mark, my mother tragically perished in battle against another 10,000-year spirit beast. Thus, I lost both my parents and became utterly alone." Her expression softened slightly. "As for the Forest Emperor and the Forest King you mentioned earlier, they are, in fact, my sworn brothers, Deming and Erming." Xiao Wu's voice grew somber, as if burdened by immense pressure. "Now, regarding my reasons for entering the human world, it's quite simple. It is all because of that 10,000-year spirit beast. You may not be aware, but for us spirit beasts, without interaction with humans, we can never truly grow stronger. Our development stagnates at a certain point, preventing us from breaking through to higher realms." Her gaze fixed on the distance, as if recalling past experiences. "I do not wish to remain stagnant forever. I yearn to become more powerful. I understand that only through engaging with humans can I hope to transcend myself, reaching the million-year threshold, and perhaps even attaining divinity. Although the possibility is slim, I have no alternative." Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly. "To survive, to avenge the blood-soaked enmity, I had no choice but to take the risk of venturing into the human world. It is rife with uncertainty and peril, yet I have no path of retreat. I am willing to pay any price to pursue that slim glimmer of hope and to fulfill my ambitions." Chen Ye gazed earnestly at Xiao Wu, speaking softly. "While I may not comprehend why spirit beasts are so fervently fixated on becoming a certain existence, I can tell you that this world is merely the weakest among the myriad realms. Within the vast universe, there exist both powerful worlds and weaker ones, with disparities arising from factors such as the scarcity of spiritual energy or other influences. However, if you aspire to grow stronger, then this moment marks a brand new beginning." Upon concluding his words, Chen Ye paused briefly before producing a somewhat antiquated tome from his robe. He gently caressed the book's cover, as if it contained boundless mysteries. The title of the book bore only 2 characters. Tai Chi Chen Ye presented the book before the spirit beast, explaining, "The way of Tai Chi emphasizes overcoming rigidity with flexibility, using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. For you, perhaps mastering this technique first would be more suitable. Once you grasp its essence, should I successfully open a passage to other worlds, you may explore other cultivation methods." Xiao Wu's face was awash with tears. Her voice choked with emotion as she expressed, "Brother, thank you. Without you, I truly would not know how else to become stronger. You're like a lifeline, appearing when I was most helpless, granting me hope and courage." Her body trembled slightly, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Xiao Wu covered her face with her hands, attempting to conceal her inner pain and vulnerability, yet the incessant sobs betrayed her. "Thank you, brother. I am genuinely grateful." Her words were laden with heartfelt emotion, as if each syllable had been extracted from the depths of her soul. Chapter 39. The Fiery Academy. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room where several individuals were gathered. The conversation naturally shifted to the topic of the Fiery Academy. Chen Ye cleared his throat and began, "In recent days, I have specifically researched information regarding the Fiery Academy. As far as I know, the Academy's most formidable students are the sibling duo, Xiao Wu and Xiao Wu. Both possess remarkable strength, particularly Xiao Wu, whose mastery over flame control is unparalleled. Moreover, I discovered an intriguing detail. It is highly likely that they possess a martial soul fusion technique, akin to the yin-yang white tiger employed by Dai Lao and Zhu Qing previously." Chen Ye paused momentarily before continuing. "The power of such a martial soul fusion technique is immensely potent, capable of significantly enhancing their strength. Therefore, we must exercise caution and not underestimate them when we confront them." Dai Mu furrowed his brow, pondering aloud, if they indeed possess a martial soul fusion technique, what kind of effects might it produce? His voice conveyed a blend of concern and curiosity. Chen Ye's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding confidence as he replied, "Based on my conjecture, the most significant effect is likely to be flames. After all, their academy is named the Academy of Blazing Fire, which, by its very nomenclature, is closely associated with fire. Moreover, in combat, flames often possess formidable destructive power and a commanding presence." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Thus, I believe that in this situation, I must take to the field myself. To extinguish fire with fire is undoubtedly an excellent strategic choice." His words revealed both a self-assuredness in his abilities and a clear understanding of the circumstances. Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "So, brother, who else from our academy will participate besides you?" With a confident smile, Chen Ye answered, "Aside from myself, Xiao Wu, there are Dai Mu, Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Jiangzhu. This will lead them to believe that only two of us are four-ring soul masters, thus allowing them to lower their guard. However, in reality, Xiao Wu, your strength is already quite close to the four-ring level, and your combat capabilities are remarkable. Unless our opponents reach level 45, they stand no chance of defeating you." Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Xiao Wu felt a wave of delight wash over her, her face lighting up with a joyful smile as she cheerfully replied, "Hee. Thank you for the compliment, brother." Nearby, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Xiao Wu, you are truly amazing. I can't even imagine how powerful you will become when you reach the four-ring level." Lin Yuer smiled gently and remarked, "Indeed, you all have a keen understanding of the strategy of first letting your opponents lower their guard before delivering a decisive blow. This tactic is quite sophisticated. However, while executing this plan, you must certainly pay attention to fire prevention measures. After all, their greatest strength lies in flames, whereas the Academy of Armor excels in defense. Thus, only by ensuring flawless choices and strategies can you unleash your maximum potential and achieve ultimate victory." As the sun shone brightly at midday, the competition officially commenced. The atmosphere was electric, with spectators cheering and eagerly anticipating the intense confrontation ahead. The host, wearing a smile, stepped onto the stage and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Greetings. Everyone, I am your host for today, and it is a great honor to preside over this thrilling match. Today's contest pits the Blue Tyrant Academy against the Blazing Fire Academy, both of which boast formidable combat prowess and have maintained undefeated records to date." Just as the audience immersed themselves in anticipation of the match, the host suddenly shifted his tone, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he continued, "Let me share a little gossip with you all. It is said that the captain of the Godwind Academy, Feng Xiaotian, has quite the fondness for the vice-captain of the Blazing Fire Academy." Before he could finish, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, with murmurs and whispers echoing amongst the spectators. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A group from the Godwind Academy suddenly stood up, one individual in their midst hurling a bottle towards the host without hesitation. The bottle arced through the air, crashing directly into the host's head with a resounding thud, eliciting a scream of dismay from him. The members of the Godwind Academy glared furiously at the host, one of them shouting, "You host should focus on your role as a referee instead of spreading idle gossip." Dai Mu regarded the girl with red hair before him with a mocking expression, his lips curling into a sardonic smile as he said, "Should we wait a moment, considering the integrity of your vice-captain?" As soon as he finished speaking, the girl with the red hair shot her gaze up, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Dai Mu, a flicker of anger flashing within them. Dressed in a striking red outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she radiated an alluring charm. Nevertheless, she did not yield to Dai Mu provocation, coldly retorting, "Humph. Spare me your prattle. We are more than prepared and do not require your concern. It is your Blue Tyrant Academy that will likely taste the bitterness of defeat today. At that moment, a short-haired man standing nearby, adorned with a headscarf, exuded a carefree demeanor. With a smirk, he remarked, "Sister, don't waste your breath on them. When a match begins, just make sure to leave them searching for their teeth on the ground." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye furrowed his brow, his voice steady and unwavering as he declared, "Our captain merely offered a friendly reminder. Since you choose not to heed it, we shall determine who is strong and who is weak once the match commences. I will demonstrate to you what true strength and true flames are." Fire Dance scoffed at Chen Ye's words, her expression tinged with disdain as she retorted, "Humph, I was merely curious to see your flames, but don't get too smug. I will show you that there are differences even among flames." Xiao Wu smirked, a playful glint in her eyes as she replied, "Who knows? Perhaps it is just that my brother's flames are so powerful that they leave you all prostrate on the ground." Fire Dance, incensed, turned crimson with rage, her eyes widening as she pointed at Xiao Wu and shouted, "Fine, if that is how you feel, then I will let you witness firsthand how your brother is defeated by me." Chapter 40. The Defeat of the Blazing Fire Academy. With a thunderous roar, Dai Mubai exclaimed, "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits." The sound reverberated like thunder across the battlefield. No sooner had he spoken than his companions responded in unison, each summoning their martial spirits. In an instant, a dazzling array of light erupted, with various martial spirits illuminating the air. Yet, Dai Mubai remained undistracted by the spectacle. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the formation of the Blazing Fire Academy. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his soul power, which erupted from him like a volcano, coalescing between his hands. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move, the White Tiger Radiant Wave. A blinding beam of white light surged forth like a ferocious white tiger, roaring towards the ranks of the Blazing Fire Academy. The White Tiger Radiant Wave was immensely powerful, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek as it struck the unsuspecting students of the Blazing Fire Academy, throwing them into disarray. "Everyone stay calm. Maintain our formation," Fire Wushuang shouted, his voice resonating like a bell amidst the clamor of the arena. At that moment, Chen Ye bellowed, "Crimson Knight, fiery sun." He waved his hands, and a torrent of searing energy erupted from his body. This energy blazed with the brilliance of the sun, hanging overhead and radiating an unbearable heat. The entire arena was engulfed in this energy, transforming it into a colossal furnace. With another fierce shout from Chen Ye, the energy plummeted like a meteor, crashing down with unparalleled force, indiscriminately sweeping across the battlefield. Neither foes nor allies could evade the onslaught of this energy. Dai Mubai's face flushed with fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Chen Ye, his voice laced with anger and reproach. "Hey, Chen Ye, what on earth are you doing? Can you at least give us a heads up before you unleash that move next time? If we hadn't reacted quickly, we might have been caught in your attack ourselves." In response to Dai Mubai's admonishment, Chen Ye appeared somewhat embarrassed and remorseful, hurriedly nodding and apologizing. Yes, I'm truly sorry, Dai Mubai. I will be more careful next time, I promise." In stark contrast to the joyous laughter echoing from Blue Wave Academy, the atmosphere at Blaze Fire Academy was far from optimistic. In the midst of this fierce battle, 5 of the 7 students from Blaze Fire Academy had the misfortune of suffering burns of varying severity, while the remaining 2 endured attacks of different degrees. As Xiao Wu surveyed the grim scene before her, a chill crept into her heart. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "I never anticipated that they wield such formidable flames." Beside her, Hu Wushuang anxiously inquired, "Sister, are you all right? Have you been injured?" His voice revealed a deep concern for his sister's well-being. Taking a deep breath, Hu Wu resolutely replied, "I'm fine, brother. Let us use that move." Hu Wushuang looked at his sister, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He was acutely aware of the move's potency, but he also understood the implications of employing it. "Are you certain? If we use it now, our trump card will be exposed to the other opponents," Hu Wushuang cautioned, worry lacing his tone. Hu Wu bit her lip, fully cognizant of the stakes. Yet, faced with the current predicament, she felt there was no other recourse. "There's no other option, brother. We've already lost once to the Elephant Armor Academy. We cannot afford to lose again. Moreover, if we refrain from using this move, it will place us at a significant disadvantage." Hu Wu's voice was tinged with resignation. After a moment of silence, Hu Wushuang finally nodded, "All right." He recognized the truth in her words. The moment of reckoning had arrived, and they could no longer hold back. Exchanging determined glances, Hu Wu and Hu Wushuang unleashed the goddess of fire. They embraced, their martial souls coalescing within the flames. transforming into a stunning figure, a voluptuous woman who epitomized the Queen of Fire. Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly as he turned to Chen Ye. Was this part of your calculations? What should our next step be? I hope you have a plan. With wide eyes, Chen Ye responded, I will engage Dai Lauda head on. And you strike from the side with your strongest move. Following this, after Chen Ye launched the 9 Heavens Blazing Sun attack in front of the Goddess of Fire, Dai Mubai executed the Heavenly White Tiger Meteor Shower from the flank, allowing Xiao Wu the opportunity to deal with the other members of Blaze Fire Academy. Exhausted, Xiao Wu remarked, this is such a hassle. At least this will relieve some pressure off my brother and the others. Just as Dai Mubai and Chen Ye were on the verge of being overwhelmed, the fusion of flames and the white tiger materialized a red-white tiger amidst the fiery onslaught. As the Goddess of Fire continued her assault, the white tiger leapt nimbly, evading the attack. Subsequently, the firestorm and Heavenly White Tiger Meteor Shower merged into a radiant fire meteor shower. The Goddess of Fire wasted no time and unleashed the fiery dragon. The collision of attacks resulted in an extreme rise in temperature, ultimately triggering Chen Ye's blue-silver grass to exhibit its fire-resistant properties. In the end, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang faced defeat. Frustrated, Huo Wu questioned her brother. Are we truly conceding? I refuse to accept this. At that moment, an elder approached, addressing Huo Wu, there's no shame in losing. If you're dissatisfied, return to the fray. Many have faced defeat on the Dolua continent, and countless lives have been lost in battles. This is merely a competition. The others have never fought to the death. Tell me, why does my daughter repeatedly resort to lethal force? Huo Wu understood, responding, Father, I was wrong. I merely did not wish for it to come to this. Chen Ye interjected, Elder, this is merely a competition. My friends, and I would not unleash our full potential if it weren't for this match. We Wu and Ti have discovered such capabilities, right, Dai Lauda? Although Dai Mubai was displeased, he conceded. Indeed, who would have guessed that Chen Ye and I possessed such a move? I owe my thanks to Miss Huo Wu. The elder replied, Thank you for your understanding of my headstrong daughter. Should any issues arise, my Fire Cloud sect will seek you out, Hui Yinfeng, and you. Young Chen Ye. Hui Yinfeng scrutinized Chen Ye with his soul power, exclaiming, Oh, so you are his child. How interesting. I lost to him, and now to you. Such a twist of fate. Elder Chen, you know my father? Chen Ye inweeded. Of course. In that war, he and I were both sold Duluos. He is now a titled Delaw, having reached the pinnacle. Alas, I was not as fortunate as he, never encountering my true love. And it was only through his devotion that he became a titled Delaw. I imagine he must bear immense sorrow. After the match concluded, the members of Blaze Fire Academy appeared profoundly dejected and disheartened. They had entered the competition with unwavering confidence, only to be met with disillusionment in the end. Particularly for Huo Wu, her spirit weighed heavily with despair. Despite having promised her father to perform well, she found it increasingly difficult to suppress her frustration. She felt she had given her all, yet why had she still lost? This overwhelming sense of defeat wrought immense anguish and helplessness within her. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian, captain of the Divine Wind Academy, approached her. Noticing her pallor, he expressed concern, Huo Wu, don't fret. Although we lost this match, there will be future opportunities. Furthermore, I will assist you in reclaiming victory. Huo Wu lifted her gaze to meet Feng Xiaotian's and suddenly blurted out, Hey, Feng Xiaotian, do you like me? Taken aback by her unexpected question, Feng Xiaotian quickly regained his composure and replied without hesitation, Yes, Huo Wu, I do like you. Surprised by his candid admission, Huo Wu's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, she did not shy away. Instead, she boldly declared, If you can defeat Chen Ye, I will be your girlfriend. Hearing her words, Feng Xiaotian's heart soared with joy. He was aware that Chen Ye was a formidable opponent, but for the chance to be with Huo Wu, he was willing to exert every effort to overcome him. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai marveled at Chen Ye. Chen Ye, I truly did not anticipate you possessed such a remarkable move. Your flames can harmonize with my white tiger power. In that scenario, it would indeed be difficult to predict the outcome. Equally astonished, Chen Ye scratched his head in response. I hadn't foreseen such an occurrence either. However, this fusion cannot be casually utilized. To replicate it, my flames and white tiger power must fully integrate. Yet, I currently have no clear path to achieve that. At that moment, Ning Rongrong interjected with a smile. All right, let us not overthink it. By the way, Chen Ye, I heard from Grandpa Jian that you also wield a sword. I would like to spar with you. Are you interested? Chen Ye mused, after the Soul Master competition. I will certainly seek him out, but presently, I truly lack the time. Just then, Prince Xue Qinghe approached Chen Ye, a smile gracing his face as he softly said, Chen, would you be interested in having a chat with me? Observing Xue Qinghe, Chen Ye noticed something different about him. His face appeared slightly flushed. Contemplating the connection between the Eye of Heaven and the heavenly path, Chen Ye remained unaware of the reasons behind Xueqing's actions. Nevertheless, he readily agreed to the prince's invitation. Sure. The two strolled towards a quaint little pavilion, unaware that hidden in the nearby foliage were two tidal Doluos, the porcupine Doa and the snake spear Doa. At this moment, the two tidal Doa were entirely engrossed in observing the scene before them, where two individuals within the pavilion appeared to be engaged in conversation. The serpent spear Doa furrowed his brow and inquired with a hint of perplexity, "My lady, what is the purpose of this? Is it merely to attract this Chen Ye? Yet, each time after his matches, you deliberately seek him out. Could there be a deeper significance to this?" The porcupine Doa's lips curled into a contemplative smile as he responded, "Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? I believe my lady's intentions are simply to leave him with a favorable impression. After all, with his innate talent, one can only speculate that he might emerge as a sovereign within the realm of soul masters in the future." Clearly dissatisfied with this explanation, the serpent spear Doloa pressed on, "Even so, is it necessary for you to seek him out after every match?" With a subtle smile, the porcupine Doloa elucidated. The Grand Offering recently issued a decree stating that this Chen Ye is permissible for interaction, but under no circumstances should one forge a deep connection unless absolutely necessary. This indicates even the Grand Offering harbors a degree of interest in him, perhaps even wishes for him to become a son-in-law. Upon hearing this, the serpent spear Da's expression shifted as understanding dawned upon him, murmuring, "So that is the case, but does this fellow truly deserve my lady?" The porcupine Da gently patted the serpent spear Doloa's shoulder and chuckled. "That will depend on his future development." Suddenly, as if recalling something, the serpent spear Doloa said, "By the way, I have always wanted to ask you, why is it that you seem to know so much more than I do? Is it merely because you are adept with poison?" In response, the porcupine Da smirked disdainfully, retorting, "If only your intellect were as sharp as mine, you would naturally comprehend more." Just as their conversation unfolded, the expression of the porcupine Da abruptly shifted. He sensed a faint trace of toxic gas wafting through the air. This particular toxin was all too familiar to him, as it was unique to the poison Da Dugu Bo internally, the porcupine Da used. It seems that young man has come to protect this Chen Ye. He possesses some capability to warrant Dugu Bo's personal intervention. If we successfully recruit this lad, perhaps even Dugu Bo might consider aligning with us. However, there is another individual. Could it be the Hao Ian Doloa? With this thought, the porcupine Doloa's brow furrowed deeply as his gaze fixated on a distant location, seemingly having discerned something. Meanwhile, the serpent spear Doloa remained oblivious to it all, looking at the porcupine Doloa in confusion and asking, "Where did you detect that?" "I sense nothing at all." The porcupine Doloa shook his head in exasperation, sighing, "You should simply remain as you are and refrain from meddling in matters you do not understand." Xueqing gazed somberly at Chen Ye and quietly asked, "Brother Chen, do you believe I have a chance to become emperor?" After a moment of silence, Chen Ye replied slowly, "I cannot speak to other matters, but I know this. If you act with sufficient caution, then you might indeed have a chance. For instance, you have already covertly administered numerous potions. Am I correct?" Xueqing's complexion shifted as he abruptly interrupted. "How do you know this? Can you read minds?" Chen Ye offered a sly smile, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "I was uncertain at first, but your reaction just now has convinced me otherwise." Realizing the implications, Xueqing inwardly cursed, yet maintained a facade of composure, feigning annoyance as he remarked, "You clever rascal, how astute you are." At this juncture, Chen Ye could no longer maintain his pretense and decided to be candid, stating, "You are not Xueqing, are you? Am I correct in saying you are Qianren? Chapter 42, The Objective. Xueqing, now devoid of pretense, regarded Chen Ye with utmost seriousness, his voice resonating with strength. "Indeed, I confess. However, I wish to inquire, have you never contemplated the future of this continent? Have you never considered how to foster greater prosperity for this land? Or have you never aspired to become a sovereign of this world, guiding it towards a new era?" His words conveyed a profound sense of responsibility and mission, as if he spoke not only for himself, but for the entirety of the continent as populace. Chen Ye furrowed his brow and replied slowly, "Thus, this does not stem from distrust towards you. However, if I were to collaborate with you, would that not risk repeating the mistakes of the past? Prior to the reign of the Spirit Hall? After all, as the old adage states, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain." His voice was deep and resolute, revealing his concerns regarding the situation and the potential repercussions of collaboration. Xiao pondered this thoughtfully and remarked, "Indeed, if we follow your reasoning, this would mirror the circumstances preceding the emergence of the spirit hall. However, there's a saying that follows, which states, unless there is one male and one female. What might this imply? Does it suggest the existence of certain special conditions or restrictions?" His final words were delivered slowly, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Xiao's voice softened, becoming increasingly gentle, akin to a delicate breeze caressing one's ear, lulling one into a state of enchantment. As he spoke, his disguise began to dissolve like ice under the sun, revealing first his silky, golden-white hair cascading down his shoulders, shimmering faintly. Gradually, the beauty of his visage emerged, with skin as flawless as white jade, smooth and unblemished. Beneath a noble nose, his lips curled slightly, betraying a hint of an enigmatic smile. As gazes continued to drift downward, one would behold Qianrenqiu's exquisite figure. She adorned a flowing white gown, nearly trailing the ground, as if woven from clouds. Light and ethereal, the gown was adorned with golden threads, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, lending an air of grandeur and mystery to the attire. Standing there, Qianrenqiu radiated an aura akin to a goddess amongst the sun, emanating a brilliance that made it difficult to gaze directly upon her. With a slight smile, Qianrenqiu fixed her enchanting gaze upon Chen Ye and softly inquired, "Might you be willing to become my king?" Her voice was like a celestial melody, crisp and melodious, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul. Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye's heart jolted, internally exclaiming, "Good heavens! How stunning!" His gaze was utterly captivated by Qianrenqiu, unable to divert his attention. Previously, while reading novels, he had envisioned her beauty, yet he had not anticipated that reality would surpass those descriptions so profoundly. Qianrenqiu's skin was as radiant as snow, akin to the warmth of jade, her eyes deep and tranquil, shimmering with the light of distant stars. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, brushing against her fair skin and exuding a subtle fragrance. Every smile and glance she bestowed seemed to emit a unique allure. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Chen Ye stammered, "It is still early, and who can predict the future? How can you assert that I will undoubtedly become sovereign? Only time will reveal whether I am a dragon or a mere insect. However, I am open to the idea of collaboration, as it would allow me to discern the attitude of your spirit hall towards the common folk." With that, Chen Ye leisurely retrieved a small object from his pocket, the camera he had meticulously crafted prior to the Soul Master competition. He placed it gently upon the table, as if unveiling a rare treasure. "This is my previous creation, known as a camera." The voice of Chen Ye exuded a hint of pride. It required neither the power of the soul nor any special artifacts to effortlessly capture images. In simple terms, it could faithfully record the scenes of the moment. He paused briefly, gauging the other's reaction, before continuing, "What do you think such an invention means for the common folk?" Qianrenqiu could not help but lament the brevity of a mortal's lifespan, often limited to a mere century. Even those soul masters, if unable to ascend to the rank of title de law, faced a similarly restricted existence, with lifespans rarely exceeding 100 years. Reflecting on her own experiences, Qianrenqiu felt an acute awareness of the pain of separation from loved ones. The agony of losing dear ones lingered in her heart. Had such an invention existed back then, capturing the moments shared, it would have allowed her to leave a cherished memory for her yet-to-be-born children, enabling them to have a more tangible understanding of their relatives as they grew. With her face alight with excitement, her voice quivering slightly, she inquired, "How many more such creations can you produce?" However, upon uttering these words, she suddenly realized her enthusiasm had perhaps been a tad excessive. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she added apologetically, "I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. I'm not sure how the other members of the Spear Hall will perceive this, but personally, I believe it would be immensely beneficial for the common people." Chen Ye smiled gently, seemingly unperturbed by Qianrenqiu's moment of exuberance. He replied in a calm tone, "As for such inventions, I can indeed create many. However, my aspirations extend beyond this. I wish to make the daily lives of ordinary citizens more convenient and efficient. That is my true objective." Qianrenqiu regarded Chen Ye with skepticism, her surprise evident as she probed, "Is this truly your goal?" He nodded slightly, responding with conviction, "That would be an accurate assessment." After a brief pause, he elaborated, "Initially, my decision to venture out was merely a means of survival. Yet, throughout this journey, I have witnessed the lives of many ordinary folk. One village, in particular, left an indelible impression on me. It was a profoundly desolate place. Chen Ye's voice took on a somber tone, as if the memories of that village weighed heavily upon him, where no soul masters resided. And the villagers endured tremendous hardships. I have heard that they nearly resorted to cannibalism due to starvation. His brow furrowed at this recollection. I cannot speak for the reasons that propel other soul masters to their calling, but it is clear to me that many choose this path out of sheer necessity. Chapter 43. Chen Ye's Date. Qian Rinxue smiled, saying, I understand now. Would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? If you agree, we will do everything in our power to meet your resource needs. Chen Ye paused for a moment before responding thoughtfully, I apologize. But while I do not harbor any animosity towards the Spirit Hall, I cannot make a hasty decision. I wish to ascertain whether the Spirit Hall truly embodies what the prominent families claim. I would prefer to observe and understand the Spirit Hall through my own experiences. To seek the truth in this world. Qian Rinshua's lips curled into a subtle smile, as she remarked, I see. Then allow me to share one more piece of information with you. Your next opponent will be the Tsanhui Academy, and their trump card is the soul fusion technique I have created. This is not just an ordinary soul fusion technique. It is a 7-in-1 soul fusion technique. She paused, seemingly assessing his reaction, and continued, the 7-in-1 soul fusion technique requires a specific condition. The souls participating in the fusion must either be identical or share common characteristics. Only then can this formidable skill be successfully executed. Confidence and provocation tinged Qian Rinshua's voice as she gazed intently at him, awaiting his response. Chen Ye's lips curved into a confident smile as he replied slowly, to my knowledge, Tsanhui Academy employs a rather unique method of attack, relying solely on mental prowess. However, should they dare to launch a mental assault against me, it would be nothing short of self-sabotage. His voice remained calm and resolute, as if he possessed absolute confidence in his abilities. He then paused before explaining further. I possess immunity to all forms of mental energy. Any mental attack directed at me will be utterly ineffective. Moreover, intriguingly, their mental assaults would not harm me in the slightest, but instead rebound upon them, leading the attackers to suffer their own consequences. Qian Rinxue hesitated momentarily before resolutely stating, very well, but there are still 5 days until the competition begins. If you can win the match, the rest should be a breeze for you. So, would you accompany me for a stroll? After all, I have never truly experienced life for myself. I wish to wander freely, to be my authentic self, and, more importantly, I want to be with you. Without hesitation, Chen Ye replied, of course. Yet, as soon as Qian Rinshua's words left her lips, she suddenly realized she might have misspoken. Internally, she lamented, oh dear, how could I have been so impulsive? Isn't this akin to what Grandpa referred to as a date? And he accepted without hesitation. How utterly embarrassing. Gazing tenderly at Chen Ye, she softly said, will you wait for me here tomorrow? I need to return and rest properly. Her voice was like a celestial melody, captivating in its essence. Chen Ye smiled in response. Certainly, I will await your return tomorrow. His gaze lingered on Qian Rinxue, as if he could see through her exterior to the weariness within. However, once Qian Rinxue had turned to depart, a complex array of emotions surged within Chen Ye. He pondered, the original Qian Rinxue would never have acted this way. Though uncertain of the reasons, all I have experienced feels undeniably real. Those novels or fanfictions are merely reflections of another parallel world, a parallel world of Dolaw. I wonder why so many iterations of Qian Rinxue seem to have transformed into love-struck individuals. Could this be a consequence of the heavenly path? To unravel this mystery, it seems I must become even stronger. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ye resolved to unveil this enigma. He understood that the path ahead might be fraught with challenges and obstacles, yet he remained undaunted. For he believed that with relentless effort to enhance his abilities, he would one day uncover the answers he sought. Upon returning to his room, Dai Mubai inquired, what is going on? Are you serious about going shopping tomorrow with that girl named Qian Rinxue? My heavens, you don't have feelings for her, do you? Chen Ye clarified, not at all. What is Boss Dai thinking? I'm not like you, falling for every girl I meet. I merely felt that she had been trying to befriend me. But this time it seems different. Oscar interjected, I've heard from Boss Dai that after the establishment of the Spirit Hall, it became a tripartite stalemate, each side holding each other in check. However, prior to the Spirit Hall's emergence, Xinghua had always suppressed Tiando. I also heard that the renowned daughter of the major family, who is Qian Rinxue, is supposedly deceased. What is the real story? Does anyone have insider information to share? Chen Ye calmly analyzed, I have always been pretending to be the current prince of Tiando. I suspect that the corpse they speak of is the true prince, Shueqinghe. Dai Mubai remarked that there indeed existed such a possibility, yet the question lingered. Why? Did they harbor a grudge against the Heavendo Empire? Or was the spirit hall scheming for a long time? Ning Rongrong inquired, astonished to learn that her elder brother, the crown prince, was merely an impersonator. But when had this deception begun? Chen Ye asked Ning Rongrong how old she was when the second prince perished. She replied, around 2 or 3 years old. Why do you ask? Chen Ye explained that the impersonation had commenced prior to the second prince's demise. If that were the case, you need not worry. The blood-soaked river remains unchanged. Ning Rongrong chuckled awkwardly, thanking him for his consolation, though she insisted she was merely curious. Yu Tianxuan sauntered over, inquiring what these mischievous youngsters were discussing. What was this about an impersonator? What had transpired? Chen Ye, feeling a twinge of guilt, responded, "Oh, nothing, teacher. We were merely discussing the current crown prince." Observing his student's reluctance to involve him in the matter, Yu Tianxuan relented, saying, very well, very well. Do pay heed. For your competition is in 5 days. Do not stay up too late. Chen Ye affirmed with a smile, understood, teacher. Daimubai, Bazod. Asked why Chen Ye seemed unwilling to let their teacher know. Chen Ye elucidated, in my heart, it matters not who ascends the throne. What I desire is for the common people to live well. Even if the trial spirit beasts above facilitate that, I shall accept it. Zhu Zhuqin concurred, stating, Chen Ye is right. As long as the common people thrive, it matters little who leads. Chapter 44, A Date. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze caressing the air. Chen Ye arrived early at the designated pavilion, sitting quietly on a stone bench, his gaze wandering expectantly around, as if awaiting someone. Time ticked by, yet Chen Ye exhibited no signs of impatience, patiently awaiting her arrival. At last, a figure emerged in the distance. It was Qianren, clad in a resplendent golden gown that billowed gracefully in the breeze. She appeared like a celestial being descended from the sun. Her white top complemented the golden skirt, accentuating her noble elegance. Upon reaching the pavilion, Chen Ye stood, smiling warmly at her. Qianren reciprocated the smile, softly asking, Have you been waiting long? Chen Ye quickly shook his head, replying, Not at all. I just arrived. His voice was gentle and inviting, instilling a sense of comfort. Suddenly, an idea struck him. By the way, do you enjoy poetry? I have a modest understanding of it, and might be able to help you compose a piece. Qianren's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Really? That would be wonderful. I've always loved poetry, and if you could write one for me, it would be fantastic. I would love it to be themed around me. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ye recited, clad in white atop the mountain peak, golden hair dances in the breeze. In her eyes, cold glimmers like a sword. Who among the throngs can rival her? Angel spirit unfolds its wings. A sacred aura graces the land. With 6 wings, she pierces the heavens. Her spirit power stirs the skies. Clever heart, sharp as ice and snow, uncommon talent, rare in the realm. Countless strategies lie within, a myriad of charms concealed in her brow. High places bring a chill, lonely shadows cast by the setting sun. Do you regret, dear friend, treading the path to the summit? Qianren playfully chided, Oh dear, please do not flatter me so. I am hardly as formidable as you suggest. As for treading the path to the summit, I have yet to become a title daw. How could that be? Chen Ye quickly reassured her, Do not be so modest. You are already incredibly skilled. At your age, becoming a soul king is a remarkable achievement. With a radiant smile, Qianren urged, Let us go. We should explore and see if there are any delightful diversions. Chen Ye responded enthusiastically. Absolutely. I heard there's a little game ahead where one strikes an iron post with a sword. If the force is sufficient, one can win an adorable doll. Qianren's eyes brightened with excitement. Really? That sounds thrilling. Let us hurry and give it a try. Thus, the two quickened their pace, brimming with anticipation. Before long, they arrived at their destination. From a distance, they spotted the proprietor, beaming with joy as he called out, Come, come, take a look. We have dolls of every kind. If you can imagine it, we have it. Handsome lad, would you like to try winning a cute doll for your girlfriend? The proprietor eagerly beckoned to Qianren and Chen Ye, his eyes glimmering with expectation. Chen Ye's lips curled into a smile as he confidently replied, Sure, without hesitation. He approached, seizing the specially designated sword for contestants. Gripping the hilt, he summoned strength into his arm, and in an instant, the sword shimmered with a cold light, as if imbued with life. With a swift motion, Chen Ye swung the sword, his movements fluid and seamless. In a heartbeat, the blade glimmered like a rainbow, akin to a ferocious dragon emerging from the sea, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a crack, the unyielding iron post split effortlessly in two, as if it were mere tofu. Qian Rinxue's lips curled into a teasing smile as her gaze fell on the severed post. Dear proprietor, do take a look at your iron post. It is rather flimsy, isn't it? I merely exerted a little force, and it broke so easily. You ought to replace it with a sturdier one. Or what will happen the next time I come to play? The proprietor, hearing her words, displayed a hint of embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly and quickly responded, Yes, yes. The young lady is quite right. This iron post indeed needs replacing. How about this? Choose any doll you like, it's on me. Standing before a sea of dolls, Qian Rinxue scrutinized her options, finally her eyes lighting up as she spotted the largest doll. It was larger than her own frame and appeared exceedingly adorable. With immense joy, she cradled the large doll in her arms, her face radiating happiness as she declared, This one is perfect. He, Chen Ye, observing her blissful demeanor, couldn't help but smile. He nodded, saying, I think this doll suits you wonderfully. Qian Rinxue beamed with pride at Chen Ye's words, twirling with her big doll, exclaiming of course. However, at that moment, a loud grumbling sound emanated from Qian Rinxue's stomach, protesting its hunger. The noise seemed particularly jarring in the quiet atmosphere, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chen Ye, noticing this, chuckled and said, It seems this big doll has made your stomach quite hungry. Shall we grab a bite at a nearby restaurant? I too find myself a bit peckish. Suddenly, he exclaimed with excitement, Hey, I recall there is a restaurant not far ahead named Heaven Dough Flavor Pavilion. His eyes sparkled, as though he could already scent the tantalizing aromas wafting from the establishment. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's face lit up with anticipation. Oh, I've heard of that restaurant too. I hear their dishes are exquisite, especially the signature dish, which is simply unforgettable. As their eyes met, a smile blossomed between the two, and their footsteps involuntarily quickened, as if they were both eager to savor the exquisite cuisine of Tiando Weixian. They strolled leisurely, while time silently slipped away beneath their feet. At last, they arrived at Tiando Weixian, a renowned establishment within the Tiando Empire. Unlike other restaurants, Tiando Weixian not only caters to nobility, but also warmly welcomes commoners. This egalitarian approach has earned the restaurant immense acclaim throughout the empire. Upon entering, an enticing aroma enveloped them. Although the ingredients were affordably priced, they were meticulously selected to ensure the quality and flavor of the dishes. One of the restaurant's specialties was the use of blue silvergrass as a seasoning. This common plant, with its unique fragrance, added an extraordinary twist to the dishes. Coupled with fresh meats sourced from local markets, the chefs skillfully combined these elements to create mouth-watering culinary delights. Consequently, Tiando Weixian garnered praise from a multitude of patrons, both noble and common alike. Even members of the Spirit Hall would come seeking this distinctive flavor. It is said that even the formidable Haotian twin stars and the sword bone doll occasionally grace this restaurant, indulging in its delectable offerings. Chapter 45, The Ball. Qian Rinxue, brimming with excitement, urged, Hurry, hurry. We are almost at Tiando Weixian. I can hardly wait. Her steps were light and buoyant, as if she could already sense the tantalizing aroma of the food. Chen Ye, trailing behind at a leisurely pace, observed Qian Rinxue's eagerness and smiled, gently cautioning, Slow down. Be careful not to trip in your haste. Before long, they reached Tiando Weixian. After scanning the restaurant, they quickly found a comfortable seat and settled in. Chen Ye perused the menu, selecting a plethora of exquisite dishes, while Qian Rinxue awaited eagerly at his side. As the dishes began to arrive, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly grasped her chopsticks, diving into the feast. Chen Ye noticed how quickly she consumed her meal, as if competing for the food, and he couldn't help but express his concern. Slow down. Eating too quickly isn't good for your stomach. Upon hearing his words, Qian Rinxue paused momentarily, then flashed a radiant smile, replying, All right, I understand. Thank you for your concern. She then moderated her pace slightly, yet still maintained a brisk rhythm. Chen Ye looked at her in astonishment, incredulously asking, How can you eat so much with such a small stomach? His gaze fell upon her seemingly petite abdomen. Filled with curiosity, Qian Rinxue, hearing his question, smirked playfully and replied, Humph, mind your own business. My grandfather once said that being able to eat is a blessing. I'm just fortunate. Her voice was bright and melodious, tinged with a hint of mischief. Chen Ye chuckled helplessly, saying, All right, as long as you're happy. So, where would you like to go next? I'll accompany you wherever you wish. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's face lit up with a brilliant smile as she exclaimed, I want to go to Weixian. I heard there's going to be a grand ball there tonight, and I can't wait to dance with you. Can we go? Chen Ye, looking into her expectant eyes, felt a stirring in his heart and gently responded, Of course, I promise we'll attend the ball at Weixian together. Qian Rinxue, filled with childlike joy, cheered Ye, That's wonderful. I'm so excited. Chen Ye musit internally. Yuewan. If we consider familial ties. I suppose I should refer to the master of Yuexian as Ant. At that moment, Qianrenchua noticed Chen Ye's silence and asked with concern, Chen Ye, what's wrong? Are you troubled by something? Chen Ye snapped back to reality, quickly shaking his head. Oh, it's nothing. Just pawning a few things. Qianrenchua, evidently unconvinced, pressed on. Really? Don't lie to me. You seemed lost in thought just now, looking quite contemplative. Chen Ye, touched by her concern, hesitated before deciding to voice his curiosity. Actually, I'm just wondering if we have any other relatives besides my father and me. After all, I've only ever lived with him. Qianrenchua's lips curled into a teasing smile as she remarked softly, I heard that you don't share your surname with your father to conceal something. Is that true? Chen Ye, taken aback, wore an expression of incredulity as he retorted, What nonsense! That interpretation is too simplistic. While it may be seen as hiding, it's not entirely accurate. It's merely one side of the story. Having an additional name when out in the world opens up more pathways. Doesn't it make things more convenient? Qianrenchua seemed dissatisfied with his explanation, but chose not to press further, shifting the topic instead. Oh, I see. But let us hurry. We're almost at Yuexian. Like a jubilant fawn, Qianrenchua tugged at Chen Ye, and they dashed toward Yuexian, finally arriving at its entrance. Standing at the door was an elegant woman of striking beauty, adorned in a pristine white qipao that seemed to shimmer with the moonlight, exuding a serene yet noble aura. This woman appeared to be a decade or so younger than Chen Ye's father, Tang Hao, yet her beauty rivaled that of anyone. She was none other than the mistress of Yuexian, Tang Yuehua, despite her unique martial spirit resulting in her innate soul power being only half a level. She nonetheless captivated all with her charm and grace, making her a rare gem within the Haotian clan. It was her presence that led the members of the Haotian clan to collectively fund the establishment of Yuexian nearby Tiando City, hoping to provide Tang Yuehua a venue to showcase her talents. However, had it not been for her special status as the sister of the then clan leader, she might have been treated as a mere pawn in the political games of the elders, destined to become a concubine to the Snow Knight Emperor. With a warm smile, Tang Yuehua greeted Chen Ye. Are you here for the ball as well? Hello. Chen Ye politely replied, Greetings, my name is Chen Ye. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Tang Yuehua's eyes as she scrutinized him, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity, as if they had met before. She then initiated, Could we have a chat? You seem quite familiar. Perhaps we've crossed paths before. Chen Ye smiled slightly and nodded in agreement, sure. At that moment, Qianrenchua noticed the interaction between Tang Yuehua and Chen Ye, her expression subtly shifting as a hint of jealousy surfaced. She fixed her gaze on Chen Ye, silently conveying, I can tolerate your ambiguous relationship with that girl named Xiao Wu, but I absolutely will not allow any unclear entanglements with a woman of her age. Tang Wu, with a gentle smile, remarked, Let us save our conversation for after the ball. It's about to commence. Her tone was soft yet resolute, suggesting a desire not to be interrupted. Qianrenchua, initially tense, found some relief upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words. She gently nodded in agreement to Tang Yuehua's proposal. Before long, the ball commenced. Melodious music filled the air as people began to dance gracefully in the ballroom. Chen Ye and Qianrenchua were no exceptions, hand in hand. They stepped onto the dance floor. Chen Ye gazed at Qianrenchua, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, exclaiming, I truly did not expect you to dance so exquisitely. A slight smile graced Qianrenchua's lips, radiating confidence as she replied, Of course, do you not know who I am? Her movements were light and elegant, akin to a fairy dancing amidst the revelry. Chapter 46. The Reunion of Siblings. After the ball concluded, Tang Yuehua scanned the crowd, finally spotting Chen Ye. She hastily approached, blocking his path. With piercing eyes, she directly inquired, Chen Ye, is this your true name? Or is it that your previous name was not so? Or could it be that your surname was originally Tang? Faced with Tang Yuehua's barrage of questions, Chen Ye displayed a hint of impatience. He furrowed his brow and retorted, What exactly do you wish to ask? Could you not be more direct? Undeterred by Chen Ye's demeanor, Tang Yuehua continued, I merely wish to ascertain whether you are indeed his child. Chen Ye looked at her in confusion, pressing, Who exactly are you referring to? You must clarify, or how can I be certain? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yuehua acknowledged his point and responded, Very well, the person I speak of is my brother, the Dolo of the Haotian, Tang Hao. By the way, I doubt he would reveal his true identity to you. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to tell me who your mother is. Then I might be able to judge more accurately. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's expression turned somber, and he lowered his gaze, murmuring, I have never met my mother. Throughout my life, I have only seen my father. As for my mother's name, I know nothing at all. Sometimes I genuinely envy other children. Their parents are by their side, while I am left with only my father. Tang Yuehua listened intently, a wave of compassion swelling within her. She could sense the profound loneliness and longing for maternal love that resided in Chen Ye's heart. Observing the boy before her, who bore a slight resemblance to herself, Tang Yuehua's suspicion solidified. She believed Chen Ye could indeed be her nephew. Very well. I have learned all I wish to know. I can confirm you are my nephew. Come closer. Perhaps you will need to change how you address me. And remember, the competition in 4 days is crucial, Tang Yuehua stated. Chen Ye smiled and replied, Understood. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned and walked away, his steps light and resolute. Tang Yuehua stood rooted in place, watching him gradually vanish from sight until he was but a memory. Then, she slowly turned to re-enter the house. However, as she pivoted, a towering figure appeared behind her like a ghost. This figure was significantly taller and more robust than Tang Yuehua, exuding an intense sense of pressure. Startled, she whipped around, and upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, her astonishment was swiftly replaced by joy. Second brother, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with surprise and delight. Tang Hao glared at Tang Yuehua, his expression revealing dissatisfaction and confusion. Yuehua, what on earth are you doing? Why question my son in such a manner? Tang Yuehua met Tang Hao's gaze without flinching, her tone tinged with irritation. And what about you, second brother? Why have you been absent from home for so long? Does the family not matter to you at all? After father passed away, eldest brother had no choice but to assume the position of the clan leader, yet he is utterly unqualified for it. Even the elders look down upon him. Moreover, eldest brother misses you dearly. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, a look of helplessness crossing his features. The truth is, I do not know how to face him. Everything among the three of us has changed. We can never return to the past. In times gone by, I would have struck anyone standing before me without hesitation. But now, with a son of my own, many matters have grown complex. Tang Yuehua smiled faintly, glancing at the small figure that had walked away. A glimmer of fondness in her eyes as she softly remarked, That little one is indeed quite endearing and possesses a hint of imperial aura. Tang Hao, taken aback, looked up at Tang Yuehua with curiosity, asking, Are you still engaged in divination as you were before? Tang Yuehua nodded affirmatively, responding, Indeed, divination is my forte. Judging by the child's features and temperament, if he were to be born in tumultuous times, he would undoubtedly become a great emperor. A subtle smile graced Tang Hao's lips, as if he had long discerned the truth. His gaze was profound and sharp, seeming to penetrate the fabric of time itself. You may convey to eldest brother that I am still alive. Tell him I miss him dearly. However, there are matters I must resolve first. Only then can I meet him. He paused before adding, Also, I am no longer the heir of the Haotian clan. I am merely a father to an ordinary child. Tang Yuehua listened quietly before nodding in understanding. Very well, I comprehend. In 4 days, it shall be your son's competition. He only needs to win 2 or 3 more matches to determine the outcome. Tang Hao's gaze was resolute as he regarded Tang Yuehua, gradually stating, He is my child, and I believe he will be strong, very strong. Do you think the world requires change, or should it defy the heavens? Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly vexed by Tang Hao's question. With a soft sigh, she replied, Who knows? You used to frequently pose this question. Yet now you utter it as if you still possess the youthful audacity of old. Tang Hao's lips curled into a faint smile, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Who among us was not once young? Yet, as time passes, we find ourselves no longer in our youth. Meanwhile, Qian Rinchu, her curiosity piqued, inquired, Hey, what did the Master of Moonlight say to you? Chen Ye hesitated for a moment before responding. Nothing particularly special. He simply asked me some basic questions, such as my name, age, and where I come from. However, he seemed to take a special interest in me, as though there was some connection between us. Qian Rinchu's eyes brightened, pressing further. Oh, really? Why do you think he's so interested in you? Chen Ye pondered for a moment before replying. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps he knows my family. It seems she might be my aunt. Qian Rinchu gasped in astonishment. What? An aunt? How come you've never mentioned her before? Chen Ye replied slowly. To be honest, I do not know much about my family situation. Aside from my father, I have never met any other relatives. So, when I said it was merely a possibility, it was not without reason. After all, I cannot be too certain of their existence. Chapter 47, The Spirit Illusion Pearl. Chen Ye stood at the palace entrance, smiling as he said to Qian Rinchu, I'll take you from here. Farewell. Vinrenjue Genti Ripliet, Goodby, Chen Ye. Watching Qian Rinchu drift away, Chen Ye turned and re-entered the Shrek Academy. As soon as he stepped inside, Dai Mubai and the others swarmed around him like a pack of hungry wolves, their faces alight with mischief as they eagerly asked, "Hey, Chen Ye, tell us, was that a date? Is there something you understand?" He. Chen Ye asked with a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered. "What are you talking about? What do you understand? Please clarify." Seeing this, Dai Mubai could only shake his head in resignation, sighing, "Should I say you are too naive or simply foolish? You don't even know this?" Ning Rongrong gazed at Chen Ye with curiosity, playfully urging, "Chen Ye, don't mind what Dai Mubai says. Come on, tell us about your dates." Feeling somewhat shy, Chen Ye smiled helplessly under the persistent coaxing of Ning Rongrong and the others, and began to recount his dating experience with Xianxuan. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly interjected, "Brother, the new competition is just around the corner. We should hurry up and train." Chen Ye was taken aback, noticing something peculiar about Xiao Wu's attitude. He asked with concern, "Oh, all right, but what's wrong with you? You seem a bit off." Xiao Wu's face flushed slightly. She shot Chen Ye a glare and remarked to Ning Rongrong, "What a fool." Then she turned and walked away, leaving Chen Ye bewildered. Dai Mubai regarded Chen Ye with a teasing expression, a faint smile playing on his lips as he jested. "Chen Ye, have you ever considered with which lady you would like to spend your life? In my opinion, both Xiao Wu and Xianxuan are quite remarkable. Have you thought about whom you might want to marry?" Taken aback by Dai Mubai's unexpected question, Chen Ye fell into silence for a moment before slowly replying. "If I had to answer, I'm honestly unsure how to choose. Xiao Wu is like a childhood friend with whom I've grown up, and we share a profound emotional bond. On the other hand, Xianxuan brings us invaluable insights, akin to a timely gift in the midst of winter, enabling us to make prudent strategic decisions swiftly. Both women have their unique merits, and I find myself utterly torn." Dai Mubai's lips curled into a knowing smile as he observed Chen Ye, speaking softly. "It seems you are quite oblivious to the realities of Dolua continent. Here, strength is the foundation of everything. As long as your power is formidable enough, unmatched by anyone, you could feasibly marry both women simultaneously." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Just like my father, who was once a renowned powerhouse on Dolua continent. His strength astounded countless individuals, and his romantic life was equally rich. He married 5 women. One was a union for family ties, while 2 were childhood friends with whom he shared deep affections. The remaining 2 were his true loves." Dai Mubai regarded Chen Ye earnestly, saying, "I cannot definitively tell you how to make this choice, but I can assure you that if you cannot sever your feelings for them and genuinely cherish both, when your strength reaches a certain level, you could indeed take both of them home. Of course, this isn't a path everyone would choose, as each situation is unique. Just like my father, who had someone he loved, yet could not part with his childhood friends due to family obligations, ultimately leading to such a decision. I'm quite curious about how you will choose in the future." Yu Tianxuan, with a serious demeanor, scrutinized the gathering and silently pondered, "Why are these students still lingering here? It is already late. They should be resting to replenish their energy for tomorrow's challenges." Clearing his throat, he raised his voice, "Why are you still here? It's late. Hurry up and go to bed. There are important matters awaiting you tomorrow." The group exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly confused by Yu Tianxuan's intent. Observing their bafflement, Yu Tianxuan shook his head in exasperation and continued, "Starting tomorrow, you will begin practicing mental strength. This is a vital skill that plays a crucial role in your growth and development." He paused for a moment before solemnly warning, "Moreover, I have bad news. Tomorrow's opponents may very likely employ mental attacks against you. If you lack sufficient mental strength to defend against such attacks, your defeat is inevitable." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone collectively gasped, their faces revealing concern. However, moments later, they responded in unison, "Yes, teacher Yu." Chen Ye echoed the others, "Yes, teacher." His voice, though soft, conveyed a sense of determination and resolve. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the mysterious orb in Yu Tianxuan's hand. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, as the orb emitted a faint glow, seemingly harboring an unknown power. Yu Tianxuan began, "You see this object in my hand? This is a pearl from my family, known as the Linghuan Pearl, used for training mental strength." He paused before continuing, "In the next phase, each of you will endure varying degrees of mental attacks. These attacks may manifest as illusions, plunging you into fear and confusion, or they may be direct assaults that inflict physical pain." His voice was calm yet grave, instilling a sense of reverence among the listeners. Yu Tianxuan elaborated, "In essence, this will be a process that initially incites fear, gradually intensifying. However, if you can persevere, you'll have the liberty to utilize your time as you wish today." The Linghuan Pearl radiated a dazzling light, and soon everyone found themselves in their respective spaces. Ning Rongrong was confronted with a life-and-death duel between her two beloved grandfathers. Though they often sparred, this was no ordinary contest. It was a fight for survival. Sword Delua angrily declared, "You shall perish, scoundrel." Sword intent, like the wind. 1,000 swords returned to their origin. He ascended into the air, and his martial spirit instantly transformed into myriad swords, launching an assault against Bon Delua. Bon Delua, seething with rage, his eyes wide, thundered, "Good. Today I shall show you why I am called the first defensive title Delua." His aura was as imposing as a mountain, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Simultaneously, Sword Delua stood resolute, exuding a powerful sword intent, as if the entire world lay under his command. He shouted, "Bring it on." 1,000 swords returned to their origin. As his words fell, countless beams of sword light streaked across the sky, converging into a colossal sword pillar that surged toward Bon Delua. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in terror as she witnessed the unfolding chaos, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. A deep anguish welled within her heart. This was perhaps the most excruciating moment of her life. Ultimately, both title Duluos fell, their bodies slowly collapsing to the ground, as if all vitality had been drained from them. Ning Rongrong felt as though the last vestiges of her strength had been siphoned away, and she could no longer support herself, collapsing to her knees with a thud. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a torrential flood, her cries resonating with heart-wrenching sorrow, as if she sought to release all her pain. "Grandfather Sword, Grandfather Bone, please don't leave Rongrong." Ning Rongrong's pleas echoed across the battlefield. Yet the two title Duluos could no longer respond to her cries. As the light of the Linghuan pearl gradually waned, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion and disorientation. Yu Tianxuan observed her, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he softly inquired, "How do you feel? Have you witnessed your deepest anguish?" Ning Rongrong fell silent for a moment, slowly nodding her head, her voice tinged with melancholy as she replied, "Indeed, I have seen it. My greatest fear is the departure of my family." A profound sorrow surged within her, as if the scene were unfolding before her very eyes. Yu Tianxuan continued, "After all, you have lived a life of luxury since childhood. Your family holds unparalleled significance for you. Their absence would undoubtedly strike a heavy blow to your spirit." Ning Rongrong lifted her gaze, meeting Yu Tianxuan's eyes, a flicker of gratitude shimmering within her own. "Teacher Yu, thank you for helping me realize that my mental fortitude is still lacking. Am I too weak?" Yu Tianxuan shook his head gently, responding with warmth. "It depends on the circumstances. Not everyone possesses the same psychological resilience as you. Each individual harbors their own vulnerabilities and fears, which does not equate to weakness. What matters is that you confront them and strive to overcome them." A subtle smile graced Yu Tianxuan's lips as he continued in a calm and detached tone. "Now, you may wait here for the others. The suffering they have endured is likely no less than your own." Suddenly, a sequence of harrowing images flashed through Chen Ye's mind. His uncles facing brutal execution. His heart raced, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The voice of Hao thundered in Chen Ye's ears. "I shall say this once more. Those who commit such heinous crimes deserve annihilation, down to their very kin." Chen Ye trembled, dropping to his knees in desperate supplication. "Father, please spare my uncles. If you proceed with this, it will break Mother's heart." Hao's expression darkened ominously as he glared at Chen Ye, his voice laced with fury. "You insolent boy, do you truly believe I am unaware of anything? I assure you their fate is sealed. If you wish to save your uncles, then take up a blade and slay me." A cold smirk crept across Hao's face as he taunted Chen Ye. "What is the matter? Are you afraid? Then simply remain the obedient prince you are. When you possess the courage to wield your sword, perhaps then you may dare to challenge me." At these words, Chen Ye's complexion turned ashen, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Hao, his voice trembling. "Father, how can you speak to me in such a manner? What you do will leave Mother, resting in the afterlife, in utter despair. Is it not enough that you have taken her last family?" Hao's countenance darkened perilously. Slamming his hand upon the armrest of the dragon throne, he thundered, "Silence! You rebellious child! How dare you address me thus? Everything I do is for the sake of the realm. Only with me at the helm can peace prevail. I shall make those foreign invaders aware that as long as I exist, they shall not encroach upon our lands." Chen Ye's body quivered violently. His teeth clenched as he fought to suppress the raging tempest of anger and despair within him. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "Father, I understand your intentions. But can such actions truly bring about peace? I believe that only through benevolence can we ensure the well-being of our people." Yin Kao scoffed, Interrupting, Chen Ye, Hemepe. What do you know? You are but a naive child, oblivious to the affairs of the world. From this day forth, you shall concern yourself no longer with state matters. Dismissed. With that, he flung his sleeve and departed the court without a backward glance. With a menacing glare, Tang Hao addressed those present, his voice brimming with wrath and resolve. Since you are so concerned for your uncles, I shall let you witness their fate. Guards, execute the prince's uncles, both from his father's and mother's line. I want the prince to see his kin perish one by one. At Tang Hao's command, the guards sprang forth like ravenous wolves, ruthlessly descending upon the prince's uncles. These trained soldiers displayed no mercy, and in an instant, a gruesome scene unfolded before all. The prince watched in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably, tears welling up his eyes as he longed to prevent this calamity, only to find himself utterly powerless. Yes, your highness, please, the guards said coldly, disregarding the prince's anguish as they simply executed Tang Hao's orders. Subsequently, Chen Ye, like a captured lamb, was forcibly held by a group of ferocious guards. His body shook incessantly, filled with dread and despair. The guards mercilessly dragged him to the execution ground, where a nauseating stench of blood hung thick in the air. Chen Ye's gaze fell upon the gallows, where his beloved uncles were bound to wooden stakes, utterly defenseless. His heart felt as though it were being torn apart. He could not bear the sight before him. His uncles, who had once showered him with affection, were now to endure such horrific punishment. The executioners stood poised with their gleaming blades, devoid of any compassion, their faces reflecting only a numb indifference to death. As the executioner's command rang out, the first strike fell, and Chen Ye's uncle let out a harrowing scream that pierced through Chen Ye's very soul. One after another, the blows descended, blood splattering, heads rolling. Chen Ye's uncles writhed in agony, their lives ebbing away until they finally collapsed in a pool of crimson. Tears streamed from Chen Ye's eyes like a torrential flood, his throat releasing a heart-wrenching wail. He helplessly watched as his family was brutally slain before his eyes, unable to intervene. Chapter 49, Davis. In Dai Mubai's hallucination, the emperor of the Star Luo Empire sat majestically upon a resplendent throne, his voice resonating like a mighty bell in Dai Mubai's ears. I understand that to determine the true king in the Star Luo Empire, one must proceed thus. There can only be one ruler in this world. I care not if you princes resort to slaughter, cunning schemes, or assassination. As long as one remains standing in the end, that shall suffice. Do you comprehend this, Mubai? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the emperor, unable to accept such a brutal reality. But, father, does my second brother's life not matter? Is it true that only the identity of the future king of Star Luo is of significance? His voice trembled slightly. The emperor's expression darkened, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Dai Mubai. Rather than contemplate such matters, it would be prudent to focus on how to survive. I hope you do not find yourself eliminated by your brothers in the days to come. Remember, only by living can one aspire to become the true king. With that, the emperor's figure gradually faded, ultimately vanishing from Dai Mubai's vision. As Dai Mubai made his way back, he reflected on the emperor's words. Just as he was lost in thought, a swarm of shadows surged forth from the darkness ahead, rapidly closing in on him like phantoms. A tightness gripped Dai Mubai's heart as he instantly recognized that these individuals were no benign presence. Fixing his gaze, he confirmed his suspicions. A group of assassins had indeed come for him. I am nearly numb to this, Dai Mubai lamented internally, having long suspected who had sent them. But this occurrence was far too frequent. Nevertheless, when faced with this sudden onslaught, Dai Mubai remained entirely composed. He quickly adjusted his stance, prepared to confront the imminent threat. The assassins lunged at him like ravenous wolves, ferociously shouting, "Third Prince, surrender at once! Kill!" In an instant, blades clashed and cries of battle erupted, filling the air with chaos. Dai Mubai found himself ensnared in a perilous situation, yet he exhibited no signs of trepidation. With remarkable agility, he deftly navigated through the assassins, skillfully evading numerous lethal strikes. As the fierce battle between Dai Mubai and his foes raged on, an apparition suddenly manifested on the battlefield, appearing as if conjured from shadows. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers were astonished to discover that this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Dai Mubai himself. Moreover, this individual's hair cascaded longer than Dai Mubai's, with a more refined hue, and his gaze exuded a chilling ruthlessness. This person was none other than Dai Mubai's elder brother, Davis. With an impassive expression, Davis regarded Dai Mubai coldly and remarked, Mubai, why do you remain unchanged? After all these years, you have made no progress. Allow your elder brother to enlighten you on what it truly means to be a king. Dai Mubai stared at Davis, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. He could scarcely believe that the once gentle and kind-hearted brother he had cherished had transformed into such a merciless figure. Davis, what has become of you? Dai Mubai's voice trembled with pain and confusion. You were never like this. You were so gentle, so kind. A smirk of derision crept upon Davis's lips as he responded. If you seek someone to blame, let it be our royal lineage. In this world rife with power and desire, kindness and gentleness only serve to render one weak. It is only through ruthlessness and decisiveness that one can ascend to the pinnacle. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in fury, his gaze fixed intently on Davis as he stammered. So those assassins were sent by you, weren't they? Davis's lips curled into a cruel smile as he unabashedly replied, Indeed, they were dispatched by me. Furthermore, I can tell you unequivocally that it was I who killed our younger brother. Dai Mubai's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, his body trembling with rage. He could hardly fathom the depths of his elder brother's malice, who not only orchestrated an assassination against him, but had also brutally slain their sibling. Seemingly pleased by Dai Mubai's reaction, Davis took a few steps closer, tauntingly eyeing him as he continued, Now, it is your turn. With a dismissive gesture, he commanded his henchmen to pounce upon Dai Mubai like ravenous wolves. Aware of the imminent peril, Dai Mubai knew he could not afford to hesitate. He swiftly unleashed the formidable white tiger barrier, enveloping his form in a brilliant white light, akin to an impenetrable shield. Yet, Dai Mubai was not content with mere defense. He promptly executed the white tiger radiant wave, one of his signature offensive maneuvers. With a powerful thrust of his hands, a torrent of searing, white energy surged forth, charging directly toward his adversaries. Although ensnared within an illusion, both Dai Mubai and Chen Ye understood that their greatest anguish stemmed not from these phantasmal images, but from the deeply buried memories of their past. Particularly for those hailing from a royal background, their former experiences were the true, unbearable weight. In that moment, Dai Mubai was suddenly struck by excruciating pain. Upon inspection, he realized that his left arm had been brutally shattered by the assassins. Blood gushed forth from the wound, staining his garments crimson. Observing this, Davis displayed no trace of compassion. Instead, he erupted into triumphant laughter. Look, is this not our third prince? What has happened now? Have you lost the courage to strike against your elder brother? Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, fighting through the agony as he glared at Davis, declaring through clenched jaws, Do not revel in your triumph. Ignori no Dai Mubai esse fury. Devis continue to laugh boisterously. Today, I shall spare your life. For soon there will be only you left to eliminate. Like a tiger, I sometimes toy with my prey before ultimately delivering the final blow. His lips curled into a cruel smile as he concluded this chilling proclamation. Without further ado, Davis gestured for his subordinates to follow, turning to depart with heavy, deliberate steps, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with silence and desolation. Dai Mubai remained rooted in place, his heart heavy with regret and self-reproach. He murmured to himself, Is this truly all I can say? Is this all I am capable of? His voice echoed in the emptiness, as if interrogating his very soul. He was acutely aware of his monumental responsibilities towards the Tiando Empire, yet in the face of such formidable foes, he felt his strength was woefully inadequate. To escape this predicament and seek a path to greater power seemed the only viable option, albeit one fraught with minuscule chances of success. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai found himself with no alternative. He could not stand idly by as the Tiando Empire was ravaged by enemies. He mustered the courage to confront the unknown challenges ahead, even if it demanded an exorbitant price. Thus, I must proceed. Drawing a deep breath, Dai Mubai solidified his resolve. He set forth, his silhouette becoming increasingly solitary and determined against the backdrop of the setting sun. Chapter 50. The Grudge Between the Spirit Hall and Sea God Island. Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the woman standing before him. His lips quivered slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow as he implored, Mother, did you not promise that you would take me out to play? The woman before him, adorned with cascading locks of fiery red hair that flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushed against her fair skin. Her figure was curvaceous and graceful, accentuated by a flowing red gown that enhanced her alluring silhouette. She was none other than Ma Hongjuan's mother, Lu Xiaoro, with an expression of regret. Lu Xiaoro looked at Ma Hongjuan and softly said, I am so sorry, my dear. Today, both your father and I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. However, once we complete this task, we will have more time to spend with you in the future. Though somewhat disappointed, Ma Hongjun nodded in understanding, responding, all right, mother. I know you are both working hard. I will be obedient. Lu Xiaoro beamed with pride at Ma Hongjun, gently kissing his rosy cheek as she exclaimed, Hongjun is such a good boy. Just as this tender moment unfolded, a series of steady footsteps echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, a tall and muscular man entered the room. It was Ma Hongjun's father, Ma Ganglai. Ma Ganglai regarded them with a serious demeanor and asked in a deep voice, are we ready to depart? Lu Xiaoro's face reflected a hint of urgency as she inquired. It should be soon, right? Do you think Hongjun can wait for us? I worry about what might happen if he is alone. A faint smile crept across Ma Ganglai's face as he replied, I cannot say for certain, but knowing Hongjun's temperament, he should be able to wait. After a brief pause, he added, in truth, I once dreamt of becoming a titled Dalaw, standing atop the Dalaw continent. Yet after all these experiences, I have come to realize that the so-called glory and power pale in comparison to the importance of those around me. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoro playfully scoffed, Humph. Always with sweet words, you incorrigible man. Nevertheless, her lips betrayed her as they curved upward, clearly charmed by Ma Ganglai as heartfelt words. Having arrived at the designated location as agreed, Ma Ganglai and Lu Xiaoro found a man already standing there. This man possessed long hair and a tall, slender figure. Exudinho était aloha. Ma Ganglai immediately recognized him as his elder brother, Ma Liang. Ma Liang gazed at Ma Ganglai and Lu Xiaoyu, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, you two lovebirds are throwing around affection in front of your elder brother, are you? His tone carried a hint of playful teasing. Ma Ganglai chuckled in response, elder brother, please don't jest with us. I merely observed that you remain single. Hence I thought to encourage you to find a partner as well. Look at us, individuals of the Soul Master realm. We cannot truly chase after those elusive possibilities. Can we? It is worth noting that there are but a handful of titled Duluos left on the continent. It would be wiser to find a wife and lead a steady life. How dare you speak to your elder brother like that? You scoundrel. Do you believe I want to give you a thrashing? Ma Liang retorted. Lu Xiaoyu interjected with a touch of exasperation. All right, enough banter. Let us set off swiftly. However, the location the Spirit Hall has instructed us to investigate appears to be the Sea God Island. Does it not? I've heard it is quite distant. Whether we can locate it remains uncertain. Moreover, I've always been curious as to why we were specifically chosen for this mission. Ma Liang scratched his head. Offering an explanation, I inquired with the personnel from the Spirit Hall about that. They provided several reasons. Firstly, they previously dispatched a few Soul Saint-level individuals to search for the Sea God Island, yet none returned alive. Thus, they wished to send those with greater strength. Specifically us, who are a rank above Soul Saints. He paused briefly before continuing. Secondly, our soul abilities share a characteristic. Facing challenges beyond our level is not particularly daunting for us. Therefore, the Spirit Hall believes that our chances of successfully locating the Sea God Island are enhanced. Of course, if we cannot find it, with our strength, our chances of returning alive are still considerable. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Ma Liang lamented with a weary expression. These past few days have been nothing but fish. I feel as though I am turning into one myself. Brother, could you not perhaps offer me a change of flavor? The sight of fish now makes me nauseous. If this continues, I may truly be sick. Ma Ganglai shook his head in resignation, explaining, Brother, it's not that I desire to keep it monotonous. We simply do not have much in the way of provisions at sea, and we must ration our supplies. There is an island ahead. Let us investigate there for information. We cannot drift aimlessly across the ocean forever. If UNT insisted on renting a boat and floating about, we wouldn't be suffering through such bland meals. Nearby, Lu Xiaoyu chimed in, Indeed, Ma Dage, try not to be too picky. That said, I have already charted our previous route. I just cannot be certain whether that island ahead is the fabled Sea God Island. As time flowed on, the years passed swiftly. During this interval, the Spirit Hall maintained a vigilant watch over certain crucial matters. One day, the atmosphere within the Spirit Hall grew tense. Bibi Dong sat grimly upon the Pope's throne, flanked by Ju Doloa and Gue Doloa. What? Repeat that. Bibi Dong suddenly slammed her hand upon the table. Incredulity etched across her face as she shouted. They're all dead? How is that possible? Ju Doloa's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he stammered. Your Holiness, it's true. The information I received is indisputable. They, all three, have perished. Gue Doloa, equally shocked, widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Ju Doloa as he exclaimed, You must be joking. Their combined strength was formidable. Neither I nor Old Ghost could contend with them. How could they possibly have fallen? Bibi Dong's brow furrowed tightly, her heart heavy with confusion and fury. The demise of these three individuals represented an immense loss for the Spirit Hall. She could not allow such an incident to pass without resolution. Your Holiness, we must investigate this matter thoroughly, Gue Doloa declared with righteous indignation. We cannot allow their sacrifice to be in vain. We must uncover the murderer and avenge them. Bibi Dong pondered silently. Even if we uncover their fate, what then? They cannot return. Our only course of action is to discreetly send someone to care for their children, ensuring they are well looked after until they can fend for themselves. Furthermore, we must train this child to become a soul master. Perhaps this is the only way we can repay them. However, the affair concerning Sea God Island would not be so easily laid to rest. Bibi Dong's mind was flooded with visions of the three individuals, her rage intensifying. Must it truly come to that singular method to avenge them? Yet, her heart rebelled against such a notion. Chapter 51. The Illusion concludes. Chen Ye, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar emerged from their respective illusions, each bearing expressions of exhaustion and deep contemplation. Dai Mubai inhaled deeply, reflecting, to be honest, had it not been for this training, I might have forgotten the very reason I sought strength. A hint of confusion tinged his voice, as if he questioned his original intentions. Oscar concurred. Indeed, what I witnessed was neither a reality nor a memory. It felt merely like an illusion. He furrowed his brow, striving to recall the scenes from the illusion, yet they faded into obscurity as if nothing more than a fleeting dream. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ye remarked, I suspect that if one has endured the most painful experiences, they will evoke memories of their deepest anguish. Yet, if one has not suffered such pain, what they see may merely be an illusion. In essence, all of this is fabricated. His analysis cast a pall of silence over the group, each member reflecting on their experiences within the illusion and the meanings therein. Lu Erlong regarded the young ones with a smile, her eyes glimmering with pride. You've all awakened at last. It seems you have all persevered. After a brief pause, she continued, you were right. This exercise indeed allows you to confront your deepest fears, thereby enhancing your mental fortitude. However, this is merely a training method. The true test lies ahead. Lu Erlong raised her voice slightly, adding, the competition begins in just a few days. Time is of the essence. Thus, beyond continuing to train your mental strength, there is another crucial task. You must defeat them before they unleash their mental attacks. As everyone chorused in agreement, yes, Teacher Erlong. Lu Erlong nodded in satisfaction. She surveyed the group and smiled. Good, now that you all know who I am, let me assign your practice pairs. Her gaze fell upon Chen Ye and Dai Mubai as she instructed. Chen Ye, you will team up with Dai Mubai. She then turned to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Continuing, Zhu Zhuqing, you will pair with Xiao Wu. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Dai Mubai eagerly launched an attack at Chen Ye, shouting, Chen Ye, take this, heavenly a white tiger meteor shower. With a flourish of his hands, countless white beams of light surged toward Chen Ye like shooting stars. In the face of Dai Mubai's fierce onslaught, Chen Ye remained remarkably composed. A subtle smile graced his lips as he softly uttered, Crimson Flame, Flow Shield. As his words fell, a blazing shield of flame erupted before him, successfully blocking the entirety of Dai Mubai's assault. As dazzling white light suddenly radiated from Dai Mubai, massive meteors imbued with formidable power hurtled towards Chen Ye. In response, Chen Ye swiftly formed seals with his hands, summoning several colossal fire meteors that soared into the sky, directly confronting the white tiger meteors. The two forces clashed violently in midair, erupting into a spectacle of flames and thunderous roars that caused the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. Dai Mubai's gaze sharpened, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. He darted forward, appearing before Chen Ye in an instant, his claws of the white tiger striking fiercely towards him. Chen Ye reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping deftly while delivering a powerful punch aimed at Dai Mubai's chest. Dai Mubai hastily raised his arm to block, the impact forcing him to stagger backward. The two retreated momentarily, both breathing heavily, yet their eyes grew increasingly frigid. A smirk crept onto Dai Mubai's lips. Chen Ye, shall we continue this battle? Chen Ye responded with fervor. That suits me perfectly. The two charged at each other once more, their fists and soul power entwined, igniting a breathtaking melee that drew the attention of their companions, including Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. Ah, indeed, battling you is exhilarating. I could go on for 1,000 rounds. Chen Ye replied nonchalantly. It's merely adequate. I sense you could endure much more. Dai Mubai, realizing the undertones of Chen Ye's taunt, retorted angrily. Must you always speak so harshly, you scoundrel? Chapter 52, Songhui Academy. With a thunderous roar, Dai Mubai declared, "Receive my move, White Tiger breaks the heavens." His entire aura surged explosively, white soul power manifesting as a ferocious white tiger, roaring as it charged towards Chen Ye. Simultaneously, Chen Ye stood resolute, his sword radiating a crimson glow as he shouted, "Scarlet Flame, Royal, Slash." In an instant, a blazing sword light surged forth like a fire dragon, aimed directly at Dai Mubai's white tiger soul power. The two formidable forces collided in the air, resulting in a deafening explosion that twisted the surrounding air into a colossal vortex of energy. Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed as his aura erupted anew. His body leaned back slightly before he thrust his hands forward, proclaiming, "Let us see how you fare against my next move, White Tiger Hunting Heaven Claw." As he shouted, his hands transformed into massive tiger claws radiating a brilliant white light, with hints of lightning crackling around the tips. With unparalleled might, these claws descended upon Chen Ye like a descending tiger. Yet undeterred by Dai Mubai's fierce assault, Chen Ye maintained a confident smile, revealing a flame-wreathed long knife in his grasp, its blade a peculiar dark red, as if stained with blood. With a flick of his wrist, the knife became a streak of red lightning, slicing towards Dai Mubai's claws. Concurrently, he murmured, "Holy Flame Blade." Dai Mubai, glancing at his singed clothing, chuckled wryly, "Chen Ye, your attacks are rather excessive. Look at my attire. It's nearly reduced to ashes." Chen Ye, unperturbed, chuckled in reply, "It's nothing serious. I have hundreds of techniques yet to employ. Care for another round?" Dai Mubai quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, I have no desire to continue this contest. This isn't a battle of mental fortitude. It's clearly a competition of who has more moves." Xiao Wu, visibly disheartened, turned to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Zhu Qing, do you think this back and forth has any real significance? I can't shake the feeling that whatever they unleash is far beyond our capabilities." Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before responding, "I too am uncertain of the value in this, yet I believe we should persist in our training. After all, who can say what the future holds? Perhaps one day, we may surpass them. My desire to grow stronger compels me to practice relentlessly. I cannot afford to give up." On the day of the competition, the sun shone brightly, unmarred by clouds. Dai Mubai stood confidently at the edge of the arena, addressing his teammates. "I believe our chances of victory this time are quite promising. Wouldn't you agree?" His voice exuded optimism, brimming with anticipation for the impending match. However, Chen Ye remained unfazed by his enthusiasm, responding coolly, "Do not be overconfident. Always leave a hand in reserve. Always have a trick up your sleeve for unforeseen circumstances, lest we face inevitable defeat." Chen Ye's words acted as a cold splash of water, dampening Dai Mubai's fervor. He regarded Chen Ye with mild irritation, perceiving him as excessively cautious and conservative. Yet, after some reflection, Dai Mubai acknowledged the wisdom in Chen Ye's counsel. "You make a valid point. I shall heed your advice." He conceded, understanding that even a moment's negligence could lead to failure in competition. The host, beaming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Today, we are set for an exhilarating match between the Blue Tyrant Academy and the Songhui Academy." After a brief pause, he elaborated, "Songhui Academy excels in spiritual power, with their students demonstrating exceptional prowess in this regard. However, do not underestimate Blue Tyrant Academy. Their offensive capabilities are formidable, especially their vice-captain, Chen Ye, who is remarkably powerful." The host raised his voice slightly, continuing, "Today's competitors from Blue Tyrant Academy are support Chen Ye, attacker Huang Yuan, and the formidable trio of Dai Mubai, Talon, Xiao Wu, and the agile Zhu Zhuqing." Wow, such a lineup. Is Blue Tyrant Academy planning to conclude the battle swiftly? With a decisive gesture, Dai Mubai and his comrades unleashed their martial spirits without hesitation. A brilliant light enveloped Dai Mubai as his martial spirit, the evil-eye white tiger, manifested. This white tiger appeared even more formidable, its claws gleaming with a chilling light, as if capable of effortlessly rending steel. Simultaneously, Chen Ye's martial spirit, the blue silver grass, materialized beside him. This time, however, the blue silver grass exuded an air of elegance, swaying gently as if dancing, evoking a sense of ethereal grace. The martial spirits of the other students, while not drastically altered, each displayed their unique allure. Yet, the most captivating was Zhu Zhuqing's nethercat martial spirit. The already purple nethercat now shimmered with an even deeper hue, its rich violet imbued with an aura of unfathomable mystical power. As the match commenced, Dai Mubai surged forward with lightning speed, resembling a white whirlwind. Just as he neared his opponents, he unleashed a furious roar. "I shall end this swiftly." White tiger, rending the heavens roar. With that, a torrent of energy erupted from within him, coalescing into a colossal white tiger. The beast opened its cavernous maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged ferociously at the adversaries ahead. The roar of the white tiger was deafening, shaking the very fabric of the space around them. Its overwhelming presence instilled a sense of dread in all who beheld it. This attack, akin to a thunderous cataclysm, disrupted the enemy's formation, catching the Tsanhui Academy members off guard. The captain of Tsanhui Academy cursed silently, acutely aware of the devastating potential of this move. Their meticulously crafted strategy had been completely upended by Dai Mubai's assault. "We can no longer employ our ultimate techniques. Everyone, be cautious, and hold them off until we can execute that move." The captain decisively issued new orders. The other students responded in unison, yes. Although a hint of anxiety lingered in their hearts, they swiftly adjusted their demeanor, preparing to confront the impending battle. Chapter 53, Victory. With a spirited shout, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Behold my technique, the gentle rabbit celestial dance." She moved with the grace of a delicate jade rabbit, her form fluidly weaving through the air. Each movement encapsulated boundless power and finesse, as if she were drawing the entire cosmos into her dance. The captain of the Tsanhui Academy, upon witnessing this, immediately called out, "Everyone, take defensive positions." His voice bore a trace of tension, clearly apprehensive of Xiao Wu's formidable maneuver. However, despite the Tsanhui Academy's swift defensive response the moment Xiao Wu initiated her attack, her speed was simply too astonishing. Like a bolt of lightning, she pierced through their ranks, leaving them no time to react. It is worth noting that while Xiao Wu was a power-type soul master, her velocity rivaled that of agility-type soul masters. Coupled with the martial technique bestowed upon her by Chen Ye, her offensive capabilities surged to unprecedented heights. Now, Xiao Wu not only exhibited extraordinary speed, but also possessed an attacking prowess far surpassing that of the average power-type soul master. At the instant the formations of Tsanhui Academy were thrown into disarray, Zhu Zhuqing's expression hardened, her gaze frosty as she uttered, "Prepare to receive my attack, celestial cat nightshade." Zhu Zhuqing was already as swift as lightning, her movements elusive and ghostly. Prior to the match, Chen Ye had meticulously tailored techniques for each participant, further augmenting Zhu Zhuqing's already formidable abilities. Today, she was not only as fast as a gale, but each strike she delivered was imbued with immense power, exponentially stronger than ordinary soul techniques. Fuming with rage, the captain of Tsanhui Academy shouted, "Curse them." The Blue Tyrant Academy members unleashed their attacks like a tempest, granting us no respite and rendering us incapable of deploying our skills. At that moment, Xiao Wu called out, "Zhuqing, let us attack together." Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing responded, "All right." In an instant, the two transformed into a perfectly synchronized duo, launching their assault simultaneously. Their movements were as swift as lightning, flawlessly coordinated. With a fierce cry, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing declared in unison, "Cat-rabbit meteor radiance." In that fleeting moment, a dazzling brilliance erupted, akin to a resplendent meteor streaking across the sky, carrying an unparalleled force directly towards the members of Tsanhui Academy. In this critical juncture, the captain of Tsanhui Academy made a decisive command. "Forget about their attack. Everyone brace yourselves. We will employ the martial soul fusion technique." This order resonated like thunder within the hearts of Tsanhui Academy's students. Though a wave of apprehension washed over them, they replied in unison, "Yes." In that instant, Chen Ye felt a tightening in his chest as he suddenly comprehended the true intent of their opponents. His expression grew grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "This is bad," he exclaimed, his voice laden with astonishment and unease. They intended to execute the martial soul fusion technique. What should he do? A flurry of countermeasures raced through Chen Ye's mind, yet each was swiftly dismissed. Faced with such a formidable adversary and a terrifying skill, while he was certainly capable of counteracting it, the task would be fraught with complications, especially considering that some of their own had yet to undergo training and were utterly unprepared for this eventuality. "We can only give it a try." He gritted his teeth and murmured, "Crimson fiery sword, crimson dragon blade." As his words fell, a radiant crimson light erupted from the sword he wielded. The light blazed like an inferno, engulfing the entire space in a fiery hue. After the two techniques clashed violently, silence enveloped the scene. All were rendered motionless, as if entranced, collapsing to the ground in deep unconsciousness. Yet amidst the tranquil ruins, two figures stood resolute, the captain of Tsanghui Academy and Chen Ye. The captain gazed at Chen Ye with wide eyes, incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, "I never expected your technique could counter our martial soul fusion technique." His voice bore a mixture of awe at Chen Ye's prowess and resentment at his team's defeat. With a slight upward curl of his lips, Chen Ye replied with a confident smile, "Dismantling it is quite straightforward, albeit somewhat troublesome. The most direct and rudimentary method is to strike any one of your members the moment you attempt to activate your skill. Only then can the technique's effects be disrupted, and you would also find yourselves under attack. As for who can maintain their composure in this mental duel, it shall depend on the strength of one's spirit." Upon hearing this, the captain's expression grew solemn. He realized that Chen Ye was no ordinary opponent. His understanding and application of combat techniques had reached an impressive level. He could not help but exclaim, well, it seems I truly cannot underestimate you." A glint of ferocity flickered in the captain's eyes as he coldly remarked, "But do not presume that this is my only move. I have another technique that I originally intended to reserve for the elimination rounds. However, encountering a formidable rival like you leaves me no choice but to unleash it." Before he could finish speaking, his entire physique tensed, a surge of immense power coursing through him. With a roar, his body began to undergo a transformation. His skin turned a deep crimson as if stained by blood, and his eyes glowed with a scarlet light, emanating an aura of insatiable bloodlust. Bloodlust transformation. The captain of Tsanghui Academy bellowed, his form enveloped in a layer of blood-red radiance, resembling a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. In the face of such a terrifying metamorphosis, Chen Ye remained remarkably composed. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, "This ability possesses a bloodlust function, sacrificing one's own vitality for enhanced offensive might. Indeed, it is somewhat impressive. However, do not assume that you are the only one endowed with such abilities." With that, Chen Ye inhaled deeply, energy erupting from within him like a volcano. His body, too, began to emit a brilliant crimson light, intertwining with the blood-red glow of the Tsanghui Academy captain, creating a sight that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. "Crimson Sun transformation," Chen Ye declared softly, his form similarly enveloped in a layer of crimson light, yet devoid of any sanguine scent, instead radiating warmth and strength. Chapter 54. The Defeat of Tsanghui Academy. A smirk of disdain appeared on the captain's lips, his voice dripping with unmasked confidence. "Even so, how strong do you truly believe you are? Victory shall undoubtedly belong to Tsanghui Academy." Yet Chen Ye's gaze was unwavering. He met the captain's stare without flinching, responding, "When facing a strong adversary, I shall naturally give my all. While I do not claim to be stronger than you, I possess my own unique strengths that are sufficient for a contest." Before his words could fully dissipate, the two surged toward one another like lightning, rapidly closing the distance between them. Their speed was akin to a tempest, as if two whirlwinds converged in the air. With a fierce shout, the captain of Tsanghui Academy swung his bloodlust sword, unleashing a crimson blade of light that resembled a ferocious blood dragon, lunging toward Chen Ye, while simultaneously roaring, "Taste my blade, bloodlust sword, bloodlust annihilation." Undeterred by such a ferocious onslaught, Chen Ye narrowed his eyes, the crimson flame sword in his grasp igniting with fervent flames. Resembling a roaring fire dragon, colliding with a blood dragon in a thunderous clash. A resounding boom echoed through the air as two formidable forces collided, igniting a shower of sparks that danced like fireworks in the night sky. The captain of the Tsanghui Academy pondered internally, "This lad is indeed formidable. His strength is so overwhelming that defeating him seems utterly fanciful. Yet, I cannot concede defeat so easily. I must secure victory in this match." Meanwhile, Chen Ye regarded his opponent with an expression of serene indifference, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he taunted, "What is the matter? Do you wish to continue this duel? I lack the patience to indulge you. However, since you are so insistent, I shall accompany you to the bitter end, until I render you utterly defenseless and make you truly aware of despair." His words exuded a potent confidence and dominance, as if he had completely discerned his adversary. Dismissing him entirely, the captain of Tsanghui Academy's gaze turned sharp, radiating a formidable aura as he roared, "Prepare yourself. I shall unveil my ultimate technique, bloodthirsty annihilation." As his voice resounded, A surge of crimson energy enveloped him like a raging flame. Observing this, Chen Ye's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed the immense power behind this move. Internally marveling, it seems this fellow possesses some skill. This technique indeed instills a hint of trepidation within me. Nevertheless, Chen Ye was undeterred by his opponent's ferocity, a confident smile still playing on his lips. With a decisive gesture, Chen Ye formed hand seals and recited incantations, unleashing a torrent of searing energy from within. This energy, a deep crimson, surged forth like a roaring red dragon, clawing its way toward the captain of Tang Hao Academy. Crimson Dragon, Soul Flame. Chen Ye bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder in the heavens. The clash between the Crimson Dragon Soul Flame and bloodthirsty annihilation erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. In that breathtaking moment, two massive dragons soared into the sky, symbolizing the fiery and sanguine energies. Their tremendous forces converged with a thunderous roar, shaking the very fabric of the world. The fire dragon opened its gaping maw, exhaling a colossal sphere of blazing fire, akin to a burning sun, radiating boundless heat and light. It surged forward at an astonishing speed, igniting the air as it passed, creating a sea of flames. Meanwhile, the sanguine energy sphere surged forth with equal ferocity, coalescing with boundless rage and power. Resembling a dark red meteor, hurtling with the intent to obliterate everything in its path. All eyes were riveted on the arena, hearts pounding with anticipation. As the smoke gradually cleared, the spectators were astonished to find the captain of Tang Hao Academy lying on the ground. A wave of astonishment swept through the arena, leaving the audience speechless at this unexpected turn of events. Just then, the announcer's voice broke the silence. Dear spectators, after an intense and prolonged battle, the ultimate victors have emerged, Blue Tyrant Academy. Let's extend our warmest congratulations to them. As the announcer's words settled, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue. The members of Blue Tyrant Academy embraced one another, celebrating their hard-earned victory, while the team from Tang Hao Academy appeared despondent, quietly lifting their fallen captain and slowly exiting the arena. In the audience, Yu Tianxuan exclaimed excitedly, "That was utterly thrilling. I never imagined these young ones could achieve victory in such a nail-biting manner. I nearly believed they would lose." Lu Erlong chimed in, "Indeed, that was a remarkable feat. When they return, we must give them a grand welcome and reward them handsomely." Lin Yuer smiled reassuringly, "Oh, let us not dwell too much on it. Although the journey was perilous, the outcome is favorable. We should celebrate their success." Lin Xianfeng observed the young fighters with curiosity, contemplating their future achievements. He turned to his sister, Lin Yuer, and could not help but ask, "Sister, what do you think the future holds for these young talents?" "My curiosity grows by the day." Lin Yuer smiled softly, her gaze resting on the young warriors, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. She replied, "While I cannot predict their futures with certainty, I believe that with their innate talent and hard work, they're destined to stand at the pinnacle of this continent." Lin Xianfeng nodded thoughtfully, recognizing his sister's discerning insight. Her confidence suggested that these youngsters indeed possessed extraordinary potential. With this realization, he felt an even greater excitement for their futures. Chen Ye, exhilarated, waved his hands and shouted with glee, "Teacher, we have triumphed." His voice reverberated in the air, filled with joy and pride. Yu Tianxuan, watching Chen Ye's exuberance, could not help but smile as well. He nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Indeed, these young ones have performed splendidly." His words conveyed admiration and acknowledgement of his students' remarkable achievements. Unbeknownst to Chen Ye, his father had also arrived at the competition venue. However, unlike the other spectators, he refrained from exuberant cheers or applause, choosing instead to observe quietly from a distance. Standing at the fringes of the crowd, he remained inconspicuous. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Chen Ye. His expression bore a complex mix of concern and expectation, tinged with emotions difficult to articulate. Perhaps he wished to silently witness his son's performance without intruding, or perhaps he desired to maintain a certain distance during this pivotal moment, allowing Chen Ye the freedom to showcase his strength and prowess. Regardless, the presence of his father introduced an unknown variable into Chen Ye's experience, who remained wholly engrossed in the match, oblivious to his father's watchful eyes. Chapter 55, Tianshui Academy. Dai Mubai inquired curiously, "Chen Ye, honestly, your strength is quite extraordinary. Do you possess special techniques that enhance your abilities? Do share with me what other formidable techniques you have." Chen Ye smiled slightly, responding with a relaxed tone, "It's not as exaggerated as you might think. I simply believe that one must always retain a contingency in any situation, ensuring that one possesses ample means to respond at critical moments. Dai Mubai, deep in thought, remarked, by the way, after the match, I made it a point to inquire and discovered that our next opponents are none other than the last team we faced in the preliminaries, Tianxuan Academy. I have heard about this institution before. It is truly unique. He paused before continuing. All the students there are female, and intriguingly, even the teachers are exclusively women, including the dean. I've heard that they possess commendable strength, particularly their captain, Shui Binger, who stands out among them. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, seemingly concerned about Shui Binger's capabilities. I also heard that her martial soul was once merely a small bird with ice attributes, but somehow it transformed into a phoenix. Quite the unexpected turn of events. Chen Ye mused to himself, could it be? Though I once read the novel de Lu, my memories have grown hazy due to my previous journey to the immortal realm, leaving many details blurred. Yet, I distinctly recall that the novel did not elaborate on her background. What would be the reason for this? This truly comes as a surprise. Could it be that Ma Hongjuan's martial soul is also that of a phoenix? Might it be that, akin to the god of Shura, the phoenix god has sown its seeds among mortals? Once they awaken their phoenix martial souls, they select suitable candidates, ensuring that those chosen exhibit a degree of laziness, thus guaranteeing the emergence of an heir who instills fear. Is this not a direct contention for heirs against the fire god and ice god? Dai Mubai glanced at Chen Ye, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze as he inquired. Chen Ye, what are you pondering? Snapped from his reverie. Chen Ye shook his head and replied thoughtfully, it is nothing, merely contemplating how we should confront him. Although my abilities do possess a certain restraining effect against them, we must not let our guard down. After all, a phoenix is still a phoenix, far more complex than you might imagine. Listening intently, Ma Hongjun interjected, that makes sense. In your opinion, what should we do in the next match? Why not let me take the stage? I haven't had a chance to fight yet. Chen Ye quickly waved his hand, saying, no, Ma Hongjun, you must wait a little longer. You won't be able to take the stage until at least the elimination rounds. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjuan's face fell, and he complained, what? Why must I wait? I can hardly contain myself. With a serious expression, Chen Ye responded, you must understand. Your martial soul is that of a phoenix. Moreover, you have absorbed the blood of the vermilion bird that I provided, which will undoubtedly elevate your strength, making you even more formidable than Shui Binger. Ma Hongjuan's eyes brightened at this, excitement bubbling within him as he exclaimed, really? If that is the case, I can indeed wait a bit longer. At that moment, Oscar let out a cold chuckle, mocking, huh? Who doesn't know you? You just want to show off in front of all the girls in the tournament and try to flirt with a few. Ma Hongjun, caught off guard, felt a rush of embarrassment and quickly covered Oscar's mouth, whispering, let us keep our secrets among brothers. Just as everyone was teasing Ma Hongjun, the students from Tianxuan Academy, including Chen Ye, encountered them. Hey, I hear you are quite strong, having yet to be defeated. A clear voice called out, drawing everyone's attention. Standing not far away was a girl with short white hair, a faint smile gracing her lips. This girl was tall and curvaceous, possessing a charm distinct from Zhu Zhuqing. She wore a blue and white ensemble, fresh and elegant, evoking the sensation of a gentle spring breeze. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing, she opted for long pants, exuding a sense of professionalism. Upon closer inspection, the girl was none other than Xiao Wu, the vice captain of Tianxuan Academy. All right, Xiao Wu, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my sister. However, I can assure you that the ultimate victor of this match will undoubtedly be us. Are you not curious to see which team is more formidable? Let us settle this on the battlefield. The voice belonged to Shui Binger, the captain of Tianxuan Academy. Her long blue hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, gently brushing against her fair skin, as if one could feel its silky touch. Her fingers were slender and delicate, akin to finely crafted art, resembling Ning Rongrong's physique. Shui Binger donned a flowing blue dress, its hem trailing significantly longer than Ning Rongrong's, fluttering gracefully with her movements like a fairy in dance. A confident smile crept upon Chen Ye's lips as he declared with unwavering determination, very well. I shall demonstrate my prowess. My flame shall not pale in comparison to your ice and snow. I hope to pique your interest. Surprised, Shui Binger's beautiful eyes momentarily widened, but softness soon enveloped her expression. She responded gently, I shall, young man. Her voice flowed like a babbling brook, clear and enchanting. Dai Mubai looked at Chen Ye in astonishment. Incredulity etched across his face as he exclaimed, good heavens. Last time you caught the attention of that stunning beauty, Qian Renshu, and now it seems you are ensnared by Shui Bing. Chen Ye hastily interrupted Dai Mubai, exasperated. Dai Mubai, please refrain from such nonsense. Moreover, it is evident that this is a deliberate provocation, and there are many boys who fancy the girls from Tianxuan Academy. It is obvious they wish to weaken us before the training. However, before Chen Ye could finish, a group of boisterous boys suddenly emerged, charging towards them without a second thought. Alarmed, Chen Ye and Dai Mubai quickly turned to flee, glancing back to monitor their pursuers, desperate to avoid being caught. This chase continued until they finally stumbled back to Blue Tyrant Academy, panting and disheveled. Chapter 56. Tianxuan versus Blue Tyrant. Fuming, Dai Mubai exclaimed. That Shui Binger has gone too far. Winning the match in such a manner is utterly disgraceful. His voice brimmed with anger and dissatisfaction, clearly appalled by Shui Binger's conduct. Chen Ye, remaining more composed, analyzed, I believe the situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. Perhaps they did not achieve victory through underhanded means, but rather out of defiance. After all, their only defeat in the competition may have led them to seek a true assessment of our strength. Or perhaps they lack complete confidence in their ability to triumph over us, thus resorting to this method to gauge our capabilities. Yu Tianxuan looked upon the spirited young ones with a warm smile, imparting words of wisdom. All right, you little ones, tomorrow is your moment to shine. So do not disappoint us old folks. His voice conveyed trust and expectation for the students. Chen Ye responded respectfully. Yes, teacher. We shall give our all and not let you down. His eyes were resolute and confident, as if he were fully prepared. As time flew by, the day of the match arrived amidst eager anticipation. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze graced the air, and the atmosphere in the arena was electric, with cheers from the audience resonating like waves. The host, wearing a smile, proclaimed in a booming voice, "Good afternoon, dear audience. Today's match promises to be thrilling, as Blue Tyrant Academy faces off against Tianxuan Academy. Now, let us warmly welcome both teams to the arena." As the host concluded, the Blue Tyrant Academy team entered the arena first. However, when the Tianxuan Academy members made their entrance, the atmosphere ignited. The team members, adorned in splendid attire, began to perform an exuberant dance to lively music. Their movements were graceful and fluid, each turn and leap brimming with power and beauty. The audience was captivated by this unexpected display, their eyes glued to the stage, fully immersed in the dance of the Tianxuan Academy members. Huang Yuanjing, too, was entranced, gazing at the performance, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Then, Dai Mubai snapped back to attention, declaring, "Enough, stand at attention." In the center of the stage, the host's voice rang clear through the microphone. All right, the match officially begins. All contestants, swiftly awaken your martial souls within 1 minute. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dai Mubai shouted without hesitation, "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." His voice echoed throughout the arena like a thunderclap. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's call, the members of Lamba Academy sprang into action, each summoning their unique martial souls. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors erupted on stage. Confronting a breathtaking tableau. Simultaneously, the members of Tianxuan Academy, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly activated their own martial souls. A brilliant white light shot skyward, accompanied by a chill, revealing a phoenix soaring through the ice and snow before the crowd. Its feathers were as white as freshly fallen snow, with wings spanning over 10 meters, exuding an air of nobility and majesty. Surrounding the phoenix, snowflakes danced as if the entire world had been captivated by its beauty. The audience gasped in awe at the sight of this martial soul, not only due to its resplendent appearance, but also because of the formidable aura it emanated, instilling a sense of irresistible power. Dai Mubai's gaze sharpened, fixated on Shui Binger ahead, and he spoke gravely, "Chen Ye, that Shui Binger is entrusted to you." In response, Chen Ye's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "Rest assured, we shall proceed according to plan." With that, Dai Mubai transformed into a blur, dashing forth like a bolt of white lightning, exclaiming, "All right, I shall take the lead." White Tiger Wave Kill. An immense surge of soul power erupted from him, and with a powerful motion, a colossal white tiger spirit soared into the air behind him, baring its massive jaws and roaring towards Shui Binger. However, Shui Binger reacted with lightning speed. The moment Dai Mubai unleashed his attack, she swiftly summoned her ice and snow powers. With a flick of her hands, countless ice shards cascaded like snowflakes, swiftly coalescing into a thick ice wall that blocked Dai Mubai's assault. A glint of determination flashed in Shui Binger's eyes as she silently cursed. This group is truly ruthless. but I'm no slouch either. With a fierce cry, she unleashed her soul power, and her first soul skill, Ice Seal, activated in an instant. As her power surged forth, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, sending a wave of coldness rippling outward. A thick layer of ice spread from her as the epicenter, resembling a spider's web as it expanded in all directions. Within moments, the area was blanketed in ice, forming an expansive, icy plain. Yu Tianxuan gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is utterly outrageous." Not to mention that her first soul ring is merely a century old, but this soul skill can control the group. Her power is terrifying. Just as Yu Tianxuan was taken aback, Chen Ye suddenly shouted, "You underestimate us too much." A fierce warmth enveloped him, akin to a blazing flame. Following that, his technique, Crimson Flame Fury, erupted with thunderous force. Shui Binger marveled inwardly, realizing this guy is no ordinary foe. He managed to break free from the ice in an instant, truly unexpected. It seems we have underestimated his strength, and he appears to possess abilities we know nothing about. This could be troublesome. While Shui Binger pondered, Chen Ye had already begun his assault. He swiftly released his fiery power, instantly melting all the surrounding ice and snow. The areas once covered in ice transformed into a damp landscape. Chen Ye surveyed the scene before him, a confident smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Now, it is our turn to showcase our true strength." Crimson Dragon Inferno. As his words fell, a torrent of fierce flames erupted from his hands, roaring forth like a ferocious crimson dragon, lunging at the enemy. Chapter 57, Stalemate. Shui Binger beheld the raging flames before her, internally lamenting. This guy's fire is simply too formidable. How can I resolve this dilemma? Her brow furrowed as she pondered her strategy. Just then, Dai Mubai bellowed, "Prepare to receive my next attack, Tianshui Academy." His voice boomed like thunder, causing the air around to tremble slightly. With a sudden, forceful punch, radiant white light flickered from his fist, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. This was his technique, the White Tiger Meteor Fist. His fist, like an illusion, instantly transformed into countless phantom fists, swirling towards the enemy like a blizzard. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "This is utterly absurd. Who's ever seen a punch multiply into so many?" She could hardly believe her eyes. This bizarre scene exceeded her comprehension. Zhu Zhuqing's expression hardened as she called out, "Do not give him a chance. Shadow Sky Cat Kill." With her words, a pitch-black celestial cat darted forth like lightning, its speed so swift it was almost ghostly, eluding all attempts to capture its form. This shadowy feline radiated an enigmatic aura, its claws sharp and glinting, as though capable of effortlessly tearing through steel. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu remained undeterred, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she exclaimed, "All right, Moon Shadow Sky Rabbit Illusion Kick." In an instant, a charming Moon Shadow Rabbit appeared beside her, its body as pure as moonlight, moving with grace and elegance. The Moon Shadow Rabbit charged towards the enemy at astonishing speed, each kick infused with immense power, as if it could shatter mountains. Shui Binger thought to herself, "They are truly relentless, but I still have 3 techniques left to unleash." With a light cry, her soul power surged dramatically, enveloping her in the shimmering ice ring armor. This armor, transparent and radiating a piercing cold, seemed to entirely isolate Shui Binger from the outside world. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Without hesitation, she activated her 3rd soul skill, Resistance Halo. A powerful wave of soul power erupted from within her, forming a semicircular barrier that encased her. Just as Shui Binger completed her 2 soul skills, Xiao Wu suddenly began to dance gracefully in the arena. Her movements were elegant and light, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. However, Shui Binger knew all too well that Xiao Wu's actions were not merely for display, but rather a manifestation of a potent soul skill. Indeed, as Xiao Wu danced, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, enveloping the entire arena in a shroud of icy mist. This mist hung in the air, obscuring vision and creating the illusion of being in a frozen world. Within this fog, a chilling sensation permeated, causing involuntary shivers. As the audience struggled against the enveloping mist, rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. This icy rain was bone-chilling, striking the skin as if it could penetrate flesh and reach the marrow. This was Xiao Wu's 2nd soul skill, Rainfall. Not only did this rain induce a sensation of cold, but it also slowed the opponent's movements, creating more opportunities for Xiao Wu to launch her attacks. Dai Mubai, astonished, exclaimed, "No way. After the icy mist, it's the rain of ice." This mist is merely a gas, Once it infiltrates our bodies, it will slow our bones to a certain extent. This is outrageous. Chen Ye se burol furovit tightly. Sensing something amiss, suddenly realization dawned upon him, and he shouted, "Wait, the true attack is not the icy mist, but Shui Binger." At that moment, Shui Binger exclaimed, "Only now do you realize? It is already too late." Fourth soul skill, Ice Phoenix Gathering Illusion. As her voice fell, the temperature around them plummeted. A bone-chilling coldness surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping towards Chen Ye and Dai Mubai. A sense of urgency gripped Chen Ye's heart as he felt the formidable power of this icy onslaught, which was certainly not to be underestimated. However, he did not succumb to panic. Instead, he swiftly calmed himself and contemplated a countermeasure. "It's so cold." Dai Mubai shivered involuntarily. This frigid aura could surely freeze a person solid. Chen Ye took a deep breath, aware that he needed to devise a solution to counter this technique without delay. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind, leading to a clever strategy. "This is it." A glimmer of confidence flashed in Chen Ye's eyes as he shouted, "Flame Tiger." Flame Lion, Crimson Sky. With his roar, a roaring inferno erupted from within him, surging forth like a fierce tiger and a majestic lion, charging headlong into the biting cold. Lu Erlong, perplexed, inquired, "What in the world is happening now? This swirling mist of ice makes it impossible to see anything." Yu Tianxuan hastily explained. "The current situation is as follows. Chen Ye has an incredibly powerful skill that allows him to summon a fierce lion and tiger made of blazing flames to attack the people from the Heavenly Water Academy. On the other hand, the Heavenly Water Academy is countering with a phoenix formed from ice and snow. Both sides are engaged in an intense battle, with their struggle affecting the entire arena, altering even the atmosphere in the stands. Look, on one side it's the searing sun, hot enough to take one's breath away, while on the other it's the bone-chilling ice sun, cold enough to make one shiver uncontrollably." Dai Mubai's gaze sharpened as he pondered. The pressing matter is to eliminate the other foes first. Although Shui Binger is formidable, I believe we can easily handle her when we join forces. With this resolve, he inhaled deeply, his soul power surging like a wild tide. Dai Mubai Belud. And the fourth soul skill, Celestial Eye White Tiger Meteor Shower, was instantly unleashed. He radiated a brilliant white light, and a massive white tiger phantom emerged behind him, opening its gaping maw as countless beams of soul power cascaded like meteors, raining down upon the enemies. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing wasted no time in unleashing her own soul skill. Her body vanished like a specter, reappearing behind the enemy in the next heartbeat. The dagger in her hand gleamed with a cold light, swiftly darting towards the enemy's vital points. This was her fourth soul skill, a self-created technique known as Shadow Puncture Kill. Xiao Wu shouted with fervor, her brilliance akin to the moon illuminating the night sky. Her form moved with lightning speed, the weapon in her hand emanating an exhilarating energy wave. The weapon traced an arc in the air, akin to moonlight cascading upon the earth, erupting with immense force. This power surged forth like a silver torrent, charging directly at the enemy. With this strike, the air seemed to tear apart, producing a sharp, whistling sound. The moonlight shattering kill was extraordinarily powerful, as if it could rend the very world asunder. In the Heavenly Water Academy, as others were knocked off the stage, Shui Binger exerted her full strength. Both the Blue Tyrant Academy and the Heavenly Water Academy faced defeats, some suffering from frostbite while others were scorched by flames, resulting in an undeniable stalemate. Chapter 58. Auras of Murderous Intent. Dai Mubai, astonished, remarked, "I truly did not expect that we would end up in a tie with the Heavenly Water Academy." His tone revealed a hint of disbelief. Chen Ye smiled slightly, explaining, "Actually, this is quite normal. It was a strategy one had devised in advance. I intentionally held back to avoid being targeted by the opponent. To be honest, if we won every match effortlessly, the other side would undoubtedly scrutinize us closely and might even employ special tactics against us. Therefore, I believe having at least one match end in a tie will keep our true strength shrouded in mystery." Ma Hongjun, with a teasing grin, said to Chen Ye, "Hey, Chen Ye, your little girlfriend is here to find you." The others turned to follow Ma Hongjun's pointing finger, spotting Qian Rinxue disguised as the prince, Xue Qinghe, standing not far away. Observing this, Chen Ye's lips curled into a slight smile, and he remarked, "I believe she wishes to have a chat with me. I'll be right back." With that, he stepped towards Qian Rinxue. Dai Mubai, watching Chen Ye walk away, quipped, "It's fine if you take a while to return. Perhaps your father is eager for grandchildren." His words elicited a wave of laughter from those around. Chen Ye suddenly raised his voice, glaring fiercely as he shouted, "You lot, don't go too far. Do you believe I want to teach you a lesson?" Ning Rongrong quickly stepped forward, her face filled with apology. "Oh dear, brother Chen Ye, please don't be angry. Everyone just thinks you and her are a couple." Zhu Zhuqing interjected, "I would like to ask, what about Xiao Wu? What position does she hold in your heart?" Chen Ye, upon hearing this, managed to calm his emotions slightly, explaining, "You all assume I used to have feelings for Xiao Wu, right?" The group nodded in agreement. With a helpless expression, Chen Ye gazed at them and sighed. "I think you may have misunderstood something. I admit I used to care for Xiao Wu greatly, but that was solely because I regarded her as a sister. Is it not normal for an older brother to look after his younger sister?" He paused, seemingly hesitant to continue, but ultimately took a deep breath, continuing, "Moreover, I sincerely apologize, as there are some matters I cannot elaborate on just yet. However, please trust me, when my strength grows stronger, I will share everything with you." Chen Ye's gaze was resolute and sincere, as if assuring them of something. Yet, a hint of bitterness lingered in his heart, for he knew that some truths might remain forever unspoken. Finally, he sighed softly and said, "I can only tell you that in the past, I truly regarded Xiao Wu only as a sister." Dai Mubai turned to Ma Hongjun, speaking earnestly. "You have never asked us, not even when faced with the most terrifying illusions. We do not pry into your past, for we understand that everyone has their own stories and secrets. When you are ready to speak, we will all be your listeners, willing to hear the voice of your heart." Ma Hongjun, reflecting on Dai Mubai's words, nodded thoughtfully, saying exactly. At that moment, Qian Rinxue approached gracefully from afar, her steps light, as if a fairy had descended. She approached Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, inquiring curiously, "I noticed you standing here for quite a while. Is there another reason for your delay?" "I came over to check." Chen Ye, with a hint of regret, replied, "I apologize. It's nothing particularly important. Just matters regarding my past that I cannot elaborate on in detail." Qian Rinxue nodded in understanding, responding, "Oh, I see. That is perfectly fine. After all, everyone has their own privacy and past, so it's completely normal not to discuss it. However, we will meet again sooner or later, and it's never too late to gradually understand each other." Then, with a smile, Qian Rinxue introduced herself to everyone. "Hello everyone. My name is Qian Rinxue, and I am delighted to meet you all. However, regarding my past, I am currently unable to provide detailed information. I hope we can have the opportunity for deeper conversations in the future." Qian Rinxue approached slowly, her steps light and graceful, as if the entire world made way for her. When she reached Xiao Wu, their gazes met, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Xiao Wu broke the silence with a gentle smile. "Hello, my name is Xiao Wu," as in a dance. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to celestial music. Qian Rinxue responded with a smile. "Hello, I look forward to your guidance." Her smile blossomed like spring flowers, beautiful and captivating. At that moment, Dai Mubai and Oscar, standing nearby, suddenly felt an invisible pressure. They exchanged glances, each catching a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. "Do you sense the killing intent emanating from Xiao Wu and Qian Rinxue?" Dai Mubai whispered to Oscar. Oscar nodded, replying in a hushed tone, "I feel it too. Though I cannot fathom why, this killing intent is certainly no illusion." Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong observed the two with a contemplative gaze, as if she had discerned something. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. In truth, Ning Rongrong had long realized that the tension between Xiao Wu and Qian Rinxue stemmed from their mutual affection for Chen Ye. Chen Ye, surveying everyone, suggested with a smile, "Since that's the case, shall we all go out for a meal? I believe everyone is quite hungry, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue readily replied, "Sure, I can eat any time." Her tone was relaxed and natural, indicating little concern about the meal itself. However, not far off, Snake Spear and Porcupine Daw were muttering softly. Snake Spear Doluo grumbled with dissatisfaction. "What is this? The young lady skipped breakfast just to wait for him, and it's all because of this lad." Porcupine Daw chimed in, "Indeed, I also find the young lady's attitude towards him rather peculiar. Initially, she may have sought to win him over, but it seems she has developed feelings for him, perhaps even a secret crush." Nearby, Zhu Zhuqing, having overheard this, turned her beautiful eyes slightly, revealing a hint of contemplation. She nodded gently in agreement and remarked softly, "I find that quite agreeable. It aligns perfectly with my sentiments." Chapter 59, The Spirit Emperor. Ma Hongjun, quite satisfied, patted his rotund belly and murmured, "Ah, that meal was truly filling. Although the portions were a tad small, it would have been even better with a bit more." Dai Mubai, glancing at Ma Hongjun's gluttonous demeanor, could not help but roll his eyes and retorted, Hey, fatty, can't you think about anything other than food? Just look at your corpulence. You're nearing the size of a pig. At this rate, be careful you don't end up being weighed down by your own bulk. To Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun not only remained unperturbed but instead grinned widely, saying, "Oh, Dai boss, don't you worry. Although I may be a bit plump, it certainly won't hinder my strength. You can rest assured." Zhu Zhiqing, observing the banter between Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, shook her head in exasperation and interjected, "All right. You two, stop squabbling. Let's tidy up and head back. The elimination rounds are in just a few days. Everyone needs to prepare adequately." Chen Ye concurred. Indeed, Zhu Qing is correct. We should return to rest and rejuvenate, striving for excellent results in the elimination rounds. As night fell, silence enveloped the world in a shroud of darkness. Yet, amidst this tranquility, a remarkable transformation was quietly occurring within Chen Ye. Due to his unique constitution, the Yang fire body, his flesh was undergoing the searing torment of flames. The fierce fire raged across his skin, as if intent on consuming him entirely. Surprisingly, despite enduring such excruciating pain, Chen Ye did not experience suffering, but rather a bizarre vision. Before him unfolded a breathtaking scene. The sky was dark, shrouded in thick clouds that weighed heavily, suffocating all within. In this desolate realm, not a single living soul could be found, only an expanse of lifelessness and barrenness. Amidst this desolation stood a solitary youth, wielding a long staff that shimmered with a cold light, exuding an aura of boundless might. The boy's figure flickered in the darkness, as if he were one with this forsaken world. Suddenly, the youth sprang into action. The long staff in his hands swung with the swiftness of lightning, conjuring a gale. Wherever the staff passed, the very void seemed to tear asunder, resounding with thunderous roars. The targets of his assault were a horde of grotesque, fearsome monsters, emanating an evil aura as they clawed and roared, lunging at the boy. These monsters were none other than the legendary extraterrestrial fiends. Hailing from an uncharted domain, they possessed terrifying strength and a cruel nature. Yet, in the face of such formidable foes, the youth showed no fear. Each of his strikes was precise and merciless, forcing the extraterrestrial fiends to retreat. Fury contorted the faces of the extraterrestrial fiends as they roared at the Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor, when will this end? This is merely a tiny world, and yet you are so stingy as to deny us even the chance to invade? The Spirit Emperor's face was as cold as ice, his voice unwavering and frigid. "I care not for your intentions. I have no interest in them. Know this. This is my domain, the very land where my parents once fought. This ground is imbued with my memories and emotions. I shall never allow it to become your hunting ground." The extraterrestrial fiend bellowed, "Spirit Emperor, do not overreach. You are merely the first thunder of this world. Do you truly believe you can triumph over me? You should know, our fiend clan's power is beyond your imagination." Nevertheless, the Spirit Emperor merely chuckled coldly, replying, "You are fearful. If you were not, why would you utter such futile words? I have no time for your prattle. Let us resolve this directly. Qing Wang Shengji, Sanglong." As the Spirit Emperor's words fell, 9 colossal dragon phantoms surged forth behind him. These dragon apparitions were vividly lifelike, each exuding a formidable presence. Even more astonishing, every dragon possessed 5 sharp claws, signifying they were the legendary 5-clawed golden dragons. The extraterrestrial fiend gazed at the Spirit Emperor with a mocking expression, tauntingly. "Are you not at all concerned about what might happen to the primordial world? And what of your yet-to-be-born daughter? And your wife? What was her name again? Ah, yes, Yin. Wasn't he it?" However, before the extraterrestrial fiend could finish, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura emanating from the Spirit Emperor's gaze, a look filled with murderous intent that seemed capable of shredding him to pieces in an instant. Before the extraterrestrial fiend could react, the Spirit Emperor was already in motion. His figure shot forth like lightning, arriving before the extraterrestrial fiend in an instant. With a swift motion of his hand, a green light shot forth like a piercing arrow. This green light contained boundless power, tearing through space and creating a black rift wherever it passed. The extraterrestrial fiend, filled with terror, attempted to evade, but it was too late. The green light struck true, piercing through his body. The Spirit Emperor stared impassively as the body of the extraterrestrial fiend fell slowly to the ground, and spoke softly, "I detest being threatened. Will you all come and meet together, or one by one? Either way, it makes no difference to me. I will eliminate you all." With that, the Spirit Emperor formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. As his chant echoed, a powerful surge of green energy erupted behind him. This surge of energy rapidly coalesced into a colossal azure phantasm, bearing the characteristics of a dragon. Its immense humanoid form exuded an aura that sent chills down the spine. With a thunderous roar that resonated like the clap of thunder, the phantasm struck terror into the remaining few otherworldly demons, causing them to tremble in fear as they gazed at the Spirit Emperor, utterly stripped of their courage to resist. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of the Spirit Emperor's lips as he uttered, "Azure Divine Art, Azure Divine Shattering Roar." As his words fell, the Azure Phantasm abruptly opened its mouth, unleashing a wave of Azure energy akin to a tsunami. The sheer power encapsulated within this wave was terrifying, obliterating everything in its path. The otherworldly demons barely had time to let out a cry before being consumed by the onslaught, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. The Spirit Emperor mused to himself, "It seems that next time I must sever the passage to the myriad realms. Otherwise, it could indeed become quite troublesome. However, I shall set these thoughts aside for now and prioritize returning to the primordial world." After a brief contemplation, he resolved to delay no further and turned astride toward the direction of the primordial realm. At long last, the ordeal came to a close, and Chen Ye slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was somewhat dazed, as though he were still immersed in the experiences he had just undergone. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and turned to gaze out the window. Outside, the first rays of morning sunlight had already graced the earth, illuminating the entire world. Chen Ye stared out, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He couldn't help but recall that illusion, a place brimming with enigma and mystery. Was it a memory of the past, or a portent of the future? Chen Ye murmured to himself, his brow furrowing slightly, as he grappled with this perplexing question. Chapter 60, The Great Chaos. As Chen Ye walked through the plaza of Blue Dominance Academy, making his way to the cafeteria, his mind was preoccupied with the matter of his own constitution. Last night, he had experienced a peculiar dream, the details of which remained vividly etched in his memory. The scene from that dream left him baffled, particularly the figure of the Spirit Emperor. Although the Spirit Emperor did not resemble him entirely, there were striking similarities to a degree of 70 to 80%. Yet, what astonished him more was that the Spirit Emperor's eyes were of different colors and bore a striking resemblance to a female. Chen Ye couldn't help but recall Xianxuan, the woman he had once encountered. He realized that the likeness between the Spirit Emperor and Xianxuan was astonishing, with at least a 60 to 70% resemblance. Why did the person in my dream bear such a close resemblance to me? Chen Ye mused, his confusion deepening. This question lingered in his mind, refusing to be dispelled. Just as Chen Ye was lost in his thoughts, the sound of light footsteps approached from afar. He lifted his gaze to see a petite figure bounding toward him like a lively little deer. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Wu inquired, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with curiosity, a naive smile gracing her lips. Startled by Xiao Wu's sudden appearance, Chen Ye quickly composed himself. He smiled and shook his head, replying, "It's nothing, just some trivial matters. No need to worry about it." Xiao Wu seemed unsatisfied with Chen Ye's response. She pouted and playfully insisted, "Come on, brother. Just tell me. You must have something on your mind. Otherwise, why would you be daydreaming here all alone?" Chen Ye chuckled helplessly, knowing Xiao Wu's nature. Once she took an interest in something, she would pursue it relentlessly. He gently patted her head and said, "Really, it's nothing. I just suddenly recalled some past events. But they're all behind me now. There's nothing worth dwelling upon." Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully before suddenly exclaiming with excitement, "Then let's not think about those unhappy things. Brother, let's hurry to eat. I'm starving." Seeing Xiao Wu's adorable demeanor lighten Chen Ye's mood significantly, he smiled back, saying, "All right, let's go." Xiao Wu joyfully took Chen Ye's hand, and together they made their way to the cafeteria, chatting and laughing as though their earlier troubles had been cast aside. Just as Chen Ye and Xiao Wu finished their meal and were about to find a place to sit, they suddenly heard someone calling out to them. Following the sound, they spotted Dai Mubai standing by a nearby table, waving at them. His voice cut through the bustle of the cafeteria, ringing out clearly. "Hey, Chen Ye over here." His face was alight with a warm smile, evoking a sense of camaraderie. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's call, Chen Ye quickly responded, "Coming," and hurriedly led Xiao Wu toward the table where Dai Mubai was located. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Chen Ye with concern, softly asking, "Chen Ye, do you have something on your mind? You seem rather pensive. While we wouldn't pry into your private matters, don't you think you should share with us sometimes? It would put our minds at ease." After a moment of hesitation, Chen Ye ultimately decided to confide in Zhu Zhuqing. Taking a deep breath, he began, "All right, it's not anything grave. I just had a rather peculiar dream last night. In the dream, I saw a boy who bore a striking resemblance to me, wielding a long staff and seemingly engaged in a fierce battle with an enemy. The setting appeared to be in the cosmos, surrounded by boundless darkness and twinkling stars. He paused for a moment before continuing. What is even stranger is that this boy possessed immense strength, with every attack delivering incredible impact. But the issue lies in the fact that, aside from resembling me, he also bore a likeness to Qianren. I truly cannot fathom why this is the case. The dream was simply too bizarre. Xiao Wu regarded him with a skeptical expression, a teasing smile playing on her lips. What? Are you still hung up on that Qianren? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong quickly leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing, whispering, you shouldn't have brought that up. Look, she's getting jealous again. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned slightly awkward at this comment, and she sighed with exasperation, softly murmuring, all right, I suppose this one's on me. Dai Mubai set down his utensils and addressed the group. All right, we've finished eating. Next, we have training awaiting us. The upcoming matches will be one-on-one. So aside from Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the rest of us need to practice our combat skills. Does anyone have any good suggestions? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ye spoke up. As far as I know, regardless of the training method, it ultimately boils down to strengthening our physical condition, familiarizing ourselves with our skills, developing our own soul techniques, and honing our speed. Why don't we have a free-for-all? This way, everyone's weaknesses will be less apparent. Ma Hongjun immediately voiced his agreement. I think that's a great idea. Not only will it enhance our practical combat abilities, but it will also allow us to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses better. After everyone had their fill, they began to seek out a suitable location for their practice. Ma Hongjun, brimming with enthusiasm, stood in the center of the area and shouted to the others. Everyone watched closely. See my move, Phoenix Skyfire Roar. As he spoke, a blazing fire enveloped him, reminiscent of a phoenix being reborn, flames swirling in the air to form a colossal fire pillar that shot toward the heavens. However, just then, Dai Mubai suddenly charged in from the side, bellowing, you little rascal, how dare you make a move against your leader? Let me show you what I can do. White Tiger Void Soul. With his roar, a powerful white soul force surged forth like a ferocious white tiger, pouncing towards Ma Hongjun. A confident smile graced Chen Ye's lips as he called out to Dai Mubai. Hey, Boss Dai, do not underestimate us. Your opponents are not limited to just one, and I am capable of wielding more than just flames. Watch closely, the 10,000 Waters Heavenly Emperor Sword, the Human Emperor's sword technique. As Chen Ye's words echoed, the long sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance, sparkling like the stars in the night sky. Water swirled around the blade, forming a curtain of water that enveloped Chen Ye entirely. Observing this, Dai Mubai furrowed his brows, astonished internally. This lad possesses such formidable swordsmanship. He initially believed Chen Ye to be merely proficient in fire control, unaware of his exceptional skill in swordplay as well. Chapter 61. The Dragon's Roar. Dai Mubai gazed solemnly at the crowd before him, inwardly lamenting. These fellows are indeed quite ruthless. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to unleash his full strength, intending to showcase his true capabilities. With his eyes slightly closed, he suddenly opened them wide, and a powerful aura erupted from his being. In his gaze, it seemed as though a white tiger was roaring, manifesting his white tiger heavenly eye. With a thunderous shout, heavenly eye open, white tiger heavenly eye breaks the sound. His heavenly eye instantaneously released a blinding radiance, streaking like lightning towards Ma Hongjun. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun's face turned pale with fright, and he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Hey, Boss Dai, spare me, have mercy. As he called out, he frantically attempted to evade Dai Mubai's attack. However, the speed of Dai Mubai's assault was relentless, leaving Ma Hongjun no time to dodge. Just as the situation grew desperate, Chen Ye intervened, conjuring a red flame barrier that appeared before Ma Hongjun. Effectively blocking Dai Mubai's onslaught. Observing Ma Hongjun's terrified expression, Chen Ye couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. This Ma Hongjun truly knows how to put on a show. Dai Mubai looked at the two before him, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips as he helplessly remarked, all right. You two truly know how to think on your feet. Xiao Wu mischievously winked, grinning at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, what do you think we're here for? Could we just watch those three show off? Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled into a faint smile as she replied, I'm not entirely sure. But I think if we rush in now, we might inadvertently get caught in their crossfire. It's better to wait until they worn each other down. Then we can strike. Who knows, we might even pick up some spoils. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in fury, flames seemingly igniting within his gaze as he bellowed. Do you really think I can only take hits? Behold my vermilion bird heavenly flame. As his words fell, a searing blaze erupted from within him, resembling a fierce vermilion bird, spreading its wings and soaring toward his adversaries. The flames were intensely hot, distorting the air around them, accompanied by a series of crackling explosions. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai responded fiercely, his body emanating a brilliant white light as he growled, "White Tiger Thunderstorm." In an instant, countless bolts of white lightning rained down from above, relentlessly striking ma ongejunese vermilion verde heavenly flame. The clash of lightning and flames in the air produced a deafening roar, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding brilliance, making it nearly impossible to look directly at. Chen Ye shouted, "Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique, Sword, come forth." The long sword in his grasp was enveloped in a bolt of lightning, humming with an ominous power, as if containing boundless might. Dai Mubai, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, Chen Ye, you are truly formidable." His countenance darkened, clearly shocked by the potency of Chen Ye's move. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was left pale and muttering, "I can't fight this. How can I even compete against this? I might as well just take the hits." As time passed, the battle raged with extraordinary intensity, yet the outcome was unexpected. Aside from Chen Ye, everyone else was swiftly knocked off the stage, leaving the audience in utter astonishment. Dai Mubai regarded Chen Ye with furrowed brows, discontent evident as he remarked, "I'm not saying this lightly, Chen Ye, but your methods are rather ruthless." His tone carried a hint of reproach, seemingly displeased with Chen Ye's approach. Ma Hongjun echoed, "Exactly. Couldn't you show a bit more mercy?" His tone similarly conveyed a sense of grievance, clearly taken aback by Chen Ye's harsh tactics. Just as Chen Ye was about to respond, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the Stardow Forest, shaking the very ground beneath them. The sound was like a mighty thunderclap, deafening and causing the world to tremble. Startled by the sudden noise, Chen Ye gazed in bewilderment towards the Stardow Forest, questioning, "What on earth is happening? Is this normal?" Dai Mubai, equally astonished, seemed to have some awareness of the situation. Furrowing his brows, he pondered for a moment before stating, "Though I'm not entirely certain of the specifics, I know that such a tremendous roar can only signify one thing: the ruler of the Stardow Forest. Moreover, this ruler typically prefers to remain unseen. It is none other than Tian." Chen Ye's heart raced at this revelation. He suddenly realized that this ruler from the novel had made an appearance at such an unexpected moment. According to the original narrative, this ruler was not supposed to formally debut until the events of the Peerless Tang sect arc. So, what could be the reason for his roar at this moment? Chen Ye found himself deep in thought. Was it due to some discomfort or suffering? Or could there be other more intricate reasons at play? Lost in contemplation, various possibilities flashed through Chen Ye's mind. Perhaps the ruler's daughter, Wang Xiu'er, had entered the human realm prematurely, causing him unease and anxiety. Or perhaps some other unknown factors had triggered his roar. The more he pondered, the more perplexing the situation seemed, prompting him to resolve to keep observing, hoping to uncover clues from the unfolding events to unravel this mystery. Zhu Zhuqing reassured him, "All right, don't overthink it. Even if the sky were to fall, there are those taller than us to bear the weight. Let us little fish not fret unnecessarily." Ning Rongrong chimed in, "Exactly. And even if we do encounter danger, Grandpa's sword and the others will surely protect us. They're so powerful, they won't allow us to come to harm." Yet, Chen Ye furrowed his brow, musing thoughtfully, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, especially after reading some ancient texts that mention the Dragon God. It makes me wonder if this might be related to the Golden Dragon King or the Silver Dragon King." At that moment, Yu Tianxuan and his group approached Chen Ye and the others. With a smile, Yu Tianxuan said softly, "What a coincidence to find you all here. It's almost time. We should be setting off. Once we reach our destination, the competition is set to commence tomorrow." Chen Ye respectfully acknowledged, "Understood, teacher." Dai Mubai, filled with curiosity, remarked, "Finally, we are about to depart. I wonder what our opponents will be like. I'm truly intrigued." Chapter 62, Badak Academy. The host stood on the competition stage, smiling as he addressed the audience. "Welcome, everyone, to this arena filled with passion and challenge. Today, I will provide a detailed overview of the competition rules. The current format is a one-on-one duel, which is clearer and more straightforward than before, placing greater emphasis on detail. In essence, each competitor may only take the stage after their predecessor has either vanquished their opponent or conceded defeat. The host paused momentarily, then announced, "There is still 30 minutes until the commencement of the match, so please bear with us. In 30 minutes, the exhilarating contest will feature the Blue Tyrant Academy against the Badak Academy." As Yu Tianxuan listened to the host's introduction, a wave of dissatisfaction surged within him. He furrowed his brow and remarked to his companion, "Xiao Wu, I have heard of this Badak Academy before. They wield their considerable influence to bully others indiscriminately. While their power may lend some credence, it should not be wielded with such reckless abandon. Xiao Wu offered a gentle smile, reassuring him, "Don't worry, teacher Yu. I will give it my all. Moreover, allow me to lead the charge in the first match." Yu Tianxuan regarded Xiao Wu's resolute gaze and nodded, cautioning her, "Be careful. I have faith in your abilities." The host now introduced the competitors. From Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu, a 39th level Assault Spirit Master, and from Badak Academy, their captain, Balak, a 43rd level Assault Spirit Sovereign. Balak jeered at Xiao Wu. "Hey there, little sister. Why did your teacher only send you to face me? Are you afraid? Ha ha ha. I would hate for that lovely face of yours to suffer even a scratch." Yet, Xiao Wu remained unfazed by Balak's taunts, replying with composure, "Is that so?" Without hesitation, she activated her second spirit ability, Charm. A radiant pink light suddenly blossomed around her, enveloping the unsuspecting Balak like a flower in full bloom. This ethereal glow seemed to possess a mystical allure, causing Balak's eyes to lose focus and his mind to drift into a daze. Xiao Wu's second spirit ability was singular in its function. It instilled an illusion within her opponent, making them perceive her as the goddess of their dreams. Regardless of who their true goddess might be, in this moment, they would be supplanted by Xiao Wu. The duration of this effect hinged on the strength of her mental prowess. The stronger her spirit, the longer she could maintain control. At that moment, Xiao Wu dashed towards Balak with the swiftness of lightning, her speed almost defying the limits of perception. In the blink of an eye, she stood before Balak, unleashing her ultimate technique, the Moon Rabbit's 8 strikes. This move was formidable. Her hands moved through the air like phantoms, each strike imbued with immense force and precision. Balak could scarcely react, left to witness Xiao Wu's assault rain down upon him like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. With each resounding impact, Balak was struck 8 times in rapid succession. Each blow targeted a vital point, the 8 most painful spots for a man. This relentless barrage was akin to a tempest, leaving Balak no respite and inflicting excruciating pain. At that juncture, the other students from Badak Academy, witnessing their captain so easily felled by Xiao Wu, were instantly consumed by rage. Disregarding the rules of the match, they surged forward in a frenzy, intent on delivering a brutal punishment to Xiao Wu. Chen Ye, observing this, grew somber. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fierce sword aura towards the encircling Badak students. The aura sliced through the air with tremendous pressure, momentarily halting their advance. With a disdainful scoff, Chen Ye admonished, "What is this? Can't handle defeat? If so, why not face me? Or are you only capable of bullying the weak in numbers, resorting to such despicable tactics?" His words struck the Badak students like a heavy hammer, leaving them exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Just then, Dai Mubai stepped forward, his voice cold and authoritative. "You wish to brawl?" His declaration echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the arena. As his words hung in the air, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong took their places beside Xiao Wu, standing united with her. Coincidentally, they formed a group of 7, mirroring the 7 representatives from Badak Academy. In this tense moment, the Emperor of the Snowy Night on the high platform suddenly bellowed. "What do you intend to do?" His voice boomed like thunder, sending tremors through the entire venue. In response to the Emperor's inquiry, one of the Badak students hastily explained, "Your Majesty, please calm your ire. We merely wish to assist our captain in returning to rest, with no ulterior motives." However, Chen Ye keenly sensed their intentions and whispered to Xiao Wu, "Be cautious. Observe their next actions. I fear they are about to get serious." Xiao Wu nodded, responding confidently, "Don't worry, brother, leave it to me." Yet, the unfolding situation took an unexpected turn. In a flash, Xiao Wu darted towards her opponents like an elusive specter. Her movements were so swift that they were barely perceptible. Those who had previously exuded bravado found themselves utterly defenseless against her onslaught. Except for their vice-captain, who managed to withstand a few strikes. Every other member of the team that ascended to the platform was effortlessly subdued by Xiao Wu. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the Blue Tyrant Academy's camp. Moonlight bathed the tents, illuminating the surrounding grassland. Dai Mubai and Oscar sat by the campfire, discussing the day's events. Dai Mubai scolded. Those guys' little sister was exceedingly weak. Xiao Wu managed to dispatch all of them with ease. Does this imply that any one of us could take on 7 of them? Oscar chuckled and shook his head. While I would love to agree, Boss Dai, do not be mistaken. Firstly, this was a one-on-one match, and they were simply relatively weaker. However, if those 7 were to launch a coordinated attack on a single individual, it would be a different story altogether. Thus, it's not that they are weak. It is merely in one-on-one situations that they appear so. Dai Mubai regarded Oscar with a dubious expression, questioning, what on earth is going on? Oscar, you've never been like this before. I can't believe it. Has spending time with Chen Ye altered your character? Oscar scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he explained, I'm not quite sure how to articulate it, but ever since he joined us, a lot has transpired. Initially, we knew nothing about Shrek Academy, but we later discovered the truth about the people there. If it weren't for Chen Ye, we might still be in the dark. Therefore, I'm grateful to have met him and enjoy my time at Blue Tyrant Academy even more. Chapter 63, The Dual Flames. Chen Ye, with a grave expression, addressed everyone, listen up, everyone. I just received word that our opponent for tomorrow's match is the Blaze Academy. Ma Hongjun gasped his mouth agape, what? ISNT, that the Blaze Academy we faced in the preliminaries? This seems to be the only instance thus far where we encounter the same opponent as in the preliminaries. Oscar nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, while that is the case, we must acknowledge their formidable strength, especially their fiery assaults, which are truly astonishing. Moreover, it appears we do not possess any definitive methods to counteract their flames. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, contemplating how to confront the impending adversary. He cast a glance at Yu Tianxuan and inquired, how shall we deal with them? What about the order of our deployment? Yu Tianxuan replied with a slight smile, as if he had been preparing for this moment, and said slowly, allow me to offer a suggestion. The first to take the stage should be Chen Ye, whose prowess and skills are commendable. As for the last to enter the fray, let it be Ma Hongjun to conclude our performance. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye immediately responded, understood, teacher. I grasp your intent. Yu Tianxuan continued to elucidate. The rationale behind this is that if you secure victory in this match, your subsequent opponents will be from the Botanical Academy. They are indeed formidable adversaries. Although they excel in control, they are ultimately plants, so, if possible, it would be best if Ma Hongjun refrained from engaging. Ideally, even if he must intervene, he should avoid utilizing his fourth spirit skill, his self-created techniques, as well as his martial arts. Ma Hongjun nodded earnestly and replied, understood, teacher Yu. The following day dawned bright and clear, the sun shining radiantly. Amidst a chorus of cheers, the host ascended the stage, bearing a smile and greeting the audience with a booming voice. Greetings, dear spectators. Today's competition is indeed highly anticipated. The contenders are the Lamba Academy and the Chihua Academy. First, let us welcome Chen Ye from Lamba Academy and Huo Wushuang from Chihua Academy. Now, let the match officially commence. As the hostess' words echoed, the atmosphere in the arena ignited. The audience erupted in cheers and encouragement, reverberating throughout the venue. Huo Wushuang stood poised, his gaze firmly fixed on Chen Ye across the arena, a glimmer of confidence sparkling in his eyes. With a smirk, he remarked, I never imagined we would face each other so soon. Chen Ye, this time, I shall not suffer defeat as I did previously. Chen Ye, upon hearing Huo Wushuang's declaration, merely smiled faintly and replied, is that so? Then let us await the outcome. I hope you truly possess the strength you claim. Huo Wushuang, undeterred, summoned the power within him, bellowing, then brace yourself for my first spirit skill, Fire Dragon Roar. In an instant, Huo Wushuang surged forward, his hands ablaze like flames, unleashing a massive fire dragon that roared toward Chen Ye. Chen Ye's lips curled into a confident smile as he softly proclaimed, do not underestimate me. Third spirit skill, Phantom Clone. With his words, a brilliant blue light erupted from him, enveloping his form. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ye's figure fragmented into several identical clones, swiftly encircling Huo Wushuang. Huo Wushuang's expression shifted, surprise flooding his mind. What? He can use clones to counter my technique. And this is his third spirit skill. How much spirit power does he possess? Chen Ye pondered inwardly. I nearly fell prey to his attack just now. In earlier times, such an occurrence would have been impossible unless I willingly allowed it. Ever since reaching the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, I have found it increasingly challenging to advance further, which is why I ceased my cultivation of spiritual energy. Coupled with the scarcity of spiritual energy on Dolua continent, has this led to my current state? It appears I must devise a strategy, lest my strength continues to wane. Huo Wushuang, with a confident smile, contemplated. This third spirit skill, Fire Dragon Fury, is one of my most powerful abilities, with astonishing might. If I unleash this formidable fire, it will surely obliterate your clones and force you to reveal your true self. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his spirit power, his muscles quivering from surge. With a fierce roar, a blazing inferno erupted from his hands, morphing into a gigantic fire dragon that lunged toward the clones. The air warped under the heat of the fiery dragon, crackling with energy. The clones, incapable of withstanding such ferocity, were swiftly consumed, turning to ash. Just as Wu Shuang remained fixated on the front, a potent aura surged from behind him. Startled, he turned to find Chen Ye, appearing like a specter, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Impressive, impressive, Chen Ye's voice echoed, laced with a hint of mockery. If only you had discerned the true number of my clones. Now, prepare to witness my genuine power. Before his words had fully dissipated, Chen Ye swung his sword with fervor, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that swept toward Wu Shuang like a tempest. The multitude of sword energies formed a veritable rain of blades, leaving no room for evasion. After Wu Shuang was defeated, he collapsed to the ground, trembling slightly. Chen Ye, observing this, rushed forward and extended his hand to assist him. With genuine concern, Chen Ye asked, "Are you all right? I sincerely apologize for my earlier assault. I did not intend for it to be so severe. This competition is not what I wished for, but it is our fundamental manner of rivalry. I also sought to gauge my current strength and to understand just how formidable you have become. Our previous battle indeed yielded substantial insight." Wu Shuang gradually sat up, shaking his head with a wry smile. "It's fine. I feel the same. It's just unfortunate that I have once again succumbed to your prowess." His tone revealed a hint of reluctance and resignation. The subsequent competitors were notably weaker, and with Wu Shuang and Chen Ye having already bested 6 challengers. The next contender was none other than Wu, who shared a spirit fusion technique with Wu Shuang. Chapter 64. Wu concedes. With a smile, Chen Ye remarked, "Miss Wu, I did not expect to encounter you so soon again." However, Wu appeared exceedingly furious, glaring fiercely at Chen Ye and coldly retorting, "Chen Ye, let me warn you, I shall not show any mercy this time. I will give it my all to defeat you." In the face of Wu's provocation, Chen Ye exhibited no trepidation. His lips curved into a confident smile as he responded, "Oh, is that so? Then I eagerly await to see if you can indeed vanquish me." As the host proclaimed now, the match between Chen Ye from Lamba Academy and Wu from Chihua Academy begins. The audience's emotions surged, cheers and encouragement resonating throughout the arena. Chen Ye, maintaining a smile, gracefully raised a hand in a gesture of invitation, radiating composure and confidence. Wu, undeterred, swiftly unleashed her spirit skills. Her body engulfed in flames as she activated 3 formidable techniques. First spirit skill, Fire Shadow. Second spirit skill, Fire Body. Third spirit skill, Resistance Fire Ring. Chen Ye, witnessing this, could not help but feel astonished. Is this a jest? She is employing all 3 of her primary spirit skills right from the outset. How ruthless. Fortunately, her Resistance Fire Ring has a range limitation. As long as I remain outside that area, I should not suffer significant repercussions. Inwardly reflecting, Chen Ye resolved, at this juncture, I suppose I must unleash my most concealed techniques. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his true essence and called out, "Water Flow Sword, Celestial Water Dance." As his words fell, a delicate blue glow enveloped him, as if he were shrouded in a veil of water. Immediately, he waved his hands, unleashing countless streams of sword-like energy formed from flowing water, which surged forth like shooting stars, directly aimed at Wu. These streams intertwined and coiled in the air, creating a breathtaking tapestry of cascading water. Each blade of water was imbued with formidable power, as if it could rend the very fabric of reality. They fluttered toward Wu like ethereal dancers, graceful and agile in their pursuit. Wu nimbly dodged to the side. The multitude of blades descended upon her like a torrential downpour. Despite her best efforts to evade, several swords grazed her skin, leaving behind faint scars. Enraged, Wu glared at Chen Ye, her teeth clenched as she spat. "Damn you, you bastard. How could you possess a technique to counter me? You must have learned it through illicit means." Her voice was thick with fury and resentment. She could not fathom that the skill she had honed for years could be so easily surpassed by a so-called genius with a single move. Wu's anger stemmed not only from her defeat, but also from her suspicions about Chen Ye. She believed that he must have acquired this technique through underhanded methods. For with his abilities, it was inconceivable that he could so effortlessly overcome her. In stark contrast to Wu's ire, Chen Ye remained remarkably composed. He replied coolly, "Think what you will, this technique is mine. Regardless of its origin, as long as I can wield it, it now belongs to me." His tone was resolute and self-assured, seemingly unfazed by her accusations. Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Do you think you are the only one capable of creating soul techniques? Let me assure you, I can do it too." With that, she swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations as her soul power blazed like a raging inferno around her. As Xiao Wu shouted, her first, second, and third soul techniques converged, coalescing into a formidable force that shone as brightly as the sun. Her self-created soul technique, Tian Lai. Xiao Wu Yao Yang. Seeing this, Chen Ye's heart raced. He was acutely aware of the devastating power of this move and dared not to confront it head-on. To his astonishment, this attack seemed to have a mind of its own, relentlessly pursuing him, no matter how he tried to escape. As the technique drew perilously close, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He turned and charged toward Xiao Wu at lightning speed. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating such a maneuver from him. In a fleeting moment of her astonishment, Chen Ye had already reached her rear. Without hesitation, he unleashed his martial spirit, Silvergrass, which swiftly ensnared Xiao Wu like resilient ropes, binding her tightly. A smirk played on Chen Ye's lips as he coldly remarked, "If you wish to avoid injury, I advise you to cancel your soul technique. While your move is indeed powerful, it will also impose a tremendous burden on your body. In severe cases, it may even render you unable to bear children in the future." Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and declared, "Now you truly cannot escape. What if it causes severe damage to my body? As long as I can defeat you, it will all be worth it. The Blaze Academy will never concede. We must vanquish you. We once believed ourselves invincible, yet we were defeated by you. However, if we can overcome you, we will regain the confidence we have lost." Faced with Xiao Wu's resolute determination, Chen Ye found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he showed no hesitation, resolutely pushing Xiao Wu outside the range of her own soul technique. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "Indeed, if I'm the reason for your loss of confidence, then defeating me alone should suffice. Since you feel this way, I shall grant you victory. Blaze Academy, your resolve and tenacity are truly commendable." All spectators were transfixed by this heart-stopping scene, witnessing Chen Ye plummet like a kite severed from its string under Xiao Wu's fierce assault. His body crashed heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the crowd gasped in shock, discovering that Chen Ye bore grave injuries, with blood oozing from his wounds, staining the earth beneath him. Qian Renxue and Xiao Wu, who witnessed this brutal spectacle, turned pale, their hearts brimming with worry and fear. Without hesitation, they leaped from the stands, rushing toward Chen Ye, eager to assess his condition. Xiao Wu stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the fallen Chen Ye, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within her. She recalled how he had cast her aside to shield her, taking the brunt of the attack upon himself. His self-sacrificial act left her feeling both touched and guilty. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu took a deep breath and called out to the referee, "You just threw me away to absorb all the attacks. Referee, we of the Blaze Academy concede." Her voice echoed in the air, tinged with a mix of reluctance and resignation. Chapter 65, Shrek Academy of the Past. After the match concluded, Qian Renxue and Xiao Wu anxiously supported Chen Ye, hurrying toward the Heaven Dome Medical Hall. Upon entering, Qian Renxue eagerly called out to the doctor, "Doctor, please, how is Chen Ye? Is he in danger? Will he suffer any long-term effects?" The doctor, noticing Qian Renshue's distress, quickly reassured her, "Miss, please remain calm. Let me examine him first." After carefully assessing Chen Ye's injuries, he slowly addressed her. On the surface, his wounds appear quite severe, but this young man is remarkably astute. During the match, he instinctively shielded his vital areas with soul power and employed flames for an additional layer of protection. Nonetheless, even with this foresight, his condition remains grave. He must refrain from participating in any competitions for the next few days. Dai Mubai and the others rushed in, their breaths labored and beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. "My brother, is he okay?" Dai Mubai asked anxiously, his voice trembling slightly. Xiao Wu quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, Boss Dai. While his injuries are serious, as long as we keep him from competing for the next few days and allow him to rest properly, he should recover." Hearing this, a look of relief washed over Dai Mubai's face as he said, "That's good." Just as everyone sighed in relief at Chen Ye's revival, Qian Renxue sat quietly to the side, a small knife in hand, meticulously carving fruit peels. Her movements were gentle and focused, as if the world around her had faded into oblivion. After a while, Chen Ye slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurred until he gradually adjusted. Upon recognizing the people around him, he expressed surprise and queried, "What happened? Why is everyone here?" Noticing this, Dai Mubai hurried to Chen Ye's bedside, concern evident in his voice as he asked, "It's mainly because of you. In that match, why did you choose to save Wu?" His tone held a hint of confusion and reproach. Chen Ye explained, "There are two reasons. The first is that her father is acquainted with mine, so I owe them a favor. The second reason is that I caused their academy to lose its former confidence, so losing to her is only natural. Qianren, hearing this, chuckled and said, all right, enough of that. Come eat some fruit. Don't forget, you're my boyfriend now. Chen Ye nodded eagerly, replying, okay, I understand. I promise I won't act so recklessly again. However, Qianren seemed unwilling to let him off so easily, pressing, you still want it next time? Chen Ye quickly waved his hands in denial. No, I promise this will absolutely be the last time. Oscar regarded Chen Ye with a mischievous expression, playfully teasing. Chen Ye, I foresee you becoming an unabashed henpecked husband in the future. In response, Chen Ye's lips curled into a confident smile as he retorted, oh, is that so? At least I believe I surpass you in that regard. Moreover, I have heard that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has an unwritten rule that their partners must be battle soul masters, and little Oscar. It seems you do not fit that description, do you? Oscar, feeling the sting of Chen Ye's words, was momentarily flustered and shot a glare at him, replying brusquely, mind your own business. Yet, inwardly, he began to entertain a flicker of doubt about Chen Ye's statement and could not help but quietly inquire, is that assertion true? Dai Mubai slowly interjected, little Oscar, it is common knowledge among those with a bit of background that you were brought back by the then principal. However, we had already departed, and he, being somewhat avaricious at the time, led us to believe that leaving Shrek Academy was entirely justifiable. Qianren, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of skepticism and pressed, if you were indeed at Shrek Academy, what was the reason for your departure? Chen Ye quickly clarified, the primary reason is as follows. At that time, Shrek Academy proclaimed that their most exceptional graduate had ascended to the rank of Elder within the Spirit Hall. Yet, to my knowledge, only those of Title d'Alour rank can hold such a position. Furthermore, Shrek Academy had been established for a mere 20 years. How could they possibly have someone of that caliber? Upon learning this news, we were all astounded and sought an explanation from the Academy. However, he remained tight-lipped, utterly unwilling to provide us with any clarification. Gradually, our disappointment grew, leading us to collectively decide to leave Shrek Academy. Qianren, still dubious, inquired, were there any other promotions they advertised? Chen Ye pondered briefly before responding, let me think. Yes. It was also advertised that anyone graduating from Shrek Academy would attain the rank of Viscount, and they emphasized that it was guaranteed by individuals from the Spirit Hall. At this revelation, Qianren eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, what? How was that even possible? The Spirit Hall has no interest in such matters. Moreover, the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the two great empires is remarkably delicate. How could they possibly bestow titles in one of the empires for a mere small academy? Furthermore, the Spirit Hall's interactions with the empires are limited to the Soul Master Tournament. They hardly engage otherwise. Furrowing his brow, Chen Ye expressed his confusion. I found it quite peculiar as well, though I didn't dwell on it deeply. However, Dai Mubai mentioned that graduates from Shrek Academy are scarce, and many have perished while hunting soul beasts. I pondered, even the most inept academy would not send students to their deaths. Yet, why did Shrek Academy repeatedly encounter such tragedies? Qianren scoffed, her voice devoid of sympathy. I couldn't care less about how you perceive it, but I can unequivocally inform you that henceforth, Shrek Academy shall cease to exist. Even if all the teachers there were Title d'Alour, it would be of no consequence. Chen Ye nonchalantly waved his hand, declaring, say what you will. In any case, our ties with Shrek Academy have long since been severed. Dai Mubai regarded Chen Ye doubtfully, remarking, little Oscar, I understand your sentiments. The principal did treat you well, akin to a father, rescuing you and caring for you. However, the crux of the matter is that he merely viewed you as a tool for financial gain. Additionally, I once heard that while food-type battle soul masters were previously rare in the new Luo Empire, they did exist. Chapter 66, The Heaven Doe and Sacred Dragon. With utmost seriousness, Chen Ye addressed little Oscar, let me tell you, there was once a remarkably powerful food-type soul master in history who achieved the divine rank of level 100. Moreover, his wife was seemingly connected to someone within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. While I cannot ascertain if it was the ancestral figure or another, I am certain that his wife's martial soul was the Glazed Tower. Just as Chen Ye spoke with fervor, Lu Erlong approached, observing the young ones before her with a smile. Little ones, you are all gathered here. It seems you're now free to roam. Chen Ye, in that case, let us go witness the match at the Heaven Doe Royal Academy. Upon hearing this proposal, Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly inquired, who are they facing? Lu Erlong smiled slightly and replied, by a stroke of luck, their opponents happened to be the Sacred Dragon School. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu turned her curious gaze towards Lu Erlong, her large eyes blinking as she asked, Teacher Erlong, do you have any grievances with the Sacred Dragon School? Lu Erlong shook her head and softly said, No, it is merely that the captain of their team possesses the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Chen Ye was taken aback and quickly pressed, The blue lightning tyrant dragon? Teacher Erlong, I recall that martial soul belongs to you and your family's lineage. Why is it appearing here? Lu Erlong seemed reluctant to delve into further explanation, waving her hand to interrupt Chen Ye. We will discuss this later. For now, go and watch the match. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Chen Ye and the other students exchanging puzzled glances, filled with curiosity. On a sun-drenched afternoon, a throng of spectators surged towards the competition arena. Some wore expressions of eager anticipation, while others appeared somewhat anxious, yet all shared a profound curiosity for the impending contest. Within the arena, the audience had already taken their seats, and the venue was packed to capacity. The host stood at the center of the stage, microphone in hand, and with a resounding and passionate voice proclaimed, Good afternoon, esteemed spectators. Today, we shall witness a highly anticipated match, featuring the Sacred Dragon Academy and the Heaven Do Royal Academy. After a brief pause, the host continued, The Sacred Dragon Academy is renowned for its dragon-type martial souls. Each of their students possesses formidable dragon martial souls, celebrated for their sheer power. They are, without a doubt, the embodiment of strength. At this juncture, the audience erupted in a chorus of admiration. The host smiled slightly and elaborated, on the other hand. The Heaven Do Royal Academy was personally established by the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire. Their strength is equally formidable, especially their captain, who happens to be the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Tianxuan. This young master possesses considerable prowess. The audience once again expressed their astonishment, lauding Yu Tianxuan's capabilities. The host then added, Moreover, the vice captain of the Heaven Do Royal Academy is none other than the granddaughter of the Poison Delaw, Dugu Bo. What an impressive lineup we have. Additionally, the other team members are all scions of nobility, each boasting extraordinary strength and backgrounds. As the host's introduction unfolded, the anticipation among the audience swelled, and the atmosphere became increasingly fervent. Following the impassioned introduction from the host, the audience's cheers resonated thunderously, amplifying the vibrant ambience. At that moment, the two team captains confidently strode onto the stage. The first to capture the gaze of the crowd was Yu Tianxuan, the captain of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. His cerulean locks danced in the breeze, seemingly merging with the heavens, while his alabaster eyes resembled the pristine snow of winter, clear and radiant. He stood tall and poised, his handsome visage exuding an innate nobility that bore a striking resemblance to Yu Tianxuan. Soon after, the captain of the Holy Dragon Academy team, Yu Tianxuan, ascended the arena. His short, white hair was neatly groomed, accentuating the sharp contours of his face. Most striking were his beastly crimson eyes, akin to blazing flames, brimming with wildness and authority. The two captains faced each other, their gazes colliding and igniting sparks. Yu Tianxuan smiled, maintaining an air of humility as he declared, I am Yu Tianxuan, captain of the Tiando Royal Academy. I seek your guidance. His voice was clear and resonant, capable of piercing through the entire arena. Yu Tianxuan responded with a subtle smile, his lips curling slightly. I am Yu Tianxuan, captain of the Holy Dragon Academy. I too seek your guidance. His voice was deep and commanding, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Suddenly, a layer of azure luminescence enveloped Yu Tianxuan as he extended his right hand forward, instantly shrouded in blue lightning, forming an enormous claw of thunder. This claw exuded formidable pressure, as if capable of rending the very fabric of space. Concurrently, a blue glow emanated from Yu Tianxuan as well, his left hand mirroring the gesture, encased in blue ice, morphing into a colossal ice claw. This claw radiated a bone-chilling aura, as if it could freeze all in its path. At the moment the two claws clashed, a dazzling spark erupted in the air, accompanied by the tumult of thunder and the howling of snow. With a fierce shout, Yu Tianxuan unleashed his second soul skill, Dragon S Fury. As a surge of soul power erupted from within him, a potent dragon might enveloped him, akin to a ferocious dragon soaring into the sky, bearing its fangs and claws as it lunged at his opponent. In response, Yu Tianxuan showed no sign of retreat. He swiftly unleashed his third soul skill, Ice Dragon Blizzard. In an instant, an intensely frigid aura burst forth from him, coalescing into a massive ice dragon that roared as it charged towards Yu Tianxuan's Dragon S Fury. The two colossal dragons converged in the air, engaging in a breathtaking duel. Lightning and ice intertwined, sparking countless flares and crystalline shards, as the surrounding space trembled beneath the weight of their immense energy. In the audience, Dai Mubai gaped in astonishment at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit at the center of the arena, exclaiming internally, "Is this the overwhelming presence of the dragon-type martial spirit, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Though his voice was barely above a whisper, it caught the attention of Chen Ye beside him. With a slight smile, Chen Ye remarked, "I knew you wouldn't concede easily, Dai boss. After all, their essay saying about the rivalry between dragons and tigers." Dai Mubai's lips curled into a confident smile. He certainly would not yield easily, especially against such a formidable adversary. He resolved to showcase his true prowess in this grand competition and contend with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 67, Sword de Law. A faint smile graced Yu Tianxuan's lips as a glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes, more so admiration for Yu Tianxuan. "It seems I cannot underestimate you," he murmured with a hint of excitement. "Let me show you my self-created soul skill, Thunderstorm Cataclysm." As his words fell, his soul power surged to its zenith, enveloping his body in a soft, azure glow, merging him with the sky. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, lightning crackled, and a tempest roared. Raindrops the size of beans pelted the ground like cannonballs, splashing everywhere. Amidst the storm, Yu Tianxuan's figure flickered, his electric power intensifying, resembling a roaring dragon as it lunged towards Yu Tianxuan. Unfazed by the formidable assault, Yu Tianxuan wore a confident smile, his eyes glinting with assurance. "Do not think you're the only one with a self-created soul skill," he called out loudly. Heavenly Snow Blade Slash. In an instant, a chilling aura emanated from him, freezing the air around. Countless white ice blades shot forth from his body, swirling like snowflakes in the air. These ice blades intertwined, forming a colossal net that intercepted Yu Tianxuan's Thunderstorm Cataclysm. In the audience, Xiao Wu watched the battle in shock, murmuring, "This is beyond powerful." Though I was prepared, it's still astonishing. The disparity between dragon-type martial spirits and others is simply astronomical. Are dragons truly this formidable? Chen Ye, overriding Xiao Wu's astonishment, pondered it toth. "I may not know much, but from what I understand, the dragon god was an immensely powerful being in the ancient world. The dragon god and the creator god were once friends, but due to some incident, the Azura god split the dragon god in two, which became the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. It seems the Silver Dragon King eventually arrived on Dolua continent, allowing soul beasts to flourish." While Xiao Wu and Chen Ye engaged in their pleasant conversation, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Following a fierce contest, the match gradually drew to a close, culminating in Yu Tianxuan's defeat against Yu Tianxuan. As the possessor of the world's premier longevity martial spirit and the reigning king of thunder martial spirits, Yu Tianxuan's prowess was undeniable. His victory seemed destined, evoking awe from the onlookers. At that moment, the announcer proclaimed loudly, "It appears the first victory has been claimed." Next, the Holy Dragon Academy's upcoming contestant is Qin Linglong, whose martial spirit is the ancient tree dragon. Upon hearing this announcement, all eyes in the audience turned to Qin Linglong. She stood tall and poised, her demeanor remarkable, displaying no trace of fear in the face of a formidable opponent. Taking a deep breath, Qin Linglong addressed Yu Tianxuan. "Senior Yu, I am aware that my strength pales in comparison to yours, but I still wish to ask you to give it your all in the forthcoming match." Yu Tianxuan nodded slightly, sensing her determination and courage. A smile graced his lips as he replied, "Very well. In that case, I shall use one move, Blue Electric Heavenly Dragon Break." The once pristine white clouds suddenly darkened as if drenched in ink, morphing ominously and heralding an impending storm. Amidst this strange transformation, a blue figure streaked across the sky like lightning. It was a colossal blue dragon. It shimmered with dazzling thunder, as though the god of thunder had descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Standing below, Qin Linglong felt a pang of dread. She understood that while trees could channel lightning to the ground, they would still suffer immense damage when directly struck. Indeed, when the bolt of lightning struck Qin Linglong, she was powerless to resist and fell to the ground. Observing Qin Linglong lying on the ground, Yu Tianxuan's expression turned grave. After a moment of silence, he called out loudly, "For the next match, I concede." His voice echoed across the vast arena, inciting an uproar among the audience. In the stands, Chen Ye widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What a clever strategy! This way, some individuals need not enter the arena, conserving their strength and power. I never anticipated that the Tiando Royal Academy would remain so composed and devise such a tactic. Just then, the vice captain of the Tiando Royal Academy, Dugu Yan, stepped onto the arena. Her emergence incited a stir among the audience, for she was not only the granddaughter of the esteemed Dugu Bo, but also a formidable soul master in her own right. Standing at the sidelines, Chen Ye was wholly engrossed in the unfolding competition. Suddenly, he felt a gaze upon him from behind. Turning around, he found Dugu Bo smiling at him. "Little monster, I did not expect to see you here," Dugu Bo exclaimed with a grin. "I thought you had little interest in such matches." Chen Ye quickly responded, "Dugu Senior, what brings you here?" Dugu Bo gestured towards the arena, saying, "I am here to watch my granddaughter compete, of course. But what about you?" Chen Ye chuckled lightly and replied, "I merely came to observe the excitement and glean some combat techniques from others." Dugu Bo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is a worthy pursuit. However, do not underestimate this competition. There is much to learn within it." As Chen Ye regarded Dugu Bo, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Dugu Senior, given your granddaughter's impressive prowess, do you not worry about her getting injured in the match?" Dugu Bo laughed heartily. "Well, that would require someone to actually injure her. My granddaughter is quite exceptional. She is not easily harmed by ordinary individuals." At this juncture, Dugu Bo seemed to recollect something and continued, "By the way, I believe I once encountered the sword duo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. My granddaughter and I were dining when we happened upon him in a predicament, and we lent him a hand. At that time, he had yet to officially join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Chen Ye asked with a hint of skepticism, "What exactly transpired back then?" Dugu Bo reflected for a moment before responding, "You must have already been born into this world at that time. The situation was rather intricate, with many inadvertently aiding the sword law, particularly your father, who, wielding that massive Haotian hammer, charged headlong into battle against the title de law from the Spirit Hall without a moment's hesitation." Pausing briefly, Dugu Bo appeared to be striving to recall the specifics of that event, then continued, "Regrettably, I cannot ascertain the identity of the title de your father confronted. However, I can confirm she was a woman, and notably, a title de law from the Spirit Hall. It's worth noting that female title de luos within the Spirit Hall are quite rare." Chapter 68, The Revolver. Chen Ye remarked, "In terms of female title de luos, the Spirit Hall has only two, one of whom is the current pope, correct?" Dugu Bo nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, that is correct." Chen Ye then added, "So, your visit here is also to discuss that old fellow you mentioned a few days ago, is it not?" Dugu Bo nodded once more, a hint of resignation on his face. "Precisely. That old fellow is indeed powerful. I have always been at a disadvantage against him. This time, I must secure a victory." Curiosity piqued, Chen Ye inquired, "Dugu Senior, as a title de law, the individual you wish to defeat must also be a title de law, am I correct?" Dugu Bo replied, "Indeed. And the most troublesome aspect is that his martial soul grants him immunity to my poison. Hence, I have come to seek your assistance in discovering a method to overcome him." After pondering for a moment, Chen Ye suggested, "Immunity to toxins is indeed challenging. However, is your martial soul not a serpent? If you could get close to him, would you not be able to control him?" Dugu Bo furrowed his brow, stating, "That is precisely where the difficulty lies. Regardless of his defensive capabilities, the essence of his soul and that remarkably sharp blade, which may appear as merely a flower, prevents me from approaching him at all." After a moment of contemplative silence, Chen Ye spoke, "Allow me to think this through." Just then, his attention was suddenly captivated by the competition arena. He observed Dugu Yan's opponent compressing all his strength into a singular, explosive strike, akin to a cannonball, aimed squarely at Dugu Yan. The power behind this assault was immense, with every ounce of energy concentrated into that one blow. Chen Ye's eyes brightened as an idea took form, and he excitedly declared to Dugu Bo, "I have a solution, Dugu Senior. Could you not compress your poison into a singular strike? Then upon nearing that individual, you could unleash it, even if he possesses some immunity to toxins. It would be impossible for him to be entirely unaffected." Dugu Bo suddenly slapped his forehead, realization dawning upon him. "Ah, how did I not think of that before?" However, his brow soon furrowed again. Yet, even so, it may not be sufficient to truly defeat him. Chen Ye smiled slightly, as though he had anticipated this, and nonchalantly produced a revolver from his pocket to show Dugu Bo, "This is a recent creation of mine. While its power may not be exceptionally great, it is more than adequate for delivering a decisive blow to an enemy," he stated confidently. Dugu Bo exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! I never would have imagined what peculiar and wondrous ideas you possess, little monster." As he spoke, a curious expression illuminated his face, as if he were filled with an insatiable desire to explore Chen Ye's mind. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Dugu Bo declared enthusiastically from now on, "If you do not mind, I shall refer to you as Little Monster. After all, both your talent and intellect are truly exceptional. You are quite the little marvel." Chen Ye, hearing Dugu Bo's words, offered a polite smile in response. "Thank you, Dugu Sr." His tone remained calm and gentle, unperturbed by the moniker. After the competition concluded, Xianxuan, brimming with excitement, pulled Chen Ye towards their usual small pavilion. Nestled within a tranquil grove, the pavilion was surrounded by verdant trees and blooming flowers, creating a most pleasant environment. With a look of skepticism, Xianxuan scrutinized Chen Ye and queried, "That little device you showed Dugu Sr. during the match, does it truly possess such formidable power?" A confident smile graced Chen Ye's lips as he calmly explained, "To be precise, it is not the device itself that wields great power, but rather its explosive potential and speed. Within this device lies a crucial component. Simply pressing the outer button triggers a small explosion." He paused for emphasis before continuing. This small explosion acts as a fuse, rapidly igniting the ammunition inside. These projectiles are propelled at astonishing speeds, generating a tremendous impact. Xianxuan listened intently. Her curiosity piqued, and asked, "What magnitude of speed and power can it achieve?" Excitement flickered in Chen Ye's eyes as he elaborated. "If this device were utilized in actual combat, say, a team of 1,000 against an opposing force of 10,000. Imagine if every member of that 1,000-strong team wielded such a weapon. The force they could unleash would be staggering." He raised his voice slightly, underscoring his point. In such a scenario, even against a numerically superior force of 10,000, that 1,000-strong team could inflict significant casualties. Moreover, due to the rapidity of this weapon, it would be exceedingly difficult for the enemy to evade it, often resulting in severe injuries upon impact. Thus, given sufficient time, it is entirely plausible that this team could obliterate the opposing force. Xianxuan, her brow furrowed in disbelief, exclaimed, "How can that be? Such a situation seems impossible. If employed on the battlefield, would that not imply that ordinary individuals could easily engage in warfare?" Chen Ye's expression turned serious as he replied, "Indeed, that is the case, but I do not wish for such devices to be mass-produced. To be frank, if ordinary individuals were to engage in the brutalities of battle, the ultimate outcome would likely be devastating. Countless souls would be stripped of their homes, and the very pillars of those families would perish amidst the chaos of war. How then would these families manage to survive?" Xianxuan, realizing her indiscretion, hastily offered her apologies. "I sincerely apologize. I merely made an offhand remark and never intended for this to be mass-produced. Nonetheless, I must say, this contraption bears a striking resemblance to a soul guide." Upon hearing the term soul guide, Chen Ye felt a stirring within. He pondered, "Indeed, soul guides do exist at this juncture, albeit in limited quantities. However, their existence is undeniable." Suddenly, Xianxuan recalled something and shyly informed Chen Ye, "By the way, I have some matters to attend to at home, so I won't be able to accompany you for the next few days. I truly apologize." Chen Ye, upon hearing this, quickly reassured her, "No worries, I understand your predicament. Besides, I have competitions to prepare for in the coming days, so it works out perfectly. Once I've wrapped up my matches, I will seek you out immediately. As long as the competitions have not concluded, feel free to find me anytime." Xianxuan gazed at Chen Ye with gratitude and smiled. "Thank you for your understanding. That puts my mind at ease." With that, she gently kissed his cheek and turned to leave. Chapter 69, Darkness. Upon returning to the group, Dai Mubai thoughtfully remarked, "Teacher, you was indeed correct. Our next opponent is the Plant Academy. Among the 5 elemental academies, I must admit my knowledge of the Plant Academy is rather limited. What distinguishes it?" Chen Ye contemplated briefly before responding. "As far as I know, the Plant Academy specializes in control techniques. They possess formidable control that often leads their adversaries to defeat, and it appears many have succumbed to their prowess." At that moment, Xiao Wu, noticing Chen Ye's return, joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, you're back." Ma Hongjun, brimming with confidence, declared, "Now it's my turn to shine." Chen Ye chuckled, addressing Ma Hongjun, "This time, there's no escaping your fate. Remember, your martial soul is fire-based, which holds a decisive advantage over plant-type martial souls." Ma Hongjun responded with unwavering confidence, "All right, watch me sweep the battlefield tomorrow." His voice resonated with boldness and self-assurance, as if he could already envision himself dominating the arena. Yu Tianxuan smiled slightly and inquired of Ma Hongjun, "Have you all decided when to send Ma Hongjun into the fray?" This question plunged the group into contemplation. After some thought, Chen Ye offered his perspective. Teacher, since Fatty is so eager to fight, let us have him go first. This way, he can showcase his strength early on. Moreover, if he manages to decisively defeat his opponent in the opening match, it would undoubtedly boost our morale. Even if he loses, it wouldn't be catastrophic, as we still have Boss Dai to rely on. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, affirming Chen Ye's suggestion, and urged Ma Hongjun, Fatty, don't embarrass us. Get your all. Ma Hongjun thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, I will show you my true capabilities. His eyes sparkled with fighting spirit, eager to prove himself in the forthcoming contest. In the serene embrace of night, Chen Ye found himself alone, immersed in the depths of his mental ocean. A furrow graced his brow, his heart heavy with uncertainty and anxiety. After enduring countless trials, I have finally reached the foundational realm. Yet, why can I not advance further to attain the golden core? Chen Ye murmured, his voice echoing within the vastness of his spiritual sea, met only with silence. In his recollections, he recalled the clear hierarchy of realms in the cultivation world before his transmigration. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation. Void refinement, integration, and ascendance, culminating in immortality. He had navigated this world for quite some time, gaining profound insights into these realms. Yet, what perplexed him was the discrepancy in power progression. Although the realm divisions remained consistent with his previous knowledge, the elevation of strength seemed to defy conventional understanding, particularly within the Dolua continent. As he understood, even the gods of the Dolua continent reached only the golden core realm at most. However, for reasons unknown, the strength exhibited by the titled Doluos approached the level of a nascent soul. This phenomenon left Chen Ye in a state of bewilderment, prompting him to contemplate its underlying cause. Was it due to the unique rules of this land, or were there other unknown factors influencing the enhancement of strength? At that moment, the Tian Yi sword, with which Chen Ye had traversed the cultivation world, emitted a faint sound, as if stirred by an unseen force. Instantly, a peculiar energy surged forth from the sword's body, an energy reminiscent of soul power, yet distinctly different. Chen Ye scrutinized this energy, reflecting, while this energy shares similarities with soul power, it also possesses significant differences. If I ever have the chance to visit the Hall of Spirits, perhaps I can discern whether it is divine power or a force from Sea God Island. Nevertheless, Chen Ye was acutely aware that if he were to journey to Sea God Island, there existed a 90% likelihood of attracting the attention of the Sea God. Without the protection of the vast Sea Tianxuan shield, he doubted he would capture the Sea God's interest, let alone inherit the divine position. Contemplating this, Chen Ye sighed. In addition to gaining the recognition of Sea God Island, I must also possess the vast Sea Tianxuan shield. It seems I can only take it one step at a time. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of another world beyond Dolua continent, myriad creatures of diverse forms lay in hiding. Wow, this world is indeed delectable, one creature greedily remarked. Who would have thought that the blow from the Spirit Emperor back in the day would open a temporal passage between the past and the future? Does this not imply we can freely absorb the essence of this world? Wouldn't you agree? Arrogance? Arrogance slowly lifted its head, a glimmer of cunning in its eyes. Indeed, although our current strength is insufficient to fully absorb this realm, if we can resurrect the other 5 beings, success is assured. However, let us not forget that while the future Spirit Emperor may remain silent at present, this world, as heavenly and human paths, will not turn a blind eye to us. Though their power may be slightly inferior to the Spirit Emperor's, eliminating the 2 of us remains a trivial task. Thus, for now, we can only absorb the negative emotions from this world and devise a plan to resurrect the other 5, ultimately launching our offensive together. Greed, upon hearing Arrogance's words, allowed a sigh. Alas, while this approach is somewhat cumbersome, the prospect of altering this world, shifting the timeline, and perhaps eradicating the Spirit Emperor entirely excites me. A smirk crept across Arrogance's face, imbued with a sense of satisfaction. For years, I have been quietly absorbing the negative emotions of the world, and now I have finally gathered enough power to resurrect that temptress lust. Greed's eyes sparkled with excitement at this revelation, and a sinister grin spread across its face as it replied, "Oh, lust, you say? I find myself rather nostalgic for her." Its laughter bore a hint of lewdness, suggesting a peculiar interest in lust. Arrogance, noticing the situation, smirked wider, casting a scornful gaze upon Greed as he taunted, "I see you, consumed by your lust for the flesh of others. After all, among our ranks there are but a few women." His words dripped with mockery and disdain, as if he were entirely aware of Greed's intentions. Chapter 70. Lust. A triumphant smile graced Arrogance's lips as he declared, "Enough of this banter. We are now poised to resurrect lust. In but a moment, you shall indulge in its pleasures." Greed's eyes sparkled with the fervor of desire. His voice trembling slightly as he replied, "I can hardly contain my eagerness. This waiting is utterly unbearable." Without hesitation, Arrogance activated the magical array. A brilliant light erupting and illuminating the space as if it were noon. The energy contained within this radiance was comprised of the negative emotions he had absorbed in the brothel, an establishment rife with various desires, greed, and suffering, making it one of the densest sources of negativity imaginable. As time slipped by, the light from the array gradually receded until it vanished entirely. Yet, at that very moment of disappearance, a figure began to materialize. It was a woman, her form epitomizing perfection, with curves that dazzled the senses. Clad in a flowing purple garment that caressed her skin like silk yet seemed almost ethereal, it barely concealed her figure, hinting at her exquisite form beneath. The design was strikingly provocative, exposing ample flesh and exuding an irresistible allure. The voice of lust was laced with seduction, capable of ensnaring souls, stirring the heart into a tumult of emotions. She murmured, "What is happening? I was slain by that spirit emperor, yet here I am, alive once more. And that brute? How could he lay a hand on a beauty such as myself?" Upon hearing lust's lament, Greed's lips curled into a lascivious grin. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, enveloping lust in his embrace. His hands roamed restlessly over her form as he murmured, "Forget all that. Let us savor this rare moment together. Just look at you, so voluptuous and enticing. I find it utterly irresistible." Lust, caught off guard by Greed's advances, felt a twinge of shyness but playfully retorted, "Oh, you are incorrigible, always so impatient. Just be gentle this time. I wouldn't want you to crush me as you did last time." A mischievous smile danced on her lips as she teased Arrogance. "Arrogance, will you not join us in this delightful indulgence? I am feeling quite euphoric." Her voice carried an inviting tone, as if beckoning him to partake in this endless ecstasy. Arrogance, however, appeared somewhat impatient, furrowing his brow as he replied, "I cannot abide your whims. What is there to be so enraptured by? Once this is over, we shall have ample time, and given the current timeline, the spirit emperor has yet to be born." Lust pouted, I know, but do hurry. I'm simply aching for relief." Her voice revealed a sense of urgency and longing. Greed responded languidly, "Do not rush, Lust. I shall ensure your comfort, just a bit longer." His tone dripped with playful mockery. "Arroganzgeimding, ah. After all these years, Lust, you remain as delightful as ever." His words were a blend of admiration for Lust and a lament on the passage of time. Like famished beasts, Arrogance and Greed swiftly encircled Lust, their faces adorned with depraved grins as they commenced their usual sordid exploits. It is known that lust is one of the oldest sins among the 7 deadly sins, inherently woven into the fabric of human nature, nearly impossible to eradicate. Thus, Arrogance and Greed were well accustomed to such pursuits, relishing in them without remorse. Amidst this atmosphere brimming with desire, Lust released a satisfied moan. "Faster, faster. This feels divine." Greed, grinning lewdly, inquired, "Do you think the women of this world find such pleasure?" Arrogance smirked, responding with disdain, "You may find out, but for safety's sake, I suggest you visit a brothel. After all, we have grander matters at hand." Greed, somewhat begrudgingly, pressed, "So are we going or not?" Arrogance rolled his eyes, exasperated, "Of course we are. We must absorb ample negative energy to resurrect the other 4. At this juncture, Lust interjected, "Then let us proceed together. I, too, seek some amusement." In the bustling heart of Tiando City, there stood a lavish brothel, adorned with vibrant lights and the sounds of revelry. Arrogance, Greed, and Lust entered the establishment, their gazes wandering among the multitude of women, finally settling on a strikingly beautiful lady. Greed's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he remarked, "To be honest, this woman is quite exceptional. Her beauty is undeniable, though she is a tad petite. I had thought that someone of the Spirit Emperor's stature would never allow a brothel to exist in such proximity." Arrogance snorted dismissively, countering, "Do not be mistaken. Though he appears elevated, it is merely due to his adherence to his own principles. He never transgresses his limits, and this time frame is entirely different from his birth. Since his arrival, this world has been devoid of brothels." In a dimly lit corner of the brothel, 2 ruffians encircled a woman named Lust like ravenous wolves. One of the miscreants leered at her, "Hey there, darling. With such beauty, how about sharing a drink with me?" Lust smiled alluringly, responding in a sultry voice, why not? As long as you can make me happy and comfortable, I am open to anything. Upon hearing her agreeable response, the other ruffian eagerly rubbed his hands together, impatiently asking, "So how do you feel now? Are you enjoying yourself?" The two thugs clearly regarded lust as a mere plaything, unhesitatingly groping her as they reveled in the sensations her body evoked. To them, it mattered little whether they offended someone. After all, those who frequented such places were either affluent or influential, and they had little to fear. Unbeknownst to the ruffians, lust was quietly siphoning their vitality and the desires lurking deep within their hearts. Such occurrences were commonplace for her, and she had grown accustomed to it. Just as the two ruffians collapsed unexpectedly, a woman with silver hair appeared, her entrance akin to a flash of lightning that illuminated the darkness, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 71. Arrogance. Greed, with a sycophantic grin, turned to Arrogance, exclaiming, "Look, Arrogance, is that not the Spirit Emperor's second consort? I believe her name is Yi Lingling." Lust followed Greed's gaze and indeed spotted the graceful figure of Yi Lingling. A lewd smile crept onto his face as he called out to her, "Little sister, you might want to leave this place quickly. It may save your life. Should you insist on meddling, well, your life will surely end here." However, just as Lust had uttered those words, a venomous serpent suddenly lunged forth from the underbrush with the swiftness of lightning, striking fiercely at his ankle. The serpent's speed was so astonishing that Lust had no time to react, only feeling a sharp pain assail his ankle. He glanced down to find the serpent's fangs deeply embedded in his flesh, black venom steadily seeping into his body through the wound. Lust let out a horrific scream, his complexion instantly paling, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, a woman with violet hair and green eyes emerged from the shadows. She was none other than Dugu Bo's granddaughter, Dugu Yin. In her hand, she clutched a branch, evidently having used it to prod the serpent towards Lust. Dugu Yin hurried to Yi Lingling's side and inquired with concern, "Lingling, are you all right? These two are clearly no good. How did you end up crossing paths with them?" Yi Lingling cast a grateful glance at Dugu Yin and replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. However, we must remain cautious. These two may prove to be quite formidable." Arrogance curled his lips into a dismissive smirk and addressed Lust. "Hey Lust, stop pretending. This little poison is nothing to you. However, I can assure you, they are in for quite a delightful experience." No sooner had he finished speaking than Arrogance suddenly snapped his fingers sharply. In an instant, many individuals within the brothel seemed to be animated by an unseen force, their martial spirits beginning to undergo a grotesque transformation. The ordinary healing type spider martial spirit was gradually morphing into a human-faced demon spider, and these individuals lost all control over their martial spirits. Dugu Yin, witnessing this, was taken aback and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" Meanwhile, in a corner of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Chen Ye strolled leisurely, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing competition, muttering to himself, "I just came out for a casual stroll. After all, I won't be needed in the next match. Even if it's just Ma Hongjun, he'll definitely win, right, Senior Dugu?" Dugu Bo smiled slightly and replied, "That is indeed the case. One must remember the inherent relationships between martial spirits. A fire-type martial spirit like Ma Hongjun's does possess a certain advantage over others, unless the opposing grass-type martial spirit reaches an unparalleled level or possesses some unique martial spirit, or features water attributes. It is quite challenging to contend with him." Suddenly, Chen Ye felt something amiss and halted, looking around with confusion. "Wait a minute. How do we end up at the brothel?" Dugu Bo's expression shifted slightly at Chen Ye's words. He shot a glare at him and retorted irritably, "What are you thinking, you brat?" Realizing his misstep, Chen Ye quickly waved his hands and laughed. "Senior, I meant no offense. I just found it a bit odd. Please don't be angry." Dugu Bo huffed. "What reason do I have to be angry? I merely brought you out for a stroll. How will we possibly end up in such a place?" Chen Ye nodded. I understand. But, Senior, look over there. That woman seems to be Dugu Yin. What is she doing in a brothel?" Dugu Bo's fury erupted like a volcano, and without a moment's pause for thought, he charged forward like an enraged lion. "Hey, what are you doing?" Dugu Bo shouted furiously, his voice thunderous, as if the very space quaked in response. Dugu Yin, noticing, quickly called out, "Grandfather, be careful of those two." However, Dugu Bo's speed was astonishing, like a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the two men. Chen Ye, panting and trailing behind, grumbled, "Senior, you're running too fast. I can barely keep up." "Hey, who are you three?" Arrogance responded nonchalantly, "Oh, it's you. I see you were born by now. How interesting." Chen Ye, hearing this, felt an inexplicable confusion and widened his eyes, angrily demanding, "What exactly does your mother intend to do?" Greed then revealed a sly smile, his eyes glinting with malice. "Oh, nothing much, just planning to kill you. So the Spirit Emperor will never come to be." Chen Ye was struck dumb, his face a mask of shock. He muttered in disbelief, "What? How is this possible? They actually know the Spirit Emperor? Could it be that what I saw with the Sun Fire Tyrant was a vision of the future?" Chen Ye contemplated silently. "It seems today as situation is quite precarious. If I wish to survive, I must strike without hesitation. Water flow, sword technique, accompanied by thunderbolt." In the blink of an eye, Chen Ye's feet moved with the speed of lightning, launching his attack with astonishing force. Each step seemed to carve a deep pit into the ground. Simultaneously, his hands were not idle, swiftly forming intricate hand seals while chanting incantations. As he moved, the air around him began to tremble subtly. Before him, greed and arrogance watched intently, their eyes betraying disdain and contempt. Yet, Chen Ye was undeterred by their imposing presence. His steps quickened, and his assaults grew fiercer. With each footfall, sprays of water erupted, coalescing into numerous streams that danced through the air like silver serpents. These streams, seemingly alive, swiftly ensnared greed and arrogance. Binding them tightly, arrogance's lips curled into a sneer, his voice dripping with condescension. "Enough. Today you insignificant characters can only manage to handle these unremarkable foes. As for lust, greed, and we have no interest in wasting time with you here." His gaze swept around, and those so-called adversaries appeared to him as mere insignificant ants. He then turned to lust and greed, stating, "Let us go. Let them slowly relish their final moments here. After all, for them, the time left to live is already running perilously low." With that, arrogance turned and sauntered away, his strides leisurely yet imbued with an air of undeniable superiority. Lust and greed exchanged glances, a hint of mockery flickering on their lips before they followed arrogance out of the place. Chapter 72, The 7 Deadly Sins. Dugu Bo's face was a mask of fury, his eyes nearly ablaze as he cursed incessantly. "Damn it, I will surely kill that scoundrel, that bastard." His voice resounded like thunder, as though the entire world could bear witness to his wrath. Nearby, Chen Ye felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly shouted, "Senior Dugu, be careful." Yet, his warning came too late. Just as Dugu Bo was consumed by rage, a spider soul master, controlled by the mysterious martial spirit, appeared behind him like a wraith, launching an attack with blinding speed. The spider soul master closed in on Dugu Bo in an instant, its sharp spider legs striking towards his back with the swiftness of lightning. With a sharp exclamation, Chen Ye shouted, "Sun Fire, Sacred Shield." As he spoke, a brilliant blaze erupted, radiating with the intensity of the sun itself. In the blink of an eye, this radiant light coalesced before Dugu Bo into a massive shield. The shield before him radiated an intense hue of blazing flames, its surface swirling with fire, seemingly capable of incinerating all in its path. The surface of a shield was as smooth as glass, subtly reflecting the surrounding scenery and imparting an indomitable aura. Chen Ye gazed at the sacred shield of the sun, nodding in satisfaction before turning to Dugu Bo, saying, "Senior Dugu, it appears that whatever we intend to do, we must first find a way to vanquish them." Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo's lips curled into a faint smile, exuding confidence. His piercing gaze fixated on the controlled spirit masters as he coldly declared, "Behold my prowess." Old sage, the gaze of Medusa. No sooner had he spoken than a strange light flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of Medusa's gaze, imbued with an allure of infinite seduction and a scent of death. The controlled spirit masters quivered upon encountering this radiance, as if struck by an invisible force. Subsequently, their bodies began to stiffen rapidly, their skin turning pallid, until they ultimately transformed into stone. In the blink of an eye, these once vibrant spirit masters were rendered into lifelike statues, standing motionless. Just as the two reveled in their triumph, the petrified individuals began to undergo a silent transformation. Their bodies gradually awakened from their stony state, as though ancient giants were slowly rousing from slumber. At this pivotal moment, Yi Lingling also stirred from her stupor. Her consciousness began to clarify, and upon sensing the unusual atmosphere surrounding her, she instinctively unleashed her martial soul, the Nine-Heart Begonia. The Nine-Heart Begonia blossomed with radiant brilliance, akin to a celestial flower in full bloom, emanating a healing energy. This energy wafted over each petrified individual like a gentle spring breeze, warm and soothing. However, unexpectedly, as the light of the Nine-Heart Begonia touched the controlled spirit masters, a miracle unfolded. The malevolent essence that had tainted them was instantaneously purified. Their souls seemingly cleansed and liberated from the grip of control. Chen Ye smiled, bowing his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, young lady, for saving my life. My surname is Chen, and my name is Ye. May I ask how to address you?" Yi Lingling smiled softly and replied, "There is no need for such formalities, sir. My name is Yi Lingling." Dugu Bo interjected, "Let us not dwell on pleasantries. I am curious, young lady, how did you manage to free them from control?" Yi Lingling shook her head, a look of confusion crossing her features as she answered, "I am unsure, at that moment. I merely acted on instinct to release my martial soul. I did not anticipate such an effect. Perhaps my martial soul possesses some form of restraining power over them. However, I lack any extraordinary abilities. My martial soul is solely for healing and bears no other functions." At that moment, Dugu Yin gradually awakened. Her eyes bleary as she looked at Dugu Bo, murmuring, "Grandpa, what happened to those 3 rascals?" Dugu Bo replied with a confident smile, "Little girl, do you still doubt your grandfather's prowess? Those 2 youngsters could hardly contend with me." Chen Ye interjected, "But, Grandpa, we lost. They are utterly indifferent to us, treating us as if we were not even their foes." Dugu Yin pondered, "I too find this perplexing. I can't quite grasp why, but I feel they are somehow absorbing negative emotions, which seems to augment their strength." She furrowed her brow, striving to recall the events, continuing, "I believe I heard them mention certain names: pride, greed, and lust." Chen Yi regarded Dugu Yin with skepticism, seemingly doubtful of the names she mentioned, and pressed, "Are you certain they were called those names?" Dugu Yin affirmed, "Yes, I am certain." "Do you know them?" Chen Yi shook his head, thoughtfully responding, "I have only heard tales of the 7 deadly sins. They are humanity's most primal vices. However, let us set that aside for now. I must check on my friend's match." Seeing this, Yi Lingling offered, "I shall accompany you. Should anyone fall under control again, I can assist." The 2 hurriedly made their way to the spectator stands. Chen Yi anxiously scanned the surroundings until he finally spotted Dai Mubai and rushed over, asking Boss Dai, "What stage is the match at?" Dai Mubai glanced at him and replied, "We are at the final match, but the last opponent from the Plan Academy is quite formidable." Chen Ye's heart sank at this news, and he inquired, "What makes them so difficult to face?" Dai Mubai frowned and explained, "This opponent is immune to flames. The Phoenix Flame of the Hefty One has no effect on her. Otherwise, with his strength, victory would be assured." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's expression grew grave as he turned to the arena, where Ma Hongjun stood in the center, looking helplessly at his opponent. "Ma Hongjun mumbled, 'This is truly a dilemma. Even in the air, she can toy with me as if I were a mere bird.'" A confident smile crept onto Ma Hongjun's face as he declared with determination, "However, I am not without a means to retaliate." Chapter 73, The Phoenix Vermilion Fire Lotus. The captain of the planned academy's lips curled into a confident smile as he addressed Ma Hongjun. "Your Phoenix Flame is indeed formidable, but alas, my thorny blaze fears not the flames. Thus, the outcome of this battle is predetermined. You shall surely fall before me." Ma Hongjun furrowed his brow, contemplating the opponent's words. He was aware that the captain's thorny blaze possessed formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, seemingly resistant to flames, presenting him with significant challenges. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun was not daunted by his opponent's words. He calmly responded, "It is indeed somewhat troublesome, but I am not without chances. Though I possess only the power of flames, I thrive in the air. No matter how high your thorny blaze may grow, it is ultimately limited. As long as my stamina holds, I can soar to greater heights, keeping you at bay." Just as Ma Hongjun felt assured of his victory, unexpectedly, the thorny blaze, which he believed he could easily evade, lunged at him as though it had a life of its own. Ma Hongjun's jaw dropped in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before him. This was entirely beyond his expectations. He had intended to toy with his opponent further, but it seemed that they had no intention of playing along. "What is happening?" Ma Hongjun muttered. "Is it truly not going to play along?" Faced with this sudden onslaught, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of panic. However, being a seasoned warrior, he quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath and shouted, "There's no turning back now. Vermilion bird flame slash." As his voice rang out, a torrent of blazing flames erupted from his hands, soaring forth like a majestic phoenix in flight, radiating immense power as it charged towards the oncoming thorny blaze. Though the thorny blaze itself bore no fear of flames, it remained merely a plant. The Zhuke Heavenly Fire Slash is a formidable sword aura forged from pure flames, presenting a lethal threat to any botanical entity. For any plant, the mere presence of a blade induces fear, let alone such a potent sword aura. At that moment, the captain of the Botanical Academy suddenly proclaimed, "Even so, what of it? Behold my flame web." As his words echoed, countless fiery thorns erupted on the arena, seemingly alive, each one perfectly positioned at the periphery, effectively sealing off the entire battleground. Subsequently, the tops of these fiery thorns began to grow rapidly, entwining like a web and forming a colossal network structure. This web swiftly expanded, ensnaring Ma Hongjun tightly within its grasp. In the audience, Dai Mubai observed the unfolding scene with disdain, remarking, "Even with this tactic, what difference does it make? You all witnessed it. Although the Rotund One's Zhuke Heavenly Fire Slash is immensely powerful, those vines seem endless. He may sever one, but another will immediately take its place, rendering complete severance impossible." Beside him, Chen Ye furrowed his brow and countered, "I perceive the situation is not so straightforward, Dai Mubai. While your reasoning holds merit, I can't shake the feeling that these vines possess a peculiar nature. When one is partially severed, another immediately connects, and we remain oblivious to the total number of these vines. Such an incessant supply, indeed, poses a significant dilemma for our hefty comrade." In the arena, Ma Hongjuan's brow knitted in concentration as he muttered, "It appears the situation has grown rather precarious, but no matter. Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique. The Phoenix Fire Tornado." Barely had he finished speaking when he swiftly circled around the flaming tornado, moving like a specter. His movements were as swift as lightning, as if he were one with the flames. With each rotation, the Phoenix flames erupted like a powder keg, forming an immense fire tornado. This fiery vortex roared forth like a dragon, its claws and fangs poised to strike directly above the vines. In an instant, flames soared skyward, waves of heat surged, and the entire arena was enveloped by this terrifying aura. Ultimately, under the violent onslaught of the Phoenix Fire Tornado, the resilient vines could not withstand the pressure, producing a sharp crack as they snapped. The fire tornado, like a wild stallion, charged onward, racing skyward. Witnessing this spectacle, certain members of the Spirit Hall widened their eyes in astonishment, particularly the captain of the guard, who, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Quick! Inform the Pope at once. It seems their descendants have returned." An attendant from the Spirit Hall promptly responded, "Yes, my lord," before hastily turning to convey this crucial news to the Pope. Breathless, Ma Hongjun remarked, "My stamina is nearly depleted, and my soul power is running low. It seems I can only resort to this final move." Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead and neck, his body trembling slightly as if on the verge of collapse. Yet, Ma Hongjun did not yield. He took a deep breath, slowly raising his hands to begin gathering two entirely different flames. From his left palm surged the original Phoenix flames, roaring with intensity, radiating a fervent heat akin to a thundering phoenix. Meanwhile, from his right palm emerged the Zhuke flames, imbued with the essence of the Zhuchue's blood, a vibrant red reminiscent of the mythical bird soaring through the skies, brimming with boundless energy. Gazing at the two flames in his hands, Ma Hongjun silently prayed. "This is the technique Chen Ye shared with me. Though it is my first attempt at its execution, if I can successfully unleash it, it will become my trump card. If not, at least it will weaken your stamina." He concentrated, cautiously drawing the two high-temperature flames closer together, allowing them to intermingle. At the moment the Phoenix flames met the Zhuke flames, a cacophony of crackling erupted, sparks flying. Clenching his teeth, Ma Hongjun endured the searing sensation of the flames, persistently guiding their fusion. After considerable effort, the two flames finally melded perfectly, forming a colossal lotus. This magnificent lotus, woven from the Phoenix and Zhuke flames, displayed vibrant orange-red petals with a dazzling golden core, emanating an overwhelming heat. Satisfied with the Phoenix Zhuke Fire Lotus in his hand, Ma Hongjuan's lips curled into a slight smile. At this height, he cannot perceive my actions. This is the perfect moment for my attack. Let him experience the might of this technique. Suddenly, an immense fire lotus, akin to a burning sun, surged towards the arena at breathtaking speed. Wherever the fire lotus traversed, the air seemed ignited, crackling with energy. At that moment, the captain of the Botanical Academy stood at the center of the arena, his eyes widening in terror as he beheld the swiftly approaching fire lotus, utterly unprepared to react. In the blink of an eye, the fire lotus collided forcefully with him, erupting into a dazzling inferno. The tremendous impact sent the captain of the Botanical Academy soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. After rolling a few times, he lay motionless, evidently rendered unconscious by the sheer ferocity of the blow. Chapter 74. The 7 Deadly Sins and the Absorption of Negative Energy. Dai Mubai exclaimed in awe, "Wow, Fatty, that last move was truly incredible. What was it called again?" "Ah yes, the Phoenix Juke Fire Lotus, right? While the name may be somewhat tongue-twisting, its power is undeniably astonishing." Ma Hongjun, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and explained with a smile. "Hee, to be honest, I'm not great at naming things. I simply combined my original Phoenix flames with the 2 characters from the Juke blood that Chen Ye provided, and then added elements of lotus and fire, resulting in this name." Chen Ye, with a grave expression, regarded Ma Hongjun intently and inquired, "Fatty, do you feel any discomfort?" To be frank, while that technique is indeed powerful, such formidable moves often carry certain side effects. Do you feel unwell or experience any particular pain? Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment before responding, I don't feel anything too serious. Just a peculiar sensation in my arms, akin to a burn, but otherwise, I feel fine." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye immediately grew anxious, urging, "Let me see." He quickly approached Ma Hongjun, scrutinizing his arms closely. Observing Ma Hongjun's arms, Chen Ye noted slight redness and minor burn marks. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated before stating, It's not a major issue, just a minor injury. As long as you enhance your control over flames in the future, this should not occur again." On the journey back to the Blue Tyrant Academy, Chen Ye and his companions engaged in fervent discussions about the 7 deadly sins. Ning Rongrong, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by the 7 deadly sins?" "That's merely speculation. And so far, only 3 have emerged, right?" Chen Ye nodded, responding, "Indeed, but even with just these 3 names that have surfaced, we can infer the general implications of the 7 deadly sins. They represent pride, greed, envy, gluttony, lust, sloth, and wrath. These are humanity's most primal evils." Dai Mubai interjected, "While your assertion holds weight, there remains an issue. We are not entirely clear on the specific meanings they embody, nor do we understand the extent of their capabilities." Chen Ye shook his head in resignation, indicating his lack of knowledge. He stated, "I'm not certain either. All we know is that these 7 deadly sins represent humanity's most primal evils, but beyond that, we are in the dark." With a furrowed brow, Chen Ye fell into contemplation, pondering the singular question of why they sought to absorb negative energy. What ulterior motives could possibly be concealed behind this? Furthermore, only 3 of them had appeared. What were the remaining 4? Were they deceased, or was there another explanation? If those 4 had indeed perished, who possessed the extraordinary power to vanquish the other 4 sins? Dai Mubai, equally perplexed, inquired, "Is there anyone capable of slaying them? Or is there such a person anywhere on the continent?" After a moment of deep thought, Chen Ye replied, "Even if such a being exists, there would likely need to be a title level powerhouse to stand a chance against them. The poisoned Diluo was by my side before. Yet those 3 showed complete disdain for him. I can confidently assert that the poison skills of Senior Dugu are unparalleled across this continent. However, those 3 remained unperturbed by his toxins, leading us to deduce that to contend with them, one would at least need to possess a level of 95, or perhaps even 96, to have any hope of matching them." He paused briefly before continuing, "Moreover, it is possible that one must also possess a martial soul of absolute light attribute to inflict effective damage upon them." Zhu Zhuqing, with a grave expression, remarked, "The place with the most light attribute martial souls on the entire continent is undoubtedly the Spirit Hall. However, do they truly comprehend the power of such martial souls? What are their true intentions? Is it for the peace and tranquility of the entire continent, or merely to satisfy their own selfish desires?" Oscar, seemingly lost in thought, chimed in, "Chen Ye, isn't your girlfriend as martial soul, the 6-winged angel? She might possess a deeper understanding of light attribute martial souls." Chen Ye shook his head in frustration and sighed. "The issue is that she is not yet a titled Duo. She is merely a soul emperor. There is still a long journey ahead for her to reach that pinnacle." Xiao Wu interjected, "All right, brother, let us not dwell on these matters for now. As things stand, they pose little threat to us. I have always been particularly intrigued by the saying, 'If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they offend me, I shall eradicate them.'" Dai Mubai readily agreed. Xiao Wu is right. Why ponder so much? Yet, Chen Ye shook his head, asserting, "It's not that I wish to think like you. Rather, we must remain vigilant regardless. In any case, I will not participate in the next match. I need to maintain my utmost state and observe the surroundings during the competition to see if the 7 deadly sins make another appearance." Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, readily responding, "All right, I won't participate in the next match either. I can help Chen Ye keep an eye on the situation around the competition. Oscar, contemplative, responded, good. It's settled then. However, the next match is at the Thunder Academy's home ground, and their captain, Teacher Yu, seems to have a martial soul quite similar to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. They should both be Blue Lightning Tyrannosauruses. Chen Ye added, Teacher Yu's martial soul is indeed a mutation of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. It possesses formidable offensive capabilities and is the only one able to control both water and lightning simultaneously. Dai Mubai, brimming with confidence, declared, then the next match will be my stage. I will leave them searching for their teeth. Xiao Wu smiled slightly and calmly suggested, while that sounds impressive, I have an even better proposal. We should let Talon take the stage first. After all, he belongs to the clan of strength, possessing exceptional defensive and offensive prowess. Then we can send out the speedster, Jing Ling, followed by myself, and finally, Daigo, you can make your entrance. Chen Ye nodded in agreement with Xiao Wu's strategy. Indeed, that choice is highly reasonable. Let Talon exhaust their stamina first, then utilize Jing Ling's speed to disrupt their rhythm. And finally, Xiao Wu, you could deliver a decisive blow with your agility, leaving Daigo to seal the deal. Dai Mubai concurred with this tactical arrangement, responding without hesitation, no problem. We shall proceed as you suggest. Chapter 75, The Flower de la Juhua. As night fell, a profound silence enveloped the world, shrouding everything in darkness. In this tranquil moment, a sudden urgent knocking at the door shattered the stillness of the night. Chen Ye was jolted awake by the unexpected sound, muttering in annoyance, who is it? Knocking on my door at this late hour, truly disruptive to my dreams. Complaining, he reluctantly rose from his bed, slipping on his slippers as he made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Dugu Bo standing there, weary and with cracked lips, appearing quite disheveled. Seeing this, Chen Ye quickly ushered Dugu Bo inside and inquired with concern, Senior Dugu, what has happened? Are you all right? Dugu Bo, disregarding Chen Ye's questions, plopped down onto a chair, panting, don't ask so much. Just pour me a glass of water. I'm parched. Chen Ye hastily poured a glass of water and handed it to Dugu Bo, who gulped it down in one go, letting out a long sigh as if revitalized. Once Dugu Bo had regained his composure, Chen Ye pressed, Senior, can you now explain what transpired? Dugu Bo began, let me tell you, it's been ages since I've fought so satisfyingly. Previously, I was always slightly defeated by that guy, but now I've finally vented my frustrations. About 2 or 3 hours prior, as the night cloaked the earth in silence, Dugu Bo stood alone against the cold wind, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Suddenly, a faint laughter pierced the night as tranquility, causing Dugu Bo to snap his head up, eyes blazing as he sought the source of the sound. Before him appeared a slender figure with short hair, clad in gleaming golden armor that shimmered in the moonlight. Oh my, old poison, are you still here? The short-haired figure taunted, the voice laced with a hint of mockery, sounding somewhat feminine, yet he was indeed male. His demeanor was somewhat effeminate, reminiscent of a palace eunuch. But unlike a eunuch, he retained all his masculine features. He was none other than Juhua, the flower doll. Dugu Bo's face contorted in a grimace as he growled, this time, I shall ensure you experience true suffering. Juhua smirked disdainfully, retorting, is that so? I would love to see how a control-type soul master who specializes in poison intends to defeat me. A glint of cold light flashed in Dugu Bo's eyes as he replied icily, we shall see in battle. Before his words could finish, Juhua suddenly launched an attack. Shouting, let me see your skills first. Taste my fist. With lightning speed, Juhua charged toward Dugu Bo, his right fist slicing through the air with a fierce gust. However, Dugu Bo remained unperturbed, effortlessly sidestepping the blow. He mocked, your punches are just as slow as ever. I'm quite curious as to why you chose to join the Spirit Hall all those years ago. I wish to know the reason and whether you were coerced. Juhua's expression grew serious as he replied, everyone believes the Spirit Hall is a malevolent organization, but do you know? The deaths of those 3 decades ago conceal a truth that remains unknown. He inhaled deeply and continued, at that time, Bibi Dong, our current pope, discovered that someone had the audacity to impersonate the Spirit Hall to issue a mission for their own selfish desires. The target of this mission was none other than the enigmatic Sea God Island. The tone of Juhua Guan grew, slightly somber. It is essential to recognize that Sea God Island is no ordinary place. The Sea Spirit Masters and Land Spirit Masters there have always been at odds, harboring profound animosities towards one another. Yet, these 3 individuals were misled and embarked on an irreversible journey towards Sea God Island. He paused, seemingly lost in the memories of that long-buried past. What is even more heartbreaking is that among these 3, Two were a married couple, blessed with a child. This couple should have been living a blissful life together, but due to this incident, they met with a tragic fate. Dugu Bo's lips curled into a confident smile as he slowly said, "All right, I now know the answer I've been seeking. Next, I will conclude this battle with a single move. Whether you can withstand it depends entirely on your abilities." Upon hearing this, Xiaogan's expression shifted. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Dugu Bo, exclaiming, "Such arrogance! I hardly exerted any soul power, merely throwing a few casual punches, and you truly believe I would easily fall before you?" Dugu Bo paid little heed to Xiaogan's skepticism, responding nonchalantly, "That remains to be seen." No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly swung both hands, unleashing a torrent of dark green toxic gas that sped towards Xiaogang like a cannonball, while simultaneously shouting, "Receive my grand jade toxic bomb." Startled, Xiaogang quickly sidestepped to evade. However, the toxic bomb traveled with astonishing speed and possessed formidable impact. Although he narrowly avoided a direct hit, he was still caught in a noxious wave to some extent. "You old poison master, what sort of ghastly technique is this? Not only is it toxic, but it also obscures vision." Xiaogang roared in fury. Dugu Bo remained unfazed, his expression impassive as he gazed at Xiaogang, coldly remarking, "This is merely the beginning." With that, he gradually approached Xiaogang, each step exuding an air of unshakable calm. When Dugu Bo was merely a few meters away from Xiaogang, he abruptly halted, a cold smile reappearing at the corner of his mouth. "It's not over yet," he whispered, and then, as if performing a magic trick, he produced a revolver from his robe and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger at Xiaogang. A muffled bang echoed, and Xiaogang fell heavily to the ground like a puddle of mud, though his body sustained no fatal injury. The blow was severe enough to leave him in pain for quite some time. Dugu Bo looked at the fallen Xiaogang, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a barely perceptible smile. He approached Xiaogang, crouched beside him, and softly said, "I should inform you. Although I haven't killed you in 1T, there are certain matters you must be aware of. Recently, 3 exceedingly peculiar individuals have emerged, specializing in absorbing others' negative energy. I was nearby at the time, intending to eliminate them, but to my surprise, these 3 showed no regard for my presence." Dugu Bo paused before continuing. "They not only fear not the title de law, but also dismiss even those ranked between 91 to 95. Therefore, the Spirit Hall must exercise caution and not let their guard down." Chen Ye, his expression impassive, inquired, "Is that all?" Dugu Bo nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, that is the case. That grand jade toxic bomb was so potent it nearly drained the moisture from my body. It absorbed almost half of my water content." Chen Ye fell silent for a moment, then thoughtfully remarked, "That's acceptable. Regardless of the intentions of those 3, having the Spirit Hall's assistance will certainly ease our burdens." Chapter 76, Thunder Academy. Dugu Bo suddenly said, "By the way, little monster, you must accompany me to the palace tomorrow. The Emperor wishes to inquire whom you favor as the Crown Prince, Xueqinghe or Xiaogang." Chen Ye inwardly lamented. Was he being forced to choose sides? He was utterly oblivious to the affairs of the palace. Although he had interacted with both Xueqinghe and Xiaogang, it was merely superficial. Xueqinghe was the current Crown Prince, and his true identity was that of Qianrenxue, my girlfriend. But what about Xiaogang? Chen Ye always felt there was more to him than met the eye. Dugu Bo, wearing an anxious expression, pressed, "What is going on? What has happened to the little monster?" His voice revealed a hint of concern. Chen Ye remained silent for a moment before slowly articulating, "I merely wish to ask why the current emperor insists on my involvement. Is it for the common folk, or merely for his own power? Until he provides me with a clear answer, or until I receive the response I desire, I shall not align myself with anyone." After listening, Dugu Bo reflected thoughtfully. "I see, but I must advise you to maintain a distance from the current crown prince. You must understand. The previous second and third princes met tragic ends due to an accident, and the primary beneficiary of that incident was the first prince, the current crown prince. Thus, I genuinely worry about your potential entanglement." Chen Ye scoffed, replying, "Your concern stems solely from a desire to safeguard your granddaughter. As long as you remain in the correct position, you can ensure her safety, correct? But have you considered that if one day you were to perish due to an accident, your granddaughter would lose your protection, and her future might become quite dismal?" Chen Ye continued, "I am not suggesting your actions are flawed. I'm merely reminding you that when you have nothing, your granddaughter is merely a pawn in a game of interests. Were I in your position, I would initially align with the most advantageous faction while secretly aiding another. This way, regardless of who ultimately prevails, I would face minimal threat." Dugu Bo remained silent for a moment before responding, I comprehend your perspective. But do you know why Xiaogang? Chen Ye, intrigued. Pide sit. Oh, pray tell. Dugu Bo inhaled deeply, explaining he's my student. Much like the current crown prince is a student of Ning Fengji. On the surface, this appears to be a mere struggle between the crown prince and the fourth prince. Yet in reality, it is a strategic game orchestrated by Ning Fengji and me. Chen Ye, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by Dugu Bo's words. He shook his head and said, I still don't quite grasp your meaning. Very well, I shall accompany you tomorrow, but only after the competition concludes. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting warmth upon Chen Ye's face as he slowly opened his eyes. The echoes of his conversation with Dugu Bo from the previous day resonating in his mind. I wonder if Dugu Bo took my words to heart, Chen Ye mused aloud. Regardless, the herbs he provided have indeed been of immense benefit. Without his assistance, my friends and I might never have attained the realm of Soul Master. As he contemplated this, he rose, dressed, and prepared to embrace the new day. Just then, he was startled by a commotion outside. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. A booming voice announced over the loudspeaker. The competition is officially underway. The blue lightning tyrant dragon fist of Yu Tianxuan is his signature skill. Before him, electric sparks danced across his entire being, resembling a magnificent blue dragon soaring into the sky, with tendrils of electricity coiling around his fists, exuding an astonishing power. In equal measure, Dai Mubai's white tiger destruction claw was no less impressive. His hands transformed instantaneously into two colossal white tiger claws, glinting with a chilling radiance, as if they could rend anything asunder. With a resounding crash, the two formidable forces collided, akin to two meteors converging in the night sky, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. In that fleeting moment, an invisible shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, causing the ground itself to tremble. Under the onslaught of such immense power, both combatants staggered backward involuntarily, their steps faltering, each movement appearing laborious, yet they ultimately steadied themselves, retreating several paces. The audience erupted in astonishment. Xiao Wu widened her eyes, her face alight with wonder as she gazed at the two figures in the arena, murmuring, Brother Dai and Yu Tianxuan are incredibly strong. Beside her, Chen Ye reflected thoughtfully, this is only to be expected. After all, I have heard a saying, when dragons and tigers clash, one must be injured. The tiger is the mightiest on land, while the dragon reigns over the sea. When these two titans meet, a tempestuous storm is inevitable. For now, however, it is merely two individuals with martial spirits contending against one another. If it were a genuine dragon and tiger, it would surely not be so simple. The atmosphere in the arena grew palpably tense, the audience holding their breath. Fixated on the two powerful contestants, Yu Tianxuan inhaled deeply, emanating a brilliant blue luminescence. His fists seemingly entwined with countless dragon spirits as he unleashed a strike imbued with immense force, as if to tear apart the very fabric of space itself. Dai Mubai, refusing to yield, swiftly summoned the energy within him, concentrating it into a singular point before unleashing it in a sudden explosion. Instantly, 5 colossal tigers roared forth towards Yu Tianxuan, each exuding an overwhelming aura, as if they could consume everything in their path. This confrontation resembled two ferocious beasts engaged in a desperate struggle, neither willing to concede. The audience, captivated by the heart-stopping spectacle, stared in rapt attention, anxious not to miss a single thrilling moment. A faint smirk graced the corner of Dai Mubai's lips as he regarded Yu Tianxuan, languidly remarking, Hey, are we still fighting? His tone dripped with mockery and provocation. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianxuan's eyes widened in fury, his rage palpable as he clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking under strain. He bellowed through gritted teeth, Of course we can fight. Today, I shall make you understand what a true dragon is. His voice thundered like a storm, reverberating through the air, infused with boundless anger and resolve. In this chapter, titled White Tiger Battle Armor, Yu Tianxuan roared, Today, I shall show you the true Thunder Blue Electric 9 Dragon Charge. His entire being crackled with lightning, as 9 colossal blue dragons soared from behind him, roaring and lunging towards Dai Mubai. Faced with such a terrifying assault, Dai Mubai remained undaunted, proclaiming, I fear nothing. He then activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger Shield, enveloping himself in a layer of white light. Following this, he unleashed his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, rapidly expanding his physique, muscles bulging. With a roar that echoed like thunder, Dai Mubai's voice resonated, vibrating the surrounding air. At that moment, His white tiger martial spirit surged to its zenith, the brilliant white light clashing directly against Yu Tianxuan's thunder-blue electric 9-dragon charge. Yu Tianxuan felt a surge of indignation, believing he had worked tirelessly to become stronger, only to find that his cousin, by mere virtue of age and superior talent, had claimed all the significant accolades and leadership roles. This perceived injustice left him feeling deeply aggrieved. He could not comprehend why talent should dictate everything. He firmly believed he was no less capable than anyone else, possessing his own diligence, persistence, and unique abilities. Determined, he resolved to prove to the sect that he was not merely inferior to his cousin, but would surpass him. Aspiring to become one of the most distinguished disciples within the sect, he would take tangible actions to dismantle this unfair treatment, demonstrating his true strength and worth. Dai Mubai inhaled deeply, as if exhaling the fears and insecurities nestled deep within him, and slowly articulated, "I once was a coward, retreating from problems, with nothing else to offer." His voice bore a somber tone, tinged with self-mockery and resignation. Reflecting on those past years, his heart grew heavier. In those times, he would habitually shrink from challenges, paralyzed by fear. Zhu Zhuqing's reproach echoed in his ears. "What? Are you going to run away again? Do you realize how many times this has happened? You were like this as a child, and you still are. When things were taken from you, you would just flee. Must you continue this way?" Dai Mubai. Her words struck him like a sharp blade, piercing through to his core. He grimaced in agony, his lips quivering, unable to refute her assertions, for he knew them to be true. Lowering his gaze to his feet, he murmured, "I cannot defeat my elder brother. My strength pales in comparison. What else can I do but flee?" Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling with emotion. "And what about me? I have worked so hard, devoted myself to training, all to stand beside you. Everything I do is to make you stronger, yet you so easily give up. You are nothing but a coward." Dai Mubai silently absorbed Zhu Zhuqing's rebuke, his complexion ashen, lips quivering. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his tone low and weary. "Indeed, I am a coward. I cannot face the chasm between us, nor bear the pain of losing you. So forget me. Go find a good man to marry. Perhaps then you might live on and find happiness." Time slipped away like fleeting shadows, returning to the present moment. Dai Mubai's gaze ignited with intensity, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, echoing through the air, "I will not run away again. I shall never flee again." This declaration was a vow from the depths of his soul, brimming with determination and resolve. As Dai Mubai's conviction intensified, the blood within him ignited like a blazing inferno, surging through his veins with fervor. This searing power coursed through his body, causing every cell to tremble. Under the influence of this immense force, the white tiger blood essence he had previously absorbed was fully awakened, merging with his being like a torrential flood. The white tiger blood essence intertwined with his own, resonating in harmony, transforming him dramatically. Moreover, the extraordinary herb he had consumed earlier, the celestial mushroom, also manifested its effects at this critical juncture. Its medicinal properties nourished Dai Mubai's physique like gentle spring rain, facilitating an unprecedented evolution in his muscles. What was once a robust physique now burgeoned, becoming even more formidable and resilient, akin to steel. Then, an astonishing sight unfolded. A layer of unique armor materialized around Dai Mubai, gleaming snow-white and radiating a soft luminescence, as if forged from ice and snow. On the shoulders of this armor, a single character was intricately engraved, King. The character in question serves as the crowning touch, imbuing Dai Mubai with an air of authority and dominance. Yu Tianxuan's lips curve into a confident smile as he remarks, "I have long heard of the unique nature of the evil, white tiger soul. I never anticipated that you would awaken it. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous, for it allows me to demonstrate that the dragon is the most formidable soul in existence." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression cools, and with a scoff, he retorts, "Is that so? Yet, I have yet to unleash my full potential. What leads you to believe that you can triumph over me?" His tone betrays a hint of disdain, clearly dismissive of Yu Tianxuan's claims. In response, Yu Tianxuan's smile broadens, and with a challenging gaze fixed upon Dai Mubai, he declares, "Very well, let me witness your current prowess." Without further ado, he dashes forward like a bolt of lightning, intent on attacking Dai Mubai. Unfazed, Dai Mubai swiftly sidesteps Yu Tianxuan's assault, executing a powerful kick aimed at his opponent's abdomen. Yu Tianxuan reacts with urgency, raising his arm to block the strike, and thus ensues a fierce close-quarters battle. In the midst of the fray, fists and feet collide with resounding force. each movement charged with tremendous energy, reverberating through the air as if the very space trembles. Yu Tianxuan, gasping for breath, feels his stamina waning, yet his gaze remains resolute. Since activating the special armor, he has discovered that each punch feels akin to striking an impenetrable metal. This is undoubtedly more than merely a consequence of the armor itself. He knows he has but one final move remaining. Dai Mubai observes Yu Tianxuan, realizing that his own condition is scarcely better. Having just activated the armor, he has not yet attained full mastery, and defeating his adversary in this state will rely solely on his ultimate technique. Yu Tianxuan takes a deep breath and proposes. Dai Mubai, considering our current states, why don't we settle this with one final strike? Without hesitation, Dai Mubai assents agreed. Yu Tianxuan immediately unleashes his fourth soul skill, the Blue Lightning God Dragon Strike. Surrounding him are countless arcs of blue lightning, swirling around him like miniature dragons. In response, Dai Mubai does not falter. He summons his ultimate move, the Celestial Eye White Tiger Meteor Shower. A colossal white eye opens above his forehead, emitting numerous beams of white light that streak across the sky like meteors. In that breathtaking instant of their two techniques colliding, the entire scene seems to freeze. The audience's gaze is riveted upon the arena, anxious not to miss a single detail. They hold their breath, their eyes wide, entirely engrossed in this intense confrontation. Every action, every breath, becomes the focal point of their attention. In this taut atmosphere, time appears to slow. The spectators' hearts surge and fall in tandem with the unfolding battle, oscillating between tension and exhilaration. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yu Tianxuan gradually collapses to the ground. At that moment, silence blankets the venue, save for the sound of his fall echoing through the air. Chapter 78, The Snowy Night Emperor. Following the conclusion of the match, Zhu Zhuqing is overwhelmed with emotion. Without a moment's hesitation, she flits to Dai Mubai, embracing him tightly. Fool, why did you do this? Her voice trembles slightly, tinged with reproach and confusion. You were never like this before. Dai Mubai feels a subtle tremor run through his body as he senses the depth of emotion in Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. Concern, worry, and a hint of disappointment. He slowly raises his hand, gently patting her back in a gesture of solace. I apologize, Zhuqing, he replies, his voice low yet resolute. But I refuse to run away any longer. I will no longer be shackled by the shadows of my past. From this day forth, I shall truly become a king, a genuine sovereign. Zhu Zhuqing lifts her gaze to meet Dai Mubai's eyes, which blaze with a fierce determination and courage. A complex swirl of emotions surges within her, a blend of surprise at his transformation and anticipation for what lies ahead. At that moment, Chen Ye interjects, Boss Dai. It's commendable that you harbor such aspirations. Rather than remaining a vassal, it is far better to strive for greatness and become a true monarch. Ma Hongjun nods vigorously in agreement, affirming, exactly, Boss Dai. I believe you can achieve it. Chen Ye, glancing at Dai Mubai, hesitates before adding, perhaps you should allow Zhuqing to tend to you for now. I have some matters to attend to and may return a bit later. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu eagerly approaches, inquiring, Brother, what do you have to take care of? Do you need my help? Her eyes brim with concern and worry. Chen Ye tenderly ruffles her hair, smiling as he reassures her, Do not fret, Xiao Wu. I can handle this matter on my own. You and Zhuqing focus on taking care of Boss Dai. Shortly thereafter, Chen Ye's gaze shifts to the distance where Dugu Bo stands. With a light-hearted stride, he makes his way toward Dugu Bo, heading toward the vicinity of the Imperial Palace. As they walk, Chen Ye suddenly notices a figure ahead. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is SoulLand, a young man with golden hair. SoulLand appears somewhat slender, yet beneath the surface, one can discern hints of muscular definition. Chen Ye recalls a previous encounter with SoulLand, when the Tiando Royal Academy had sought to challenge other academies, specifically targeting the Blue Tyrant Academy. That venture had not gone well. They were soundly defeated by Dai Mubai, leaving them bruised and battered. It took a considerable amount of time for that conflict to resolve. With a sly smile, SoulLand regards Chen Ye, saying, What is the matter? Surprised that I came to fetch you? Chen Ye, maintaining a stoic expression, replies coolly, Indeed. It is not far from what I anticipated. You have indeed been in disguise, merely seeking to preserve your own life. SoulLand chuckles softly, Li Taoting. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? I'm merely curious about whose side you will ultimately take. Chen Ye fixes his gaze upon SoulLand, slowly articulating. I maintain my stance. Regardless of who ascends to the throne, it makes little difference to me or the common folk. What the people desire is simply to fill their bellies and lead tranquil lives. Yet you all engage in a deadly struggle for power. If your ambitions are merely to satiate your own desires, then you are unworthy of the responsibilities that accompany such power. SoulLand, upon hearing Chen Ye's words, fall silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Thank you. Your words have truly enlightened me. I once was too naive, failing to grasp what the populace truly needs. The trio finally enters the imperial palace, where they are met by the snowy Night Emperor. The once mighty emperor, now advanced in years, still dons a resplendent dragon robe. Yet his white hair starkly betrays the passage of time. With piercing eyes, the snowy Night Emperor regards Chen Ye and speaks softly. You must be Chen Ye. I have heard of your remarkable abilities, and I came today to meet you. I have a question. Between Xueqinghe and SoulLand, whom do you favor? Chen Ye's heart quickens. He comprehends the weight of the snowy Night Emperor's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he speaks candidly. Your Majesty, you wish for me to fully align myself with the Tiando Empire, do you not? On the snowy night, the Emperor of Snow Night smiled faintly, opting not to respond directly, but instead continued. Indeed, such thoughts do cross my mind. However, you are a soul master, and your decisions regarding your future lie solely in your hands. I merely wish to hear your perspective, for you possess a wealth of experience and knowledge that may offer me unique insights. Thus, I am curious to know whom you believe is more suitable to inherit the imperial throne. Chen Ye gazed at the Emperor of Snow Night and replied slowly. In terms of propriety and law, it should indeed be the eldest legitimate son. However, in practical circumstances, selecting the more capable individual as the heir is also a viable approach. The Emperor of Snow Night nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Chen Ye's viewpoint. He continued, You speak wisely, yet I still wish to hear your innermost thoughts. Chen Ye pondered internally, feeling somewhat troubled by the Emperor's inquiry. He was well aware of Xueqinghe's true identity as Qianrenxue and understood her true intentions behind masquerading as the Crown Prince, to resolve the stalemate among the three factions and achieve their complete unification. However, directly revealing this fact before the Emperor of Snow Night was no simple task. After all, the Emperor held lofty expectations for Xueqinghe, and Chen Ye did not wish to provoke unnecessary trouble. With a serious expression, Chen Ye stated, The Crown Prince bears great responsibilities. The Emperor of Snow Night nodded slightly in acknowledgement and replied, I see your perspective now. You may return. I am quite intrigued by your upcoming match. Chen Ye respectfully responded, Understood. After Chen Ye departed, Xiaogang approached the Emperor of Snow Night and whispered, Could it be that Chen Ye has also taken an interest in my elder brother? Let me tell you, actually. Chen Ye interrupted him coldly. You need not elaborate. If you wish to retain your life, continue your pretense. While you may not survive, at least for now, the entire palace believes the Crown Prince is the people's choice. Speak only when you possess sufficient strength. Moreover, what is your true aim? Do you seek the complete unification of the three factions, or do you desire a singular voice on this continent? Chen Ye's gaze was piercing, fixated on Xiaogang, as if he could penetrate his innermost thoughts. Xiaogang felt unnerved under his scrutiny, hastily averting his gaze and stammering, I only. Chen Ye waved his hand dismissively. Inform me when you have formulated an answer. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Xiaogang standing in place, deep in thought. Chapter 79. Feng Xiaotian. As Chen Ye walked along the path back to Lamba Academy, the sun cast its golden rays upon him, creating a long shadow. At that moment, a youth clad in black appeared before him. The boy's dark attire was adorned with green patterns reminiscent of leaves in the wind, exuding an aura of freshness and mystery. With a confident smile, the youth introduced himself. I am Feng Xiaotian. I hope to have a one-on-one match with you in tomorrow's competition. Chen Ye regarded the unfamiliar youth with some confusion, unable to comprehend why Feng Xiaotian had suddenly sought him out for a challenge. He responded coolly, Why should I agree to you? Feng Xiaotian seemed to have anticipated this, smiling as he replied, I understand you would not easily acquiesce. But today's match between Dai Mubai and Yu Tianxuan has enlightened me. Initially, I sought to prove myself by defeating you, even hoping it would garner Fire Dance's affection and lead to a relationship. At this point, Feng Xiaotian's expression became somewhat complex as he continued, However, I have since changed my mind. I wish to engage you in a genuine duel, fighting with all my might. If I win, it will signify victory for our Xiaogang Academy in this match. Otherwise, it will be a triumph for your side. At that moment, Dai Mubai happened to stroll by. Having overheard Feng Xiaotian's words, he turned to Chen Ye and said, Agree to him. Chen Ye, I know you have longed to experience true combat. This is a rare opportunity. Chen Ye fixed his gaze on Dai Mubai, contemplating for a moment before finally nodding in agreement to Feng Xiaotian's challenge. Very well, I accept. On the day of the match, the atmosphere was electric, with the audience eagerly anticipating the exhilarating showdown. The host stood at the center of the stage, announcing loudly, "Hello, everyone. Today, we welcome an intense competition between Lamba Academy and Xiaogang Academy. Originally, this match was to be a 7-on-17 battle, but due to certain special circumstances and the consent of the Soul Master competition officials, it will now be a one-on-one duel between Captain Feng Xiaotian of Xiaogang Academy and Chen Ye of Lamba Academy." As the words fell, cheers and applause erupted from the audience. Feng Xiaotian and Chen Ye stepped forward from their respective teams, taking their positions at the center of the arena. Feng Xiaotian, brimming with confidence, declared to Chen Ye, "At last, I have awaited this day for so long. Today, I shall utterly defeat you." Chen Ye smiled faintly in response. "Is that so? Then I shall see if you possess such capability. I hope you can push me to my limits, for only then can I truly assess my strength." Chen Ye thought to himself, "Whether I can surpass my current self hinges upon today." Feng Xiaotian's expression sharpened as he shouted, "Second soul skill, Twin Wolves manifest." Suddenly, a faint azure glow enveloped his body, his muscles swelling rapidly as his arms became extraordinarily robust, and a pair of colossal wolf wings sprouted from his back. Following this, Feng Xiaotian called out again, "Third soul skill, Gale Twin Wings." The wolf wings flared open, summoning a tempest as his body shot forth like lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. Seeing this, Chen Ye's lips curled up in a subtle smile. "So, your second soul skill enhances your strength, while the third is for flight. Quite intriguing, but I too possess a means of flight." With that, Chen Ye focused his mind, a flash of light appearing in his hand as a long sword, entirely black, manifested before him. This sword, known as the Night Sky Sword, was one of Chen Ye's treasured artifacts. He tossed the Night Sky Sword into the air and leapt onto it, standing firmly atop the blade. With both hands forming intricate seals and murmuring incantations, the Night Sky Sword erupted with dazzling black light, propelling him forward like a shooting star. Feng Xiaotian's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What? You can also fly? Is it due to your martial soul?" "It doesn't appear to be so, but it certainly resembles a martial soul." Chen Ye smiled gently and clarified, "Ah, you've only guessed half correctly. I indeed summoned the energy form of my artifact, the Night Sky Sword, but I refrained from using it earlier for fear of breaching the competition rules. However, I can indeed perform sword flight techniques." Feng Xiaotian smirked confidently, declaring, "Very well, then allow me to demonstrate my fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Tempest." Before his words could settle, Feng Xiaotian radiated a powerful wave of soul energy, and countless black whirlwinds surged around him, resembling ferocious demon wolves that howled and clawed at the air. Meanwhile, Chen Ye's expression hardened as he swung the long sword in his hand, shouting, "Sky-wandering sword technique, one sword, 1,000 blades." In an instant, a layer of soft blue sword light enveloped Chen Ye, and these sword lights shot forth like a multitude of meteors at an astonishing speed towards Feng Xiaotian. Both combatants were momentarily pushed back. Feng Xiaotian pondered, astonished by the strength of this young man's swordsmanship. Who exactly is he? Chen Ye's expression was grave. After all, an energy form was merely that, an energy form. To contend with Feng Xiaotian would not be easy. Must I truly resort to the Haotian hammer? Feng Xiaotian's gaze was resolute. With my next move, I shall expend all my soul power and physical strength. Perhaps victory is within reach. Feng Xiaotian bellowed at Chen Ye. "I shall unleash my most formidable move. Let's see if you can withstand it." Chen Ye replied nonchalantly, "Very well, then I shall hold nothing back." In an instant, Feng Xiaotian's hands manifested sharp blades, formed from the very essence of the tempest. "This technique is named the 36 Slashes of the Gale Wolf," he declared. In response, Chen Ye conjured a massive hammer, its blue and gold hues shimmering in tandem, raising the colossal weapon high. He contemplated, "The only hammer technique I have mastered is this one. I shall give it a try." With a thunderous cry, he invoked heaven-rending Dragon's Soul Hammer. As he swung the Haotian hammer, it appeared as if a great dragon was dancing in the air. Emperor Xia, taken aback, exclaimed, "Could this truly be the Haotian hammer? Yet, it should not be so. Haven tea they already." Ning Fengji spoke with calm confidence. "Your Majesty speaks truly. This is undoubtedly the Haotian hammer." Chen Ye's father was the legendary Haotian de law, Tang Hao, who once dominated the continent. Feng Xiaotian's expression grew grave as he slowly replied, "I never anticipated that you bore twin martial souls, nor did I foresee your strength being so formidable. I must inquire, who is it that you hold in regard?" Chen Ye's demeanor remained composed as he answered, "I do not understand your keen interest. Hu Wu will inform you, that I harbor no feelings for her. I am even unaware of her father's acquaintance with mine. Chapter 80. Qian Daolu. Yu Tianxuan gazed at Chen Ye with a smile, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, and remarked, "Well done, Chen Ye. Your performance was indeed remarkable, especially your twin martial souls. This is, without a doubt, a significant advantage. However, due to this, after the competition concludes, many sects and families will undoubtedly seek to recruit you. In light of this, have you made a decision?" Chen Ye stood quietly, his gaze resolute and steady, as if he had contemplated this question long before. After a moment, he slowly responded, "Teacher, I have indeed given it considerable thought. I believe that rather than being constrained by others, it is far better to pursue what I truly wish to do. At present, I am still uncertain of my ultimate goal, but until I discover it, I shall continue to cultivate diligently, striving to become ever more powerful. For I am acutely aware that in this world, strength is the sole criterion." Lin Yuer, with a serious expression, remarked, "I find Chen Ye's words quite reasonable. No matter where one goes, the strength of the powerful is the law of this world. Only by becoming stronger can one find the best path forward." Lu Erlong nodded in profound agreement, adding, "Indeed, that is absolutely correct. Regardless of what we may become in the future, as long as we continue to grow stronger, instilling fear and trepidation in all who encounter us, that will suffice." Daimu Bai, contemplative, stated, "Yes, that is indeed the case. We should return to the academy. After all, the actual competition is just a few days away, and time is of the essence. By the way, I am still unaware of how many have been selected this time." Chen Ye replied, "As far as I know, the selected academies include the Royal Academies of the Star Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire, as well as the Shinkong Academy, the Qihua Academy, and, of course, our own Shrek Academy along with the Spear Hall Academy." Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, there are so many academies. Will it not turn into a grand melee in the end?" Ning Rongrong smiled and explained, "Not necessarily, Xiao Wu. Typically, the Soul Master competition determines matchups through a lottery system. Thus, each round's pairings are imbued with uncertainty. Upon returning to the academy, the group wasted no time and immediately immersed themselves in rigorous training. Chen Ye stood in his room, lost in thought, murmuring to himself, "Today, as competition truly opened my eyes, I realize I have much room for improvement. Particularly in terms of speed, I am worlds apart from my opponents. In the past, during my time in the realm of cultivation, I relied too heavily on my absolute defense, completely overlooking the significance of speed. Today, as contest served as a wake-up call, allowing me to deeply acknowledge my weaknesses." He could not help but recall Qian Renxue, the formidable and astute woman. Chen Ye pondered it. "I wonder how Qian Renxue is faring now. With her strength and experience, she could undoubtedly provide me with invaluable advice. If only I could converse with her. Perhaps I could swiftly rectify my shortcomings and enhance my own power." Within the spirit hall, resplendent and adorned with intricate carvings, Qian Renxue stood before her grandfather, Qian Daolu, excitedly recounting tales of Chen Ye. "Grandfather, you cannot fathom how remarkable Chen Ye is. His swordsmanship is the finest I have ever witnessed, surpassing even your own." Qian Daolu smiled and inquired, "Is he truly as extraordinary as you say? Do you hold affections for him?" Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed suddenly, as if her grandfather had pierced through her thoughts, and she playfully chastised, "Grandfather, what are you saying? I shan't speak to you any longer." With that, she turned and hurriedly departed, leaving Qian Daolu in contemplative silence, watching her retreating figure. Qian Renxue dashed out of the offering hall like a startled rabbit. Her heart raced like a drum, as if something dreadful were pursuing her. Just as she began to catch her breath, a burly, imposing man unexpectedly appeared before her. The man, with a face full of muscle, exuded an intimidating presence. He was none other than the second elder of the seven offerings, Golden Crocodile Dela. Startled, Qian Renxue quickly regained her composure and politely inquired, "Grandfather Golden Crocodile, what brings you here?" Golden Crocodile Doloa smiled upon seeing Qian Renxue and replied in a deep, resonant voice, "It is little Shui. I have no particular business. I merely came to see your uncle regarding some matters. Since you rarely return, why not seek out Lingxi for some amusement, instead of wandering aimlessly here?" Qian Renxue nodded, obediently responding, "Very well, Grandfather Golden Crocodile, I understand. I shall go find Lingxi to play. Farewell." With that, she turned and skipped away, her steps light as a fawn. Golden Crocodile Dole regarded Qian Daolu with a look of suspicion and asked, "Brother, what is wrong with little Shui? She seems a bit off today." Qian Daolu smiled slightly and explained, "It is nothing serious. She has merely fallen in love. From what he implies, she seems quite taken with that young man. However, I have yet to meet the lad. Golden Crocodile Deloa's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? In love? Are you certain? For so many years, her mother has shown little interest in her affairs. Back when you insisted on saving little Shui now." Qian Daolu interrupted him with a wave of his hand, saying, "I am aware of all that you mention. However, I cannot fathom how little Shui could develop such strong feelings for someone she has just met. I'm both perplexed and curious. Therefore, I would like to ask you to investigate this fellow named Chen Ye. I have heard he is now nearly a 4-ring soul master." Golden Crocodile, visibly irritated, retorted, "Why should I concern myself with such matters? Just find a soul Doloa to investigate. That would suffice." Chen Ye quickly clarified. The primary reason is that he recently encountered 3 peculiar individuals who seem to absorb the negative energy of ordinary people for some purpose. Since he has seen these 3, he must know their identities. Thus, to avoid inciting his ire, you must ensure his protection. Upon hearing this, Golden Crocodile Doa could not help but chuckle, teasing, "Brother, since little Shui arrived, you have become both father and mother. You know, you were never like this before. It seems little Shui has quite the influence on you." Qian Daolu smiled faintly, reflecting, "Indeed, Xiaoshua's arrival has undeniably brought numerous changes to my life." Chapter 81. The Golden Crocodile Scheme. Chen Ye remarked, "Time indeed flies. Today we embark on our journey, and it feels as though the competition has only just begun, yet we are already on the brink of the finals. Dai Mubai, Chakod, Absolutely. However, the true spectacle lies ahead. The team battles are upon us, and our main forces are finally set to take the stage." Ningrongrong Boktet, defiantly stating, "What nonsense! That line should belong to me. During the preliminaries, I barely had the chance to step onto the field." Xiao Wu quickly chimed in, Exactly. Rong, you must give it your all. This team battle hinges on you." Lin Yuris' lips curled into a confident smile as she proclaimed, "With my brother guarding the academy, there's nothing to worry about. I eagerly anticipate the finals. I can't wait to see how these youngsters will thrash the Spirit Hall." Lu Erlong echoed in agreement. Indeed, the Spirit Hall has always bullied others, and it's high time they experienced the taste of being taught a lesson to temper their arrogance. However, Chen Ye, standing nearby, expressed his confusion, inquiring, "Is the Spirit Hall truly as detestable as you all claim? If so, why do they provide a certain amount of gold spirit coins before reaching the Soul King level? Is there a reason behind this?" Yu Tianxuan smiled gently, patting Chen Ye's shoulder, and said earnestly, "These matters cannot simply be understood through our words. You must see with your own eyes and experience that world firsthand to truly comprehend the nature of the Spirit Hall." Amidst the bustling crowd, a group swiftly boarded the carriage, the wheels rolling and raising a cloud of dust as they set forth on their journey. These individuals hailed from various regions of the Tiando Empire, all selected students of the academy, now traveling together towards the Spirit Hall. Inside the carriage of the Blaze Academy, Huo Wu smiled at Feng Xiaotian and softly commented, "Senior Feng, the merger of the 4 Elements Academy is undoubtedly a wise move. To genuinely achieve such a merger, a good beginning is essential. I believe establishing a brand new Shinkong Academy might be an excellent choice. What are your thoughts?" Feng Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she nodded. "I think that idea is splendid. Shinkong Academy could represent a new beginning for our 4 Elements Academy, showcasing our innovative spirit and strength. However, such a significant matter cannot be decided solely by you." Huo Wu chuckled in agreement, acknowledging that it would require collective discussion and decision-making. "Nevertheless, I promise to give you a definitive answer before the competition." In the carriage of the Lamba Academy, Chen Ye had his eyes tightly shut, focusing his mental energy to probe the surroundings. His forehead furrowed slightly, seemingly sensing some subtle fluctuations. Dai Mubai, noticing this, remarked with skepticism, "Chen Ye, you're being overly cautious. This is the road to the Spirit Hall. Who would dare attack us at this time?" Chen Ye did not open his eyes, merely responding calmly, "Better safe than sorry. Caution is the key to longevity." Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A deafening explosion resonated, followed by chaos. Chen Ye abruptly opened his eyes to witness a soul Dua leading a squad, appearing like phantoms before all the carriages of the Tiando Empire, launching a fierce assault. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Shouts and screams echoed in a cacophony. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows nearby, Golden Crocodile Dua coldly observed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Let me see how you intend to navigate this predicament." Chen Ye anxiously called out, "Is everyone all right?" Yu Tianxuan calmly directed, "Lu Erlong, protect the students." However, Dai Mubai, his face filled with doubt, retorted, "Are you joking? A Soul Dolua? How is that even possible? Who would be foolish enough to send a Soul Dolua to kill us, mere Soul Kings?" At that moment, from a distance, Golden Crocodile Do suddenly spoke. "This kid, I remember you, Dai Mubai, was it? Just wait. After the Soul Master competition, you will face the consequences." His voice carried a hint of fury. An unknown Soul Dolua looked disdainfully at the group, sneering, "You lot. At most have 1 or 2 Soul Doluos among you, and you dare to think you can protect these students? Dream on. With your meager strength, you could never achieve that in your next life." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's anger flared, and she glared at the Soul Dolua, shouting, "Hey, what kind of talk is that? I won't tolerate such provocations. Just watch. If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't be Lu Erlong." With that, she charged forward to confront him. Seeing this, Yu Tianxuan quickly grabbed Lu Erlong's hand, advising, calm down. He is merely trying to provoke us. You must remain composed. As long as we protect the students, we will be fine. Moreover, I believe the teachers from other academies are facing similar situations." Chen Ye looked at the teachers with a serious expression. "Teachers, I believe it would be better for us to act separately. Although we may not match your strength, if we do not hold you back, the likelihood of you defeating them should increase." Yu Tianxuan shook his head firmly. "No. Advancing further with our current cultivation is already quite difficult, and you are still young. There's a long path ahead. We cannot afford to sacrifice ourselves for such matters." Taking a deep breath, Chen Ye asserted, "Teacher, I understand your intentions are for our sake, but this is truly the best choice at the moment." Yu Tianxuan wished to say more, but seeing Chen Ye's resolute demeanor, he realized further discussion would be futile. Eventually, he sighed in resignation. "All right, since you have made your decision, I will not hinder you. But you must be cautious and not act recklessly." Chen Ye nodded, then led Dai Mubai and others to turn and dash towards another direction. Their figures quickly vanished into the distant woods. Little did they anticipate that shortly after their departure, a group of other Soul Emperors suddenly appeared behind them. These Soul Emperors were evidently dispatched to hunt them down, their speed astonishing as they swiftly closed the distance to Chen Ye and his companions. At that moment, a figure materialized before them like a specter. His appearance exuded an overwhelming pressure, instilling a sense of reverence. Chen Ye widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the sudden arrival. When he discerned the other's martial soul, he was utterly astonished, for it was a chrysanthemum. "How is this possible?" Chen Ye murmured. "I merely spoke it casually. Yet there truly exists a title Dolua with a chrysanthemum martial soul." He felt the coincidence was too uncanny, as if fate had orchestrated this moment. Chapter 82. The Return of 1,000 Swords. Dai Mubai's voice carried a mixture of surprise and gravity. A title Dolua with a chrysanthemum martial soul can only be the elder chrysanthemum Dolua from the Spear Hall. His gaze fixated on the enigmatic and formidable adversary before them, internally assessing the disparity in their strengths. Chrysanthemum Dolua's lips curled into a mocking smile, his voice cold and authoritative. "Indeed, it is I. You insignificant ants. If you comply, I may grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless hand." His words dripped with disdain and contempt for Dai Mubai and his companions, as if they were merely a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Chen Ye, steeling himself, gritted his teeth and shouted, "To hell with it. Let us all attack together. With a bit of luck, we might just survive." Dai Mubai sighed helplessly, realizing that there was no other option at this point, and steeled himself, saying, "We have no choice. Let us go." No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Ye, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun surged forward like arrows released from a bow, racing towards Xiaogang. Each showcased their unique talents, some wielding fists, others feet, some brandishing knives or swords, pouring every ounce of their strength into their attacks, each strike brimming with boundless power aimed directly at the vital points of Xiaogang. Yet, Xiaogang remained as unyielding as a mountain, unfazed by the onslaught of 5, effortlessly neutralizing their every assault. His form danced like a wraith, evading their attacks with uncanny precision, as if their moves posed no threat to him whatsoever. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Xiaoguang's lips as he derided, "With such meager skills, do you dare to challenge me? Not only will you fail to strike me, but even if you had 50 years, you would never succeed." Chen Ye's eyes widened in fury, an ocean of inner strength surging through his veins like a tempest. He bellowed, "If you're capable, then take this." Flame Tiger fears heaven's wrath. As his voice echoed, he swiftly formed hand seals, a searing heat erupting from within him, coalescing into a massive flame tiger. This beast, engulfed in roaring flames, lunged ferociously at Xiaogang. Observing this, Xiaoguan's lips curled into a mocking smile, his disdain evident. Not bad. This move, though still rather weak, could indeed inflict some harm. Quite amusing. With a flicker of movement, he effortlessly dodged the flame tiger's assault. Then, with a single sweep of his hand, unleashed a powerful gust that tore through the air like a whirlwind, obliterating the flame tiger with ease. Chen Ye marveled inwardly, thinking, is this truly exaggerated? Although I understood the might of this world, the scene before me far surpassed my imagination. He couldn't help but lament that even the realms of novels paled in comparison. Just as Xiaogang prepared to strike again and finish off Chen Ye and his friends, suddenly, a gargantuan venomous serpent, cloaked in green scales, streaked through the air like lightning. This colossal serpent exuded an ominous aura, appearing as if it had emerged from the depths of hell itself. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoguan's expression shifted drastically, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. However, before he could react, the massive serpent collided with him like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, both the serpent and Xiaogang were sent sprawling apart by a formidable force. As the dust settled, the onlookers were astonished to find that the enormous serpent had vanished without a trace, and in its place stood a figure, Dugu Bo, the poisoned Doloa. With a fierce expression, Dugu Bo glared at Xiaogang and declared, Xiaogang, you shall not harm them. His voice resonated like thunder, sending chills through the air. Xiaogang smirked, a sardonic glint in his eyes as he replied, Ah, old poison, when did you become a teacher for another academy? Or have you taken up the role of bodyguard? Dugu Bo's expression darkened at the taunt, retorting sharply, Nonsense. I'm not like you, old wretch. I'm a dignified advisor of the Blue Tyrant Academy, and that lad Chen Ye is my brother. Anyone who seeks to harm him is but a fool, destined for failure, unless they wait for the next life. At that moment, from a distance, the golden crocodile, Duo, observed and remarked, Indeed. I never imagined that Chen Ye could invoke such loyalty from a formidable poisoned Doloa. It's no wonder Xiao Shui is so intrigued by him. I find myself somewhat interested as well. Xiaoguan's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Dugu Bo, saying, Do you truly think that obstructing me will solve everything? How naive. Indeed, if you manage to halt me, it would prevent me from easily eliminating our target. However, do not forget that your granddaughter seems to be at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. How long do you think she can hold out there? Dugu Bo's expression turned grim, his eyes narrowing in fury as he glared at Xiaogang, gritting his teeth and cursing, You despicable scoundrel. Beside him, Ma Hongjun widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, No way. A titled Doloa can be so shameless? Chen Ye, however, calmly assessed the situation, stating, The circumstances are exceedingly dire for Elder Dugu. He can either insist on protecting us and clash with Xiaogang, putting his granddaughter Dugu Yin in grave danger, or he can abandon us to save her, which would undoubtedly seal our doom. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted through the air like lightning, exuding a fierce killing intent directly towards Xiaogang. In the blink of an eye, the shadow appeared beside him with ghostly swiftness. Xiaogang, why haven't you dealt with them yet? Hurry up, once we finish with these pests, we can indulge in some fine wine and meat. The shadow's voice was low and urgent. Lu Erlong, startled, cried out, No way. I can see this shadow, yet I can't sense its martial soul presence. Could it be the legendary ghost, Dugu Mei? Hearing Lu Erlong's words, Xiaogang turned to the shadow with annoyance, saying, Old ghost, you're rather slow. I've been waiting for you forever. Dugu Bo furrowed his brow, contemplating. Only 3 teachers from the Blue Tyrant Academy have arrived, and only one titled Da, who is occupied protecting students from other academies. The other 2, one a soul sage and the other a soul Dolal not weak, would likely struggle against such overwhelming numbers. Just as Dugu Bo was consumed by worry, a deep voice suddenly echoed from the sky. All swords returned to their origin. This voice thundered through the air, causing a ringing in the ears of all who heard it. Dugu Bo looked up in astonishment to see countless white sword lights, appearing from nowhere, streaking across the sky like meteors, descending with lethal intent. In an instant, tens of thousands of flying swords rained down, saturating the sky. Each sword glimmered with a cold light, as if capable of rending the very fabric of reality, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 83, Soul Master City. Xiaogang glared at Jian Dao Qinshin with fury, snorting, Sword Jian Dao Qinshin, I never thought you would wade into this murky water as well. Jian Dao Qinshin, wielding his long sword, maintained a calm demeanor, replying softly, Do not misunderstand. Chen Ye is a friend of my 7 treasure glazed tile school. I could never stand idly by while he is in danger. Gue Mei interjected, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. Sordo, do not be overly confident. You know well what our strongest move is. While you may barely manage to defeat us, it would not be without considerable difficulty. Jian Dao Qinshin's gaze hardened as he replied, I am well aware of your strength. However, I believe your presence here is not solely for the purpose of taking their lives. Since your objectives have already been achieved, why persist in this entanglement? Upon hearing this, Zhuhua Guan's expression softened slightly, yet he still spat with resentment. Humph, well played, Jian Dao Qinshin. Consider yourself fortunate today. Next time, it will not be so easy. Old ghost, let us go. After speaking, he exchanged a glance with the specter, and in a fleeting moment, vanished from sight, prompting the other members of the spirit hall to depart in haste. Once the commotion subsided, Ning Rongrong, brimming with joy, spotted her father, Ning Fengji. Like a jubilant little bird, she dashed over and embraced him tightly, playfully chiding, Father, what brings you here? Ning Fengji affectionately stroked her hair, smiling as he replied, It is because His Highness the Crown Prince is among these carriages. So, I came alongside Uncle Jian to ensure his safety. At that moment, the students from the Xiaogang Academy observed this scene with curiosity. One student couldn't help but murmur, how peculiar. Clearly, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not so formidable. Why would these two titled Duluos flee? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiaotian interjected. It is indeed certain that they fled, and it was the wisest choice. Do not underestimate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Their master possesses unparalleled support abilities in the world. Coupled with the combat prowess of the Sword de Loa, they are unmatched. Everyone swiftly returned to their carriages. Setting off once again without delay, the carriage sped along, drawing ever closer to the spirit city, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Dai Mubai suddenly spoke up. Do you think the spirit hall will still attempt to attack us here? His words resonated with the group, leading to a moment of silence as they exchanged glances. After a brief contemplation, Chen Ye slowly remarked, if their sole objective is to eliminate us, they will undoubtedly act again. However, I find their behavior rather strange. It seems they are not merely intent on our demise, but rather testing me and the fatty. Oscar chimed in, wait a moment, I'm a bit confused. While it's understandable that they would test you, Chen Ye, considering your proximity to Qian Renshue, who is masquerading as the Crown Prince Shueqinghe, why would they test the fatty? That I truly cannot comprehend. Chen Ye nodded in agreement with Oscar's perspective, then turned to Ma Hongjun and inquired, Fatty, think carefully. Before you became an orphan, did any of your relatives have connections with the spirit hall? Ma Hongjun furrowed his brow, struggling to recall. After a moment, he hesitantly replied, hearing you say that makes me uncertain. However, upon seeing the spirit hall's emblem, I suddenly remembered that I seemed to have seen my parents wearing the spirit hall's distinctive badge. Xiao Wu regarded him with skepticism and pressed, are you certain? Fatty, if that is the case, what exactly is your relationship with the spirit hall? Why did they abandon you? Zhu Zhuqing added, yes, Fatty, think harder. Do you have any more detailed information? Ma Hongjun scratched his head, looking distressed as he admitted, I'm sorry, I truly have no idea. I only remember being 2 or 3 years old, and it seemed to be related to something concerning Sea God Island. Beyond that, I cannot clarify. It seems that from that moment onward, many stopped mentioning Sea God Island. Chen Ye murmured thoughtfully, Sea God Island? I believe I came across a mention of it in an ancient text, describing it as a place of divine inheritance. Just then, Yu Tianxuan strode in, and his entrance silenced the previously bustling room. He surveyed the group and stated, ah, you're all here. Perfect timing. I must inform you that your next match will be against the Blaze Academy. Ning Rongrong couldn't contain her complaints. Why them again? They were in the preliminaries, then the knockout rounds, and now they're here again as we approach the finals. Yu Tianxuan chuckled, waving his hand to calm her. I haven't finished yet. You little ones are always so impatient. Although our opponent is indeed the Blaze Academy, for reasons unknown, they have chosen to forfeit. This means we need to compete against them, and will advance directly to the top 4. Upon hearing this news, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of astonishment, especially Ning Rongrong, who, utterly taken aback, finally regained her composure and exclaimed, wow, that is fantastic. This way, we've avoided a tough battle. Yet amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Chen Ye contemplated silently, realizing that regardless of the changes in circumstances, the outcome remained unchanged. The next challenge would still be the 4 elemental academies, gradually merging. Chen Ye turned to Dai Mubai and smiled. Shall we go visit the Xiaogang Academy next? There is nothing pressing to attend to. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement and added, sure, But I must warn you first, while it appears there are 6 academies, the reality is more complex. Some academies, due to their family connections, bypass the preliminaries and knockout rounds, advancing straight to the finals. This tactic serves to preserve their strength and ensure they are in optimal condition. Having connections truly has its advantages. Considering Dai Mubai's words, Chen Ye thoughtfully inquired, "Aren't you quite well connected yourself?" Dai Mubai shook his head with a wry smile, explaining, "It's not the same. Although I am a prince, I'm entirely out of favor. Compared to those academies with formidable backing, I fall considerably short." Chapter 84, Bibi Dong. Xiao Wu excitedly urged Chen Ye, "Hurry up. Hurry up. The match is about to begin." Her voice was tinged with impatience. Chen Ye, appearing more composed, smiled at Xiao Wu. "No need to rush. Why do you always bounce around like a little rabbit?" Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue, making a teasing sound as if to respond to Chen Ye's jest. At that moment, Ning Rongrong interjected, "Wait, look at that person from the Xiaogang Academy. Doesn't he remind you of Wu?" Dai Mubai observed closely and nodded. "Now that you mention it, he does bear a resemblance." Zhu Zhuqing suddenly remarked, "It seems not just the male resembling Hu Wuzhou. There is another who looks quite like Huiyu." Lu Erlong, contemplative, suggested, "I'll inquire with the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall to see if they know the reason behind this resemblance." Just then, the match officially commenced. Fire Dance, Hu Wuzhou, and Huiyu merged together like a blazing inferno, instantly coalescing around Feng Xiaotian. Seeing this, Chen Ye couldn't help but exclaim, "They're attempting to fuse the fire and wind elements. It makes sense, as the saying goes, the wind fuels the flames, and fire borrows the might of the wind." Dai Mubai, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Chen Ye, does this really make them strong?" Chen Ye explained, "That is hard to say. It primarily depends on their mastery of the fusion of elements. You see, within the initial 5 elemental interactions, there exist relationships of mutual generation and restraint, adhering to the fundamental laws of nature. For instance, water extinguishes fire, fire melts metal, metal uproots wood, wood binds earth, and earth absorbs water. Conversely, since they can restrain, they can also generate. For example, wood generates fire, fire creates earth, earth produces metal, metal yields water, and water nurtures wood." Ma Hongjun, looking perplexed, asked, "So why do fire and wind exhibit this phenomenon?" Chen Yi smiled slightly, patiently explaining, "In the realm of natural elements, the situation is no longer as simple as it once was. In contemporary discourse, the relationships among elements extend far beyond the simplistic framework of the 5 phases of creation and destruction. Beyond these fundamental interactions lies a more intricate bond, fusion." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Take fire and wind, for instance. They can intertwine to forge a formidable force known as the fire tornado. Similarly, water and wind can amalgamate to create a water spout. The key factor essential for such fusion is the wind attribute." At that moment, Lu Erlong returned, bearing significant news. They intend to establish a new Academy of Divine Wind, and the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall have already given their consent. I surmise this is to facilitate a complete amalgamation of the 4 elemental academies. Upon hearing this news, Dai Mubai contemplated for a brief moment before responding, "In that case, let them prepare thoroughly." Time flowed swiftly, and before long, afternoon had arrived. The academies that had advanced to the top 8 began arriving at the central location of the Spirit Hall. This was a vast and solemn plaza, surrounded by towering columns, each adorned with exquisite carvings that exuded grandeur. As all the students from the various academies gathered, a melodious chime resonated, heralding the arrival of a momentous occasion. Subsequently, everyone's gaze was drawn to the high platform where a woman clad in soft pink garments gracefully emerged. Although the color of her attire was subtle, it imparted an impression of refreshing elegance. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, manifesting a delicate violet hue reminiscent of violets in the night sky. In her right hand, she wielded a staff that shimmered with a faint glow, unmistakably a rare and precious artifact, symbolizing the supreme authority of the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. With a smile, Bibi Dong addressed the assembly. "I am exceedingly delighted to witness such a multitude of exceptional soul masters here today. I sincerely hope that each of you will showcase your most splendid selves in the upcoming competition. Furthermore, I would like to introduce the rewards prepared by our Spirit Hall for the champions of this tournament. 3 soul bones. Among them, one is derived from a soul beast personally vanquished by the previous pope, a testament to its value and rarity." A student from the Academy of Divine Wind exclaimed in awe, "Is that truly a soul bone? Merely standing here, I can sense the immense soul power it radiates." as if boundless strength flows within. Chen Ye could not help but marvel. This is indeed unexpected. The Spirit Hall is making such a grand gesture. The champion's reward is genuinely 3 soul bones. Regardless of the outcome of the forthcoming championship, the Spirit Hall's stature in the hearts of the people is now indelible. Bibi Dong, standing upon the high platform, surveyed the audience and competitors below, her voice ringing clear and resonant, as if capable of penetrating each ear. In the upcoming matches, the elders of the Spirit Hall will serve as referees to ensure the integrity and professionalism of the competition. Her words conveyed an air of authority, instilling anticipation for the adjudicators. She then continued, "Now, I shall announce the results of the upcoming draw." In her hand was a box containing slips of paper bearing the names of the various academies. Blue Tyrant Academy will face Star Luo Royal Academy. Bibi Dong's voice reverberated through the air, eliciting a buzz among the crowd. Both teams were formidable opponents, and this match would undoubtedly be a fierce contest. The Spirit Hall will compete against the Tiando Royal Academy. Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon the team from the Spirit Hall, their strength equally formidable. The Academy of Divine Wind will battle against the Elephant Armor Academy. This promised to be a clash of contrasting styles. With the Academy of Divine Wind renowned for its speed and agility, while the Elephant Armor Academy excelled in robust defense and strength. The Academy of Strength will face the Academy of Control. The last pairing featured the Academy of Strength, characterized by its might, against the Academy of Control, which specialized in defense and manipulation. As Bibi Dong's words concluded, an expectant silence enveloped the arena, with all eagerly anticipating the forthcoming enthralling matches. Once all had returned to their respective academy quarters to rest, a serene atmosphere permeated the room. Nonetheless, Chen Ye noticed that Dai Mubai appeared somewhat distracted. Curiously, Chen Ye inquired, "Dai Lauda, is there something weighing on your mind?" Dai Mubai paused, momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile, replying, "You've seen through me. I truly hope we can secure victory in the upcoming matches." Chen Ye nodded in understanding and continued, "Is it because of the captain of Star Luo Royal Academy? I noticed your martial souls are alike, and your demeanor towards him seems special. I guess you might share a brotherly bond." At that moment, Oscar abruptly exclaimed, "What the heck, Dai Lauda? Why have you never mentioned this to us?" Dai Mubai sighed in exasperation, explaining, "It's not something worthy of boasting about. Our relationship is rather complex, and it's not easily articulated." Chen Ye smiled reassuringly. "It's all right, Dai Lauda regardless. We are all part of the same team, and everyone will support you." Dai Mubai cast a grateful glance at Chen Ye, then said, "Thank you, Chen Ye. I honestly don't know how to face him, especially given the considerable gap between us." Chen Ye pondered briefly before asserting, "I think you needn't worry too much. The competition hasn't even begun, and the outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, you possess your own strengths. As long as you harness your abilities, you will undoubtedly triumph over him." Dai Mubai nodded, seeming to feel some relief. He gazed at Chen Ye earnestly and remarked, "Chen Ye, you are truly perceptive. You deduced my connection to him so quickly." Chen Ye modestly chuckled, "It's really nothing. I just observed closely." On the day of the competition, the sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Davis, the captain of Star Luo Royal Academy, stood on the arena, his visage bearing an astonishing resemblance to Dai Mubai, sharing a striking 90% similarity. Beside him was his vice-captain, Zhu Zhuyan, who similarly bore a remarkable resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, as though they were twin sisters. The members of Blue Tyrant Academy marveled at these two pairs of similar faces, well aware that Dai Mubai and Davis were brothers, while Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing were sisters. A smirk played on Davis's lips as he addressed Dai Mubai. "Well, Mubai, I didn't expect you to muster the courage to challenge me. Impressive. However, I truly do not wish to cause you harm." Dai Mubai's gaze turned icy, and he met Davis's challenge unflinchingly. "Enough with the banter, Davis. When have you ever ceased to harm me? You have never once relented in your oppression. Today, I will prove to you that I am not inferior." Zhu Zhuyan smiled at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Zhuqing, once this match concludes, you should hurry home. Our parents miss you dearly." However, Zhu Zhuqing coldly retorted, "Spare me your words, Zhu Zhuyan. We both know that in our family, there is no such thing as familial affection. In our family, it's either you perish or I survive." Just then, Spirit Doluo Ling Yuan announced loudly, "It appears the competitors from both academies are brimming with fighting spirit. Thus, the competition officially begins." Dai Mubai shouted, "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing above Blue Tyrant Academy. As Dai Mubai's command rang out, the members of Blue Tyrant Academy responded in unison, and in an instant, a kaleidoscope of light dazzled as their martial souls were unleashed. Dai Mubai's martial soul, the White Tiger, had undergone significant transformation following his prior battle against Yu Tianxuan of the Thunder Academy. The once formidable White Tiger now bore an even more imposing visage, enveloped in a thick layer of resplendent white armor, reminiscent of a divine warrior's descent. The armor glimmered with a frigid radiance, each plate seemingly indestructible, as if able to withstand any assault. Chen Ye's blue-silver grass martial spirit also exhibited a remarkable transformation. While the original blue-silver grass was indeed lush, it paled in comparison to its current state, which had become significantly more robust and numerically abundant, resembling a surging ocean of azure waves. Zhu Zhuqing's nethercat martial spirit was equally captivating. The already enigmatic and graceful nethercat now sported a denser coat of violet fur, as if shrouded in a mist of purple smoke. Its eyes glinted with an icy glimmer, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Davis smirked slightly, a hint of appreciation lacing his voice. Not bad. Your martial spirit has evolved. However, that alone will not suffice to defeat me. As soon as his words fell, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from him. His eyes snapped open, transforming from their deep gaze into mesmerizing white tiger eyes that radiated an unsettling chill. Simultaneously, an astonishing transformation overtook Davis. His muscles swelled rapidly, bones cracking as if being reshaped. In the blink of an eye, he towered several feet taller, cloaked in a layer of white fur, embodying the ferocity of a mighty white tiger. Upon witnessing Davis's martial spirit, Zhu Zhiyun's expression shifted subtly. Her martial spirit bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing's, also a black nethercat, albeit differing slightly in size and details. In the audience, Hu Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "No way." The martial spirits of Dai Mubai and Davis, as well as those of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhiyan, are so remarkably similar. Hu Wu was equally astonished, murmuring, "Could it be that they are truly siblings?" Davis, visibly taken aback, remarked, "This is quite unexpected. Chen Ye possesses a 10,000-year soul ring." His gaze fixated on Chen Ye, seemingly attempting to glean insights from the soul ring. Observing this, Zhu Zhiyan immediately understood Davis's intent. Without hesitation, she darted towards Chen Ye like a bolt of lightning, clearly intent on testing his true strength. However, just as Zhu Zhiyan was about to approach Chen Ye, a shadow suddenly leaped from the side, obstructing her path. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhu Zhuqing. With a piercing gaze, Zhu Zhuqing fixed her eyes on Zhu Zhiyan, asserting coldly, "If you wish to harm my friend, you must first pass through me." Her voice was icy and resolute, emanating an undeniable determination. Dai Mubai's sharp gaze was locked onto Davis, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he provocatively declared, "Davis, let's see how we fare against each other." Davis, unfazed, returned the challenge with a cold smile, "Bring it on." Before the words had fully escaped their lips, both men surged towards one another like arrows released from a bow, initiating a fierce close-quarters combat. Davis exhibited remarkable agility, each move executed with the ferocity of a tempest, offering Dai Mubai no respite. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai maintained his composure, skillfully evading Davis's attacks while occasionally retaliating with a strike or two. Yet, Davis appeared well acquainted with Dai Mubai's capabilities, taunting, "You remain as you were before. Your punches lack the strength befitting the white tiger." Dai Mubai, momentarily flaring with anger at the insult, remained unfazed, retorting coolly, "Is that so? Then remember this punch." With that, a powerful aura emanated from Dai Mubai, enveloping him in the white tiger battle armor he had donned during his previous battle with Yu Tianxuan. The armor clung tightly to his form, as if fused with him, exuding a chilling pressure. In a sudden burst of motion, Dai Mubai thrust a punch forward, channeling all his strength into it, roaring like a white tiger, the force crashing towards Davis with unparalleled might. Davis's expression shifted slightly as he hastily raised his arms to shield himself from the blow. Although he managed to block a portion of the attack, the overwhelming force compelled him to stagger back several steps before regaining his footing. A barely perceptible smile graced Davis's lips. "Not bad. You got some skill." Dai Mubai bellowed in response, "This isn't over yet." White Tiger Raging Light Wave. Davis promptly countered with the same technique, White Tiger Raging Light Wave. As their techniques collided, Davis unleashed his second move, White Tiger Annihilating Strike. Davis's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he chided, "Mubai, after all this time, your soul technique remains in its primitive state. How disappointing." Dai Mubai's expression darkened at this remark, his eyes widening as an immense surge of soul power erupted from him like a volcano. With a fierce shout, he proclaimed, "Who said that? Heavenly, I white tiger meteor shower." In the wake of his declaration, countless beams of white light shot forth from his being, streaking through the air like meteors traversing the night sky, carrying a formidable momentum as they hurtled towards Davis. Yet, despite the ferocity of the onslaught, Davis remained remarkably composed. With a swift motion, he effortlessly evaded the barrage of meteoric strikes. Once grounded, the contempt on Davis's face deepened as he mockingly remarked, "With such meager abilities, you're hardly a contender." Dai Mubai, now seething with rage, snorted coldly, channeling his soul power once more, exclaiming, "Heavenly, a white tiger meteor shower reverse meteor." This time, Dai Mubai's attack took on an even more unpredictable nature. The meteor shower, previously dodged by Davis, suddenly altered course midair as if equipped with a tracking device, swiftly redirecting itself like a pack of ravenous wolves, relentlessly pursuing Davis's figure. Davis, with a look of disdain, remarked, "To be honest, he does possess some skill, but it's merely that." He then unleashed his third soul technique, White Tiger Earthquake. With a thunderous roar, Davis radiated blinding white light, his powerful soul energy surging forth like a tidal wave. The ground trembled violently, as though the very world were quaking beneath his might. Daimubai stood instant disbelief, internally exclaiming, "This move is utterly outrageous. Such tremendous power makes it impossible to maintain one's footing." Meanwhile, at Zhu Zhuqing's side, Zhu Zhuyan smirked coldly, taunting Zhu Qing. "Dear sister, I truly wish to avoid harming you." Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained stoic as she retorted icily, "Spare me the platitudes." Though her voice was low, the anger contained within sent chills through the air. Zhu Zhuyan, unrelenting, lunged fiercely at Zhu Zhuqing, each strike executed with the ferocity of a tempest, targeting her vital points with precision. Zhu Zhuqing, displaying remarkable agility, deftly sidestepped Zhu Zhuyan's lethal assault. Zhu Zhuyan gasped in surprise, "Oh no, you actually evaded my attack." Meanwhile, the audience was captivated by the thrilling spectacle unfolding before them. Lu Erlong's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Are they truly sisters?" Every move executed by Zhu Zhuyan seemed intent on bringing Zhu Zhuqing to her demise. Beside them, Yu Tianxuan gravely elucidated, "This is the method of succession within the Xinglua Empire, cruel and sanguinary. Only the strongest may ascend to the throne. Dai Mubai and Davis, being brothers, are bound to vie for the imperial seat, and with Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan as their betrothed, the conflict between them is destined to be fierce." Little Wu blinked her large, watery eyes, her face adorned with skepticism as she turned to Chen Ye and asked in a delicate voice, "Brother, what exactly did you and Big Brother Dai discuss last night?" Chen Ye smiled gently and replied, "It was nothing particularly special. We simply remained in place without making any rash movements. As long as Big Brother Dai can temper his temper and not disrupt our plan, we shall undoubtedly prevail. However, I sincerely hope he can truly maintain his composure." At that moment, a furious shout pierced the air. "Take this head on, White Tiger breaking heaven-s fury." It was none other than Dai Mubai unleashing one of the formidable techniques from the White Tiger secret art. The move was awe-inspiring, its momentum tremendous, prompting even Davis, standing nearby, to exclaim in astonishment, "Now that's a ferocious strike, truly unexpected." Davis narrowed his eyes, his throat emitting a low growl. "What's there to fear? First soul skill, White Tiger's guardian barrier." As his words fell, a pale white radiance erupted around him, enveloping him like a transparent shield. Yet in that fleeting moment, Davis felt a colossal force crashing toward him like a tidal wave, propelling him backward involuntarily. He cried out, completely unprepared for the sheer ferocity of the attack, far exceeding his expectations. Just then, Chen Ye shouted, "Now is the moment, everyone attack." Barely had his voice faded when Ma Hongjun immediately complied, chanting incantations and forming seals with his hands. A dazzling red flame surged forth from his palms, like a blazing meteor, hurtling toward Davis. Simultaneously, Little Wu, undeterred, leaped into the air, resembling a graceful fairy in flight. With her hands in motion, a silver moonlight shot forth like an arrow, striking Davis with fierce intensity. Observing this, Chen Ye swung the Holy Fire command with great force, unleashing a massive fire meteor that roared toward Davis. This attack not only harbored immense fiery power, but was also fortified by Chen Ye's own soul power, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. In an instant, a torrent of various assaults rained down upon Davis, creating a dazzling yet terrifying onslaught. At this critical juncture, the members of the Xingluo Royal Academy formed an impenetrable shield, resolutely protecting Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. Their rigorous training and seamless cooperation forged an unyielding defense. Meanwhile, Davis and Zhu Zhuyan unhesitatingly initiated their martial soul fusion technique. The spectral white tiger. In an instant, blinding light erupted and an enormous white tiger materialized, exuding an aura akin to the netherworld, imposing and formidable. To everyone's astonishment, at that very moment, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also unleashed the same martial soul fusion technique, the spectral white tiger. This pair of arch-rivals displayed an astonishing harmony at such a pivotal moment. The two spectral white tigers faced off in midair, their imposing pressures colliding, unleashing a wave of potent energy fluctuations. In that instant, the entire scene was enveloped in the shock of these two formidable forces, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Chen Ye inhaled deeply. The outcome of this match had become insignificant. For them, the victor would hold the highest likelihood of inheriting the throne. Little Wu stood by, equally tense as she observed the fierce battle. She softly remarked, "These two spectral white tigers possess immense strength and tenacious physiques. Yet the ultimate victor will hinge on who can unleash their might at the crucial moment." Chen Ye nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her words. In this life-and-death contest, any moment of carelessness could lead to ruin. To triumph over an adversary required not only strength, but also courage, wisdom, and a touch of fortune. Chapter 87. The Defeat of the Xingluo Royal Academy. Davis regarded Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's spectral white tiger with disdain. "Do you still consider yourself capable? Allow me to demonstrate just how vast the gulf between our spectral white tigers truly is." Dai Mubai reflected on the times he had been overshadowed by Davis, declaring, "I will not evade any longer, regardless of how familiar the opponent may be it you or another. I will defeat you, Davis." Davis, observing Dai Mubai, revealed a barely perceptible smile. "Very well, truly excellent. You have changed. Let me see if your newfound character is worthy of your arrogance." Following their exchange, the spectral white tigers lunged at each other. Davis and Zhu Zhiyun's spectral white tiger unleashed a stunning technique, the Phantom Shadow Steel Claw. The spectral white tiger's claws swung rapidly in the air, creating a flurry of black afterimages, as if myriad spectral shadows danced, bewildering the eye. Each shadow harbored immense power, capable of rending steel asunder. In contrast, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's spectral white tiger executed an even more spectacular move, the Phantom Celestial Eye Meteor. The tiger's eyes suddenly radiated with blinding light, resembling two meteors streaking across the sky. Following this, it propelled itself forward with astonishing speed, tearing through the air and producing a piercing howl. This move was not only swift but also immensely powerful, akin to a meteor colliding with Earth, unstoppable. After the collision, the battle tilted decisively. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, ultimately lacking in experience, found themselves overwhelmed by Davis and his allies. Davis regarded Dai Mubai. "You always have been so self-righteous. Do not think that just because you have gained the white tiger's recognition, you are invincible. Did you truly believe I wished to slay my own brother?" Dai Mubai looked at Davis, bewildered and skeptical. "Is it not so? Have I not done just that? Mercilessly slaying your own kin and ruthlessly pursuing me. If you truly valued friendship, how could you act thus?" Davis retorted, "You do not understand. My greatest fear was the rift among kin. Yet with you, I am capable of this. If you can accomplish nothing, then dying here is your best choice." Amidst Dai Mubai's confusion, Zhu Zhuqing acted without hesitation. In that instant, he comprehended that regardless of whether Davis genuinely wished to harm his second brother, it had become irrelevant. He had no other choice. Winning this battle was his sole path forward. This was not merely for Zhu Zhuqing, but for himself as well. He could not let her down, nor could he allow his life to end here. Thus, Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into the spectral white tiger. In that moment, colossal wings sprouted from the back of the spectral white tiger, ablaze with a blue flame, emanating a heart-stirring aura. At this moment, the spectral white tiger was the true white tiger. Davis gazed at the transformed spectral white tiger of Dai Mubai with excitement. "Excellent. Now you are truly a king. Even if I am defeated by you, it is enough." Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's spectral tiger showcased formidable strength and synergy in battle. Their skills unleashed a barrage reminiscent of meteors streaking across the night sky, hurtling toward their foes with fierce momentum. Each meteor harbors immense energy. Upon striking its target, it unleashes a cataclysmic explosion, inflicting tremendous damage upon adversaries. Similarly, the spectral claws of Davis and Zhu Zhiyun wield extraordinary power. This skill resembles the formidable white tiger of the netherworld, fierce and incisive. Their claws carve black streaks through the air, as if capable of rending the very fabric of reality. When this ability collided with the lethal onslaught of Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing's white tiger meteor shower, it instantaneously triggered a cataclysmic explosion, the aftershocks of energy cascading outward, leaving all in awe. As the smoke dissipated, one could see Davis and Zhu Zhiyun sprawled upon the arena floor. Following the conclusion of the Spirit Kite duel, the Star Luo Royal Academy faced off against the Blue Tyrant Academy, with the latter emerging victorious. Exhausted, Dai Mubai reflected on the battle. Chen Ye, observing Dai Mubai's injuries, remarked, "You really are relentless. Are you afraid that your own suffering isn't enough? Must you sever your limbs to feel satisfied?" Dai Mubai shot a weary glare at Chen Ye and retorted, "What kind of nonsense is that? Are you worried I won't be able to retaliate against you? I merely suggest you remain cautious. The next opponent, be it the new Shrek Academy, the Tiando Academy, or the Wuhuan Hall, will prove to be formidable foes." As Chen Ye uttered these words, he was reminded that his trump cards were nearly exhausted. That evening, Chen Ye returned to his room at the Blue Tyrant Academy, despondent. Dai Mubai, noticing Chen Ye's demeanor, inquired about the outcome between the Tiando Academy and the Wuhuan Hall. Chen Ye's countenance darkened, as if he were on the verge of tears. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "The Wuhuan Hall's strength is even more formidable than I had anticipated, and there are 3 Soul King-level opponents within their ranks." His words detonated like thunder among the crowd, instantly silencing the previously boisterous atmosphere, and the faces of all present turned grave. Ning Rongrong's lips twitched uncontrollably as she incredulously asked, "Is that true? How did the Wuhuan Hall manage to defeat the Tiando Academy?" Chen Ye took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, and then slowly elucidated. The situation was quite peculiar. A bizarre red mist suddenly enveloped the arena, and I suspect it might have been a spirit fusion technique. More astonishingly, from the start to the finish of the match, which lasted less than a minute, all the members of the Royal Academy were incapacitated without even a chance to retaliate. Worried, Xiao Wu gazed intently at Chen Ye and softly inquired, "Brother, if we truly have to confront them head-on, do you possess enough confidence to defeat them?" Chen Ye remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head, sighing, "I lack unwavering confidence in this battle myself." His voice bore hints of helplessness and anxiety, suggesting that he found the impending challenge rather daunting. Indeed, since traversing into the world of Dolaw, Chen Ye had managed to surmount every opponent he faced. However, the Wuhuan Hall proved to be significantly stronger than depicted in the novels, compounded by the fact that this Dolaw realm closely resembled a world of cultivation. Even he was uncertain of his chances for victory.